Pingxiang City, a southern city nestled near mountains not far from the sea. Normally bustling, the urban area was now eerily quiet. The orange-eared sunset glowed against the window. In a shared apartment, a young man lay unconscious on the floor. The sunset seeped through the window, slowly falling upon his eyelids. Disturbed by the light, the young man furrowed his brow and slowly opened his eyes. His vision was blurry, and he instinctively raised a hand to shield himself from the glaring sunset. What happened? A dizzy spell washed over him, a buzzing sound in his ears, and a splitting headache. Buzz. Suddenly a sharp pain stabbed through his head like a needle, making him grit his teeth. Hiss. He held his forehead, trying to adjust to his surroundings. As his blurred vision gradually focused, he looked at the sunset outside the window. What's going on? How did I end up on the floor? He pulled out his phone from his pocket and found it had already shut down. Dead battery. Damn. Did I work too hard recently? How did I pass out in my own room? The young man looked around the room with confusion, his gaze gradually shifting to the ID card on the bedside table. His name was Emily. Abandoned by his parents near a hospital trash bin at birth, he grew up in an orphanage. After graduating high school, he started working odd jobs with no particular skills, only able to deliver food. Having no house, he lived in a cheap shared apartment in the city with an older man. Emily looked at the dead phone, walked to the bedside, and plugged in the charger. No response. Power outage. He flipped the switch, but the cheap wall lamp didn't turn on. Forget it. Emily shook his head, feeling parched and his throat sore. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious. He was so thirsty it felt like he hadn't drunk water for days. Sighing, he took a couple of steps to the door, ready to get water from the living room dispenser. Looks like I missed work today. I wonder how much will be deducted from my salary. Hope I can still earn enough after paying rent, or else I'll have to tighten my belt again next month. Emily looked at his mate one delivery uniform, lost in thought, and opened the door. As soon as he opened the door, a stench hit him. Like rotting animal flesh, but even worse, vaguely unsettling. Damn, what the hell is that smell? Emily looked around and saw the refrigerator door open, flies buzzing around it. Is that meat from the fridge? Why didn't Uncle Lou close it? He walked to the fridge and stared at the rotten, maggot-infested meat inside, puzzled. Didn't Uncle Lou just buy this pork yesterday? He said we'd have hot pot. Even if left out overnight, it couldn't rot this badly. Wait, how long was I unconscious? As he thought, the stench hit him again, making him dizzy and nauseous. Ah, damn, it's too stinky. Emily walked toward the window to escape the smell permeating the living room. Leaning on the windowsill, the air outside was still faintly foul, but not as strong. In the distance, startled birds took flight, and crows cawed harshly. In the orange sunset, Emily vaguely saw some figures moving on the street below. The sunset dazzled his eyes, and his nearsightedness made it even harder to see clearly. Those figures staggered like drunks, but he thought he might be misseeing. He was still groggy himself. No, I need some water first, I'm dying of thirst. Emily shook his head, walked to the water dispenser, opened the lid, and took a plastic cup. Water trickled into the cup. The room was eerily quiet, making him feel a chill. Click. Just then, Emily heard a sound behind him. He turned around and saw a familiar figure standing in front of Uncle Liu's door. The sunset through the window shone on his face, making it hard to see the dark area, which seemed pitch black. But by the silhouette, he easily recognized who it was. After 2 years as roommates, it was all too familiar. Uncle Liu. Emily called out, but there was no response. The figure staggered toward him, and the stench of decay thickened in the air. What's wrong with you? Drunk? Emily, afraid he might fall, stepped forward to support him. Ugh. As he moved out of the sunlight, his vision cleared. What he saw was a twisted, rotting face, still vaguely resembling Uncle Liu's features. Emily was terrified, but the creature opened its mouth, dripping black blood, and lunged at him. Caught off guard, Emily was instantly tackled to the ground. The creature pinned him down and crazily bit at his arm, which he used to shield himself. Fortunately, Emily wore his mate one jacket, and the creature's teeth weren't sharp enough to pierce it immediately, but the tearing pain on his arm was still excruciating. Reacting, Emily pushed it off with all his strength and scrambled to his feet. Roar! The creature opened its mouth, letting out a hoarse roar, coughing black blood. Combined with its rotting face, it was utterly horrifying. The only untainted part. Its eyes stared intently at Emily, pupils a murky blood red. Uncle Liu's appearance instantly reminded Emily of a creature he often saw in horror movies, a zombie. What the hell? Uncle Liu, is this some kind of prank show? You're really scaring me. Movies were movies, reality was reality. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The creature he called Uncle Liu didn't respond. Instead, it opened its mouth and lunged at him again. Prepared this time, Emily dodged to the side, grabbed a kitchen knife from the counter, and pointed it at the creature. Uncle Liu. Emily gave a final warning, but the creature's mouth stretched so wide its corners tore, black blood spattering. Convincing himself this thing was not human, Emily steeled himself. As the creature lunged, he drove the kitchen knife deep into its forehead. Thud. Surprisingly, the seemingly sturdy skull was abnormally fragile, and the knife sank deep. The zombie-like creature instantly went limp, collapsing motionless. Emily stared at the rotting corpse on the floor at the black blood oozing from the forehead and dripping down the knife handle. As he calmed down, the stench of decay hit him again. Ugh! Gag! Emily covered his mouth and nose, trembling as he stumbled to the window, breathing in the still foul air. His whole body felt weak, his legs almost giving way. Had he just killed someone? No, that thing was not human. Just then, Emily spotted a figure running below, distinct from the staggering ones. It truly looked like a person. Indeed, it was a young man about his age carrying a backpack. As he emerged from a building, the surrounding staggering figures locked onto him. Those zombie-like figures chased the young man in droves, but they were slow and never caught him. However, luck didn't last. As the young man passed a flower bed, a zombie suddenly jumped out and tackled him. The young man tried to get up, but zombies piled on, relentlessly swarming like scavenging hounds. Screams of agony and pleas for help rose from the crowd, but soon faded into the snarling of the horde. Blood seeped from under the tiles among the zombie crowd, and a zombie was seen pulling a pink blood-soaked strip in its hands, tearing and gnawing. At this moment, Emily finally understood the situation. A zombie apocalypse was real. As the sun set, darkness quickly fell. Emily hid in his room, leaning against the window sill, in a daze. The room was eerily quiet save for the incessant low moans from downstairs. Compared to their sluggishness during the day, the zombies seemed far more active at night. Emily turned and lifted his head to look out the window. The once vibrant city with its dazzling lights was now shrouded in pitch-black darkness, nothing visible. A massive power outage had struck. Even now, Emily didn't know how long he had been unconscious. Hiding in the room, the door blocked some of the stench from the corpse in the living room. As he regained his senses, an overwhelming hunger gnawed at his hollow chest. Though he didn't want to look at the body, the persistent hunger tortured his sanity. Ever since middle school, when his classmates had stolen his lunch money for 3 days straight and left him starving, he hadn't felt this way in a long time. Though he didn't want to face it, he couldn't resist the hunger. Summoning his courage, Emily picked up a small flashlight from the drawer, switched it on, pushed open the door, and walked out. The corpse still lay motionless by the kitchen, showing no signs of reanimation. A pool of black blood had spread across the floor, now congealed. Under the flashlight's reflection, it looked sticky and viscous, accompanied by a pungent stench that was deeply unsettling. Holding his breath, Emily began rummaging through the kitchen. Unfortunately, all he found were some hard noodles that needed cooking. The fresh food in the fridge had already rotted, and there were a few bowls of raw rice left in a bag. But since they always cooked with electric appliances and the power was out, he had few options. Emily looked toward Uncle Liu's room, hesitated, then stepped over the corpse and walked in. "Sorry, Uncle Liu. Since you're dead, he'll take your things," he muttered inwardly, then began searching Uncle Liu's room with a small flashlight. Uncle Liu was from Sichuan, a blunt and rough construction worker. He probably had something edible in his room. Sure enough, Emily found a small box of compressed biscuits, but only 2 sticks. Still, he didn't care. He tore open the package and wolfed them down. He was starving, truly starving, as if he hadn't eaten for days. After eating half of the compressed biscuit, he held it in his mouth and continued searching for other supplies. Another piece of good news: he found a power bank and quickly charged his phone. As soon as the phone powered on, Emily checked the messages. The earliest was from 5 days ago, and the latest from 3 days ago. He didn't know whether the phone had been off and missed messages, or the city's information station had gone down due to the power cut. He scrolled through the messages, eating the remaining half of the biscuit, looking for any official notices. For unknown reasons, most residents in the city seemed to have contracted some disease. After regaining consciousness from a coma, they develop violent tendencies and a desire to eat human flesh. Please stay at home, lock doors and windows, and do not go out. Await further instructions. The number of infected seems to be overwhelming. Even our emergency response units have been attacked by these creatures. Citizens must remain at home until we resolve the situation. Await further instructions. We are sorry, the situation has exceeded expectations. The number of infected continues to grow. These man-eating monsters are everywhere. The situation is out of control. If you are able, please make your way to the Land Transport Logistics Center in the west of the city as soon as possible. We are no longer able to carry out rescues. After reading the last message, Emily's hands and feet went cold. He felt lost. The Land Transport Logistics Center. If he remembered correctly, it was about 4 or 5 kilometers from here, asking him to traverse the city to get there. What a joke. He recalled the young man about his age who had fled earlier, torn apart by zombies. The image made his scalp tingle, his forehead ache with pain, and he felt nauseous, pure fear. Emily was afraid of death, and even more afraid of dying that way. Being disemboweled, eaten alive. How desperate, how painful. He took a long time to calm down, then grabbed the power bank phone and the remaining compressed biscuit, left Uncle Liu's room, stepped over the chilling corpse, and grabbed a bottle of water before scurrying back to his own room. After barricading the door firmly, Emily knelt behind it, clutching his head, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. He felt utterly helpless. No one would come to rescue him. Not now, not ever. He was just a dropout who delivered food. The authorities wouldn't waste manpower and risk danger to save him, especially with no signal on his phone. Am I just going to wait here to die? There's nothing to eat here. Who knows how many of those monsters are in the building? Emily lived in a cheap rental apartment with cramped common spaces. To make matters worse, he had chosen the top floor for cheap rent, the 15th floor. How was he supposed to get out? And even if he got out, what then? Be targeted by those man-eating monsters and end up like that young man. Emily clutched his head, not knowing what to do. His stomach was still growling. According to the phone's time, he had been unconscious for 5 whole days. Had he also been sick? But why hadn't he turned into a zombie? Emily opened the phone's selfie camera and looked at himself. His face was gaunt, slightly sallow with dark circles under his eyes. Apart from looking tired, there was nothing remarkable. Seeing that he seemed normal, Emily breathed a sigh of relief, but then his stomach growled again. He looked at the single remaining compressed biscuit swallowed and finally couldn't resist eating it. After eating both biscuits, the hunger in his stomach eased a little. At least the pain stopped. But he was still very hungry. There was nothing left to eat in the room. The zombies outside seemed extremely active at night. If he went out looking for food, now he'd really be delivering himself as a meal. He decided to wait until tomorrow. With that thought, Emily checked the door, which was locked and barricaded, then pulled the curtains tight. Somewhat uneasy, he climbed into bed and buried his head in the sheets. Physical and mental exhaustion urged him to sleep. After a night passed, Emily woke up. He stared at the familiar peeling ceiling with a hanging fan, dazed. It must have been a nightmare. But then he turned his head and saw the door still heavily barricaded. A sense of helplessness washed over him. It seems it wasn't a dream. All morning, Emily had been lying by the window, observing the movements of the zombies. After replenishing his food and water and getting a night's sleep, his mind was much clearer. Though he was slightly nearsighted, and this was the 15th floor, he could still discern some of the zombies' behavior. These rotting creatures were listless in the early morning, but as the temperature began to rise, they gradually became active, wandering ceaselessly. During this time, he spotted another poor soul attempting to leave the old residential area. The figure wore a hood obscuring their age, but judging by their build, it was a man. The man crept along cautiously, nearly colliding with a zombie that appeared suddenly around a corner. Startled, he clamped his hand over his mouth and hastily retreated, somehow going unnoticed by the zombie. But then he accidentally kicked a beer can. Its crisp clatter echoed through the silent neighborhood, attracting countless zombies within the vicinity. The zombies raised their heads and surged madly toward the source of the sound, a dense horde numbering nearly 100, including those lurking in the grass. Emily deeply realized that one truly must not litter. The man knew he was exposed. Dodging the greenery, he charged through the zombie tide, desperately making for the exit of the compound. A few zombies managed to grab his clothes, but he simply shoved them aside. The zombies were slow and not particularly strong, utterly unable to catch this robust human. But just then, Emily noticed a few figures within the horde that seemed unnaturally fast. Compared to the rotted zombies, these swift ones looked almost human, except their skin was covered in bloodshot veins. They sprinted after the man as he was about to vault over the compound's fence, yanking him down. More zombies piled on, and it was time for another gruesome feast. Listening to the man's screams, Emily pulled his head back, leaned against the wall behind the window, swallowed hard, and felt a chill run down his limbs. I thought these zombies were slow and only attracted to sound. How are there ones that run so fast? Emily clutched his hair, gritting his teeth. He had been tempted when he saw the man nearly succeed, but seeing him caught by those creatures sent a chill through his heart. Could he really escape the compound? And after escaping, where would he go? Through the city streets, several kilometers away. If there were 7 or 8 of those fast runners inside the compound, how many more were outside? Emily held his head, a pained expression on his face. Just then, hunger gnawed at his stomach again, leaving a hollow, agonizing ache in his chest. Staying hidden in this room was not a solution. His escape plan required careful deliberation. For now, his priority was to fill his stomach. Emily searched the entire rental apartment, but found nothing edible except for half a bundle of dried alkali noodles in the kitchen cabinet. He couldn't eat them raw. A stomach ache would be a serious problem. He considered starting a fire inside the apartment, but neither he nor Uncle Lou smoked, and there wasn't even a lighter to be found. Staring at the half bundle of raw noodles, he hesitated, but ultimately decided against eating them, clenching his fists instead. He would have to face this sooner or later, so he might as well go out and muster his courage. Emily had been in frequent fights since middle school. While he wasn't a professional boxer, he knew the tricks of street brawling, how to dodge and evade. Recalling his fight with Uncle Lou yesterday, he figured that as long as he was careful, dealing with an ordinary zombie shouldn't be a problem. With that thought, Emily put on his Mate 1 delivery uniform, pulled up the hood, donned his helmet, and riding gloves, covering himself from head to toe. Movies had shown the consequences of being scratched by zombies. Emily didn't know if these creatures were infectious, and he wasn't willing to take the risk. After getting dressed, he moved the clutter blocking his bedroom door, went to the living room, picked up the kitchen knife that had taken down Uncle Lou yesterday, and headed for the apartment's front door. He turned the handle and slowly pushed the door open. A grating sound came from the hinges, making his heart pound with anxiety. Fortunately, the corridor was empty. Nothing in sight. Gripping the kitchen knife, Emily began testing the door handles of the neighboring apartments, but almost all of them were locked. It made sense, really. The authorities had called to tell everyone to stay indoors, who would leave their doors unlocked. Breaking in. That was out of the question. These zombies might have poor eyesight, but their hearing was sharp. If he resorted to force, had only be met with greater force. Fortunately, he found one that was unlocked. At the end of the corridor, near the stairwell, a door stood ajar. Emily stared at it, racking his memory. The tenant of this room was a young female college graduate, slightly plump with a cute smile. Emily often delivered food to her, and they had become quite friendly, almost friends. Staring at the open door, Emily felt a mix of emotions. In this situation, either no one was inside or whoever was inside was no longer human. Gripping his kitchen knife tightly, he stepped slowly into the room. Suddenly a chill ran down his spine, raising goosebumps. He instinctively dropped into a crouch and rolled to the side. From behind the door, a female zombie with a rotting face and a slightly plump figure lunged, missing him and tumbling to the floor. As he watched her slowly rise and noticed the shirt with a cartoon bear she was wearing, the kitchen knife in Emily's hand began to tremble. Ugh! The female zombie slowly propped herself up, turned her head toward Emily, and staggered toward him again. Watching her lunge, Emily gritted his teeth and kicked her squarely. The petite zombie was knocked to the ground. Seeing her struggling to get up again, Emily tightened his grip on the kitchen knife. I'm sorry. Thud. The kitchen knife pierced her skull like a ripe coconut. Black blood oozed out, accompanied by a stench of decay. The fatal blow to her head caused her body to go limp, collapsing onto the floor motionless. Holding his breath, Emily withdrew the knife. Staring at the lifeless body on the ground, he recalled the girl with the lovely smile, and a wave of sorrow washed over him. Damn it! How did things come to this? He muttered in frustration, but there was nothing he could do. He closed the door and began to search the room. Truly, one should expect nothing less from a girl. Emily rummaged through the cabinets and the kitchen fridge, uncovering a bag of White Rabbit creamy candies, several individually wrapped cakes, and a few bottles of yogurt. Without a moment's hesitation, he ignored the closed door and the corpse beside it, tore open the packaging, and wolfed everything down. He was famished, utterly ravenous, a hunger he hadn't felt in an eternity. Minutes later, everything except the bag of White Rabbit candies had vanished into his stomach. Satisfied and replete, Emily felt a wave of contentment and continued his search through the room for anything useful. To his pleasant surprise, he discovered a few stun batons and a defensive dagger. He was briefly curious why a girl would possess such items, but then reasoned that it was understandable for a recent female college graduate living alone to have some means of self-defense. The stun baton was useless to Emily, who knew if these zombies were affected by electric shocks, and the battery would likely die after a few zaps anyway. What he needed was the dagger. This was far superior to the kitchen knife he carried, lighter, sharper, and sturdier. He looked at his now bent and warped cleaver, discarded it without a second thought, and unsheathed the dagger. A gleam of sharp light flashed across his face as he admired it, then with a grin of satisfaction, he sheathed it and tucked it into his pocket. Next, Emily turned his gaze to the bodies on the floor and sighed. He grabbed a bedsheet from the bed to cover them, then crept out of the room. If it were possible, he would have liked to give them a proper burial, but those idiots outside wouldn't allow it. Back in his own room, he began to organize his belongings and pulled out a map to plan his route. Having worked as a delivery driver for 3 years, Molly knew the nearby routes like the back of his hand. He had to leave this place. Though he was terrified of being caught by those sprinting corpses, staying here without rescue was a death sentence. Rather than perish in despair, it was better to use the strength and courage from his full stomach to fight for a chance outside. Compared to other survivors, his position was already fortunate. It was only 4 or 5 kilometers away. If he could just reach the land transport hub and find the military or police, he'd be safe. He needed to travel light, avoid carrying too much so as not to slow himself down and get caught by those runners. So Emily packed only a small sling bag containing a pack of White Rabbit candies, a bottle of water, his phone, and a power bank. He patted the dagger in his pocket, took a deep breath, zipped up his Matewan delivery jacket to protect his neck, pulled on his riding gloves, and tightened the straps around his wrists, and finally donned his helmet, pulling down the visor. He glanced at the small cracked mirror taped near the door, examining his gear with a satisfied nod. This was the best protection he could manage. Slinging the bag over his shoulder and gripping the dagger tightly, he took one last look at the small room he'd called home for 3 years, then turned and closed the door behind him without a backward glance. In the living room, he glanced at the rotting corpse and murmured a silent farewell. "I'm leaving Uncle Lou." Emily shook his head, let out a sigh, and left the shared apartment, stepping into the corridor. The hallway was eerily quiet, devoid of the usual sounds of children playing. He could even hear footsteps from the floor below. There must be someone in the corridor below. The dragging rhythm of the footsteps told him that whoever was walking down there was definitely not a normal person. Carefully, he turned the corner of the stairwell, saw the empty landing, and began to descend slowly and silently. There must be someone in the corridor below. The dragging rhythm of the footsteps told him that whoever was walking down there was definitely not a normal person. Carefully, he turned the corner of the stairwell, saw the empty landing, and began to descend. He could hear numerous low groans rising from below. Emily swallowed hard and peered through the gap in the stairwell. Down at the bottom, a dense crowd of over a dozen zombies was huddled, their heads bowed, gnawing on something. Looking at the bloody mess on the floor mixed with scraps of clothing and assaulted by the pungent stench, he wondered, were these creatures devouring their own kind? At this moment, Emily didn't particularly want to investigate what they were eating. The problem was that these dozen or so zombies were blocking the stairwell, making it impossible to get down. This apartment building only had this right-side stairwell for descent. There was an elevator, but the power was out, so it was useless. Even if it worked, he wouldn't dare use it. That old rickety elevator made such a racket, and who knew if a horde of zombies would be waiting for him on the ground floor. If he got trapped in their head, have no chance of escape. Emily looked around the empty stairwell landing, finding nothing he could use. What now? Go back. He frowned, hesitating, and pulled out his phone from his bag. This phone had been with him for 3 years, since he graduated high school. It was just a cheap, few hundred yuan piece of junk, but for Emily, his entire delivery career had depended on this phone and his little electric scooter downstairs. Buddy, help your big brother out one last time. Emily unlocked the phone, opened the alarm app, held his breath, and crept to the 13th floor corridor. He glanced at the zombies nearby, checked the time, set a 1-minute alarm, and then placed the phone on the floor and gave it a firm shove. He watched as the phone slid 7 or 8 meters down the corridor, then retreated to the stairwell corner, gripping his dagger tightly as he waited. A minute wasn't long, but for Emily at that moment it felt like an eternity. He tried to stay calm and think clearly. Before long, the sound of the alarm echoed through the corridor. Vast and boundless is my love. A song whose lyrics he didn't quite know blared out. Emily wasn't sure about his musical taste, but this was the loudest ringtone he had on his phone. Beneath the verdant hills, flowers bloom. The rhythmic melody attracted the attention of the zombies at the bottom of the stairs. They lifted their rotting faces and shambled towards the source of the sound. Emily crouched at the corner of the stairwell, watching the moving zombies below with caution, waiting for them all to pass. But just then he saw a few swaying shadows on the wall. He looked up. Some zombies from the upper floors had also heard the ringtone and were coming down. To make matters worse, they spotted Emily. Roar. Ah, damn it. Emily watched the first zombie lunging at him, sidestepped to evade, and the creature crashed to the ground. Turning to face the next one clawing at him, he shoved its arm aside and drove his dagger deep into its skull. The blade sank in instantly, and the zombie went limp, collapsing in a heap. As another zombie charged, Emily dodged sideways and kicked it over. Just then the first zombie that had fallen seized his ankle, biting down on his shoe like a rabid dog, its teeth shattering against the leather. Emily plunged his dagger straight into its head. These zombies could still move with severed limbs, so the surest way to kill them was to strike the brain. Black blood splattered as he ended another one. The last zombie was no match for him either, and within moments it too fell to his blade. These ordinary zombies were sluggish, stumbling as they moved, and easy to dispatch as long as they didn't corner you. After dealing with the 3, Emily glanced down the stairwell. Most of the dozen or so zombies below had been lured away by the ringing bell, but a few, hearing the commotion, were now trudging up the stairs. Emily eyed the 4 or 5 zombies closing in, then looked at the horde further down. He gritted his teeth. He had no time to waste on these creatures. If he exhausted his strength just 2 floors down, he might as well give up and let them devour him. Without hesitation, Emily barreled through the zombies, with his shoulders stepping over the blood-slicked, flesh-strewn corner of the 13th floor landing as he sprinted toward the 12th floor. The corridor there was clear, and he descended another 3 floors without resistance, a flicker of hope stirring in his chest. If he could just reach the ground floor. If he could just get on his bike, his chances of escape would soar. But luck wasn't on his side for long. When he reached the 9th floor, he found it swarming with zombies, clogging both the corridor and the stairwell. Every zombie locked onto the human, descending the stairs, letting out guttural roars. At the same time, the ones from above came rushing down, sealing off his escape route. Damn it. Emily cursed, bolting toward the zombie-free corridor on the other side of the 9th floor. He sprinted past the closed doors, glancing back at the shambling horde, and frantically tried each doorknob. To his despair, every single door was locked tight. Shit. He kicked at the door at the end of the hall, then turned to face the oncoming tide of undead, gripping his dagger tightly. Emily kicked down the lead zombie, then drove his elbow into another before stabbing it in the head. He stepped back, letting another lunge past him, and as it hit the floor, he drove his blade through its skull with brutal efficiency. Emily fought desperately against the surging horde. Fortunately, the narrow corridor only allowed 2 zombies to squeeze through at a time. In an open space, he would have been overwhelmed instantly. The piled-up corpses also served as a barrier, forcing the zombies to crawl over them, which meant lowering their heads right into his killing range. But Emily was no machine. After taking down over a dozen zombies, his strength was beginning to wane. No one can sustain intense physical exertion and focus forever, and Emily was no exception. Yet the zombies in the corridor kept multiplying, drawn by the noise of their kin. At this rate he was doomed. Just then he saw a door, the second from the end, burst open. A burly male zombie wielding an axe charged out, its eyes locked squarely on Emily. Not just looking, staring. That gaze sent a chill down Emily's spine. Unlike the murky, vacant eyes of the others, this one's eyes were sharp and focused, as if to say, "I see you." Emily snapped to attention as the axe-wielding zombie lunged. It swung the axe at him, and Emily barely dodged, slashing back with his dagger. But the zombie ducked, evading the strike. Emily drove his knee toward its head, but the creature raised an arm to block. Unfazed by the blow, it stared at Emily's stunned face and swung its axe again. Emily grabbed the zombie's arm, but a heavy fist slammed into his face. His helmet visor shattered. The force sent him flying through the open door. Realizing where he was, Emily scrambled up and slammed the door shut. The lock was broken. Before the zombies could swarm in, Emily tipped over a shoe rack by the door and shoved a sofa against it. The door buckled under relentless pounding, and fingers crept through the gap. Emily pushed the sofa back, sealing it shut again. Suddenly the door split. An axe blade buried itself in the wood, then yanked free. Through the gash, Emily saw a pair of blood-red eyes fixed on him. It was that powerful zombie. Gritting his teeth, Emily piled more furniture against the door, finally, heaving a heavy refrigerator onto the stack. Clutching his dagger, he backed away as the door shuddered under relentless blows. Emily didn't hesitate. He scanned the room, spotted a windowed chamber, and dashed in, locking the door behind him. He dragged the bed and cabinets against it, then slumped into a corner, gasping for air. Huff! Huff! His pupils were dilated, his breath ragged, his throat dry. His vision blurred, his head spun, and all he wanted was to collapse and sleep. After killing over a dozen zombies, taking a punch to the head, and hauling furniture, his body was screaming for rest. The intense exertion nearly dragged him into unconsciousness, but the pounding at the door jolted him back. He slapped himself hard, the sting clearing his mind. Gasping, he stumbled to the window. The 9th-floor window was barred. He opened it and peered down. The wall was bare except for a few scattered air conditioning units. The residents here were poor, and few had AC. The units were spaced 4 or 5 meters apart, and the rusted bolts made it clear they couldn't support his weight. There was no escape. Realizing he was trapped, a wave of dizziness washed over Emily. He slumped against the window frame, his strength gone. He collapsed to the floor, unconscious. In the dead of night, Emily, trapped inside his room, slowly opened his eyes. He was ravenous, parched, and his head throbbed with a dull ache. Recalling his recent ordeal, he quickly grasped his dire situation. Gazing at the pitch-black room around him, he squinted, and upon seeing the door still firmly barricaded, he breathed a sigh of relief. In the dead of night, Emily, trapped inside his room, slowly opened his eyes. He was ravenous, parched, and his head throbbed with a dull ache. Recalling his recent ordeal, he quickly grasped his dire situation. Gazing at the pitch-black room around him, he squinted. It seemed that the axe-wielding zombie wasn't very bright. It hadn't figured out he was hiding in here. Otherwise, given how long he had been unconscious, that flimsy door wouldn't have stood a chance against its axe. Certain he was safe for the moment, Emily quietly leaned against the wall, pulled a bottle of water from his satchel, and gulped it down. The cold water soothed his dry, aching throat, giving him a slight boost of energy. He was starving. Although he had eaten some snacks during the day, the hunger was still overwhelming. Normally, he would have gone to the buffet restaurant downstairs and gorged himself, but now he had no right to eat. He was only fit to be the meal. If only I could have some meat. Emily rubbed his stomach, a wave of sorrow washing over him. He had been unconscious for 5 days and still hadn't had a proper meal. Tormented by hunger, he took out the bag of white rabbit candy from his satchel, moving with extreme caution, terrified that the crinkle of the wrapper would alert the zombies outside. After eating 4 or 5 candies, the hollow feeling in his chest finally eased a little. Then reluctantly, he put the candies back into his satchel. He wished he could eat more, but this was his only source of food now, and he had to ration it. Emily stared out at the pitch-black city beyond the window with no idea what time it was, as his phone had met an untimely demise. He then felt for the small flashlight in his pocket. He was tempted to search the room for anything useful, but the zombies' footsteps outside were a constant torment to his nerves. If they discovered he was here, there would be no escape. I hope these zombies don't linger out there forever, Emily muttered to himself. Just then he felt a chill creep through his limbs, and his body trembled. It's so cold. It's only September. Why is it this cold? Looking at the barricaded door, he pulled the sheet off the bed, wrapped it around himself, and huddled in the corner, waiting for dawn and for the zombies to leave. Hidden under the blanket, Emily's mind raced with wild thoughts. Were some of these zombies conscious? If they had intelligence, that was truly terrifying. Remembering the axe-wielding zombie and the runners, he felt a headache coming on. He wondered what was happening in the outside world. How could the outside remain indifferent to such a major incident in Pingxiang City? Or had other places fallen too? In the movies, the zombie virus always seemed to erupt suddenly. He had been unconscious for 4 or 5 days, and the city was still like this. His guess was probably spot on. He recalled the 2 people who had been caught while fleeing during the day and wondered how many other survivors were like him. Emoli knew that in his current situation, he couldn't afford to worry about anyone else. The thought of saving others didn't even cross his mind. He couldn't even take care of himself, so how could he possibly look after anyone else? Why did this happen? This has to be just a dream, right? Emoli pinched his cheek. It hurt and his mind was clear. He knew for a fact that he wasn't dreaming. But his current reality was no different from being in hell. He'd rather be having a nightmare. His wild thoughts didn't last long as he realized that dwelling on them was pointless. It was better to think about more practical matters. So Emoli began to replay his battles with the zombies in his mind, trying to learn from the experience. Ordinary zombies weren't very strong. As long as you wore thick clothes that covered all your skin, their scratches and bites wouldn't do much harm. You didn't necessarily have to dodge their attacks, which could save some energy. And so Emoli spent the night in thought until the sky began to pale. Emoli, who had been dozing, snapped awake at the sound of an engine's hum. He opened his eyes, pushed aside the blanket, and crawled to the window to look outside. On the road, a tanker truck was speeding along. What was terrifying was that it was covered in zombies. Emoli was puzzled. There were plenty of abandoned cars on the road. Who would dare to drive such a noisy vehicle at a time like this? It was practically suicide. As Emoli predicted, the driver inside the tanker also spotted the pileup of abandoned vehicles ahead. He slammed on the brakes and swerved sharply, but the force was too great, causing the entire truck to flip over. To make matters worse, the sparks from the scraping metal ignited the leaking fuel, causing a massive explosion. Flames erupted across the road, and thick smoke billowed into the air. Emoli watched the tanker engulfed in flames. Then he heard footsteps from inside the house, and several zombies, attracted by the noise, crashed through the windows of the neighboring room and launched themselves out. From the 9th floor, Emoli watched them perform a free fall. Watching the zombies splatter on the ground, Emoli shook his head. It seemed these foolish, ordinary zombies were attracted by any loud noise. Maybe he could use that to his advantage later. With this thought, he turned his gaze back to the burning tanker on the road. He didn't know who the poor soul in the tanker was, but he had at least saved his life by luring the zombies away. After waiting for over half an hour and watching hundreds of zombies gather around the tanker, Emoli carefully moved the wardrobe and bed frame that were blocking the door. He unlocked the door and turned the handle, slowly opening it a crack to peer out. The living room was a mess. Overturned furniture, debris scattered everywhere, and some dirty bloodstains. The good news was there wasn't a single zombie in sight. Clutching his dagger, Emoli slowly opened the door and stepped out. The door to the corridor was completely hacked to pieces, and the furniture that had been piled behind it was scattered everywhere. Even the refrigerator door had been trampled. Emoli cautiously made his way to the entrance. The corridor was empty save for bloodstains and a few broken large bones. Looking at the chaotic hallway and the mutilated remains, Emoli recalled the dozen or so zombies he had killed there yesterday, confirming his suspicions. It wasn't as if these zombies had carried the bodies off to bury them. Judging by the current state of things, these zombies also cannibalized their own dead. He just didn't know if they preferred the corpses of their own kind or human flesh. That was a piece of knowledge that might come in handy later. With this in mind, Emoli headed for the stairwell, treading lightly as he descended. It seemed the tanker explosion had drawn the zombies away completely. In the entire stairwell, he only saw 2 or 3 zombies that were missing limbs and couldn't move. Emoli didn't even bother killing them, not wanting to waste his energy. He simply stepped over them and continued downstairs. Upon reaching the 1st floor, Emoli felt a sense of immense relief. What normally took him a minute to descend now felt like descending into the 18th level of hell. Emoli shook his head, suppressing his emotions, and carefully made his way out of the 1st floor lobby. The stench of decaying human flesh permeated the air, a constant warning to Emoli that this place was. Heeding the lessons of his predecessors, Emoli dared not hug the grassy edge. Since these zombies had poor eyesight, as long as he kept his distance, strolling boldly across the basketball court was no issue. And so it proved to be. Emoli moved stealthily, avoiding the wandering undead as best he could, crossing the court without incident, turning the corner and arriving at the community's electric vehicle garage. He fished out his keys and started his little bike. Fortunately, he had charged his bike before he fell unconscious, so even after 5 days the battery was still full and in excellent condition. Emoli pulled a key with a small dog pendant from his pocket, turned the ignition, and rode the bike out of the garage. The main road at the community's front gate was clogged with zombies. Besides the exploded tanker truck, there were many abandoned vehicles, making it impassable. Luckily, the community had a back gate. Beyond it lay a residential area with numerous branching lanes offering plenty of routes. Pust, pust. Just as Emoli rode out of the garage, he heard a sound from a window in a nearby building and turned to look. A man with stubble and bloodshot eyes was staring at him through the burglar bars. "Brother, help me out, take me with you." Emoli listened to his plea, glanced at his own small bike, and shook his head at the man. He then twisted the throttle, ready to leave. Seeing Emoli about to abandon him, the man's face twisted into a mask of hatred. Damn it. If you want save me, you want survive either. Hey, you beasts. There's a person here. Hey, look over here. Staring at the shouting man, Emily saw the few zombies at the community gate being drawn by the noise. He shot the man a glare, but without hesitation, he sped his bike towards the gate. He had been so careful, yet he was betrayed by someone. But there was no time to settle the score now. More and more zombies were being attracted to the scene. Emily had to break through before the back gate was completely blocked. His little bike wasn't cheap a necessity for his delivery job. He had put considerable work into its engine. The small bike shot forward, carrying Emily swiftly away. As he reached the gate and saw the zombies lunging, Emily pulled on the handlebars, planted his foot on the ground, and swung the bike's rear wheel into the nearest zombie. After a sharp turn before the others could pounce, he twisted the throttle to the max and sped away. The man stared dumbfounded as Emily escaped, grinding his teeth in fury. Then a pounding at the door made him jump. Looking out the window at the approaching horde, he clutched his hair, shaking his head in terror, and retreated into the house. No, don't. Stay away. Riding the bike into the alley, Emily knew these roads intimately. Just a few more turns, and a few hundred meters would bring him to the main thoroughfare, which led directly to the city's transport hub. He'd be safe there. Unfortunately, things weren't that simple. The city had always been full of people, and now it was full of zombies. They filled the streets and alleys, some clustered together, blocking many paths, and forcing Emily to constantly detour. As he passed one intersection, a zombie lunged from a side lane, knocking him and his bike to the ground. Scrambling to his feet, Emily shook his head, saw the zombie near his bike, and pulled a dagger from his pocket. Grah, cough, cough, wait. This zombie. Emily noticed the prominent veins covering its body and realized. A runner. To his horror, 5 or 6 more zombies surged from the alley, and from their agile movements, they were all runners. Fuck. Emily swore and turned to flee. He was scared. He could handle normal zombies, but these agile runners were a different story. It wasn't that he couldn't fight them, but he feared being scratched. One cut could be the end of him. With the uncertainty of infection, it was a gamble he couldn't take. Seeing their prey run, the runners snarled and gave chase. As it turned out, bad luck wasn't a single occurrence. During his escape, Emily encountered more zombies blocking an alley. They were just normal ones, but taking them down would cost precious time. If he got bogged down and the runners caught up, he'd be a zombie's plaything. He'd be the one played. Seeing the blocked path, Emily turned and ran towards a nearby abandoned building. He vaulted a railing, jumped onto a window grate, and with a powerful stride pulled himself onto the roof. Surprised by his own agility, he wondered if his delivery job had really kept him this fit. Below, the runners were climbing the window grate after him. Seeing his chance, Emily stomped on the head of the lead runner as it reached the top, sending it crashing down and knocking over the ones behind it. Seizing the moment, Emily took off, running across the rooftops. After about 10 minutes, he climbed onto a taller building, and finding no zombies in pursuit, collapsed onto the roof, panting heavily. He looked around. He had been so focused on escaping, climbing wherever he could, that he had no idea where he was now. Spotting the tall buildings of the city center in one direction and a mountain in the other, he could roughly guess his location. He had run the wrong way. Deeper into the residential area. After resting, Emily knelt on the rooftop, popping white rabbit candies into his mouth to regain his strength, while scanning his surroundings, planning the safest route out. To get back to the main road, he had 3 options: the civilian food market on the right, the People's Square in the middle, and the well-known chain shopping mall nearby. A large shopping mall was definitely out of the question. If memory served, on the day before he fell unconscious, the mall was holding an end-of-season promotion, so the crowd would be immense. Besides, the area was dominated by high-rise buildings with single passageways, making it extremely difficult to escape if entangled by zombies. Moreover, Emily had never been fond of overly spacious places. Whenever he found himself in an open area, a sense of unease would creep over him, perhaps a lingering shadow from the bullying he endured as a child. Additionally, he had a vague premonition that he absolutely must not go to the square, otherwise his fate would be dire. Though it seemed groundless, he decided to trust his instincts. Gazing toward the square, Emily shook his head in a panic. Not the square, not. In the end, he could only choose the local farmer's market. The environment there was complex and varied. He had spent some time there as a child scavenging for vegetable leaves, so he was fairly familiar with the surroundings. Moreover, most of the buildings were low-rise, allowing him to climb onto the rooftops to escape if zombies cornered him. Decision made. Without hesitation, Emily set off immediately. At the entrance to the farmer's market, Emily cautiously surveyed his surroundings. To his surprise, the number of zombies here was remarkably low, and most of them were elderly ones. This farmer's market originally belonged to a rural area. It was only in recent years, as the construction scope of Pingxiang City expanded, that this village was incorporated into the city. Most of the market vendors were elderly, selling vegetables they grew themselves. Hardly surprising. These old, weak, and disabled zombies. Emily feared their cries would attract other zombies. To be safe, he killed them one by one along the way. Looking at the bodies of these elderly zombies behind him, Emily felt a heavy heart. When he was a child scavenging for vegetable leaves in the market, these old folks had often given him steamed buns, candied skewers, and the like. Sigh. Emoli shook his head and continued deeper into the market. Most of the vegetables on the stalls were wilted, some already rotten with flies buzzing around. As for the meat stalls, they were completely clean, stripped bare, likely ravaged by the zombies. Emoli licked his lips, lamenting inwardly. He really craved meat, but it wouldn't have lasted 5 days anyway. By now it was probably long spoiled. It was gone, so be it. Emoli continued walking and soon came to a fork. To the right was a shopping street. Taking this route would save him nearly 500 meters. The problem was this shopping street was a straight shot, and it seemed somewhat enclosed with good security measures in place. It wouldn't be easy to climb onto the rooftops. If he got trapped, there would be no escape. Emoli hesitated, looking at the shopping street. Recalling the dangers he had encountered on the road, he shook his head. Better to play it safe. With that thought, he continued along the market. At another spot in the shopping street, a zombie was shuffling slowly when a black shadow flashed by. Its body and head were instantly separated, blood splattered, and a stream of black liquid flowed onto the ground. A creature with a long, slender body, pale skin, and a few purple veins sprawling over its form, something resembling a cross between a hound and a human, crawled down from the wall and began feasting on the zombie corpse. KSSSSSS. Immediately after, several other monsters of the exact same appearance rushed, overdrawn by the scent. They started fighting among themselves over the zombie corpse, even smashing a large dent into the hood of a nearby car. Emoli was unaware of this, otherwise he would have understood why there were so few zombies in the market. Emoli continued walking along the stalls, soon passing through the market and arriving at a street intersection. As expected, zombies were once again abundant, densely scattered across the street. Emoli sighed and was about to climb onto the rooftop when he suddenly noticed a pair of eyes staring at him from a window. It was a little girl with tattered clothes and an unusually swollen neck. No. Emoli looked into her blood-red eyes and immediately realized she was a zombie. Before Emoli could hesitate, the zombie girl let out a piercing scream. The harsh, grating sound instantly flooded the entire street. The zombies all turned their heads toward Emoli. Sweating profusely, Emoli watched the tide of corpses surging toward him, among which a few figures were moving with alarming speed. He cursed and immediately turned to run. Emoli stepped on a minivan, leaped onto the security bars of a second-floor window, climbed a bit, and flipped onto the rooftop. But the zombie girl with the swollen neck followed him with surprising agility. She didn't attack, just kept screaming behind him. "You motherfucker." Emoli picked up a brick and hurled it at her, but she dodged nimbly. Around him, runner zombies kept climbing onto the roof and charging at him. Emoli had no choice but to flee, leaping from roof to roof, vaulting over fences, jumping onto the security bars across the street, and climbing desperately upward. Yet even so, the zombie girl relentlessly pursued him, acting like a loudspeaker behind him, drawing the attention of runner zombies from all directions. Looking at the dozens of runner zombies densely packed on the rooftops behind him, and then at the zombie girl who was chasing him like a fool, Emoli felt a surge of frustration. But at this moment he had no choice but to keep running. If those dozens of runner zombies caught up with him, whether he would even leave a trace behind was questionable. After climbing across rooftops for over 10 minutes, Emoli began to grow winded, his limbs feeling weak and unsteady. His cycling gloves were torn in several places, scraped and punctured by the anti-theft spikes head accidentally brushed against during his frantic escape. But the pursuing runners behind him had no such concerns. Driven by their hunger for Emoli's flesh, even if they scraped their hands and feet, even if they slipped and tumbled off the building, they would still clumsily climb back up and continue their chase. Damn it all, why am I so unlucky? Should I have taken that commercial street after all? Was I being too clever for my own good, eh? Emoli was filled with regret, but there was little time for self-reproach. Just then a runner burst out from behind a water tank on his escape route, tackling Emoli directly and sending them both tumbling off the rooftop. Boom. Emoli hit the ground, dazed and battered. Seeing the runner opening its jaws to bite him, he shoved his arm against its neck, then drove his dagger into its head. Rawr! Blood splattered. Compared to the rotten, shambling zombies, the blood of these runners was much brighter, almost indistinguishable from that of the living. After dispatching this zombie, Emoli shoved it aside and scrambled to his feet. Just as he was about to run, a sharp pain shot through his ankle. It's broken. Emoli's heart sank. But hearing the roars from the rooftop, he gritted his teeth, forced himself up, and limped forward. Is this where I die, eh? Emoli clenched his jaw, staring at the exit of the street. That was the main road. If he could just reach it and find a working car, he could survive. Why did it have to come to this? Enduring the agony, he sheathed his dagger and scrambled desperately towards it. But already exhausted and now with a broken ankle, his pace slowed considerably. It wouldn't be long before the runners behind him caught up and tore him apart alive. Damn it, had endured plenty of hardship in his life and never committed any great evil. Why did he deserve this fate? Besides, he was still a virgin, never even had a girlfriend. He hadn't lived his life to the fullest yet. He really didn't want to die. Emily crawled desperately towards the main road, the snarling of the zombies growing closer, a wave of despair washing over him. Just then he heard the roar of an engine and looked up towards the sound. A police car sped towards him, screeching to a halt in front of him. The window rolled down, revealing a young woman in a police uniform. She aimed a pistol equipped with a silencer and fired several shots past him. The runners closest to him dropped instantly, each shot a perfect headshot. "Don't just stand there, get in." The girl's voice was soft but urgent as she shouted at Emily. "Oh." Emily scrambled over, yanked open the rear door, and tumbled inside. Before he could even close the door, the girl floored the accelerator. The tires smoked as the car surged forward quickly, leaving the pursuing runners far behind. The zombie girl and the pack of runners snarled in frustration as the vehicle sped away. Sob. Sob. Sitting in the back, Emily slammed the door shut, watching the scenery blur past the window, his heart still pounding with lingering fear. He was alive. He had survived. He wasn't dead. As he calmed down, Emily looked at the girl in the driver's seat. From the rearview mirror, she appeared to be around his age, with delicate features and gentle eyes. "Thank you. Were you bitten?" The girl's tone was tense. "What?" I said, "Were you bitten?" The girl in the police uniform, one hand on the wheel, raised the silenced pistol and aimed it at Emily with the other. Staring into the dark muzzle, Emily raised his hands and swallowed hard. "No. My foot is broken from the fall off the roof. I haven't been bitten by any zombie." "Show me." Hearing her cold command, Emily quickly rolled up his pant leg. His ankle was red and swollen, but there were no bleeding wounds. Seeing no bite marks or scratches on Emily, the girl breathed a sigh of relief, holstered her gun, and continued driving. Her tone softened with an apologetic note. "I'm sorry. I had to make sure you weren't infected. Please understand." As she said this, a shadow of sadness dimmed her eyes. "Infected? Don't you know? If you're scratched or bitten by those zombies, you get infected with the zombie virus. Within hours, you turn into a flesh-eating zombie. Is that so?" Emily inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he hadn't been scratched. Otherwise, he'd be done for. But isn't this basic knowledge? How do you not know this? Haven't you seen the news reports? The girl looked at him with a hint of confusion. "I was unconscious for a full 5 days. I only woke up yesterday, and everything had changed. I don't know anything." "Unconscious for 5 days?" The girl's expression turned to shock. On the day the virus broke out, many people had suddenly fallen into a coma for unknown reasons. Half an hour later, a minority woke up. But those who didn't. A few hours later, they also got up, their eyes clouded with a bloody red, transformed into monstrous flesh eaters. And this guy had been out for 5 whole days. The girl glanced at Emily in the rearview mirror. At first glance, he seemed rather ordinary, but his features were well proportioned, the kind of face that grew more appealing the longer you looked. If he cleaned himself up, he'd probably be quite a handsome young man. Right? What am I thinking? The girl shook her head, then looked into Emily's eyes. His dark brown pupils looked perfectly normal, definitely not those of a zombie. Maybe his situation was just a bit special. With that thought, she continued driving. Emily watched the scenery flash by, then suddenly realized something. This car. Isn't it going the wrong way? Where are we headed? The city center. The girl replied. What a... Just as Emily shouted in surprise, the car screeched to a sudden halt on the roadside of a park. The girl looked at Emily in the rearview mirror, her gaze dimming. I need to go to the city center to find my family. Will you come with me? In exchange, they'll give you this silenced Type 64 pistol and over 200 rounds of ammunition. You? Are you sure you want to go to the city center? The situation there. I know it's dangerous, but my parents and my little sister are still there. I have to find them. Emily looked at the anxious girl. Having been an orphan his whole life, he couldn't quite understand her decision. The city center was so dangerous, why risk it? Even if she found them, would her family really still be alive? Even if they hadn't turned into zombies, given how dangerous the city center was, would they truly have survived? Seeing Emily hesitate, the girl bit her lip, then turned to face him. I'm not forcing you. If you don't want to come with me, then get out here. This park has few zombies. You can check the park map at the entrance. There should be a route leading to the outskirts. Remember to head to the land transport hub. That's where we've set up a temporary safe zone. Watching the girl, who looked crestfallen, yet still took the time to advise him, Lee shook his head and smiled. Though he didn't understand her choice, he had always been someone who repaid kindness. You saved my life. My life is yours. If you want to go, I'll go with you. Watching the girl, who looked crestfallen, yet still took the time to advise him, Lee shook his head and smiled. Though he didn't understand her choice, he had always been someone who repaid kindness. You saved my life. My life is yours. If you want to go, I'll go with you. Boyfriend, to get my family off my back. Seeing her smile, Lee's face flushed, and he scratched his head sheepishly. Let's just focus on getting out of here alive first. Yeah. What's your name? Tan Yaling. And you? Emily. Emily. That's a good name. The car started moving again, heading along the main road towards the heart of the city. On the main road, many abandoned vehicles were crashed onto the roadside, while others stood idle in the middle of the lanes. Fortunately, the thoroughfare was wide enough to avoid a complete blockage. Wherever there was a slight obstruction, Tan Yaling would simply ram it aside with her police cruiser. The performance of a police vehicle truly lived up to its reputation. Miss Yaling, what's the situation now? Such a massive incident has occurred in Pingxiang City. Is there no external support? Emily asked from inside the vehicle. This virus erupted suddenly with no warning whatsoever. Across the entire nation, and even the whole world, hardly any place has been spared. Other regions are probably in a similar state to ours. Perhaps we'll receive orders once the military manages to consolidate its forces. Is that so? However, I've seen many peculiar zombies along the way. Those are special infected that have emerged recently. If you ever encounter one, you must be extremely cautious. There must be quite a few of these infected given that Pingxiang is such a large city. Gazing at the frowning young man in the rearview mirror, Tan Yaling offered a faint smile. You don't need to be too tense. Right near our Pingxiang City is the Southern Military Region. The land transport hub here was jointly constructed by our city's police department and the military. It's absolutely safe. Is that so? No wonder you're carrying so many bullets. I stole them from the military district. Emily was stunned by the girl's answer. My dad is the chief of the police bureau. It shouldn't be a problem for me to grab some supplies to save him, right? No problem. Emily's face was covered in exasperated lines. He decided it was better to stop asking about such matters. More than half an hour later, the vehicle came to a stop. All right, we're here. How's your foot? It's manageable. I can run, though it hurts a lot. Can you fight? I can handle 1 or 2 ordinary zombies at a time. Good. Follow me. The car door opened, and Tan Yaling hopped out, gripping a pistol and carrying a backpack. Emily drew his dagger and followed closely behind. They now stood outside an upscale residential complex in the city center. The iron gate at the entrance was firmly shut, preventing the police cruiser from entering, so they had to proceed on foot. The security booth's door was also tightly closed, but fortunately the glass was shattered. Tan Yaling stepped over the frame and extended a hand to Emily. He grasped her hand, and she pulled him through. The booth was a scene of carnage. Scattered batons on the floor, and a torn security uniform stained with dried blood silently testified to the horrors that had unfolded there. Tan Yaling glanced at the ID number on the uniform, her eyes dimming with sorrow for a moment. Then without hesitation she turned and walked away. Inside the complex not a single zombie was visible, but the lush vegetation made them wary. They crept cautiously toward Building 3. As expected, the zombies were all clustered near the buildings, likely having descended from the stairwells. Among the horde were a few figures that seemed afflicted with hyperactivity, the runners. Aside from them, no other special infected were spotted. Tan Yaling surveyed the zombie crowd, recognizing most of them as her former neighbors. Her anxiety for her family's safety intensified. Fortunately, she didn't see her parents or younger sister among them, which brought her a sliver of relief. But she couldn't wait any longer. Follow me. We'll take the emergency exit at the back of the building. Okay. Emily nodded and limped after Tan Yaling to the rear of Building 3. They had been extremely careful, yet as they passed by an abandoned vehicle, a sharp, raspy shriek suddenly pierced the air. A zombie child with a swollen neck trapped inside the vehicle was howling and pounding against the window. Rawr, ag, tisk. Tan Yaling gritted her teeth, raised her pistol, and fired at the screaming child zombie. Blood splattered across the glass. After silencing the nuisance, the girl looked at Emily. Run! They sprinted forward, and almost every zombie in the complex took notice of the commotion surging toward them. Tan Yaling gripped her pistol, tightly firing at the zombies lunging from the front. The slow-moving creatures, oblivious to the lethality of her weapon, had their heads blown off one by one. Emily too shoved aside the claws of an approaching zombie and drove his dagger into its skull. Cough hiss. At that moment, runners from all directions burst through the shambling horde charging at them. The rustling underbrush and darting figures suggested there were at least dozens closing in. Forget the regular zombies. Just run. Tan Yaling kicked over one zombie, and then slammed through another with her shoulder. She ejected the spent magazine, swiftly slapped in a fresh one from her pack, and scanned their surroundings while sprinting. The first runner reached them, grabbing hold of Emily's clothes, but Tan Yaling dispatched it with a single shot to the head. The two of them pushed through the surging horde, desperately making for the emergency exit. Runners kept breaking through the crowd to lunge at them. Without Tan Yaling's pistol and marksmanship, they would have surely perished. After a harrowing escape, they finally reached the entrance to the emergency stairwell and pushed open the door. Once inside, Tan Yaling turned and aimed at the few runners that had followed them, firing with precision. Meanwhile, Emily seized the opportunity to duck down and slam the door shut. Spotting a fire axe by the entrance, he grabbed it and wedged it firmly under the door handle. Bang! 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 Violent impacts thudded against the door. Emily eyed the fire axe handle. It looked sturdy enough to hold for a while. Having escaped the danger, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Tan Yaling lowered her pistol and gave Emily a gentle smile. Nice teamwork. Maybe we could be partners sometime. I wouldn't mind. Huh. If only there were a sometime. What? Nothing. Follow me. My place is on the 5th floor. At least you won't have to climb too many stairs. That's a relief. With this bum leg of mine, if I had to climb 10 or more floors I'd be a dead man. Heh, let's go. Emily followed Tan Yaling, gripping the handrail and hopping up the stairs on one leg, his movements rather comical. Yet Tan Yaling didn't laugh at him. There were quite a few zombies in the stairwell, but Tan Yaling dealt with them all with her pistol. Seeing Emily's eyes sparkling with admiration, Tan Yaling playfully waved her firearm. What? Envious. It's true that I'm only here because you saved my life, but does your offer still stand? Don't worry. Would a people's police officer lie to you? Good. But isn't your pistol a bit too quiet? It's a special military-grade silencer. It only lasts for a few hundred rounds, but that's more than enough. You're getting a great deal, you know. I've learned something new today. As they chatted, they walked through the corridor and arrived at the door of a house. Tan Yaling tried the handle, and as expected it was locked. A flicker of joy crossed her face as she pulled a key from her pocket, unlocked the door, and rushed inside. But the scene within the room left her frozen in place. A blonde woman leaned against the bookshelf, her body already beginning to decay with a conspicuous hole in her head, a gunshot wound. It was her European stepmother. Mom. Emily closed the door, gazing at the stunned girl, then followed her line of sight to the rotting corpse, letting out a sigh. Though he had anticipated this outcome all along. After a moment of daze, Tan Yaling shook her head, then turned and began searching the room. Finding no one, she dashed toward her sister's room. Pushing open the door, she saw a familiar petite figure in a white dress kneeling on the floor with her back to her. Lilith. Tan Yaling swallowed hard, stepping forward with trepidation. Then she saw the body of a middle-aged man lying on the floor in front of the girl. He wore a police uniform with a prominent bite mark on his shoulder and a hole on the side of his head, a pistol still gripped in his hand. Dad. Tan Yaling knelt on the floor, staring blankly at the corpse of the man before her. She could not accept that her father, who had always loved to lift her high and kiss her cheeks, had become this. Why did this happen? My dad made so many contributions, saved so many people. Why did he end up taking his own life? What? The girl covered her face with her hands, trembling all over. Emily entered from outside, shaking his head as he looked at the emotionally shattered Tan Yaling. Just then he suddenly noticed the petite figure with light golden hair beside Tan Yaling. At that moment the golden-haired girl seemed to sense something and turned to look at Emily. Her eyes were blood red like those of a zombie. Yaling, get away from that little zombie. Tan Yaling snapped out of it, looking up at her sister. The girl turned around, blinked her big eyes at Tan Yaling. Lilith. I'm your sister. Sis. Ter. Hearing the girl's address, Tan Yaling clung to her, as if grasping a lifeline. Lilith. Sob. Lilith. You're alive, thank goodness you're alive. Come, let me take a look at you. Tan Yaling released Lilith, and aside from those blood-red eyes clear as crystal, the girl looked no different from a normal person. Then Tan Yaling turned to her father's body, picked up the pistol from his hand, engaged the safety, and checked the magazine. There were 8 bullets left out of 9. Then Han Yaling left her sister's room and began searching the house. Besides a dozen more bullets, she found some canned meat in the kitchen. She packed them all into her backpack, which was already full of ammunition. Inside the room, Mo Lin kept a tight grip on his dagger, watching Lilith warily. Lilith tilted her head, observing the nervous big brother. Not long after Tan Yaling finished tidying up the house and returned to her sister's room. Tan Yaling approached Lilith, grabbed her shoulders, and looked at her with eyes full of reluctance, trying to imprint her sister's image deep in her memory. Lilith, I love you. After a moment, as if she had made a decision, she handed the pistol with a silencer attached to Emily. Do you know how to use a gun? No. This is the magazine. Insert it into the bottom of the pistol, pull back like this to chamber a round, then you can aim. This is the safety. Close it if you don't want accidental discharge. Erase the magazine release button. I press it to eject the magazine. To reload, fill the magazine with bullets and insert it again. I don't think I need to teach you how to aim and shoot. Got it. Emily took the pistol, examining it curiously. He had played plenty of shooting games, but handling a real gun was a first. You're giving it to me, eh? Yes, and there are over 200 rounds of ammunition and a few canned meats in this backpack. Take it with you. Emily accepted them, somewhat stunned, looking at Tan Yaling with a sense of unease. Emily, can I ask one last favor? I know it's selfish, but my sister has been disabled in both legs since childhood and can't walk. I still hope you can take my sister and escape. Please. What do you mean? Aren't you coming with me? The zombies downstairs. Someone needs to lead them away. What the hell? I don't agree. We go together or not at all. What are you thinking staying behind? Seeing Emily's confusion, Tan Yaling's eyes dimmed. She rolled up her sleeve, revealing a prominent bite mark on her arm. When I first entered the city this morning, I saved a young man about your age. But I didn't know he was bitten, and he turned right in the car. Emily stared blankly at the wound on the girl's arm, finding it hard to accept. I know I'm doomed. That's why I risked everything to come back and see my parents. I'm sorry for dragging you into this, but at least my sister is still alive. Please, I beg you, take my sister out of here. Tan Yaling looked at Emily, knelt down before him, and kowtowed. Looking at his savior bowing to him, Emily clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. I promise you. Thank you. After Mo agreed, Tan Yeling seemed to remember something. She pulled a folded map from her pocket, took out a pen, and began marking it. This is the escape route I drew. When the outbreak happened, our police station blocked the nearby overpass to maintain order. You can take that route. Mo took the map, looking at Tan Yeling with a conflicted gaze, unsure what to say. Tan Yeling just smiled, walked over, picked up Lilith, and handed her to Mo. Mo took the girl, noticing the faint floral scent from her, surprised. So light. Is this little one really this light? I'm entrusting her to you. Please take good care of her. I will. Bang. 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 Just then they heard violent crashing sounds from downstairs, along with continuous roars, presumably the running zombies breaking through the fire escape door. There's no time. You go now. After leaving the door, go straight down this corridor. At the corner there's a fire hose cabinet. Inside there's a water hose. When I lead the zombies upstairs, you can grab the fire hose and descend from the 5th floor. Can you manage? No problem. Go. Tan Yeling grabbed a rope from inside the room and walked out the door. Go that way. He'll draw the zombies away. Tan Yeling looked at Mo, only to find him staring intently at her. Lilith, be a good girl, okay? Mo. Farewell. And thank you. Looking at Mo, who turned to leave with his sister, Tan Yeling ran in the opposite direction with a rope and a bang, bang, bang. The loud gunfire echoed through half the community as the unsilenced handgun attracted all the zombies, who rushed towards the building in a frenzy. Mo hid beside the firebox around the corner of the corridor, frowning at the deafening gunshots, and opened the firebox to pull out the fire hose inside. Little one, hold on tight to me. The girl stared blankly, showing no reaction to Mo's words. Tisk, what is wrong with this little one throwing a tantrum now? Is she reluctant to part with her sister? Forget it, I won't hold it against her. Mo took off the damp delivery uniform, held Lilith in his arms, and then tied them together with his clothes. After tying a knot with the sleeve around his waist, he took a deep breath to relieve his tension while looking at the dazed girl in his arms, and threw the fire hose out the window. The hose rolled down in midair, just long enough to reach the ground. Mo looked out the window and saw many zombies rushing towards the exit and the safety passage, none of them noticing this spot. Once the zombies outside were sufficiently distracted, Mo began to climb out the window. Climbing was somewhat laborious due to his broken foot, but fortunately his arms were strong enough and the girl in his arms was light enough that he encountered no other accidents during his descent. Meanwhile, Tan Yeling was shooting at the zombies below the stairs while running up. Roar. Cough, cough. Come on, don't you want to eat me? Tan Yeling held the rope in one hand and the handgun in the other, shooting while running, trying to make as much noise as possible. Just around a corner of the stairs, a running zombie suddenly lunged at her. At that moment, Tan Yeling's attention was completely focused on the zombies below, and she failed to notice the running zombie that suddenly appeared from the corner. Instantly caught by the zombie, it bit down on her neck and began tearing at her flesh. Off. Tan Yeling screamed in agony, quickly raising her handgun to shoot at the zombie biting her neck. Bang. Poof. Blood splattered as the zombie, in its final moments of pain, tore a chunk of flesh from her neck, blood gushing from her throat. Cough, cough. Tan Yeling clutched her neck while coughing, then furrowed her brow, concentrating as she continued to run upstairs, firing her gun as she went. The upscale building was not very tall, only 10 stories with relatively few residents for a better user experience. Before long, Tan Yeling reached the rooftop, locked the door to the terrace, and while covering her throat with one hand that held the rope, she ran awkwardly towards the edge of the floor with her other hand clutching the handgun, blood dripping down her neck and pooling on the ground. At the edge of the rooftop, Tan Yeling knelt on the ground, opened the safety, and ejected the magazine, looking at the empty rounds inside. She pulled out a set of bullets from her pocket, exactly 9, and began loading them into the handgun's magazine. Cough, cough. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as she coughed weakly. Her throat hurt immensely. She could feel that the bite had reached blood vessels and arteries. Due to excessive blood loss, she felt her head becoming dizzy, her vision blurring. As the head of the police station, she usually took less than 15 seconds to load a 9-round magazine, but now it took her almost a minute. At the door to the rooftop, there came a violent banging sound. The running zombies, drawn by the scent of fresh human blood, seemed more frenzied than ever, relentlessly pounding against the door. Even if they were bloodied, even if they were pushed over the edge by the zombies behind them and fell downstairs, they still struggled to stand up and pressed forward. Before long, the rooftop door was smashed open and the doorknob rolled to the ground. One by one, the running zombies poured out from the stairway, following the blood trail towards the girl on the distant terrace. Tan Yeling looked at the zombies breaking through the door, tied the rope to the railing and the other end around her neck, making a tight knot. After doing all this, she raised her handgun and fired a shot into the sky, then aimed it one last time at the zombies. Bang. 8. Bang. 7. Cough, cough. With each shot fired, the girl counted, and with each count a zombie fell. She wanted to attract as many zombies as possible for Mo to kill as many as she could. When she counted down to 1 looking at the zombies up close, she smiled at Emily, who had safely escaped below, trembling as she aimed the gun at her own head. I really want to eat a warm glutinous rice ball one last time. Bang! Blood splattered as the girl fell lifelessly downwards, her handgun slipping from her grasp. But the rope tied to the railing tightened around her neck, suspending her in midair. The zombies, stimulated by the fresh blood, surged forward like a waterfall rushing from the rooftop and plummeting down, turning into a pile of flesh. Hearing this commotion, Emily, who had run far away, turned to look at the rooftop, stunned by the scene above. The girl who had saved his life not long ago and had shared laughter with him was now lifeless, her disheveled hair dangling as she hung from the rooftop, blood dripping from her toes and attracting the attention of the zombies. Woo! Emily felt a lump in his throat, a feeling he couldn't quite express blocking his chest. Sister! Sister! The girl in his arms peeked out her head, but Emily hurriedly covered her eyes. Don't look! Emily shook his head, forcing himself to stay composed, not daring to look at the girl's tragic state, and limped away as if to escape. He couldn't let Tan Yaling die in vain. He was determined to take this little one in his arms out of here. Emily ran desperately toward the overpass, clutching the tightly bound girl in one arm and holding a map. On the way, many zombies noticed Emily, but he avoided ordinary ones whenever possible. The nearby runners, however, were almost all drawn to Tan Yaling, so Emily faced little obstruction. Even when 1 or 2 noticed him, he took them down with his silenced pistol. After more than 10 minutes, Emily finally reached the entrance to the overpass. Seeing the fire trucks and police cars blocking the road, he climbed over the edge and, to escape the zombies' sight, limped desperately onto the bridge. He ran for what felt like an eternity, and when he saw no more zombies pursuing, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, still holding the girl. Panting and coughing, Emily's sprained ankle burned with pain. A fracture should have been allowed to rest, but now it throbbed like needles. The girl in his arms, Lilith, nestled quietly against him, sensing his breath. She blinked, her large crimson eyes looking docile and calm. Emily looked at the little one in his arms. She bore a slight resemblance to Tan Yaling, but the rest of her features were those of a foreign girl. A blue bow was tied at the back of her head, and her light golden curly hair framed a round face with big eyes. A very adorable mixed-race girl. Emily stroked her head and said, "You're Lilith, right?" Emily. The girl stammered, Emily, looking a little dazed. Emily stared into her crimson eyes, paused, then shook his head. Even though the girl's eyes had turned the same blood red as the zombies, she showed no aggression or hostility. She probably wasn't a zombie, just affected by something else. Emily didn't dwell on it. After resting enough, he lifted Lilith again and limped forward along the overpass. The overpass was empty with an unobstructed view, and best of all, not a single zombie in sight. Tan Yaling's route had been correct. This bridge cut straight through the downtown area to the suburban land transport hub, so he just had to keep walking. After walking for over half an hour, Emily looked up at the sun and crouched to check his supplies. The water in his satchel was completely gone. The backpack Tan Yaling had given him contained only bullets and some canned meat. No water. After running so long, Emily's throat was parched. The overpass offered no shade and the afternoon sun scorched him. The night before had been freezing, but now the sunlight stung his skin. He felt irritable, but when he saw the curious eyes looking up at him from his arms, his mood softened. "Don't be afraid. They'll get you out of here," Emily said. The girl merely blinked, not responding. He didn't mind. After checking that the sleeves behind him were tied tight, he hoisted the backpack and continued forward with the girl in his arms. Though the overpass was safe, Emily now found himself in a dilemma. He was thirsty, really thirsty, his throat aching. The blazing sun felt even hotter. Just then a faint red appeared at the edge of his vision. Emily rubbed his eyes and looked at the red mist rising over the city. Dust, or something else. Puzzled, he remembered the strangely red sunset had seen when waking from his coma, and a wave of unease washed over him. Emily shook his head, trying not to overthink, and pressed on. Half an hour later, he finally reached the entrance of a toll station. Seeing the rest area beside it, joy surged in his heart. Finally, he could find some water. But Emily felt that the red dust around him was growing denser, though he couldn't tell if it was his imagination. As he, dying of thirst, prepared to search for something to drink, he suddenly noticed several lingering figures near the toll station. These figures staggered, wearing clothes of all kinds: suits, tracksuits, long dresses. Ordinary zombies. Emily hesitated, then took out his silenced pistol from his pocket, released the safety, and advanced slowly. Emily stared at the staggering zombies, a strange dread creeping into his heart. At that moment, as if sensing his presence, the swaying figures turned in unison, facing him. Emily's pupils contracted at the sight. Unlike other zombies, their skulls were split open, exposing their brains. On the folds of the brains grew flowers resembling spider lilies, constantly emitting blood-red dust. These were definitely not normal zombies. Just as Emily was about to fire, he felt as if a boulder had struck his head, and he collapsed to the ground limp. Not understanding what was happening, he clutched the little girl while staring at the pistol that had slid away, trembling all over. It hurts. My head hurts. Before losing consciousness, Lee watched the staggering zombies with flowers on their brains slowly approaching his eyes, filled with terror. What are these things? Late at night, Lee was suddenly awakened by the cold. Staring at the moon high in the sky, he was stunned. Gasping for breath, Lee felt his throat raw from coughing. He looked at the girl sleeping in his arms, dazed. Then he suddenly snapped to sat up with the girl and hurriedly looked around. The zombies with flowers on their heads had mysteriously vanished. What's going on? Lee felt dizzy and weak. He picked up the pistol from the ground and, carrying Lilith, limped toward the toll station under the moonlight. Pushing open the door of the toll station's duty room, the weakened Lee stumbled inside. Then he spotted a bottle of mineral water on the windowsill. He grabbed it, twisted off the cap, and gulped it down desperately. The cold water soothed Lee's throat and quenched his bodous need. After finishing the bottle, he still felt dizzy. Using his backpack as a pillow, he laid down on the ground with the girl in his arms. It was cold, very cold. Lee shivered all over, but he didn't want to move. He had no strength left, his head was foggy, and he could barely think. He unfastened the takeout delivery uniform that bound them together and draped it over himself, but he was still freezing. Luckily, the little one in his arms was warm. Had heard that children's body temperatures run higher than adults, and it seemed true. Feeling Lilith's warmth, Lee instinctively pulled her closer. Stroking her soft hair and breathing in the faint, reassuring scent of flowers, he slowly drifted off to sleep. For reasons unknown, perhaps due to sheer exhaustion, Lee slept surprisingly soundly. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw the little one in his arms, blinking her big eyes, gazing up at him. Realizing he was holding her tightly, he immediately loosened his grip and scratched his head. Sorry, you're just too warm to hold. Lee spoke truthfully, feeling no embarrassment before the little one. Of course, to avoid being mistaken for a strange older brother, he refrained from mentioning that she smelled pleasant and reassuring. My. Lilith tilted her head, looking somewhat dazed. Gurgle, gurgle. At that moment, both their stomachs growled in unison. Right, you must be hungry. Unsure of the time, he glanced at the moon descending toward the horizon. A dawn was approaching. Taking advantage of the moonlight, Lee pulled a canned meat from his backpack. One Tanya Ling had packed earlier, opened it, and offered it to Lilith. She eyed it with curiosity, leaned in to sniff, then immediately wrinkled her nose in distaste and turned her head away. You little one, how can you be so picky? Lee sniffed the can himself, but smelled quite appetizing. Thinking it might not suit her taste, he opened another can, but Lilith avoided it with the same look of disdain. Could it be she only eats vegetables? Lee scratched his head, looking at the backpack full of canned meat. Little one, make do with this, it's all we have for now. Lilith knelt on the ground, utterly unresponsive to his words, merely staring blankly into space. Lee gazed at the little one. Was she thinking of her sister? At that thought, he shook his head, turned his attention to the spice-scented canned meat in his hand, and unable to bear the hunger any longer, began to eat voraciously. This was no ordinary cheap canned meat, it was generously filled and well-seasoned. Lee had never tasted such delicious canned food, and he wolfed it down. The rich, savory broth and chunks of tender meat were chewed and swallowed, nourishing his famished body and soul. It would have been even more exquisite if heated. Lee chewed as loudly as he could to attract Lilith's attention, but she remained kneeling, dazed, not even glancing his way. Little one, are you sure you want to eat? He held out the half-eaten can and waved it in front of her. Lilith. Only upon hearing her name called did Lilith lift her head to look at Lee, then lowered it again. Please eat something, Lilith. Sigh. Lee let out a sigh and gently patted her head with his large hand. Why does this child seem so dull and listless? Was it because of her sister's death? Lee had no experience caring for children. Since Lilith refused to eat, he couldn't force her, so he focused on satiating his own hunger. After devouring 3 cans of meat, the gnawing emptiness in his stomach finally eased. By now the moon had dipped below the mountains, and the eastern sky was tinged with the pale light of dawn. Daybreak was near. Based on his experience after a night of heightened activity, zombies' perception and mobility slightly decreased in the morning, the perfect time to travel. Lee lifted Lilith by her legs, set her on the table, and picked up the Matewan delivery uniform, binding the two of them together once more. Lilith's hair was long and beautiful, but also troublesome. To prevent zombies from grabbing it, he gathered her long, wavy golden locks and tied them into a knot. His handiwork was poor. 2 fuzzy hair buns hung awkwardly at the back of Lilith's head. With a comb, Lee could have done a better job, but there was no time. After eating his fill, he held Lilith, slung the backpack over his shoulder, picked up the pistol from the ground, ejected the magazine, reloaded it with fresh bullets, and pulled back the slide to chamber a round before continuing on his way. Lee scanned his surroundings warily, peering at the toll station beyond the window, a flicker of confusion in his mind. What had happened? The zombies with flowers growing from their heads had vanished completely. He had been unconscious. Why hadn't they devoured him? Sensing the lingering dull ache in his head, Lee felt a surge of fear. What on earth were those zombies? Why did it feel as though his brain had been struck by an invisible stone? He touched the back of his head, There was no pain, no sign of an external blow. Could those zombies have attacked his mind from a distance? Regardless, from now on the best course was to stay as far away from such zombies as possible. That feeling of utter helplessness was too despairing. Emily passed through the elevated highway toll station and pulled out a map to study it. Passing the toll station meant they had left the city center. As for why he didn't take the police car back the way they came, besides not knowing how to drive, the noise from the vehicle had attracted a horde of zombies on the way here with Tanya Ling. Recalling the dozens of runners that had chased them, Emily still felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly shifted his focus to the map in his hands. The straight-line distance to the land transport hub was only about 4 kilometers. Though the actual route was winding and circuitous, it was still quite close. On a normal day this would have been a simple task, but now. Emily lowered the map and stared at the vehicles clogging the road ahead of the toll station. Zombies densely packed the main thoroughfare, wandering among the cars like ants. Why had so many zombies gathered here? There weren't even that many buses among the blocked vehicles. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a zombie stumbled into a car hood, triggering a piercing alarm. The noise drew other zombies toward it. Not just ordinary ones, but several fidgety runners as well. Damn, afraid the zombies might steal your car, huh? Emily listened to the distant sirens and watched the steadily gathering zombies, a vein bulging on his forehead. He had a pretty good idea why so many of the undead were congregating here. In any case, the main road was a dead end now, so he turned and headed towards the rest area beside the toll booth. A dozen or so zombies shuffled around the rest area, but thankfully they were all the common slow-moving type. Emily didn't even bother with his pistol. Drawing his dagger, he weaved through them with a few agile maneuvers, dispatching the sluggish creatures with ease. In his arms, Lilith watched the fallen corpses, her eyes tinged with crimson, but the stench of decay made her wrinkle her nose in disgust, and she burrowed her face deeper into Emily's chest. Noticing Lilith's reaction, Emily assumed she was scared of the zombies and gently stroked her head. Don't be afraid, these are the bad guys. It's okay. After clearing the rest area, Emily began searching for the staff entrance while also scavenging for supplies. The small shop was fully stocked with goods, plenty of snacks, drinks, and even cigarettes and alcohol. These held little appeal for Emily. Having grown up poor, he knew that if he'd picked up those habits, he'd probably never have been able to afford a decent meal. He passed them by, instead finding some small cakes and jelly cups which he offered to the girl in his arms. Lilith's crimson eyes flickered slightly at the sight of the treats, and she took them. Seeing that she didn't reject them, Emily breathed a sigh of relief. Kids really do love their snacks. He tore open the packaging of a small cake and handed it to her. Lilith grabbed it with both small hands and began nibbling at it, looking a bit like a hamster. The thought crossed Emily's mind. It was kind of cute though. Almost made him want to pinch her cheek. Emily shook his head, dispelling those random thoughts. He was on a tight schedule. After stuffing a few more small loaves of bread and jelly puddings into his bag, along with a dozen or so lighters heads swiped from the counter, he began his search for the staff passage. It didn't take long to spot a door with a sign that read staff only in bold letters. Any citizen of the Dragon Kingdom would instantly recognize what that door was for. Emily stared at the firmly shut door and tried the handle. As expected, it was locked tight. Emily frowned. His options were to either charge through the horde in front of the toll booth or turn back the way he came. There was no other way down from the overpass. Of course, Emily wasn't stupid enough to pick either of those. Instead, he went back to the zombies he'd just killed, searching the bodies of those wearing work uniforms. Sure enough, he managed to find a set of keys. Meanwhile, he noticed the zombie horde in the distance, slowly shuffling closer, likely drawn by the scent of blood from the corpses. It was time to leave. Returning to the staff door, he glanced at the lock fiddled with the keys, and after finding one with a similar shape, inserted it and turned. Click. Success. Emily turned the handle and carefully pushed the door open. After confirming there were no zombies on the other side, he slipped inside and quickly locked the door behind him to prevent any pursuers. He felt a wave of relief as he looked at the stairwell descending downwards. Getting through this would take him off the overpass. As he opened the door, a faint breeze wafted up from the stairwell below, carrying a foul stench that made Emily's stomach turn. The smell of decay meant there were corpses or zombies somewhere down there. He put away his dagger and drew his pistol carefully, making his way down the stairs. It wasn't long before he found the source of the stench. A man in a police uniform was slumped against the wall, the source of the putrid odor. Emily cautiously approached and gave the body a gentle kick. It seemed to be a genuine corpse, not a zombie. After a moment's hesitation, he held his breath and began searching the dead officer. Unfortunately, the policeman only had a baton on him, no other weapons. Emily had hoped to find another gun or some ammunition. It made sense, though firearm regulations were incredibly strict in the Dragon Kingdom. The pistol he had fitted with a military-grade suppressor was practically a legendary weapon. Continuing his search of the body, Emily was glad to find a walkie-talkie. He wiped the black blood off it using the officer's uniform and started fiddling with it. Had never used one before, and this was a police issue model. It took him a while to figure out how it worked. Static. The walkie-talkie crackled with static before emitting a beep indicating it had connected to a channel. Hello? Hello? Static. Only static answered his call, no human voice. What's going on? Is it broken? Emily tapped the device, but when there was still no response he sighed in disappointment. Head hoped to find rescue or something, but it seemed he was on his own. Tucking the walkie-talkie away, he continued down the staff stairwell. Surprisingly, the rest of the descent was uneventful without a single zombie. Emily reached the exit of the staff passage and found it locked as well, which explained things. This little area was quite secure. The police officer must have locked himself in here, though Head died for some unknown reason. Emily didn't dwell on it. He pulled out his map to get his bearings. If he was right, this was a place called Jiun Toll Station. The surrounding area was a residential district, though the buildings were the typical orderly high-rises. This kind of place had a simple layout, but the downside was that it meant more zombies. Emily almost missed his old slum. At least there you could hop across the rooftops to evade the undead. Here, if a runner spotted you, it would turn into a brutal test of endurance, made even more dangerous by the risk of attracting more zombies while fleeing. Thankfully, Emily now had a legendary weapon in his hand. He looked at the pistol, his gaze turning resolute. He gently patted the girl's head. Lilith, no matter what happens, you must not scream. If the bad people find us, they'll eat us. Hearing her name, Lilith looked up at Emily, tilting her head in confusion, unsure if she understood. But the little one in his arms had been very quiet and well-behaved throughout their journey. She hadn't made a sound when he was dealing with the zombies at the toll booth, so it should be fine. Pistol in hand, Emily carefully moved through the corridor, his back against the wall. The cold morning wind made him shiver. Looking at the little one in his arms, he realized He'd need to find some rope. Using his shirt as a sling wasn't a good long-term solution. It left him cold and vulnerable to zombie scratches. Maybe he could check the residential area. If he could, Emily would prefer to bypass it. Not only was there nowhere to hide from zombies, but he was also likely to run into other survivors there. Recalling his experiences in his old neighborhood, Emily sighed inwardly. In times like these, people were on edge, just trying to survive. After witnessing others being devoured alive, it was hard to think rationally. Good people were already struggling not to harm others, let alone those with malicious intent who would do anything to survive. People like Tan Yeling were rare, and she had gotten bitten while trying to save someone. Remembering the girl's smile as she chatted, and then the image of her lifeless body hanging in the air, a sharp pang of pain throbbed in Emily's head. This damn world. I can't even give my savior a proper burial. He gritted his teeth, trying to relax his mind. In the end, he could barely take care of himself, let alone anyone else. Until he escaped this zombie-infested city, he wanted to avoid contact with other survivors as much as possible. But this residential area was massive. Going around it would mean an extra 7 or 8 kilometers, and who knows what He'd run into on the way. So even if it meant potential trouble, Emily chose to cut straight through the district. In a residential area, Emily cautiously surveyed his surroundings, advancing slowly. He carefully checked every corner. He turned, truly dreading another face-to-face encounter with a zombie. The streets were somewhat crowded with the undead, including a fair number of runners. Fearing that the sounds of a fight or the scent of blood would draw more of them, Emily chose to evade whenever possible. After navigating through 2 more housing blocks without incident, Emily, carrying Lilith, arrived at a shopping street. Every delivery driver had a designated zone, and he had rarely visited this one, so he wasn't familiar with it. Fortunately, he had the map given to him by Tan Yeling. The route was clear in his mind. Cross this shopping street, pass 3 more residential areas, follow Shun Southwest Road, turn onto Shun West Road, cross the river bridge, then head left for about 3 kilometers along the Zhang River to reach the land transport hub. Emily studied the map, took a deep breath, and tucked it away. Before heading there, he decided to see if he could scavenge anything useful from the shopping street. A few zombies wandered aimlessly, and occasionally a small horde would pass by. Fortunately, aside from the runners, there were no other special infected in the area. Spotting a zombie blocking the intersection ahead, Emily picked up a small stone and hurled it at the glass window of a nearby shop. The noise drew the creature's attention, and it shuffled inside. Seizing the opportunity, Emily slipped past. He continued his stealthy advance along the commercial street until he found the type of store he was looking for. The good news was that he found a hardware store. The bad news was that its shutter door was firmly closed. Emily frowned at the sealed entrance. It seemed things wouldn't always go smoothly. However, this wasn't an insurmountable obstacle. He looked up at the second-floor window, holstered his pistol, and tested the ground with his previously injured foot. A flicker of confusion crossed his mind. In the past, a sprained wrist from a delivery accident would have kept him sidelined for days. Yet the injury he sustained just yesterday had almost completely healed after a single night's sleep. When had he become so resilient? He dismissed the stray thought, focusing on the task at hand. He broke into a run, used a flower bed as a springboard, planted a foot on a lamppost, and pivoted midair to leap towards the shop, grabbing hold of its signboard. A sharp crack. The combined weight of Emily, his backpack full of ammunition, and the little one in his arms was proving to be quite substantial. The signboard groaned under the strain. Feeling it give way with a sudden lurch, Emily quickly grabbed the balcony railing of the second floor and hauled himself over. He made it just in time. The sign didn't crash to the ground, but was left dangling precariously from the storefront. Emily breathed a sigh of relief. He scanned the balcony and pulled a dagger from his pocket. Damn, even the balcony door is locked. This is ridiculous. Who would even think of robbing this place? He paused, realizing the irony. Well, he had just gotten in. Shaking his head, he reached through the bars of the window next to the door and tried to push it. Creak. The window wasn't locked after all. Emily's face lit up with relief. He pushed it open, checked the room inside for danger, and then reached in trying to turn the doorknob from the inside. The distance was a bit of a stretch. As he leaned in, he accidentally bumped Lilith's head against the security bars. Whimper. Oh, sorry. Emily gently rubbed Lilith's head to soothe her, then fumbled with the lock on the other side of the door. There shouldn't be any security alarms in a place like this, right? He turned the knob, pushed the door open, and stepped into the living room. After confirming the living room was empty, Emily began to search for anything useful. The apartment was much larger and brighter than his own cramped rental. He made his way to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. It was completely empty, not even a scrap of food. Disappointed, he closed the fridge. The kitchen held nothing of value, just some subpar knives. He couldn't imagine fighting off zombies with these flat-edged blades. They were even worse than the pointed cleaver back in his tiny rental. He left the kitchen feeling a bit let down. Looking at the vast living room, he wasn't sure where to start. He decided to head straight for the shop downstairs. Passing through the stairwell, he entered the store on the first floor. It was very dim. With the shutter door at the front and neighboring shops on either side, there were no windows. The air was thick with a stale, rusty smell, as if it hadn't been ventilated in a long time. Emily switched on his small flashlight and began to rummage through the store. He found screws, pipes, and steel tubes, but most of it was useless to him right now. They would have been handy for reinforcing a shelter, but he had no intention of staying. Every day spent in this zombie-infested city was a risk. Who knew when a special infected might find him, and that would be the end. Forget about finding a safe house. He was done with this urban survival nightmare. He just wanted to get back to the countryside. His mind began to wander again, but he forced his attention back to the search. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes from a dark corner of the shop had been watching him the entire time. They shifted their gaze from Emily to the little girl in his arms. At that moment, Lilith seemed to sense something. She turned her head and looked directly at the figure in the corner, her red pupils emitting a faint, eerie glow in the darkness. Huh. Emily spun around, flashlight in hand, and drew his dagger. Who's there? Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. A middle-aged man with a scruffy beard cowered behind the counter, his face pale with terror as he stared at Emily. Who are you? I am the owner of this shop. Take whatever you want, just don't hurt me. The man was clearly petrified. Satisfied that the man posed no threat, Emily sheathed his dagger. Don't worry, I'm just looking for supplies. The man stammered. But why are you carrying a zombie? A zombie? Emily looked down at Lilith in his arms. She simply blinked her large red eyes at him. She's not a zombie. Her eyes are just red for a certain reason. See, she doesn't bite me. To prove his point, Emily poked Lilith's cheek with his index finger. She frowned, looking a bit displeased with the gesture. Seeing that Lilith truly hadn't bitten Emily, the man let out an audible sigh of relief. What are you looking for? Her. My sister can't walk. I need something to carry her on my back. I can give you something, but could you spare me some food? Emily looked at the shopkeeper's haggard face, momentarily stunned. If he remembered correctly, there was a small convenience store right next to this shop, wasn't there? Why would he be short on food? All right. Emily nodded, pulling 2 canned meats and a few packs of small cakes from his backpack, placing them on the counter. The shopkeeper stared at the food on the counter, swallowing hard. Wait for me for a moment. Let me check the back warehouse. After saying this, the man opened the door behind the counter and disappeared into it. Emily watched the man vanish, narrowed his eyes, and slipped his hand into his pocket, gripping his pistol. It's always better to be cautious. Fortunately, the shopkeeper didn't pull any tricks, and soon returned with what Emily wanted. This is a safety rope the kind workers use. It's perfect for carrying the little one on your back. Emily's eyes lit up at the sight of the safety rope on the counter. This kind of rope was elastic, less likely to cause strain, and very sturdy. Indeed suitable for carrying Lilith. Thanks. Emily nodded and picked up the rope. And the food. It's yours. Seeing Emily agree, the man's face lit up. He opened a cake wrapper and devoured the food ravenously, as if he hadn't eaten in ages. Watching the man wolf down the food, Emily took off his delivery uniform, set Lilith aside, and began to put on his own clothes, zipping them up. Then he picked up Lilith and started securing the safety rope around himself. Molly had worked on construction sites before, so he knew how to use a safety rope. By the time he finished, the shopkeeper had just polished off a few small cakes and a can of meat, reluctantly stashing away the last remaining can. If I remember correctly, there's a convenience store right next to your shop. Are you really that hungry? Emily asked. What does it matter if there's a store? Do you dare to go out there? The streets are full of man-eating monsters. The moment I roll up this shutter door, they'll swarm in and devour me, bones and all. I saw what happened to my neighbor. You can't just stay here forever, you'll starve to death eventually. Starving to death is still better than being eaten alive piece by piece. Emoli looked at the shopkeeper's pale face and shook his head. He had been thinking of suggesting the land transport hub, but now he decided against it. As for taking him along, Emoli didn't even consider it. A man like that would just be dead weight, and whether Head even dare to leave was another question entirely. Well, I've got what I need. He'll be on my way. By the way, how did you get in? Through the second-floor window. The second floor? I thought I locked it. Emoli scratched his head awkwardly. Your window was open. I just reached in and flipped the lock. I didn't know anyone was here. I just wanted to find something to tie my sister up with. Don't mind me. It's fine, it's fine. It's not like I can sell anything in this shop anyway now, haha. The man let out a bitter laugh, hesitating as if he wanted to say something more. Say, before you leave, could you do me one last favor? It should be simple for you, right? Oh, tell me. My wife and 2 kids are in the room. Kill them. Emoli was taken aback by the request. Zombies? Yeah. The man nodded, then pulled an axe from under the counter, handing it over with trembling hands. This is a synthetic steel felling axe. It should be useful to you. Consider it payment for your help. Emoli looked at the axe in the man's hands and took it. It was a small hand axe, not too heavy, looked extremely sharp, and would serve as a good weapon. Emoli stowed the axe away and nodded to the man. 3 ordinary zombies were nothing. He laid Lilith on the sofa in the living room, drew his dagger, and dealt with them in a few swift moves. Afterwards, Emoli didn't go back downstairs to inform the man. He simply tightened the safety rope around Lilith and climbed over the second-floor balcony. The moment his feet hit the ground, he heard the heart-wrenching sobs of the man echoing from inside the house. Emoli shook his head, patted Lilith's head, and continued forward. Recalling the events of the journey so far, his mood was restless, but this wasn't the time for such thoughts. He instinctively took a whiff of the floral scent from Lilith and felt a bit calmer. MRP. It's nothing. Looking at Lilith's head tilt, Emoli cleared his throat and pressed on. Unfortunately, fate was not on their side. As they passed a crossroads, Emoli spotted a dense, seething horde of zombies blocking the road. WRRHH. Annoying. Emoli pulled a map from his pocket and unfolded it. This crossroads was at the heart of the residential district, one of the busiest stretches in the area. It was no wonder there were so many zombies here. The problem was this area was busy because of its high foot traffic, and the foot traffic was high because it was the only route through. Did he have to take a detour again? Looking at the endless tide of zombies numbering at least 500 or 600, Emoli wisely chose to back down. This wasn't a game. Killing zombies wouldn't level him up. There was no point in fighting these things heathen. A detour it was. Emoli turned and headed left with Lilith. It wasn't really that much of a detour anyway. The main issue was that there was only one bridge across the Zhang River nearby, and Emoli certainly wasn't going to swim across. Who knows what else might be lurking in the water. Passing through a nearby shopping street, Emoli arrived near a high school. Pingxiang City No. Free Senior High School. Looking at the impressive calligraphy on the grand gate, he thought his own high school was far worse than this one. Emoli's school years were mostly spent working part-time and getting into fights, so he held no nostalgic feelings for school. Would there be fewer zombies inside a school? Emoli pondered. When the virus broke out, the school should have been urgently closed, right? No, wait, Tanya Ling said the outbreak was sudden. If he calculated the timing, it was a Tuesday, so students would still be in class. That meant there were definitely a lot of zombies on campus. Emoli checked the map again. On both sides of the school were bustling shopping streets and residential areas, which meant a high chance of encountering special infected. However, this high school was huge. Even if all the students had turned, it would still be far fewer than the hordes outside. But high schoolers are full of energy. What if they'd all turned into runners? Should he just play it safe and take an even longer detour? Emoli thought with a grimace, but after feeling the reassuring weight of the pistol with its military silencer in his pocket, he shook his head. He had left the toll station this morning, carefully navigating the streets to avoid the zombies, which had already cost him a lot of time. It was now afternoon. He couldn't afford another detour. That would mean another 7 or 8 kilometers, and it would be dark by then. It was better to risk cutting through the school. If it got too bad, he could just hole up there for the night. At night, visibility was poor, and the zombies were extremely active. Traveling then would be suicide. With that in mind, Emoli held Lilith close and walked through the school gate. The school gate was tightly shut, the guardhouse packed with debris. Yet none of this posed a challenge for Emoli. During high school, he had often scaled the walls to skip class. This iron gate was hardly an obstacle. Even carrying Lilith, he vaulted over the railing in a few swift moves and landed within the school grounds. The empty campus paths were devoid of zombies, but Emoli remained vigilant. Clutching a dagger in his left hand and a pistol in his right, he advanced cautiously into the school. There was nothing to be gained in the classrooms, and he had no desire to absorb knowledge, so he bypassed the teaching buildings and made his way toward the cafeteria. Strange. Not a single zombie in sight. Not even a corpse. Emoli felt a pang of unease. Could the zombies made from these students be gathering somewhere, plotting something sinister? Shaking off the thought, he pressed on and soon arrived near the school cafeteria, guided by the signposts. The cafeteria's front wall was made of glass. From a distance it seemed tinged with a faint red hue, the details indistinct. Is that blood? Emily hesitated, then continued his cautious approach, intending to observe more closely. It wasn't a reckless urge for danger. If a special zombie lurked in the cafeteria, Emily wanted to gather as much information about it as possible without exposing himself, so he could devise countermeasures should he encounter a similar type later. Just as he was inching toward the cafeteria, a sharp, whistling sound cut through the air. Emily immediately jerked his head aside. An object whizzed past his face and thudded into the tree beside him. What? He frowned at the arrow embedded in the trunk, then looked into the distance. A petite girl stood there, a bow drawn, and aimed directly at him. The girl blinked at the sight of him, then suddenly gasped. Watch out. At that moment a rustling came from the side. A zombie, lean, muscular, covered in purple veins, a grotesque hybrid of hound and human, burst from the undergrowth, its long tongue lolling as it lunged at Emily. Seeing the zombie's sharp, elongated claws, Emily knew he couldn't take the hit he'd in. He clutched Lilith and rolled aside, scrambling back to his feet. As the creature turned and charged again, he gripped his pistol, ready to fire. Another whistle split the air, and an arrow slammed into the zombie's neck, sending it stumbling and crashing to the ground. Seeing the zombie writhing and clutching its neck, Emily seized the moment. He drew the short axe from his back and brought it down on the creature's head. With a wet thud, crimson blood sprayed as the skull split open. The zombie twitched weakly a few times before lying still. After dispatching the zombie, the girl with the bow approached. Emily tensed, raising his bloodied axe toward her. She immediately threw up her hands, an apologetic look on her face. Easy. Emily studied her features, delicate and beautiful, with a cool, aloof air that still held a certain allure. Under normal circumstances, she'd be the quintessential school beauty. But this was the apocalypse, and her looks wouldn't lower his guard, especially since she'd just tried to kill him. Did you just shoot an arrow at me? Sorry, I thought you were a zombie. It was a mistake. Why else would I help you with that, crawler? Crawler. Emily glanced at the creature on the ground. Long-limbed, sinewy, a bizarre mix of hound and man, and frowned. Then he looked at the apologetic girl, and his guard eased slightly. He lowered the axe. Seeing him sheath the axe, the girl hesitated, glancing at the cafeteria, before turning back to Emily. There's a very dangerous zombie in the cafeteria. Going any closer risks being spotted. This isn't a good place to talk. Come with me. Without waiting for his answer, she turned and walked away. Emily looked at the cafeteria. If she said it was dangerous, there was no point in being stubborn and courting death. He followed quietly behind her. She called that thing a crawler, which meant she likely knew something about the dangerous zombie inside. He could get answers from her. As they walked, the girl kept a wary eye on Emily, her gaze only softening when she noticed the closed-eyed Lilith in his arms. She's my sister. She's been disabled since childhood. Can't walk. You? With the outside world so dangerous, you still bring your sister along. Sorry, I spoke out of turn. There's nothing wrong with wanting to survive with your family. If mine were still alive, I'd do the same. The girl smiled, then looked at Emily with admiration. He felt a bit uneasy under her worshipful gaze. They passed through the empty teaching building. Emily noticed bloodstains on the floor and looked puzzled. Don't worry. I lured most of the zombies here away, and the few that remained I dealt with. As if reading his confusion, the girl answered. You did all that alone. Emily gazed at the petite girl before him, estimating she had just started high school. Could she really handle zombies that even adults struggled to cope with? What's with that look? You don't believe me, do you? I know it sounds far-fetched, but I really did take care of them all by myself. Ever since I fainted that one time, I've noticed my strength has increased dramatically. You probably feel the same way, right? Otherwise, how could you be carrying your little sister around outside so casually? Emily recalled his own astonishing recovery speed and agile reflexes and nodded in agreement. As the two chatted, they quickly arrived at the academic affairs building. They climbed the stairs and reached the principal's office. The girl set down her bow, leaned back on the sofa, and stretched lazily. If you make yourself at home, it's very safe here. Emily looked at the sunlit principal's office and the languid girl, gradually letting his guard down. He sat down on the sofa opposite her, holding Lilith in his arms. After a whole day of travel, it wasn't just physical exhaustion, the constant need to stay hyper-vigilant to avoid detection by zombies had left him mentally drained. Oh right, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Tang Lingling, a freshman here. I just turned 16, the girl said. Emily. Emily replied with just 2 words. Emily. M-O as in don't, Lee as in leave. Don't leave. What a great name. M-M. Tang Lingling gave an awkward smile at the boy's somewhat aloof demeanor. Of course, Emily wasn't being aloof. Having grown up as an orphan fending for himself, he simply wasn't very good at interacting with strangers. Let me get you some tea. With that, Tang Lingling got up to pour him a cup. Meanwhile, Emily took the opportunity to survey the room. It truly lived up to its reputation as the principal's office, a very spacious chamber lavishly furnished. A large inscribed plaque hung prominently above the desk. Nurturing with gentle rain grace spreads 1,000 miles, a disciples fill the garden, noble is the teacher's virtue. Before long, Tang Lingling returned carrying 2 cups of steaming hot tea. Emily looked at the steaming tea, then glanced at the small portable gas stove tucked in the corner along with various cooking utensils beside it. He was somewhat surprised. What didn't she have here? Seeing the stunned Emily, Tang Lingling thought his wariness hadn't subsided. She picked up his cup, took a small sip, and then placed it back in front of him. Don't worry, it's not drugged. This is some fine tea my dad had stashed away. He wouldn't even bring it out for ordinary guests. It's not worth much now anyway. Go ahead, drink up. Your dad, Yeah, my dad was the principal. But he turned into a zombie, so I shot him with an arrow and buried him in the dirt. Huh. The girl let out a bitter laugh. Emily, realizing this wasn't a suitable topic for discussion, began to ask about something else. Speaking of which, this bow. How were you able to have a bow at school? Our school has lots of clubs. I was in the archery club. Clubs, huh? Emily squinted. At his own third-rate high school, everything was centered around academics. They would never consider letting students cultivate skills or hobbies, things that might jeopardize the school's college admission rates. Emily picked up the cup and was about to take a drink when Tang Lingling hastily interjected. Hey, don't drink from that side. I already touched that side with my lips. A vein bulged on Emily's forehead. He turned the cup around and took a sip from the other side. As the tea entered his mouth, Emily's eyes lit up. Though he wasn't a tea connoisseur, this tea was undeniably delicious. The light yet fragrant aroma, the smooth and mellow texture, and the perfectly warm temperature. A single sip seemed to relax both body and mind. Just then Lilith nestled in Emily's arms, caught the scent of the tea, and opened her eyes looking up at him. Ah woo. You want some too? Emily brought the cup to Lilith's lips. Lilith, not minding that he had drunk from it, grasped it with her small hands, and began to take tiny delicate sips. Her little face flushed red, and she seemed to quite enjoy it. Tang Lingling stared at Lilith's blood-red eyes, momentarily stunned. Her eyes. Don't worry, she's not a zombie. Her eyes just turned red for some unknown reason. I see. Tang Lingling watched the adorable sight of Lilith sipping the tea, momentarily captivated. But, with that light golden hair, your sister looks kind of foreign, doesn't she? Oh, she's not my biological sister. A friend entrusted her to me before he passed away. Seeing no reason to hide it, Emily told the truth. Oh, I see. Sorry to hear that. It's fine. By the way, are you the only person here? If you're talking about humans, then yes, I suppose I'm the only one. Tang Lingling squinted and smiled. I suppose. Oh, no offense. If you consider those man-eating creatures people, then forget what I said. They certainly aren't human. Recalling the appearance of the zombies, Emily shook his head and began to persuade Tang Lingling. It's dangerous to stay here. Why don't you come with me to the land transport hub across the Zhang River? The military and police have set up a temporary safe zone there. A safe zone. A flicker of longing appeared in the girl's eyes, but then, as if remembering something, it dimmed. I'm not going. They'll stay right here, nowhere else. Why, I'm doing just fine here. I can survive on my own. There's no need to go to another safe zone. Besides, I want to guard my father's grave. Emily found the girl's reasoning hard to comprehend. Was it worth guarding the grave of a man who had become a zombie? Are you sure you won't come with me? We could look out for each other. Stop trying to convince me. I'm not going. How about you stay here and keep me company instead? I've gathered quite a bit of supplies, and I even got a bunch of vegetable seeds from the agricultural coop. Living here long-term is totally feasible. And besides... At this point, Tang Lingling rested her cheek on her hand and winked playfully at Emily. Since you don't want to go, I won't push you. But this place is only temporarily safe. You've seen those special infected zombies. I don't want to live my life in constant fear. Emily ignored the girl's flirtatious signal and continued. Hey, I'm throwing myself at you with my charm, and you don't even react. I'm not interested in kids. Who are you calling a kid? I'm pretty, you know. And my figure. Well, it's still developing. Do you have any idea how many people at school wanted to date me? At least you're self-aware. Of course I am. Wait. Are you telling me you don't have any feelings for me at all? Little girl, we've only known each other for less than an hour. Aren't you being a bit forward? Woo. Blushing at Emily's remark, Tang Lingling's face turned red. No. I was raised with strict morals. But I won't allow you to ignore my beauty. Alright. Our Miss Lingling is incredibly beautiful with unparalleled looks in this world. That's more like it. Pleased with Emily's compliment, Tang Lingling smiled sweetly, then looked at him seriously again. Are you really not going to stay here with me? It gets lonely with no one to talk to. Sorry. I have to take this little one somewhere safe. Emily gently stroked Lilith's head, and Lilith closed her eyes, enjoying the affectionate pats. Tang Lingling was somewhat envious of Emily's agile skills. Having him around would certainly make her life here safer. However, seeing their intimate interaction, she knew she couldn't persuade him and gave up on the idea. It's getting dark soon. Traveling at night isn't a good idea. Why don't you stay the night and set out in the morning? Alright. Perfect. This is your chance to witness my incredible cooking skills. Cooking? What would a pampered young lady know about cooking? Mph, you're underestimating me. As darkness gradually enveloped the city, the zombies became more active, and the occasional sharp, piercing howl echoed from the distance. Inside the high school's principal's office, candles were now lit. Tang Lingling was bustling around the portable stove preparing a meal. During this time, Mo Li offered to help, but Tang Lingling shooed him away, telling him he was just getting in the way and made him sit back on the sofa. Even if my cooking isn't great, I can at least help with the prep work, right? Guests are guests, that's the rule. You just sit there and behave. Mo Li scratched his head. Although Tang Lingling claimed to have been strictly disciplined, did she really need to follow such rules even now? He felt a bit uneasy just sitting there and being served a free meal. With nothing else to do, Mo Li turned his attention to the golden-haired little one sitting beside him. Lilith was staring blankly at the candle, not far away, the flickering flame reflected in her crimson eyes. Lilith's white dress was stained with specks of blood splashed on her accidentally, while Mo Li was dealing with zombies. I'd have to find a chance to change her clothes. Lilith. Hearing her name, Lilith turned to look at Mo Li. What's wrong? Mo Li looked at Lilith and thought she might be missing her sister, so he wanted to comfort her. In response to Mo Li's question, Lilith raised a tiny finger and pointed at the candle, speaking softly. So beautiful. What? Mo Li was utterly confused. So beautiful. What was she saying? He couldn't understand her. It means she's pretty. Tang Lingling set a plate of garlic stir-fried greens and a plate of shredded sour potatoes on the table. Why is this little one speaking English? Mo Li scratched his head. Is it strange for a foreigner to speak English? Tang Lingling replied with a smile. Well, Mo Li looked at Lilith. No wonder the little one barely spoke. She was speaking English, huh? He couldn't understand a word. At that moment, Tang Lingling returned carrying a large pot of rice and a bowl of soup. 2 dishes and a soup, but the portions are generous, so eat up. Mo Li stared at the steaming food on the table and swallowed hard. Then I won't hold back. Mo Li hastily grabbed a bowl, scooped out some rice, and began wolfing it down. He was hungry, famished even. It had been a long time since he had had a proper meal, let alone Tang Lingling's cooking. The shredded sour potatoes were crispy and fragrant, and the garlic stir-fried greens were delicious. Tang Lingling, resting her chin on her hand, watched him devour his food with a sweet smile. Aren't you eating? What, afraid I poisoned it? You tell me this after I've already eaten. I thought you were the quiet type, but you actually have a sense of humor. You didn't actually. Mo Li puffed out his cheeks, staring at Tang Lingling. Huh? No, I didn't. What would I gain from hurting you? Eat up, ill feed this little one. With that, Tang Lingling filled a bowl with rice and went over to Lilith. Lilith sniffed the shredded sour potatoes Tang Lingling offered and frowned, pulling her head back. Don't like it. Tang Lingling offered a piece of garlic cabbage instead, but Lilith shook her head again. You don't like this either? Finally, Tang Lingling could only pour the soup over the rice. Lilith sniffed the fragrant aroma of the soup-soaked rice and slowly began to accept the food. Mo Li watched the two of them, puzzled. The little one didn't seem to like vegetables, but she ate when the soup was added. He looked at the soup, leaned in to smell it, and caught a rich, meaty aroma. Strange. The power had been out for so long, and the refrigerator was useless. Meat shouldn't have lasted this long. What kind of meat is this soup made from? Hearing his question, Tang Lingling paused and turned to look at him. They locked eyes, each searching the other's gaze for unspoken meaning. Tang Lingling lightly tapped her lips with her finger, her smile turning somewhat unsettling. Guess. Mo Li fell silent. He had always been puzzled. Why was she the only living person in this huge campus? Could it really be? Look how scared you are. Tang Lingling picked up her chopsticks and fished a small chicken leg out of the soup. It's bird soup. Did you think my bow was just for show? The campus is big enough to catch a pigeon. Mo Li stared at Tang Lingling, who was grinning like a little devil, and broke into a cold sweat. In times like these, don't make such boring jokes. I might actually take them seriously. I didn't say anything, you. Forget it. Alright, I'll stop teasing you. Want a drink? You have alcohol here. It was my dad's. Tang Lingling brought out 2 bottles of red wine, set them on the table, uncorked them with a tool, and placed one beside Mo Li. You might be the last living person I get to see. Let's celebrate. Celebrate that we've managed to survive this far. Mo Li looked at the red wine she offered and swallowed hard. Usually when he had spare cash, he'd spend a few dozen yuan on street barbecue and a few bottles of the cheapest beer to unwind. Had never tasted something as classy as red wine. Mo Li took it and took a few sips. The aroma was complex, the acidity moderate, and the texture smooth. Besides the wine's fragrance, there was a slight sweetness. Honestly, he wasn't used to it. Unlike Mo Li, Tang Lingling had no such reservations. Having grown up under strict discipline, she had never had much red wine either, yet now she was gulping it down straight from the bottle. Burp, hee. Though it tastes different from what I imagined, a few sips in, and my head feels all floaty. It's so nice, you should drink less. You're just a kid, don't drink so much. Such crude words. Is that how you talk to a girl? Can't you be more refined? Mo Li scratched his head. Growing up, had always solved things he couldn't talk through with his fists. What did refined even mean? Anyway, my parents are dead now. No one can tell me what to do. They'll drink as much as I want. It's been a while since I've been this happy, so don't you nag me. Alright. Seeing the displeased look on the girl's face, Emily decided not to argue with her. Just then Lilith caught the scent of the wine and crawled over from the sofa, supporting herself with her tiny hands. Huh, you want some too? Lilith looked at the bottle Tang Lingling offered her, crimson eyes wavering slightly. Just as she was about to take it, Emily snatched her back. Ugh, you absolutely can't drink this. Kids who drink turn stupid. Oh, that's right, kids can't drink. A flushed Tang Lingling leaned toward Lilith, wagging her index finger, then took another swig from the bottle. She picked up a piece of sour potato with her chopsticks and chewed with rosy cheeks. Emily, cheers. Seeing the bottle the girl offered, Emily shook his head, helplessly picked up his own bottle and clinked it against hers. I'm so happy. It's been so long since I felt this happy. It's great to meet a normal person. You've met other people before. I have my dad save them, but they repaid him with betrayal. And after they killed him, they saw I was pretty and tried to force themselves on me. Emily looked at the drunken Tang Lingling, unsure if she was telling the truth. If she was. So where are those people now? Dead, of course. Don't underestimate me. I always repay my grudges. Alright, why ask about such depressing things? Cheer up, let's have another toast. The two drank red wine and ate their meal. Before long, Tang Lingling shook her empty bottle and looked at Emily with flushed cheeks. Why haven't you finished yours? Is your tolerance that bad? I've never drunk before, and I've downed a whole bottle. You should slow down, Emily advised. Screw that. If you want drink, give it to me. Drinking helps me forget all this misery. Tang Lingling snatched the bottle from Emily's side. She didn't care about indirect kisses anymore, and gulped it down fiercely, finishing the remaining wine in 2 or 3 big swigs. Burp, that's better. My dad used to stare at these 2 bottles every day, wanting to drink, but not daring to. I've finished them for him now. Emily set down his chopsticks and let out a sigh as he watched the girl let loose. She really had been carrying a lot of pressure. Seeing Emily looking at her, Tang Lingling smiled softly, tapping her lips with her finger. Then, reeking of alcohol, she lunged forward and collapsed into his arms. Careful, don't hit the corner of the table. Emily, what? Hey, do you think I'm pretty? Pretty. Emily replied dismissively. I think you're not bad. Since we don't know when we'll die, why don't we have some fun together? As she spoke, Tang Lingling undid the bow at the collar of her school uniform, revealing her smooth, rounded shoulder with a bra strap. You're drunk. Emily frowned, but the girl in his arms kept pressing against him. Besides the heavy scent of alcohol, he caught a faint hint of lime. What's the harm? I've never done that kind of thing before. Even if someone tried to mess with me, they never got the chance. I'm pure. You're really drunk. Emily pushed Tang Lingling away and, holding her knees and back, placed her on the sofa. But she clung tightly to his neck, her face flushed as she stared at him. Looking at the beautiful, coquettish girl, Emily felt a slight blush himself. Then he noticed a pair of eyes watching him. Staring, Lilith blinked, looking at the two with curiosity. Emily felt a wave of awkwardness. Even if he wanted to do something with Tang Lingling, he couldn't do it in front of Lilith, though had never considered it anyway. What's the harm? You don't have to take responsibility, you can just walk away after, no problem. Anyway, my annoying dad is gone now. No one can control me, and I can do whatever I want. Stop fooling around. You're really drunk. After Emily struggled with the girl for a long while, Tang Lingling finally succumbed to the effects of alcohol and fell into a deep slumber. Exhausted, Emily returned to his original sofa and let out a sigh of relief as he gazed at Tang Lingling's sleeping face. He hadn't expected this petite girl to possess such considerable strength, far surpassing that of an ordinary adult. Could it be due to some external influence? Relieved, Emily turned his head to find Lilith staring at him intently. Suddenly, she untied the bow at her collar, and the collar of her white dress slipped off her shoulders, startling Emily into hastily pulling it back up. This is bad. Kids shouldn't learn this. Lilith tilted her head, her innocent eyes fixed on Emily. Sigh. Time passed until late into the night. Emily cleared the table of dishes, then picked up a blanket and covered Tang Lingling with it. After a long day of work, he too felt a bit drowsy and lay down on the sofa. The weather was cold, and since the only blanket in the room had been given to Tang Lingling, Emily had to make do with the curtain from the corner. He then looked at Lilith. Lilith met Emily's gaze, blinked her eyes, then slowly crawled over and nestled into his arms. Feeling the little one in his embrace, Emily sighed in relief. For some reason, whenever he recalled the zombies he had encountered on the overpass, his entire body trembled uncontrollably. What kind of zombies were those? They felt like specters, both beautiful and terrifying. Remembering the red spider lilies growing on those zombies' exposed brains, emanating a red dust, a wave of panic surged within Emily, and even his body still remembered that fear. The unknown is always the most terrifying, especially when one is powerless to resist. Only by inhaling the faint floral scent from Lilith could Emily's fear be somewhat alleviated. I wonder if the red dust drifting above the city is emitted by that kind of zombie. If I ever encounter such zombies again, I'd better stay as far away as possible. They're far more terrifying than running zombies. With that thought, Mo tightened his arms around the warm little one in his embrace and slowly closed his eyes. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Mo was awakened by a pressing urge to urinate. Seeing Lilith sleeping soundly in his arms and Tang Lingling still unconscious beside them, he got up dressed and went to look for the restroom. Restrooms in schools were usually easy to find. Just head to the edge of the corridor or a corner. But the design of this school seemed a bit different, perhaps to conceal odors. Mo searched for a long time without success, so he had to go to the restroom near the football field. After leaving the restroom, Mo gazed at the empty football field and felt something was off. Where had all the zombies gone? Not only were there no living people in sight, but there was also very little blood on the ground. Combined with the drunken words Tang Lingling had spoken the night before, a vague sense of unease lingered in Mo's heart. Just then, Mo turned his head and spotted the gymnasium nearby. He walked over. Unlike the outside, the gymnasium was covered in dried bloodstains, and it was unclear what had happened. Suddenly, Mo heard sounds coming from the storage room. "You bitch. He'll kill you." Amidst the curses, there were faint screams from a girl. Mo slowly approached the storage room door, looked at the chain wrapped around it, and knocked. "Is anyone in there?" The sounds from inside the storage room paused. "That's not a woman's voice. It's a man. Someone's come to save us. Open the door. Hurry." Urgent cries came from within. Mo touched the pistol and dagger in his pocket, hesitated for a moment, then finally unwound the chain from the door handle. As soon as the door opened, a pungent smell of urine and feces rushed out, mingled with a strong stench of sweat and other indescribable odors. Inside, a dozen or so young people in school uniforms were staring at Mo. He looked at the disheveled girls and then at the boys present, frowning. "Are you students of this school?" "That's right. That bitch Tang Lingling locked us all in here, giving us only a meager amount of food and water each day," said the leading boy, his face filled with resentment. "She actually wanted to feed us to her zombie father. To prevent us from escaping, she made us kill each other. Every day we had to hand over a corpse." A girl covered in filth sobbed, holding her face. "That woman is truly insane. She made us dismember the bodies and pass them through that small ventilation window, or else she wouldn't give us food or water." Listening to the accounts of these wretched students, Mo's expression gradually darkened. Tang Lingling. She had deceived him. Lilith. Recalling the golden-haired little one, Mo ignored the students and rushed back toward the school building. Arriving at the principal's office, he pushed open the door. Tang Lingling was not in the room, and Lilith was also gone. Mo clenched his teeth, filled with rage. Recalling the students' words about feeding living people to her zombie father and how Tang Lingling had told him yesterday not to go near the cafeteria, Mo turned around and headed straight for the cafeteria. At the entrance of the school cafeteria, Tang Lingling, holding Lilith in her arms, slowly stepped inside. The place where students usually dined was now in complete disarray, the floor strewn with broken bones and dried blood. At the stairwell by the cafeteria's entrance, a monstrous creature over 2 meters tall, its massive frame, resembling a titan, was bound to a support pillar by chains. Tang Lingling carried Lilith to the creature, gently setting her down on a nearby table before turning to face the monster. "Dad!" Roar. Cough. Roar. The creature, noticing Tang Lingling, let out continuous frenzied roars from bloodshot eyes, saliva dripping from its fang-filled maw. Tang Lingling gazed at her father, who had once cherished her like a treasure, now reduced to this state. Her eyes dimmed. She then looked at Lilith and pulled a syringe from the small bag at her side. It was something she had found in the medical room. Lilith blinked her large red eyes as she watched Tang Lingling approach. "Don't be afraid. Sister just needs a little of your blood. I won't hurt you." "My." Lilith tilted her head, seeming not to fully understand Tang Lingling's intent. Looking at the bewildered girl, Tang Lingling took a deep breath, grasped her small hand, located a vein, and inserted the needle. Lilith winced, her eyes squeezing shut in pain, but she didn't resist, merely watching Tang Lingling with continued curiosity. Trying to ignore the girl's gaze, Tang Lingling looked at the blood filling the syringe. Once she deemed it sufficient, she withdrew the needle and turned to walk towards the massive creature. Roar. The monster thrashed against its chains, its feet pounding the floor, shaking dust from the ceiling above. The cracked support pillar made one wonder if it could truly hold the zombie. Tang Lingling, however, paid it no mind. She approached the monster and climbed onto a cafeteria chair. The creature's body was too tough for a needle to pierce, so she had to inject the blood through its weakest point. Its eye? Roar. The monster's roar was deafening enough to make one's eardrums ache up close. After injecting Lilith's blood, Tang Lingling covered her ears, looking expectantly at her father. "Daddy." Roar. The monster, tearing at its chains, lunged its body into Tang Lingling, knocking her off the chair and onto the floor. Propping herself up, she stared in disbelief at her father, who remained unchanged, shaking her head incessantly. "No, why isn't anything working?" The girl, utterly dejected, turned her gaze to Lilith. Seeing the blood-red pupils so zombie-like, she picked up the fallen syringe and walked over again. Be a good girl, little one. Let sister take just a little more. Just as Tang Lingling was about to draw blood again, a faint gunshot rang out. A bullet tore through her shoulder, shattering the cafeteria window behind her. Roar! The monster roared, stimulated by the sound. The syringe clattered to the floor. Tang Lingling clutched her shoulder, feeling the searing pain. A gun. Seeing Emily aiming at her, the dark silenced muzzle pointed her way. She paled and slowly backed away. Stay away from her. Emily's face was grim, his eyes locked on Tang Lingling. I just wanted a little blood from the kid. I never meant to hurt her. I found those people you locked in the gym. Is it true? Did you feed living people to your zombie father? Emily's gaze shifted to the strong zombie bound to the pillar. Yes. Tang Lingling admitted directly. It was the truth. She saw no need to deny it. Why would you do this? Do you realize what you're doing? Feeding people to a zombie. People. Heh. If you can even call them that. When the apocalypse broke out, my dad saved some students and teachers who hadn't turned yet. They were hungry and wanted to find food in the cafeteria, but got surrounded by zombies. My dad got scratched trying to save them. Do you know what they did to him? They locked him in the cafeteria, let him slowly turn and die in agony. Those teachers and students, they were all so hypocritical. And afterwards, because of my face, they did things to me. What did you want me to do? Worship them? Her final words were almost a scream, her face contorted with resentment. Emily looked at the girl, tears streaming down her face as she yelled at him, and found himself at a loss. But what about those girls? Did they deserve it too? Heh. In response to Emily's question, Tang Lingling let out a bitter laugh. She offered no further explanation, simply turning her head to look at her father, now a zombie. All this time, she had been searching for a way to turn her father back into a human. Now it all seemed like a pipe dream. Whether he ate zombies or living people, her father remained the same. Continuing like this was pointless. If that was the case, then she deserved whatever came next. Realizing this, Tang Lingling's eyes gradually lost their light. She turned to Emily and slowly knelt on the ground. I just wanted to hear my dad call me Lingling one more time. But no matter what I did, I couldn't see any hope. I know what I'm doing. I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm just so tired. Since you have a gun, do what you have to do. Emily looked at the girl kneeling before him, utterly hopeless. It was hard to connect her with the lively, mischievous girl from yesterday. He glanced at Lilith, who was unharmed, and slowly lowered his gun. Seeing Emily lower his weapon, Tang Lingling looked at him in confusion. I don't even deserve a quick death. My dinner last night wasn't worth a bullet. You're not going to do anything about all the people I killed. That's not my business. I just want to take care of this little one. Emily picked up Lilith and sighed, catching the faint scent of flowers on her. He wasn't some righteous judge, he was just an ordinary person. Even struggling to survive at the bottom of society, he could never accept killing people to feed a zombie. Watching Emily turn to leave, Tang Lingling's pupils contracted. Clutching her shoulder, she crawled forward and grabbed his pant leg. Don't go, Emily. Everyone wants to hurt me. You are the only one who'll talk to me. Looking at the crying, helpless girl, Emily slowly clenched his fist. His gaze swept over the blood, the broken bones, and the tattered school uniforms scattered across the cafeteria floor. He pulled his leg away, breaking her grip. Sob? Don't go, Emily. Don't leave me alone. I'm scared. The girl's cries echoed in his ears. Listening to her sobs, Emily was reminded of his time with Tang Lingling yesterday. In the end, his heart softened. What was the point of dwelling on killing or not killing? The apocalypse was here, and if there was a grudge, it should be settled. Emily turned around and looked at Tang Lingling. Since you're afraid to be alone, come with me. But let me make this clear, if you hurt Lilith again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Tang Lingling was momentarily stunned, then continued to shake her head. I don't want to go anywhere. I just want to stay here with my father. Looking at the girl with vacant eyes, Emily turned his gaze to the powerful zombie, his heart filled with confusion. Having been an orphan his entire life, he simply couldn't understand Tang Lingling's choice. He's already turned into a zombie. He's dead. He's not your father anymore. I know. That's why. Let me stay here with him forever. Emily, kill me. Please. Gazing at the girl begging desperately, Emily furrowed his brow, raised his gun, and slowly aimed it at Tang Lingling. Tang Lingling closed her eyes. Emily's hand holding the gun trembled. He had never killed anyone before. He just couldn't do it, couldn't bring himself to pull the trigger on the girl before him. At that moment, a small hand suddenly grabbed his gun. Emily looked at Lilith, who shook her little head at him. After a while, Tang Lingling opened her eyes in confusion, only to find Emily had vanished. She looked around, but there was no trace of him, leaving her utterly dejected. Was she not even worthy of a quick death? Holding her injured shoulder, Tang Lingling stumbled to her feet. Just then she suddenly noticed several figures at the entrance of the cafeteria. Tang Lingling, long time no see, huh? The girl's eyes turned cold as she looked at the men. The one leading them was the head of the sports department. He had pursued her relentlessly before, and when the apocalypse broke out, he revealed his true nature. It was he who had led the others in leering at her body. Seeing this group, Tang Lingling turned and ran towards her zombified father. Falling into their hands would be worse than being devoured by a zombie. But at that moment, a steel pipe flew through the air, striking her on the head. Tang Lingling collapsed to the ground, blood seeping from her head and blurring her vision. She tried to crawl forward, but was pinned down by a man from behind and flipped over. "Aren't you so capable? Aren't you so tough? Weren't you going to accompany us to the sports storage room for some fun? Playing prisoner, huh?" Tang Lingling stared at the man coldly, saying nothing. Seeing her expression, the sports department head gnashed his teeth in fury. It was that same aloof look, as if she were looking at garbage. No matter how he tried to ingratiate himself, it was always the same. "You bitch." The man slapped her hard across the face, leaving her dizzy with blood trickling from her lips. "Tear up that slut's face. So she can't use it to seduce men anymore." The women nearby spat out venomously. "Shut up." The sports department head barked, then turned his greedy gaze back to Tang Lingling beneath him, beginning to tear at her clothes. "No." Tang Lingling clung desperately to her collar, tears welling in her eyes, only to be met with another, even harder slap. Just then a few more guys crowded around. "Chief, wait until I'm done. Damn it, this bitch has made us suffer for days. I'm going to make her pay." Despicable. Hearing Tang Lingling's words only fueled the man's rage further. "Then let me show you something even more despicable. After we've all had our turn with you, let's see if you can still put on that high and mighty attitude. She'll probably be screaming like the rest of those sluts, ha." The men beside him snickered. "Cough. Scum. Head truly from a scholarly family, isn't she? Can't even curse properly. Your insults are almost cute. I can't wait." Just as the sports department head ripped open Tang Lingling's clothes, a guttural roar echoed from nearby. The giant zombie was frantically tearing at the chains binding it, shaking its massive fists. "What are you howling for, old man? They'll deal with you after I've had my fun with your daughter." With one arm injured and useless, and the other pinned down by this scum, Tang Lingling felt the beast's weight pressing down on her like a mountain. She clenched her jaw and closed her eyes. Was it Mo Li who released them? Well, she had brought this upon herself. From Mo Li's perspective, she was the one who fed live human flesh to a zombie and took his sister away. It was already a mercy that he hadn't killed her. Thinking this, Tang Lingling stared intently at the man before her. Even if she became dirty, as long as she was alive, she would drag every one of these people down to hell with her. Roar, roar. At that moment, with a mighty heave from the giant zombie, the building's support pillar snapped, sending chunks of concrete and rebar crashing down. Freed from its restraints, the giant zombie charged forward like a tank, sending people scattering in panic. The sports department had lost all interest, turned and ran. However, being the closest to Tang Lingling, he was quickly caught by the monster, which grabbed him and tore him in half. The others were terrified, scattering in a frenzy, but having been starved for days, they had little energy left and were quickly caught and dispatched by the monster one by one. Listening to the girl's screams, Tang Lingling, her face bruised, clutched her torn clothes to her chest and looked towards the monster tearing at the corpses in the distance. At that moment, the monster noticed Tang Lingling. Baring its razor-sharp teeth, it let out a roar and charged at her. Watching the giant zombie lunge towards her, Tang Lingling smiled faintly and slowly opened her uninjured arm. "Father, eat me. This way we can be together forever." Roar. With a deafening crack and a thunderous rumble, the ceiling, no longer supported by the broken pillar, collapsed directly. As the dust settled, Tang Lingling stared blankly at the monster above her, who was shielding her with its arms, its eyes flickering. "Father. Ugh. It's me, Lingling." Roar. The monster still emitted meaningless growls, but regardless, it no longer pushed her away like it used to. Gazing at its strong arms, tears welled in Tang Lingling's eyes. She wrapped her uninjured hand around her father's neck. Nothing would ever separate them again. The dense fog that had descended this morning reduced visibility to less than 30 meters, obscuring everything beyond a short distance. A perilous situation even under normal circumstances. It posed little threat to the ordinary zombies, whose poor eyesight already limited their range of vision. For humans, however, it was exceedingly dangerous, for one could never be certain what lurked within the mist, perhaps a horde of zombies waiting just beyond sight. Mo Li moved with utmost caution, carrying Lilith on his back as he climbed over walls, navigating through several residential compounds without incident. As they drew closer to the river crossing bridge, the surrounding environment grew increasingly complex. Unlike the roads they had traversed, this area was choked with abandoned vehicles, a testament to the many who had received evacuation orders and driven here, hoping to reach the safety zone. Mo Li surveyed his surroundings with vigilance, cradling Lilith in his arms as he slowly made his way through the maze of abandoned cars, his ears attuned to every sound. Silence. An oppressive silence, utterly unlike the bustling city he once knew. The quiet here was unnerving. A sense of dread crept over Mo Li. He would have almost preferred to hear the low growls of ordinary zombies. Walking through the fog-shrouded streets in complete silence was maddening. Perhaps they've gathered into a horde and wandered elsewhere, he mused. No, I shouldn't scare myself. Mo Li shook his head, tightened his grip on the pistol in his hand, and pressed forward. He was already far from his original neighborhood. Having never left this city in his entire life, he was utterly unfamiliar with this part of town. The thick fog made it difficult to discern direction. Were it not for the street signs and the orientation of the abandoned vehicles, Emily might well have gotten lost. Suddenly, a guttural roar shattered the silence. A hand shot out from beneath a car, grabbing Emily's ankle. A zombie crawled out from under the vehicle and lunged at him. Emily recognized the creature's form. It was the same type he had encountered on campus, the one Tang Lingling had called a crawler. These zombies possessed immense strength, incredible speed, and remarkable agility, making them even more terrifying than the runners. Emily didn't hesitate, raising his pistol and firing a shot directly at its head. With a wet thud, the fatal wound brought the zombie crashing to the ground, blood seeping slowly from its body. Emily let out a sigh of relief as he looked at the dispatched crawler. Just as he was about to move on, Lilith suddenly tightened her grip around his neck. "Watch out." Lilith's warning came just as low, raspy growls echoed from all around. Glowing red eyes materialized within the thick fog, followed by the emergence of crawlers slithering out from the mist. Emily stared at the creatures. Their elongated bodies, pale skin marred with purple veins, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He couldn't count how many there were, nor was there time to do so. Only one thought dominated his mind. Run. Without a backward glance, he turned and sprinted towards the river crossing bridge. Seeing two crawlers blocking his path ahead, Emily raised his pistol and fired. But the creatures, having seen the gun, swiftly dodged, avoiding any fatal headshots. Emily didn't bother aiming carefully. He emptied the entire magazine, mowing down one of the crawlers until it stopped moving. As the other wounded crawler lunged at him, Emily holstered his pistol and drew the axe from his back, swinging it with brutal force. Roar! The powerful blow cleaved into the creature's shoulder, sending it crashing to the ground in agonizing convulsions. Emily glanced at the writhing crawler, then at his own arm, with a flicker of surprise, before immediately taking off. The other crawlers, seeing him flee, let out furious shrieks and gave chase. Emily vaulted over cars, leaped across railings, and ran along the top of walls, occasionally glancing back over his shoulder. Through the dense fog, he could only make out vague silhouettes and glowing red eyes, but the frequent frenzied roars told him there were no fewer than a dozen of them. Damn it! Emily cursed aloud. A dozen runners would have been bad enough, but a dozen of these far more lethal crawlers was a nightmare. His pistol was empty, and he had no spare magazines. Reloading now was out of the question. Leaping over the wall's pillar, he reached its end and jumped onto the roof of a car on the road below, continuing his desperate dash by springing from vehicle to vehicle. Before long, the solid walls gave way to open railings with empty space beyond them. He had reached the river crossing bridge. Emily was panting heavily. Carrying over 200 rounds of ammunition and Lilith on his back was taking a toll on him. But he dared not stop. He was certain that the moment he slowed, these creatures would seize him, tear him apart, and devour him. The Land Transport Center safety zone was still a considerable distance away, far too far to reach. Emily's only hope now was to find military personnel stationed on the bridge. This bridge was immense, stretching over 1,000 meters. He ran with all his might, praying for a glimmer of hope. Finally, he spotted figures on the bridge ahead. They were densely packed, their bodies swaying as they blocked the way forward, emerging from the fog as he drew nearer. Emily's pupils constricted. This wasn't a rescue party. It was a massive horde of zombies. All the abandoned vehicles and the zombies they had drawn had converged here, forming an impassable sea of the undead. Emily stared at the horde before him and slowly began to back away. Then from behind, the telltale growls reached his ears. The crawlers had caught up. Shit! Emily clutched Lilith tightly, his jaw clenched in desperation. There was only one path of survival left: jump into the river. He had no idea what lurked in the waters below, but he had no other choice. Staying here meant being torn apart and devoured. The river offered at least a sliver of hope. Lilith, take a deep breath. Huh. Without waiting for a response, Emily turned and leaped off the bridge into the Zhang River below. The crawlers snarled and hissed in frustration as they watched him fall from a height of over 50 meters. Unable to swim, they could only stare at the splash below and shriek in fury. Special infected crawler possessing long, slender limbs, these creatures resemble a hybrid of human and hunting dog. Their skin is pale, covered in purple veins. They possess acute hearing and smell, remarkable agility, and great endurance. They are expert climbers armed with sharp claws and canine teeth. Crawlers typically hunt in groups. They are fast, aggressive, and extremely dangerous. Never let them notice. The surging river relentlessly battered Emily, who could only cling to the girl in his arms and drift with the current. When the water finally calmed, he used the last of his strength to swim desperately toward the shore. Just then, a zombie suddenly grabbed hold of his clothes. Emily stared at the water-swollen zombie beside him, struggling to push it away with his feet, but the creature clung stubbornly to his garments, lunging at him with its bloated face. Drawing the dagger from his waist, Emily plunged it viciously into the zombie's skull. At that moment, several more waterlogged zombies emerged from the river, seizing Emily's arms and tearing at his delivery uniform with their bites. Already exhausted, Emily found it impossible to exert any force in the water, managing only to shove the creatures away with his arms. When he reached for his dagger, he discovered it had sunk to the riverbed along with the zombie. There was no helping it. The dagger was lost for good. After breaking free from the zombies, Emily swam desperately toward the shore. Before long, covered in mud, he staggered onto the bank and collapsed to his knees. Turning to look behind him, he saw that the waterlogged zombies had slowed considerably on land, barely able to move at all. They could only sprawl helplessly on the shore, letting out low, guttural growls in his direction. Ignoring them, Emily turned his gaze to the girl in his arms. Lilith. Lilith had already fallen unconscious, lying limply against Emily's chest. Filled with panic, he carried her away from the shore and made his way to a small farmhouse nearby. Inside, only 2 zombified residents remained, quickly dispatched by Emily with a few swings of his axe. Afterward, Emily laid the drenched Lilith on the bed and pressed repeatedly on her chest. But no matter how long he tried, she showed no response. Just as he was about to administer mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, Lilith suddenly coughed, spat out several mouthfuls of water, and regained consciousness. Cough. Ugh. Lilith, thank God you're all right. Relieved that she was safe, Emily collapsed beside her, gasping for air, his throat burning from the ragged breaths. What a close call. He had thought crossing the bridge would mean safety, but it turned out to be a dead end. He was lucky to have survived the leap into the river. After catching his breath, Emily turned to look at Lilith. Her golden hair and body were soaked through, and her white dress offered no warmth. Instead, it was draining her body heat. Lilith's petite frame trembled slightly as she looked to Emily for help. Emily could feel the chill creeping over his own body as well. The weather had become increasingly extreme lately, either too cold or too hot. Normally, the temperature difference between day and night in Pingxiang couldn't possibly be this drastic. Cold. Wait a moment, I'll start a fire. Without overthinking, Emily draped the blanket from the bed over Lilith and turned to build a fire. Besides bullets, he had packed over a dozen lighters in his backpack, but they were all soaked through now and wouldn't ignite. Fortunately, the farmhouse had a stove, and beside it sat a lighter. Emily stepped outside, gathered firewood from along the wall, and used the clothes inside as kindling. Soon a fire was crackling to life. Then Emily carried Lilith over to the fire and prepared to peel off her soaking wet dress. Lilith immediately clutched her dress with both small hands, her face flushing as she stared at Emily. Come on. Don't be shy at a time like this. If you catch a cold, it'll be a real problem. Emily had no patience for childish modesty now. He simply went ahead. Lilith's strength was no match for his, and soon she was stripped bare. Fortunately, Emily draped a bedsheet over her, easing some of her embarrassment. Emily also removed his delivery jacket and shirt, revealing a torso with defined muscles and sun-darkened skin, the result of years spent delivering food under the sun. Watching his bare upper body, Lilith's ears turned red, yet her gaze never strayed from him. Emily, however, paid her no attention. He began rummaging through the house for dry clothes. Clothing was easy to find. The wardrobe was full. He put on a dry shirt and then a thin sweater that wouldn't hinder his movements. Unfortunately, there was no sturdy jacket to be found, only a worn-out faux leather coat with peeling synthetic material. It made sense for a farmer to own such a thing, but it offered absolutely no protection against zombie bites or scratches. Emily picked up his soaked Matewan delivery uniform, now covered in countless claw marks with large holes torn in the sleeves. This companion that had served him for years was on its last legs. But it was still usable. Emily refused to let it retire just yet. With that thought, Emily hung the uniform beside Lilith and carefully took out the map from its pocket, laying it out to dry by the fire as well. Lilith's white dress was now filthy beyond repair, stained with blood and mud. There were no children's clothes in the house, but fortunately the Min River was right nearby. Emily fetched a bucket of water and began washing by the stove. On the bed, Lilith warmed herself by the fire, her eyes never leaving Emily, until he started washing his own undergarments. Her face flushed crimson, and she shyly burrowed her head under the bedsheet. After hanging the washed dress and undergarments next to the delivery uniform, Emily plopped down on the edge of the bed, rubbed his hands together, and warmed them by the fire. Smoke slowly rose from the chimney of the small fishing cabin. They were close enough to the safe zone that Emily had hoped the smoke might attract rescue teams. But looking out at the thick fog beyond the window, he sighed. In this weather, you couldn't see a damn thing. Still, it was just a passing thought. He certainly didn't want any zombie-like horrors showing up. The zombies with spider lilies growing from their heads had left a deep shadow over him. Even now, the memory made his head ache. By the time he finished washing Lilith's clothes, the map had dried enough. Emily unfolded the map and checked his location. Close, very close. If he followed the forest along the lake downstream for 2 kilometers, he would reach the so-called land transport hub. He glanced at the roaring fire, considering cooking something to eat, but decided against it. Once the clothes were dry, he'd leave. Every extra minute spent out here was another minute of danger. Emily was tired of seeing zombies everywhere he went. He just wanted to find a safe place, eat his fill, and get a solid night's sleep. Ordinary zombies, slow-moving, partially decomposed flesh, with only some organs still active. Their eyesight is extremely poor, unable to see clearly beyond 10 meters. In addition, their intelligence is severely limited. They are easily attracted by noise, and will instinctively devour anything edible they encounter, including the corpses of their own kind. Ordinary zombies have no tendency to form groups, but because they are drawn together by sound, including the footsteps of their fellow zombies, they can gather into massive hordes. As one of the most numerous types of zombies, ordinary zombies pose relatively little threat individually. However, be careful not to get surrounded or cornered by them, or your fate will be no better than being caught by a special infected, perhaps even worse. With this thought, Emily turned his gaze toward Lilith. The little one was still staring at him with flushed cheeks. Emily found her expression both amusing and exasperating. Why was it that this little girl didn't blush when Tang Lingling undressed herself, yet she felt shy when he helped her? Was this the difference between taking the initiative and being on the receiving end? A girl this young probably didn't understand matters of men and women, though being shy was only natural. Gazing at the adorable Lilith, Emily gently ruffled her hair. Don't worry, it'll take you to the safe zone soon. Once we're there, we won't have to flee from the zombies anymore. We can have a proper bath and get a good night's sleep. Hearing Emily's words, Lilith blinked her large blood-red eyes, but said nothing. Over an hour later, their clothes were finally dried. Due to her limited mobility, Lilith was once again dressed up by Emily like a doll. As he touched her hair, smooth, cool, and carrying a faint scent of flowers, Emily felt puzzled. He hadn't bathed in days and had just soaked in that muddy water. This little one had also gone unwashed and waded through the same mud. So why did she still smell of blossoms? She didn't have any perfume on her. Was it her natural scent? Emily didn't dwell on it. With ample time this time, he could finally groom Lilith's hair properly, ensuring it wasn't as messy as last time. After dressing her and drinking a cup of hot water, Emily secured Lilith to his chest with the safety rope, once more left the riverside cabin, and resumed their journey. Treading along the damp, muddy country path, Emily gradually made his way to the highway. Gazing at the vast national road, this area was already beyond the city limits. Due to the thick fog, he couldn't see many buildings, but judging by the lush vegetation around, only a few scattered farmhouses remained here. At least on the road before him, Emily saw not a single car, nor even the shadow of a zombie. It was eerily empty, so empty it stirred a sense of unease in his heart. Emily shook his head, dispelling the anxiety, steadied his mind, and continued walking along the road. It was now noon. The fog had thinned somewhat, with visibility extending to about 50 meters. But then, Emily thought he spotted a wisp of red dust within the mist. He rubbed his eyes, but the red dust had vanished. A knot of tension formed in Emily's stomach, reminding him of those creatures with spider lilies sprouting from their heads. He scanned the surrounding fog carefully, but found no trace of the red dust again. It was as if the sight had been a mere illusion. Emily shook his head and continued forward. However, as the fog dissipated, Emily once again spotted a hint of red dust in the distance. He was certain this was no illusion. What's going on? Why is this dust here? Isn't the safe zone just ahead? Cold sweat beaded on Emily's forehead as he pressed forward cautiously. Before long, he discovered an ambulance stopped on the road. He approached it warily. The ambulance was empty, but the driver's seat was splattered with blood. After checking the interior for zombies and confirming it was safe, he opened the rear doors and began rummaging for anything useful. Then Emily found several brand new gas masks. Odd, why would there be gas masks? Emily was taken aback. All the masks were full-face models, and there was even a small one for a child. Gazing at the thickening red dust around him, he hesitated for a moment before putting a mask on both Lilith and himself. Then Emily found several brand new gas masks. Odd, why would there be gas masks? Emily was taken aback. All the masks were full-face models, and there was even a small one for a child. Gazing at the thickening red dust around, this isn't right. What's happening? Shouldn't we be nearing the safe zone? Why is this stuff increasing? I've only ever seen it above the city center before. Unease gnawed at Emily's heart, but the desperate hope for the safe zone drove him onward. Finally, following the map, he arrived at the entrance of the land transport hub he had been longing for. But the sight that greeted him made his pupils constrict. A gentle breeze whispered past his ears. As sunlight broke through, the fog dissipated, leaving only the dense crimson dust. And within that red haze, fluorescent flowers swayed ceaselessly. A sea of blossoms stretched out before Emily. It was an ocean formed by zombies with spider lilies growing from their exposed brains. Staring at them, Emily's breath quickened beneath his gas mask. Most of these creatures wore military and police uniforms, and they packed every inch of this so-called safe zone. A safe zone? There was no safe zone. There was no safe zone at all. Only these flowers, as if clawing their way out of hell, vivid red like a crimson tide, ceaselessly releasing bloody dust that stained the sky. These spider lilies. Gazing upon this sea of blood, Emily clutched Lilith tightly, turned without a backward glance, and sprinted for his life, fleeing this hell of blossoms. Crimson Tide zombies infected by the Crimson virus, a fusion of fungus and virus. The infected skull naturally dissolves, exposing the brain from which a spider lily-like fungal growth sprouts. They are far more active than ordinary zombies. The red dust is the spores released by the Crimson Tide, carrying a potent infectivity. Beyond spore transmission, merely approaching them induces mental derangement, leading to being consumed by the flower sea and becoming part of it. Death incarnate, like specters reaping souls from the underworld. This zombie horde, like an unstoppable Crimson Tide, is endless. There is almost no recourse other than Emily ran with Lilith at his side, sprinting without end. His mind was a blur. He had no plan and no destination, only the desperate urge to flee along the national highway to put as much distance as possible between himself and the crimson-legged creatures that had overrun the so-called safe zone. After an indeterminate time gasping and spent, Emily reached a small cottage not far from the roadside. He collapsed to his knees, panting. His limbs felt leaden, as if all strength had been drained from him. The memory of what had just occurred made his body tremble, and waves of fear and dread kept surging up. Zombies? Everywhere were zombies. Wherever he went they swarmed. There was no truly safe place. A cold despair gripped Emily. He had risked life and limb all the way here only to find the safe zone reduced to this, an outcome he could scarcely accept. What was any of this for? He kept asking himself. The safe zone is gone. Where am I supposed to go? He had no answer. At that moment, a low, hoarse growl sounded in his ear. A few ordinary zombies had entered the cottage and were slowly approaching him. Emily stared at them for a moment, then his expression hardened into a snarl. Damn you. I'll tear you apart. I'll kill you, man-eating things. He gripped the axe handle behind him, drew it free, and charged. Ordinary zombies were no match. In a few strikes he felled them. Even as some lay with shattered waists still gurgling at him, Emily leapt forward and brought the axe down with savage force. As if to vent his anguish, he smashed again and again, brutal and relentless. Blood spattered, coating both him and Lilith, yet he would not stop. Smash your heads to pulp. Let's see how you can still eat people. His face was contorted, veins rimmed with red. He spiraled into a frenzy, roaring even after the undead had gone still. At last, Lilith, cradled in his arms, pressed her small hands to his head, and in a soft lullaby voice sang, "Sleep. Sleep, my dear baby." She did not know what else to say to soothe him. She only remembered how her mother had comforted her when she had been afraid. Emily went still at the sound of her voice and slowly lowered the blood-smeared axe. It was the first time he had heard Lilith speak Mandarin. "Don't be afraid. Lilith is here. Don't be afraid." The gentle cadence soothed him. He instinctively hugged the girl, and smelling the faint floral scent clinging to her, felt himself calm. He reminded himself he was not utterly lost. He still had Lilith with her by his side. He could not give up. By afternoon, the thick mist had entirely dispersed under the steady sun. Inside a small cottage near the highway, Emily fumbled with the faucet handle. The cottage was a modest country villa, small but complete, even equipped with a bathtub and, more importantly, a solar water heater. Emily tested the water in the tub. When the temperature seemed acceptable, he looked back at the girl, still stained with blood. Lilith's face went pale as she watched Emily. She struggled to drag herself away, but Emily pinioned her. She wailed, frightened, and he, with rough tenderness, undressed her and placed her in the bathtub to be washed. She flailed and splashed, but he held her steady. "Behave, will you? Look at you, covered in blood, your hair matted. If you don't wash, you'll start to smell. Do you want to be a stinky girl?" Lilith glared at him in indignation. Whose fault was it that she was filthy? It was not that she disliked being clean. She was simply shy. Her mother and older sister usually bathed her. This was the first time a strange man had to help, and even if Emily was no stranger now, she still found it hard to accept. "Oh, no," she protested. "Don't move, I'll lather you," he replied. She blurted out an expletive in her native tongue. Emily, hearing it, said wryly that he could understand enough to know she was cursing. "No dirty words," he chided, but then pinched her cheek and smoothed her hair, gently washing away the grime. Realizing resistance was futile, Lilith gradually calmed, hugging her knees with a flushed face as she asked him to clean the stains from her body. Seeing her suddenly obedient, Emily smiled and took a towel to dry her. After bathing her, he carried the little one to the bedroom, tucked her into bed beneath the sheets, then sat down on the floor himself. Bathing Lilith had steadied him. Only then did Emily look at himself. His delivery uniform was splotched with blood. In places it clung to unidentifiable soft tissue, a grim testament to how ferocious his earlier madness had been. The zombie corpses downstairs still lay scattered and broken. He grimaced. The odor of rot was tenacious. Once it sank in, it was hard to remove. He ought to wash himself as well. But when he checked, the solar water tank seemed empty, and with the power out, there was no way to pump water. Was he going to have to wash in cold water? Even with the sun out, a biting chill lingered in the air. The afternoon temperature could not have been more than 7 or 8 degrees. As a southerner, washing with cold water was unthinkable. Beyond mere discomfort, Emily feared falling ill. In their present circumstances, sickness could be fatal. Though he had scavenged some antibiotics from an ambulance, he wanted to save them if possible. He looked at the tub where Lily C had just bathed and sighed. He was not obsessively fastidious, he mainly needed to cleanse the rotten blood. Using Lily C's bathwater seemed acceptable, especially since it still bore a faint floral scent. He glanced at her as she blinked large red-rimmed eyes at him. When she saw him strip and ease into the tub, she panicked. No, she stammered, cheeks burning. Emily braced his hands on the rim of the tub and looked toward Lily C lying on the bed. Lily C, face scarlet, struggled for words. Her Mandarin was limited, having been born and raised abroad. At last she managed a single stammered reproach. Bad guy. Emily puzzled, teased though. So Lily C, like stinky boys, then rose from the tub as if to pounce playfully. Lily C shrieked and burrowed into the covers, curling up and not daring to move. Emily chuckled, lay back in the tub and let the waning warmth and lingering floral fragrance ease his muscles. The place was not unpleasant, cozy in its modest way, but it lay uncomfortably close to the ruined safe zone. For that reason they could not stay. He would have to leave. The water wouldn't have stayed warm for much longer anyway, or by the time Emily had washed away all the bloodstains from his body, it had already cooled considerably. He grabbed a bath towel nearby, draped it over himself, and returned to the bedroom. Just then he heard some noise and crept quietly to the window. Several zombies were feasting on the corpses of the ones Emily had just killed. Emily narrowed his eyes and drew the curtains. He was on the second floor, the door on the first floor was locked, and there were security bars on the windows. As long as those zombies didn't discover him hiding out on the second floor, was relatively safe. Leaving the window, Emily began rummaging through the wardrobe for wearable clothes. Aside from some thermal undergarments for men, the only outerwear consisted of windbreakers and down jackets. Although both could protect against zombie bites and scratches, they were too bulky and not as convenient as his delivery uniform. But Emily stared at the tattered delivery uniform and let out a sigh. Maybe he should find a zombie who was once a fellow delivery driver and take over their clothes. He was tired of the blue and had rather fancied the yellow robe. I wonder what time it is. This place seems safe enough for now. He'll rest here for the night. With that thought, Emily turned his gaze to the little one on the bed. Lilith had been staring at him all along. He tried waving at her, but the little girl remained expressionless. He then looked at the blood-soaked clothes near the bathroom, including Lilith's dress. The white dress was now a dark crimson. With no water to wash it, it was unwearable. He had searched the wardrobe thoroughly and found no children's clothes. Oh well, the little girl couldn't walk and was always strapped to him anyway. Her clothes didn't need to be fancy. Just find a shirt and a jacket to wrap her in for warmth. With that in mind, Emily turned to Lilith and said, Lilith, are you hungry? Stay here and behave. He'll go down to the kitchen to see if there's anything to eat. After receiving no response again, Emily scratched his head and headed downstairs. In the kitchen, Emily searched everywhere. Aside from some seasonings, he found no packaged food. Ugh, nothing to eat. He opened the refrigerator and a foul stench hit him. The power had been out for over a week and all the food inside had rotted. Just as Emily was about to close the fridge in disappointment, he spotted a bottle of ambrosial yogurt on the shelf. Back in the second-floor bedroom, Lilith, covered with a blanket, stared blankly at her surroundings. Devour. That lowly human. A sudden voice echoed in Lilith's mind, and she quickly shook her head. No. No. Huh. No what? Lilith was startled, then looked at Emily, who had just entered the room with wary eyes. Don't worry, it's safe here for now. Those zombies can't get in. Thinking Lilith was scared, Emily sat on the edge of the bed, patted her head, and handed her the yogurt. Sorry, I couldn't find anything else to eat downstairs. This will have to do for now. Lilith blinked at the yogurt in her hands, then looked at Emily. You have to do it like this. Emily picked up the straw, stretched it, twisted it to lock it in place, and inserted it into the hole. Lilith watched his actions with curiosity, then put her small mouth around the straw and began to suck. Once she tasted it, her eyes sparkled. Tasty. If it's tasty, drink more. Aren't you going to have some? I'm not hungry. Hearing his reply, Lilith glanced at the yogurt in her hand, then offered it to Emily. You? Have some too. Emily looked at the straw Lilith had used, hesitating for a moment. But seeing her innocent, bewildered eyes, he shook his head with a smile and leaned in for a small sip. Delicious. Seeing that Emily had taken a drink, Lilith giggled and put the yogurt back to her lips. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, she lowered her head, her ears turning slightly red. Emily didn't notice Lilith's reaction. He began tending to his gear. He ejected the magazine from his pistol, took out the bullets, and laid them out to dry. Then he unzipped his backpack and laid out the slightly damp bullets to air out as well. He knew these things were probably waterproof, but maintenance was still important. If anything malfunctioned, he wouldn't know how to fix it. After finishing with the pistol, Emily looked at the increasingly dark room, parted the curtains, and peered outside. The sun had set, and the zombie corpses outside were gone, apparently devoured completely. Recycling their own kind. I wonder if he'll end up like that. Emily shook his head, let go of the curtain, and began fiddling with the police walkie-talkie head found at the rest stop. This walkie-talkie was incredibly sturdy, truly worthy of being police-grade. Even after being submerged in water for so long, it worked flawlessly. Looking at the battery, which still had over half its charge, Emily sat down next to Lilith and began continuously adjusting the channels. This walkie-talkie was one of Emily's few remaining hopes, a way to find a safe place. Static. The device emitted noise as he switched through many channels, but there was either no signal or no one answering. Recalling the zombies had encountered along the way, Emily's eyes dimmed. He was skilled and had survived by the skin of his teeth through incredible luck to get out of the city. Other ordinary people, he figured, could only wait to die or end up in a zombie's stomach. And that sea of flowers that covered the entire safe zone. Those special zombies. Recalling that scene, Emily rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Those kinds of zombies weren't just in the safe zone. There were also many red dust particles floating above the center of Pinxiang City. Approaching those zombies made his head feel like it was being smashed by a stone, and head collapse, unconscious, his body weak. And their numbers. Can humans really fight these things? The only thing Emily could think of was nuclear weapons, but who had the capability to launch one now? And could they even kill them all? If a third-tier city like Pinxiang had this many, Emily doubted the bigger cities would have any fewer. The red tide. Huh. Emily let out a sigh and continued adjusting the channel. Static. I hear someone. A human voice suddenly crackled through the walkie-talkie, and Emily's spirit jolted. Hey, can you hear me? Static crackled. The signal was terrible, and Emily could only hear intermittent bursts of white noise. You? Static. Who are you? A survivor. I'm a survivor. Can you hear me? Shanghai. Police. Static. Hello? Static hissed. Damn it. Emily gritted his teeth. Shanghai City. Shanghai City, a major coastal metropolis located downstream of the Jiang River south of Pinxiang. It boasted the nation's second-largest deep-water port, a hub of thriving trade, where nearly all of the province's waterborne freight passed through. Its population was also the largest in the province. However, a large population was hardly good news in the current situation. Is there a safe zone there too? The Shanghai Police Department. If he remembered correctly, that was the provincial police headquarters, wasn't it? Moreover, they were responsible for overseeing customs security, so their armed forces were hardly weak. It was plausible they had established a safe zone. The distance from here was nearly 50 to 60 kilometers as the crow flies. In normal times, it would just be over an hour's drive away. But now, Emily had nearly lost his life just covering a few kilometers from the center of Pinxiang. Was that 50 or 60 kilometers even a distance a human could traverse? Emily was at a loss, glancing at the little one beside him, who was sipping her yogurt in small mouthfuls. He recalled the girl had seen hanging in midair and let out a sigh. Whether for his own sake or for Lilith's, he had to find a safe place even if it was far away. If they stuck to the wilderness, the danger should be significantly reduced. The only issue was that Emily's map only covered a part of Pinxiang. Straying from the main roads would make getting lost almost a certainty. Well, we'll just have to take it one step at a time. Emily looked at the darkening sky, stowing away the walkie-talkie and the map. He turned his head and saw a pair of large luminous red eyes staring right at him, just like a zombie's. It startled him out of his wits. Whoa, my. Lilith tilted her head, puzzled by Emily's reaction. Emily reached out and pinched Lilith's soft cheeks. Your eyes scared me, you silly girl. Ah. Lilith squinted a bit, miffed at being pinched, and opened her mouth to bite his hand. Emily dodged easily and patted Lilith's head. If you couldn't talk, I really would have thought you were a zombie. Those big eyes of yours are just too creepy, just like theirs. Umph. Lilith let out a cold snort, refusing to reply. Emily didn't mind. It was normal for kids to have a bit of a temper, and Lilith was already remarkably well behaved. After checking that all the doors were locked, he returned to the bedside. It's getting late. Let's get some sleep. We have a long journey ahead of us tomorrow. Emily pulled the covers over himself, turning his back to Lilith. But sleep wouldn't come. He felt a strange emptiness in his chest, and a flicker of fear. Lilith was on the verge of drifting off when a pair of strong arms suddenly wrapped around her. Lilith felt Emily's warmth, her face flushing crimson. It wasn't that she disliked his embrace, but rather, she wasn't wearing any clothes at the moment. Her cheeks burning, her eyes trembled slightly. It was too dark for Emily to notice, though he could feel her body stiffen in his arms. He hoped he wasn't being mistaken for some kind of weirdo. Sorry, I just feel safer holding you. If something happens, I need to be able to protect you right away. Emily's voice trailed off, feeling a bit sheepish. The truth was, he was holding her because he was the one who was scared. Those zombies with the spider lilies blooming from their heads on the overpass had left a deep psychological scar on him. Only by holding Lilith, breathing in her faint floral scent, could he find some peace of mind. As for whether Lilith was dressed or not, Emily hadn't really paid attention. He completely saw her as a child. Feeling his embrace, Lilith didn't know what to say. But seeing that Emily made no other moves, she squirmed a little, found a comfortable spot, and nestled her head into his chest. She slowly closed her eyes, and the two of them, holding each other, gradually fell asleep. The next morning dawned with the same loathsome thick fog. Visibility was nearly zero, making it far too dangerous to travel. Even so, Emily had to leave. There was barely any food in the house, and this was the only building around. Staying here was no different from waiting to die. By the bed, Emily slipped a shirt onto Lilith, and then using a comb head found patiently brushed her long golden hair. Lilith's pale blonde hair was incredibly long, slightly wavy, reaching all the way down to her waist. It was hard to imagine how a girl her age had managed to grow it so long. The safest and most practical option would have been to cut it all off. It would lighten the load and reduce the risk of a zombie grabbing it. But Emily couldn't bear to do it. Wrapping it up will do the same trick. And a little extra weight is just good exercise. Lilith weighed less than 50 pounds, which was already light for her age, so cutting her hair wouldn't have made much difference anyway. After carefully bundling up her hair, Emily draped a lightweight women's jacket over her and buttoned it up. Sorry, I couldn't find anything that fits you properly. Just make do with this for now. We'll find you something better on the road. Lilith raised the long, oversized sleeve to her mouth, tilted her head at Emily, and blinked her big red eyes. So cute. Emily stared at the young girl of mixed heritage, then shook his head quickly. She was this adorable as a child, but once she grew up, she'd have men falling head over heels. That is, of course, provided she lived long enough to grow up. All of that depended on him. The thought of ensuring Lilith's safe passage to adulthood filled Emily with renewed strength and courage. Sometimes a person just needs a goal. Before, he worked hard to afford a barbecue feast on the weekends. Now he was doing it for this little one. After dressing Lilith, Emily secured her to his chest with a seatbelt. He shouldered his backpack, checked the rounds in his pistol, engaged the safety, and tucked it into his coat pocket. As for a melee weapon, the axe was his only option now. The dagger had sunk into the water with that zombie, likely drifting off to who knows where. Emily sighed. That dagger had been quite handy. With a well-aimed strike, he could take down a zombie with ease, unlike the axe, which required so much more effort. He'll keep an eye out for a replacement on the way. Grr. Just then, Emily's stomach let out a protest. Come to think of it, he hadn't eaten a thing since yesterday. How annoying. Here I am feeling all confident, and now you decide to complain. Emily grumbled, but he still picked up Lilith and headed out the door. Walking along the roadside, Emily felt a surge of irritation as he stared into the dense fog ahead. If not for the fact that the dilapidated house had not a single scrap of food, he truly wouldn't have wanted to venture out in such heavy fog. He hadn't been out long before his clothes were soaked through, leaving him shivering from the cold. Even Lilith was hiding in his embrace, refusing to poke her head out. As he walked along the roadside, he occasionally spotted wandering zombies and abandoned vehicles. Emily spotted a sedan ahead, and after observing that the surroundings were safe, he took his axe handle, smashed the window, opened the door, and climbed inside to search. This method occasionally yielded some small snacks to stave off hunger, but it was merely a drop in the bucket, far from enough to fill his stomach. Perhaps due to the intense physical exertion, or maybe because his body had been enhanced in some way since the virus outbreak, Emily felt his appetite had grown considerably. Because of the thick fog, Emily carefully groped his way along the road. After walking several kilometers, midday slowly arrived. By now, Emily was unbearably hungry. He had found it exhausting to kill even the ordinary zombies he encountered along the way, and now he felt it was an effort just to lift his axe. At this rate, he'd soon have to avoid even the common zombies. I still need to find something to eat. With that thought, Emily turned left and began walking along a path by the river, hoping to come across a standalone house or something similar. As for finding a village to scavenge for food, Emily didn't even consider it. Villages had plenty of people, and if some nasty kind of zombie came shambling out, given his current state, he had no guarantee he could handle it. So playing it safe was the better option. Unfortunately, Emily didn't come across any more standalone houses. He did pass some farmland, but the fields were filled with withered corn stalks, offering nothing edible. Growl. I'm so hungry. Emily's face darkened with annoyance. Could he really starve to death on the road before even reaching Shanghai City? Fortunately, after walking another kilometer along the river, things took a turn. He encountered a group of anglers. Although these anglers would never fish again, at least their gear was still there. Emily cheerfully dispatched this group of anglers with his axe, then picked up a fishing rod caked with mud from the riverbank and wiped it off. He noticed there was still some bait in the tackle box nearby. With Lilith nestled in his arms, Emily started a fire nearby and began fishing right there by the river. As for the waterlogged, bloated zombies under the bridge upstream, Emily subconsciously chose to ignore them. If he were to be overly sensitive about it in a crowded place, every breath you take is practically an indirect kiss with someone else. Dwelling on that would get you nowhere. So he decided to trust in nature's decomposing powers. Emily consoled himself with that thought, then attached the bait and cast the line. Swoosh. The hook hit the water, creating a beautiful splash. Emily sat on his folding stool, patiently waiting for a fish to bite. Unfortunately, Emily's luck with fishing was rather poor. After more than an hour, he had only caught 4 small whitefish, which together probably didn't even weigh half a caddy. Hey, shouldn't I be chumming the waters? Emily suddenly recalled, his face darkening as he looked at the tackle box beside him. Most of the bait inside had been eaten by birds. The bait he was using for fishing was scraped together from whatever was left. As for chumming, forget it. Not wanting to delay any longer, and starving as he was, Lee looked at the 4 small whitefish on the ground, put down the rod, cleaned the fish, skewered them on wooden sticks, and set them to roast by the fire. As he roasted the fish, Lee added seasonings. The small villa had some condiments, but no food, and since they weren't heavy to carry, he had brought a few along. A small jar of vegetable oil, some salt, chicken bouillon, and chili powder. Not a rich selection, but sufficient. The small fish sizzled, their fat dripping into the charcoal fire. After Lee added the seasonings, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Lilith caught the scent, poked her head out from Lee's embrace, and stared at the roasting fish with sparkling eyes. Seeing Lilith's expression, Lee smiled and ruffled her hair. Don't rush, it's almost done. When they looked about ready, Lee untied Lilith from his body, settled her onto the adjacent folding stool, and handed her one of the small fish. Lilith grasped the stick and began eating the grilled fish in small, careful bites. Watching Lilith eat, Lee swallowed hard, picked up a small fish, and devoured it ravenously. The whitefish, barely the size of 2 fingers, was gone in less than 2 mouthfuls, bones and all, before he grabbed another. After Lee finished that fish, only one remained in the fire. Lilith had also just finished hers, and both their gazes turned to the final grilled fish. Lee subconsciously ignored Lilith's stare and reached for it. Lilith, however, puffed out her cheeks and glared at Lee in protest. Hungry? I'm hungry too. I'm the one dealing with the zombies, and I have to carry you. I need to eat my fill. This fish is mine. Walla. Chill. Keep your voice down, little miss. If you attract something, it might eat you. Whimper. Lilith's eyes widened in fright, but watching Lee wolf down his food, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Compared to snacks, she actually preferred the taste of meat. Fresh meat, that is. Lilith had been guarding her father's body for the past few days, not eating much. Apart from one decent meal at Tang Lingling's place, she had barely eaten anything and was starving too. But she clearly couldn't compete with Lee for food. Lilith looked at the ravenous Lee, then at the fishing rod nearby, and patted his shoulder. Lee, who was noisily gnawing on a fish bone, just shrugged at her gesture. Don't even think about it. I fished for this long, and only caught 4 whitefish. There's no fish in this spot. Try. Huh. Lee placed the fishing rod into Lilith's hands, then sat down beside her, watching her with an amused expression. He had been fishing for over an hour without a single bite. What could this little girl possibly catch? If she managed to land a big one, he would eat his words. Splash. Before Lee could finish his thought, ripples spread across the water's surface as Lilith was nearly yanked from her chair. He quickly steadied her, wrapping his arms around her and gripping her hands tightly over the rod. A faint blush crept onto Lilith's cheeks as she looked up at Lee, but seeing his attention fixed on the fishing rod, she lowered her gaze. Frowning, Lee guided her hands, and the rod tugging and maneuvering with skill. Before long, a hefty crucian carp, weighing over 1/2 kilogram, was pulled from the water. Whoa, a big one. Lee stared at the fish in his hands, then turned to Lilith. I fished for over an hour and only caught 4 tiny fish. What kind of luck does Lilith have? Is she blessed by the sea? No, this is a river. He shook his head, handing the rod back to her. Good job, little one. Keep fishing, you'll handle the roasting. His decision proved wise, for while he cooked, Lilith caught 2 more fish. Though not as large as the first, each weighed over 1/2 a catty, far superior to the 4 small whitebait Lee had managed. Lee rubbed his hands together, eagerly gazing at the 3 fish roasting over the fire. The first catch was nearly done. Just as he added the seasonings and reached for it, Lilith patted his hand, her gaze fixed intently on him. Staring. Be good, little Lilith. This fish is too big for you to finish, so let big brother handle it. Ignoring her, Lee reached for the roasted fish, but Lilith was having none of it. She grabbed his hand and bit down on it with her small mouth. Oh, it didn't hurt at all, but it startled him. Looking at the tiny teeth marks on his palm, and then at Lilith, who was munching on the fish like a little hamster, Lee sniffled. He shrank back slightly, letting her have her way. Since she had caught all the fish, Lee had no reason to argue. The remaining 2 were plenty for him. They were soon roasted, and he devoured them ravenously. Unlike the tiny dried fish he had eaten before, the crispy skin and tender juicy flesh, with just the right hint of savoriness, ignited his appetite, and he indulged heartily. After wolfing down both fish, Lee licked his lips, still craving more. His appetite had indeed grown significantly, partly due to his long hunger, but even so, the 2 fish weighing over a catty combined had only filled him to about 60%. By then, Lilith had also finished eating. Staring at the half-eaten fish in her hands, she blinked and offered it to Lee. He was taken aback by the gesture. Full. Here you go. Lee rubbed his nose, feeling a bit sheepish as he accepted the fish. He had been fighting her for food moments ago, and now she was willingly sharing hers with him. How embarrassing. He didn't overthink it, taking the fish she offered and devouring it with gusto. Lilith propped her cheeks on her little hands, watching him eat with curiosity. Even as hungry as he was, Lee couldn't ignore the little one's unblinking stare. Emily looked at her puzzled. What's wrong? In response, Lilith simply shook her head, resting her chin on her hands once more as her golden hair cascaded over her shoulders. He couldn't eat with her staring like that. Seeing the remaining portion of his fish, he wrapped it up. He still had to deal with zombies on the road, and being overly full wouldn't be wise. Had saved this fish as rations. After securing it, Emily picked up Lilith, strapped her securely to his chest with a safety rope, tied the fishing rod to his backpack, and shouldered it. Satisfied, Emily left the riverbank. To avoid getting lost, he decided it was best to stay close to the road. With that in mind, he headed towards it with Lilith. Time passed into the afternoon. The dense fog had thinned under the sun's rays, still hazy, but visibility extended for several hundred meters. Once the fog lifted, Emily spotted several villages in the distance, occasionally hearing guttural roars, the cries of the running zombies. He was glad he hadn't gone near them. He could only handle ordinary zombies. Fighting a runner was an unknown gamble at best. Runners were too agile, and Emily needed to come out unscathed. The risk was too high. One scratch meant infection. He decided to keep moving with Lilith following the road. Over 50 kilometers lay ahead, enough to take him days. As dusk fell, Emily found himself unsure of his location. He looked at a road sign, 40 kilometers Shanghai City. He could read that. 40 kilometers to go. He nodded, confirming he was on the right track. But with darkness approaching, he knew he needed to find a place to spend the night. Night brought poor visibility and more active zombies, making travel dangerous. A free buffet for them. He continued along the road, hoping to find a rest area, but those were few and far between. Sleeping outdoors was a terrible idea, cold and unsafe. Looking at Lilith, who was sleeping soundly in his arms, he knew he couldn't count on her for guard duty. He needed to be well rested for tomorrow's journey, so finding a secure shelter was a priority. With that in mind, Emily spotted a small village perched on a hillside not far from the road and headed towards it. He soon reached the village entrance. It was tiny, with only 7 or 8 households, which made him feel safer. Despite the dim light, he could make out a few shambling figures. Emily's expression turned serious as he drew the axe from his back. After dispatching the ordinary zombies, he approached a sturdy-looking concrete house and tried the door handle. It was locked tight. He knocked, but only heard the low growls of zombies from inside. Shrugging, he grabbed the security bars on the window and scaled up to the second floor, flicking on his small flashlight to illuminate the dark interior. The cheap light flickered weakly. It had suffered from being submerged, but it still worked. Following the beam, he descended the stairs and found 2 zombie children ferociously attacking a corner between cabinets. With a grunt, he politely escorted them out by dispatching them and tossing them from the second floor. Curious, Emily went to the corner they had been attacking and peered inside. A tiny kitten was hiding in the gap, staring at him with wide, curious eyes. Emily blinked in surprise. This kitten was different. Its eyes. They were iridescent, shimmering with colors. Emily gazed at the kitten wedged in the crevice. Though its multicolored eyes were visible under the flashlight's beam, the feline showed no aggression. And if it could be chased into hiding by a pair of ordinary zombie children, what threat could it possibly pose? Here, kitty kitty. Meow. The kitten remained wary, refusing to emerge. Emily hesitated for a moment, then pulled out a half-eaten fish from his bag, broke off a piece, and placed it in front of the cabinet. His patience with the kitten had a reason. Emily grew up in an orphanage, ostracized by others. His childhood was not happy. Only the old cat kept by the orphanage director had kept him company, but sadly it passed away before he grew up. After becoming self-sufficient, Emily had considered adopting a cat, but he could barely take care of himself, let alone a pet, so he abandoned the idea. For these reasons, Emily held a fondness for the little kitten. As expected, the white kitten, lured by the fishy scent, crept out cautiously, eyeing Emily warily. After confirming that Emily meant no harm, it began devouring the fish he had broken off. The piece was small, and the kitten finished it in 2 bites, then looked up at Emily again, wagging its tail. Meow. Hungry. Eat more. Emily broke off another piece and placed it before the kitten, which ate while flicking its tail. Emily tentatively reached out to stroke the kitten's head. The kitten flinched at first, then relaxed, continuing to eat the fish as if it had been starving for days. In this world, even cats struggle to survive. Thankfully, the virus only infects humans. If beasts and insects could also turn into zombies, would be doomed. Emily shook his head, sat down on the bed with Lilith, unfastened his safety rope, and placed her on the mattress. Meow. After finishing the large piece of fish, the white kitten blinked its colorful eyes at Emily. Here, kitty. Emily smiled and extended his hand. The kitten seemed to understand and leaped onto his lap, curling up. Emily gently stroked it, and the kitten purred, its tail swaying. Beside them, Lilith stared at the kitten in Emily's arms, her crimson eyes blinking. The kitten, noticing her gaze, lifted its head and met her blood-red eyes. Instantly, its fur bristled, it leaped from Emily's lap and retreated to its corner, hissing a warning at Lilith. Lilith narrowed her eyes, ignored the white cat, and turned away to stare blankly into space. It seems little Lily isn't very popular with cats, huh? Emily patted Lilith's head, but she remained unresponsive, lost in her own thoughts. Sigh. Emily sighed, went to the crevice, and tried to coax the kitten out again, but this time it refused to budge. He gave up. While the flashlight still worked, he began searching the house for anything useful. Food was the priority. The rural house had no snacks, only some raw ingredients that hadn't been processed. Emily found half a bag of rice, but cooking it was troublesome. He couldn't exactly carry a pot around, could he? If chased by zombies, it would only slow him down. He decided against it, put down the rice bag, and looked for other items. Unfortunately, aside from a large flashlight, he found nothing of use. Some hardware tools, screwdrivers, hose, were too cumbersome for killing zombies, nowhere near as efficient as the axe he carried. Sigh. Nothing useful. Emily set down the flickering flashlight, stretched, then walked over to Lilith, and took out the grilled fish from earlier. Emily offered the fish to Lilith, but she refused, making a face of disgust. Oh, so picky little girl. Don't like it cold. Emily shrugged. Since Lilith wouldn't eat, he wolfed down the howfish himself, finishing it quickly. Meow. The white kitten, smelling the fish aroma, meowed loudly, but remained tightly curled in the crevice. Hearing its cries, Emily sighed, picked up Lilith, and crouched in front of the gap. Hiss. The kitten, seeing Lilith, bristled and let out a warning hiss. Lilith is adorable, no need to be afraid. Though Lilith barely spoke to Emily, that didn't stop him from using her to lighten the mood. Emily poked Lilith's cheek while looking at the kitten in the corner. See, Lilith is gentle, nothing to fear. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The kitten was unimpressed, bristling, even more seemingly terrified. Emily paused, looking at the expressionless Lilith in his arms. Well, if the kitten was so afraid of Lilith, had better not scare it further. He scratched his head, carried Lilith back to the bed, and yawned. After eating, Emily, who had been traveling all day with Lilith, lay on the bed and began to feel drowsy. He checked the doors and windows, saw they were locked tight, and returned to bed. Instinctively, he hugged Lilith, then suddenly realized and looked at her uneasily. Lilith blinked at his expression, then reached out with her small hands, pulled Emily's head to her chest, and gently stroked him. Feeling the soft strands of hair brushing his face and Lilith's embrace, Emily blushed. Was he being comforted like a baby? Since Lilith didn't mind, Emily stopped pretending. He wrapped his arms around her waist, inhaled the floral scent of the girl, and under her gentle touch, slowly drifted into sleep. Meow. Watching Lilith's attitude toward this human, the kitten in the corner suddenly froze. Realizing Lilith wasn't paying attention to it, the white cat relaxed, curled its tail, and nestled into a ball to sleep in the corner. It had been trapped by the two zombie children for days, exhausted and starving. Now that it had a chance to rest, it wouldn't let it slip away. The night passed without incident. Morning came, and Emily slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he woke, he felt the long sleeve against his face and realized his face was buried in Lilith's chest. He lifted his head. Lilith blinked, her big red eyes staring at him blankly. They gazed at each other for a few seconds. Finally, Emily blushed and reluctantly pulled his face away from Lilith's embrace. He stretched. He had slept soundly through the night, without any dreams, thanks to Lilith's floral scent. Emily looked at Lilith, who had gotten up with him. Noticing his gaze, Lilith tilted her head and blinked her big eyes. Ahem. It was fortunate that Lilith was still small. Oh, if she were older, Emily would have been too embarrassed to do that. A man had no time to be shy. It was morning, the time when zombies were least active, a good opportunity to travel. He had to hurry. After checking his luggage, Emily hesitated when he saw the empty food bag. In the end, he carried a few jeans of rice and a black pot on his back. There were still dozens of kilometers to go, so he needed to bring some food. If danger arose, and he couldn't run, he could always discard these items. Emily didn't want to experience hunger again. It was too unpleasant. After packing up, he carried Lilith, went to the corner, and looked at the white kitten with colorful eyes in the crevice. Want to come with me, eh? Hiss, hiss, hiss. The white kitten, seeing Lilith, shrank deeper into the crevice, its fur bristling. Emily looked at the expressionless Lilith in his arms and sighed. Lilith was so cute. Why was this kitten so afraid of her? Since the kitten refused to come with him, Emily had no choice but to leave it to its fate. He picked up Lilith, slowly stood up, turned to go upstairs, and climbed down from the second-floor balcony. Some crows feeding on the corpses were startled by Emily's movements and flew away in panic. Emily looked at the bodies on the ground. All zombies he had dealt with yesterday. Perhaps because this place was too remote, no other zombies had been attracted to feast. Sigh. These zombies were probably the villagers. What a damn disaster. In the Dragon Country, people believe in being buried peacefully, but Emily had no time to deal with these corpses. Having seen so many dead in Pingxiang City, he was almost numb to them. Ignoring the departing crows, Emily began walking downhill, continuing along the road. The weather was decent today, with no thick fog, though the sky was gray, looking like it was only 5 or 6 in the morning. Dozens of kilometers. Emily sighed. Walking mindlessly like this wasn't a solution. Along the way, Emily had seen usable vehicles. He had spotted a motorcycle parked on the roadside with a key still in the ignition. But the motorcycle was too loud, and Emily was afraid it might attract something strange, so he didn't dare ride it. As for cars, sorry, Emily really didn't know how to drive. As a delivery driver barely scraping by to pay rent, how could he have the time and money to get a driver's license? Is this my fate, like the Tang monk's westward journey? Carrying a small black pot of fujin of rice, more than 200 rounds of ammunition, and Lilith Mo Lee's burden had reached a critical point. Before long, he was panting, sitting by the roadside, his throat dry. He took a sip from his water bottle, which he had filled with boiled water from the rural house, and felt a bit better. Maybe he should just throw away the black pot. But without a pot, how could he cook the rice? Then he might as well not bring the rice. But then he'd go hungry. Oh. Emoli felt a surge of frustration. He had evaded the pursuit of a crawler, yet now he was troubled by such a trivial matter. This wasn't like him. Just as Emoli was fretting, he suddenly heard a cat meow. He looked toward the sound. A small white kitten with colorful eyes was running desperately toward him, and behind it a long, slender zombie, covered in purple veins, was chasing. A crawler. The kitten ran frantically, but in its panic it tripped over a pebble and fell by the roadside. Just as the crawler was about to catch up, a figure holding an iron pot blocked its path. The kitten stared at the young man, protecting it, its colorful eyes wide with surprise. But Emily's attention wasn't on the kitten. Facing the crawler, he drew the short axe from his back and swung it fiercely at the creature. The powerful blow instantly severed one of the crawler's shoulders, leaving it dangling uselessly. The crawler let out a pained roar, about to call for its companions, but Emily pushed it away with the iron pot and followed up with a solid kick, sending it to the ground. Before it could get up, he struck at its neck. The sharp axe blade cut into the spine, causing the crawler's head to hang limply. Hitting the vital spot, the crawler collapsed instantly, its body convulsing before gradually losing life. Emoli shook the blood off his short axe and looked at the iron pot in his hand, his eyes lighting up. It seemed carrying the iron pot wasn't such a big problem after all. But looking at the deep claw marks on the pot, Emoli's heart shuddered. Although these crawlers had poor defenses, their attack power was fearsome. Even with his delivery suit on, a scratch could be dangerous. He would have to be careful in the future. After dealing with the zombie, Emoli turned to the white kitten. It's amazing you found your way here. So still want to come with me? Meow. The kitten looked at Emoli, its colorful eyes trembling, slightly fixed solely on his outstretched hand. Without hesitation, the kitten climbed up his arm and onto his shoulder. Heh. Emoli smiled, gently tapping the kitten's nose with his finger. The kitten wagged its tail and affectionately licked his finger. Just then the kitten noticed Lilith in Emoli's arms staring at it and shrank back in fear. Lilith looked at the new member, blinked, and reached out to stroke the cat. Meow. The white cat, puzzled by this friendly kin, found that at least she wasn't attacking it. And so a peculiar trio, a kitten, a human, and a young girl, set off on their journey. On the highway, a group of people walked along the roadside. Emoli gazed at the endless road stretching before him and let out a sigh. He had been walking with Lilith on his back and the kitten in his backpack for an entire morning. He had hoped to find abandoned vehicles along the highway to scavenge for supplies, yet the empty expressway stretched on without a single car in sight. Maybe there's a traffic jam up ahead. Emoli mused to himself, then continued forward. A cold wind swept by, making him shiver. Autumn had arrived, and the weather was growing colder by the day. He wondered if the zombies would freeze to death. He certainly hoped so. Emoli offered a silent prayer. Meow. The little white cat on his shoulder let out a soft cry. Emoli smiled and gently poked its nose with his finger. Just then he spotted a sign on the highway ahead. 2 kilometers ahead, rest area. Finally, a rest area. Emoli took a deep breath. His stomach was growling with hunger, and the long morning walk had left him exhausted. All he wanted was a place to catch his breath. But as he neared the rest area, the sound of violent pounding impacts reached his ears. Frowning, Emoli tucked the kitten into his backpack, then pulled out a silenced pistol from his coat pocket. He racked the slide chambering around and switched off the safety. Crouching low against the guardrail, he crept toward the rest area. Inside, a hulking zombie wielding a tire iron was slamming its shoulder violently against the door of a convenience store. Emoli stared at the zombie, which towered a full 2 heads above him, and watched the shards of glass that sprayed from the door with each impact. A wave of fear washed over him. This thing's strength is like a wild bull's. Maybe I should just leave it alone. Realizing this, Emoli began to slowly back away. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he heard a girl's desperate cries for help from inside the store. Help! Someone please help us! Help! Emoli froze at the sound. He started to turn away, but his mind flashed back to the girl who had pulled him onto the police car when he was in utter despair with nowhere left to go. Ugh! Emoli gritted his teeth, unstrapped Lilith from his back, and placed her inside a relatively safe-looking car nearby. Stay here. Don't move. Woof! Lilith tilted her head at his words, unsure if she truly understood. After securing Lilith and leaving the backpack with the white cat behind him, Lee picked up his pistol and walked toward the hulking zombie. Hey! Roar! Hearing Lee shout, the powerful zombie, clutching the tire iron, spun around. Upon seeing him, it let out a guttural roar, pounded the ground, and charged straight at him. Lee aimed at the zombie's head as it lunged forward, raised his pistol, and fired. Bang! 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 Bullets poured out. Lee's aim was true. All 9 shots found their mark, striking the zombie squarely in the head. The zombie's face was riddled with bloody holes, one eye completely blinded. Yet it refused to fall. Instead it roared with even greater fury, closed the distance, and swung the tire iron down at Mo Lee with brutal force. Mo Lee watched the massive weapon descend, and hastily leaped backward. The solid tire iron slammed into the concrete floor, cracking the pavement with a sickening crunch. Mo Lee stared at the fractured ground as dust cleared and swallowed hard. If he took a hit like that, he wouldn't just die. His organs and bones would be pulverized into mush. I absolutely cannot let this brute land a hit on me, Mo Lee realized instantly. He holstered the empty pistol and drew the axe strapped to his back. Roar! The zombie raised its tire iron and swung again, but the telegraph motion was easy for Mo Lee to dodge. Seizing the moment as the zombie remained momentarily frozen after its swing, Mo Lee raised his axe and hacked at its arm. Thud! Blood sprayed through the air. The zombie swung a fist at Mo Lee, but he dodged again. Roar! Frustrated by its repeated failures to land a blow, the enraged zombie swung its tire iron wildly at Mo Lee. To someone with Mo Lee's street fighting experience, the zombie's attacks were as slow as molasses. It couldn't even feint. Each dodge was followed by a chop of the axe, slowly whittling down the hulking creature. Before long, the mighty zombie was covered in wounds. Mo Lee dodged another attack, then seized his chance, raising the axe high and bringing it down on the zombie's neck. The creature was incredibly resilient. Mo Lee had to hack at the exact same spot over a dozen times before he finally carved a gap deep enough to reach the spine. Once the spinal cord was severed, the zombie finally collapsed to its knees, its massive body crashing to the ground with a tremor that shook the earth. Mo Lee let out a breath of relief, scanning his surroundings. No other zombies were in sight. Holy crap, man. You're incredible. A shout rang out. The twisted, battered glass door of the store creaked open, revealing a young man holding a twisted rebar, leading a girl by the hand. He stared at the massive corpse on the ground, his eyes gleaming with admiration for Mo Lee. It's nothing. Are you two all right? Did the zombie get you? Mo Lee asked. No, we're perfectly fine. Good. I'm going to look for some supplies in the store if you don't mind. It's nothing. Are you two all right? Did the zombie get you? Mo Lee asked. No, we're perfectly fine. Good. I'm going to look for some supplies in the store if you don't mind. Ew. That's Mo Lee responded flatly. His real intention in drawing the gun was to intimidate the two strangers. By nature, Mo Lee never trusted anyone easily. It seemed only the girl was intimidated, though. The young man just kept staring at him with starry-eyed admiration. Man, I've never seen a real gun in my life. Can I touch it? No. Mo Lee refused outright. Right, I got carried away. The young man held the girl's hand, watching Mo Lee rummage through the supplies. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke up. Hey man, want to come with us? Come with you? No. I'm heading to Shanghai City. Shanghai City. If I remember right, that's dozens of kilometers away. Are you sure you want to go there? No matter how far it is, I have to go. It's the only safe zone I know of. Safe zone? I don't believe in safe zones. No matter how strong you are, you'd still end up like paper against those zombies with flowers blooming from their heads. As the young man spoke, a deep terror crept across his face. Red tide. Red tide. They come in waves like a crimson flood. You hit the nail on the head, man. Mo Lee looked at the young man and the girl hiding behind him, who appeared to be around the same age. They both had ordinary features, looking even younger and more naive than Mo Lee. Mo Lee was 22. These two were probably a few years younger, at most fresh out of high school. My name is Mo Lee. I haven't asked your names yet. Oh, big brother, my name is Zhang Xiao, and this is my friend beside me, Lu Zixin. Oh, Mo Lee nodded. He asked their names merely to be polite, without any ulterior motives. Zhang Xiao, watching Mo Lee gather supplies, tried to persuade him once more. Brother Mo Lee, come with us. I have a boat my father used for shipping. Our main goal here is just to collect some diesel from the gas station. We can take my boat down the Zhang River and reach Shanghai City in no time. You have a boat. Mo Lee's eyes lit up. If he could catch a ride, he wouldn't have to walk, and he could also avoid most of the zombies. Is it just the two of you on the boat? Well, Zhang Xiao suddenly froze at Mo Lee's question. Seeing Zhang Xiao's hesitation, Mo Lee smiled. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have risked my life to save you too. That's true. Huh. It's just me and Zixin on the boat, no one else. I only wanted to recruit you because you're so formidable, big brother. All right, count me in. Great. Brother, once I move the diesel from the gas station, we'll leave immediately. He'll go with you. Mo Lee looked at this somewhat cheerful young man. Having finally found a chance to hitch a ride. No, a hitch a boat. He couldn't let him get killed. Sure thing, thanks bro. Zhang Xiao let go of the girl, and the two carried 2 large cardboard boxes outside, which were presumably filled with food and other odds and ends collected from the retail store. Mo Lee followed them while loading bullets into his magazine. The two placed the boxes in the open area and then turned towards the gas station. By the way, where have all the zombies here gone? Was that big one just now the only one? I lured the zombies in the rest area away with a recording on a loudspeaker. I thought we were safe, but for some reason that big one ran back. Luckily the store's door was sturdy, and we ran into you in time, big brother, or we'd be done for. Zhang Xiao replied. I see. Mo Li nodded. Before long, Mo Li followed Zhang Xiao to the gas station. Wait. Mo Li looked at the gas station, smelling the thick stench of blood, frowned, and glanced towards the staff restroom, his ears twitching slightly. Cough, hiss. Low growls emanated from the staff restroom. This sound is. Mo Li suddenly realized what it was, then turned to look at Zhang Xiao. It's a crawler. Run. Huh. Zhang Xiao had no idea what Mo Li was talking about, but he knew running was the right thing to do. Just as they started to flee, the crawlers in the corner realized they were exposed and chased after them with screeches. A quick glance showed at least 5 of them. Mo Li raised his pistol and aimed at the few crawlers chasing them. These creatures were agile, nothing like the big dumb one earlier. Mo Li emptied his magazine, barely managing to kill 2 unaware crawlers. Moreover, after seeing that Mo Li's pistol could easily kill their comrades, the other crawlers tried to avoid his line of fire, never giving him another chance. 2 legs can't outrun 4, soon they were caught up. As a crawler raised its claws to strike them, Mo Li blocked the attack with his iron wok. Just as he was about to pull out his short axe to counter, Zhang Xiao charged in with a sharpened rebar, plunging it into the creature's head. The crawler let out a wail and instantly collapsed. Seeing another one down, Mo Li pulled Zhang Xiao back as more crawlers lunged at them again. The girl named Lu Zixin, terrified by the scene, hid herself in fright. Mo Li didn't expect her to be of any help. At this point, not causing trouble was the greatest assistance. 3 crawlers pounced on them simultaneously. As one led with its claws, Zhang Xiao blocked with his rebar, then spun and kicked it away. Seizing the moment as the crawler stumbled back, he raised his weapon with both hands and stabbed it into the creature's head. Blood splattered. This crawler hadn't expected the human to be so skilled and paid the price for its arrogance. Mo Li was stunned by Zhang Xiao's moves. This kid seemed to be a trained fighter as well. It made sense. Anyone who had survived this long must have some skills. Without a word, Mo Li used his iron wok to block the swipes of the other crawlers. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xiao displayed his spear techniques, swiftly taking down another crawler. Meanwhile, the last crawler, seeing its fallen comrades, backed away slightly. After screeching at them a few times, it turned and fled. Mo Li frowned as he watched it run off. If they can feel fear and retreat, that means they possess intelligence. They're far more dangerous than regular zombies. After dealing with the crisis, Mo Li breathed a sigh of relief, put down his iron wok and short axe, and looked at Zhang Xiao. I didn't expect you to be quite skilled. I trained at the Shaolin Temple for a few years. Zhang Xiao scratched his head sheepishly at Mo Li's compliment. But with skills like that, how did you get trapped by that big dumb one earlier? That thing was too tough. Its head was incredibly hard, and I stabbed it many times in other places with my rebar, but it just wouldn't die. That's true. Mo Li nodded. He had to hack at that strong zombie's neck over a dozen times with his axe, dodging and striking before he finally managed to kill it. Zhang Xiao's weapon indeed would have had difficulty with that creature. Seeing the zombies finally dealt with, Zhang Xiao looked at Mo Li. There shouldn't be any more of these zombies in the gas station, right? These crawlers seem to prefer operating in groups, but I've seen plenty of lone ones too. We'd better be careful. Oh, okay. Zhang Xiao nodded. At that moment, Lu Zixin, who had been hiding, came out. Zhang Xiao, let's hurry back. I'm scared. It's all right, I'm here. Their hands were tightly clasped together. Mo Li could tell at a glance that these two were more than just friends. TCH. The stench of love. Not interested. Mo Li silently remarked to himself. Move faster. This isn't the place for that. Hearing Mo Li's words, the 2 young people's faces flushed red, and they awkwardly released each other. The group headed toward the gas station. There weren't many crawlers here, and the few that were present had already been dealt with by Mo Li and the others. Zhang Xiao and Mo Li cautiously made their way toward the staff restroom, checking for any hidden crawlers. As they neared the room, a putrid stench of decay and thick coppery blood assailed their senses. The restroom was strewn with blood-stained scraps of clothing, and upon these scraps, several grotesque infant-like creatures were shrieking at them. Mo Li frowned at the infants covered in purple veins. What are these things? Zhang Xiao asked. I'm not sure. They look like crawler offspring. Offspring? The outbreak only started a week ago. How could there be offspring? True. Forget it, let's kill them. They're a menace if left alive. Hearing Mo Li's words, Zhang Xiao stared at the infant-like zombies, gripping his steel rebar tightly. Noticing Zhang Xiao's hesitation, Mo Li spoke up. They're not human anymore. If you can't do it, go collect the gasoline. They'll handle this. Zhang Xiao looked at Mo Li, his eyes conflicted. His family were devout Buddhists, and the values he was raised with made it impossible for him to be as cold-blooded as Mo Li. Killing regular zombies was one thing, but these infant-like ones. In the end, he couldn't cross that line in his heart, and turned away. All right. They'll leave this to you. They'll go collect the diesel for the boat. Mo Li nodded, tightened his grip on his axe, and looked at the small creatures that resembled crawler hatchlings. He raised the axe and brought it down. Mo Li had no such qualms. These things had nearly cost him his life several times before it had killed as many as he could. Blood gradually seeped out of the staff restroom. Emily casually wiped his axe clean, slung it over his back, and walked out. Zhang Xiao had already found some gasoline barrels in the warehouse and had even activated the gas station's emergency power. He was currently with Lu Zixin filling the barrels with diesel. You two keep at it here for a while. I'm going to pick up my sister. You have a sister? Zhang Xiao looked at Emily curiously. A friend entrusted her to me before they died. There was no need to hide it, Emily stated plainly, especially given his hair color. Oh, I see. Zhang Xiao nodded, understanding it wasn't a pleasant topic, and didn't pry further. Before long, Emily returned to the gas station carrying a backpack and holding Lilith in his arms. He looked at the two large plastic barrels they had filled and asked, puzzled. These two barrels must weigh over 200 kilograms combined. How are we supposed to move all this plus the food from the convenience store? I've got that covered. Zhang Xiao flashed a confident smile and jerked his thumb toward a tricycle nearby. The tricycle was already piled high with supplies that Zhang Xiao and Lu Zixin had gathered from the retail store. With the 2 barrels of gasoline, it was just full. Emily looked at the tricycle, a vein bulging on his forehead. Is this thing really going to make it? Won't it be too loud? Don't worry, I lured all the zombies in the area away with a loudspeaker. But we need to hurry. I think the recording's battery is about to die. Come on, brother, Emily, help me load these barrels onto the cart. Hearing Zhang Xiao's request, Emily glanced at Lu Zixin. Ugh, I can't. Lu Zixin raised her hands and shook her head. Emily didn't think much of it. It was normal for a girl to lack strength. The problem was he had Lilith in his arms, making it hard for him to lift anything. A barrel weighed over 100 kilograms, but 2 men could still manage to lift it together. However, as they loaded the last barrel, the small tricycle let out a loud groan, deepening Emily's doubts. Come on, hop on, brother, Emily. Is the boat you mentioned far from here? No, it's just by the river nearby, about 1,000 meters or so. I think I'll walk. Brother Emily, you don't trust my driving skills. It's not that. I'm afraid that if I get on this thing, won't even move. Zhang Xiao looked at the visibly deflated tires and scratched his head. The engine sputtered to life, belching out thick smoke as the vehicle lurched forward, groaning and screeching like an old man in his 80s. Emily and Lu Zixin followed behind. Lu Zixin looked at the small, adorable Lilith in Emily's arms with curiosity. Brother Emily, is this little girl a foreigner? Kind of, Emily replied while loading his pistol, keeping a wary eye on their surroundings. Hello, Lu Zixin greeted the girl in Emily's arms. Hearing the familiar language, Lilith looked up at Lu Zixin for a moment, then burrowed back into Emily's embrace, ignoring her. She's a bit shy around strangers. Don't mind her. I guess so. She is a foreigner after all. Emily thought about explaining that Lilith was actually half Chinese, but recalling Tanya Ling, he decided against it. Lilith probably didn't know her sister was dead yet, or maybe she was selectively forgetting. Emily had never seen Lilith cry or throw a tantrum after being separated from her family. Since the kid seemed to have forgotten, it was best not to bring it up. The tricycle moved along the concrete path. It wasn't exactly slow, about the speed of a brisk walk, but the loud noise attracted some uninvited guests. Guests Emily despised. The grass rustled violently, and with sharp, piercing shrieks, runners burst out from the undergrowth. Seeing them, Emily shielded Lu Zixin behind him. Zhang Xiao, forget that damn tricycle. Get down here and fight. If we can't handle this, we're ditching it and running. On it. Hearing Emily, Zhang Xiao grabbed his steel rebar and jumped off the vehicle. Lu Zixin, afraid to stray too far from them, hid behind the tricycle. Emily raised his gun and fired at the runners emerging from the grass. These runners were far less intelligent than crawlers. They didn't know fear and wouldn't dodge bullets. However, their contorted, crawling bodies and bobbing heads made it difficult to hit their vital spots. Emily emptied his 9-round magazine, managing to kill only 2 runners and cripple 3 others. More runners, drawn by the cries of their fallen comrades, continued to pour out of the grass. Why are there so many runners here? I don't know. They weren't here when Zixin and I arrived. Tisk. Emily clicked his tongue in annoyance, holstered his empty pistol, and drew his axe. They'll block their attacks. You use that rebar to stab them through the head when you get a chance. Got it. The wok in Emily's hand proved incredibly useful. Not only could it block zombie scratches and bites, but he could also shove them back with it, sending them sprawling. Zhang Xiao stayed close to Emily, waiting for openings to precisely thrust his sharpened steel rebar into the runners' heads. Working together, they picked off the runners one by one as they recklessly charged in like moths to a flame. Just then, a runner burst from the grass beside the vehicle and lunged at Lu Zixin. Her face turned pale with terror as she tried to scramble away. Another runner then emerged from the roadside on the other side, snapping its jaws at her as she ran. Zixin. Zhang Xiao's pupils contracted. He hurled his steel rebar at the sudden runner, then sprinted towards Lu Zixin. But he was just one step too far away. He couldn't reach the zombie in time, only managing to grab hold of Lu Zixin. Seeing the zombie's jaws lunging for them, there was no time to dodge. Zhang Xiao could only hold Lu Zixin tightly shielding her with his own body. After Mo Li cleaved down a runner in front of his walk, he turned to see the scene. As he watched the runner about to bite Zhang Xiao, the image of Tanya Ling's death flashed in his mind. A fierce scowl twisted his face as he hurled his axe. With a whoosh, a flash of light streaked past as the zombie's head was cleanly severed from its body, the axe embedding itself firmly into a tree trunk by the roadside. The anticipated bite never came. Zhang Xiao slowly loosened his grip on the girl in his arms, noticing the decapitated zombie on the ground, and looked over at Mo Li, who was still frozen in the aftermath of his throwing motion. Mo Li, brother. Mo Li looked at his own hands in slight surprise, then shook his head, and turned his gaze to Zhang Xiao and the others. Are you two alright? We're fine, thank you so much, brother Mo Li. I thought I was a goner. Glad you're okay. Fortunately, they were still in the outskirts, and the number of sprinters wasn't too high. Likely just those from the rest area. After dealing with the last headless sprinter, no more zombies emerged from the underbrush. Wow, brother Mo Li, that was incredible. That axe throw was absolutely epic. Heh, you weren't bad yourself. Not at all. Did you learn martial arts, brother Mo Li? Is that the legendary lost art of the mountain-splitting axe? What on earth? Looking at the utterly starstruck Zhang Xiao, Mo Li scratched his head. He only knew street brawling martial arts had nothing to do with him. But the axe was indeed strange. Did he really have that much strength? Seeing that Mo Li didn't seem inclined to share, Zhang Xiao quickly put on a knowing expression. This, he thought, must be the profound restraint of a true master, just as his own teacher had said. Then he changed the subject. Speaking of which, I can't believe we killed so many sprinters. Before I could only run from them. You just need to understand their attack patterns. These sprinters are fast, but they're also stiff and predictable. Once you're familiar with them, they're easy to handle. I've learned much, master. I'm not your master. Mo Li's face darkened as he walked over to the tree trunk and with some effort yanked the axe free. He was still puzzled about how Head managed such a powerful strike. And when Head thrown the axe, he thought Head heard a faint sharp whistle in the air. Mo Li, sensing something, glanced down at Lilith in his arms. She blinked her big red eyes at him, secretly tucking a vine back under her skirt unnoticed. Are you okay? Mo Li asked. Came the expected silent response. Mo Li patted Lilith's head, then turned to Zhang Xiao. Let's get out of here. The blood from these sprinters is fresher than a normal zombies. We don't want to attract anything we shouldn't. Right? Zhang Xiao nodded, quickly climbed onto the vehicle, and revved the old rickety three-wheeler back to life, speeding off. The distance of over 1,000 meters wasn't long. In just over 10 minutes they arrived at the riverbank. A riverboat over 30 meters long and not particularly large was docked at the shore, with some floating boards bobbing nearby. Mo Li and Zhang Xiao worked together to haul the diesel fuel and some food from the tricycle onto the boat. The old noisy three-wheeler was abandoned on the bank once it had served its purpose. After Zhang Xiao pulled in the floating boards and anchor, he went to the helm and started the engine. The boat slowly pulled away from the shore. Lu Zixin, watching the receding bank, finally broke down, falling to her knees and sobbing into her hands. Zixin. Zhang Xiao saw her crying, killed the engine, and walked over to the girl, gripping her shoulders. Lu Zixin, as if finding a pillar of support, collapsed into his arms. Feeling her trembling body, Zhang Xiao gently stroked her head with a pang of sympathy. Don't be scared, we're safe now. Zhang Xiao sighed. They were just high school graduates who had finished their summer vacation. They should have been starting college, but then this disaster happened. Having lost their families, with everyone around turning into flesh-eating monsters, living in constant fear, not everyone could bear such pressure. Lu Zixin, a pampered girl, had been brave enough to come out with him to gather supplies. Watching the two embrace, Mo Li's eyelids twitched, and he felt an inexplicable pang of envy. He wished he had someone to hold when he was scared. With that thought, he instinctively looked down at Lilith on his chest. He supposed he did seek comfort from the little one when he was afraid, but wasn't that a bit embarrassing? Who hugs a child when they're scared? Vim. Lilith tilted her head in confusion at Mo Li's ever-changing expression. The boat slowly moved away from the shore and headed downstream. Lu Zixin, exhausted, went asleep. Zhang Xiao was the only one who knew how to pilot the boat. Inside the helm, Mo Li held Lilith and stood to the side, watching the small towns pass by along the bank. Zombies shambled along the shore. Upon hearing the boat's engine, they plunged into the water with a splash and disappeared. These zombies can't swim, can they? Mo Li asked. I don't know, but I've never seen one that could swim. Swimming zombies. I saw some at the bridge upstream. Oh, those are just regular zombies that got bloated and floated to the surface. They're as slow as jellyfish and can't move once they're on land. They're not a threat at all. I see. Mo Li nodded. So we're heading to Shanghai City. Yeah, it's on my way anyway. I was thinking of trying to get out to sea and find an uninhabited island to settle down on. You're not coming with me to the safe zone. No, I escaped from the Pingxiang land transfer station. Even with the military there, what's the point? When they face those flower-headed zombies, they're doomed. I think the land isn't safe anymore. I'd rather find an island and live a peaceful life. Maybe that's the real safe zone. Is that so? Hey brother Mo Li, forget about your safe zone and come with me instead. With our skills, we can easily sail ashore to scavenge supplies from fishing villages from time to time. He'll think about it. Emoli replied, his mind drifting to the police radio in his backpack. Leaving the cockpit, Emoli walked toward the staff break room. The room where Luzashine was staying was the captain's cabin, which had partitions, so even if Emoli moved around a bit, he wouldn't disturb others. Emoli sat on the bed, unfastened Lilith from his body, placed her beside the bed, and let out a deep breath. Wait, I think I forgot something. Emoli hurriedly unzipped his backpack and a kitten's head instantly popped out from inside. Meow, I'm glad you're not suffocated. Emoli smiled and rubbed the kitten's head, which was cool and smooth, very pleasant to touch. Speaking of which, I haven't given you a name yet. I can't keep calling you little cat forever. Let me think. How about Xiaobai? Meow. That's a bit too ordinary. What about Xiao Shui? Meow. Not good either. Emoli propped his chin and continued thinking. In truth, he couldn't understand what the kitten was saying at all. He was just dissatisfied with the names he had come up with. You're small, your eyes are colorful, and you feel cool to the touch. How about Xiao Kai Liang? Meow. Xiao Kai Liang. Meow. Watching the little white cat wagging its tail, Emoli smiled and rubbed its head again. That's the name. Beside them, Lilith watched Emoli playing happily with the kitten, her eyes flickering slightly, but she showed no other reaction. The boat continued its journey, and time slowly drifted into evening. The boat temporarily anchored in a central stretch of the Zhang River, where the current was relatively gentle. After the boat stopped, Emoli finally had a chance to take out his fishing rod to pass the time. Using some snacks from the rest stop convenience store as bait, he held Lilith and sat by the side of the boat to fish. Yo brother Emoli, I didn't expect you to bring a fishing rod. Beside him, Zhang Xiao also walked up holding a fishing rod. You have one too. My dad often does river transport, so it's not strange to have a few fishing rods on the boat. That's true. Brother Emoli, I might not be able to match you in fighting, but when it comes to fishing I have quite a bit of experience. You know, I've been on this boat since I was a kid following my dad. I know exactly what bait to use for what fish. Huh. Then let's compete. Emoli recalled the few small white fish he had caught and smiled awkwardly. Half an hour later, Zhang Xiao's bucket had 2 more small white fish, but Emoli was even worse off. He hadn't caught a single one. Master fisherman, where's my big fish? Emoli looked at Zhang Xiao. An accident. A pure accident. The water here must be too deep. Let's lower the hook a bit more. Zhang Xiao said, awkwardly pulled out the fishing rod, changed the bait, and raised the float by over 2 meters. Another half hour passed. The two of them couldn't even catch a single fish. At that moment, Luzashine, having rested and woken up, came to the stern and watched the 2 fishermen observing their catches. Did you two just start fishing? The girl's words instantly filled the 2 boys with a sense of defeat. Brother Emoli, it's getting late. How about we just eat instant noodles? We don't have meat, but we still have pickled vegetables. Emoli didn't mind, but the little creature in his arms was very picky. It wouldn't eat any packaged food except sweets. At that moment, Emoli suddenly remembered the ocean's blessing 3 that Lilith carried. He handed the fishing rod to her. Lilith looked a bit confused, but still took the rod that Emoli offered with her small hand. However, the moment Lilith grasped the rod, a sudden violent force nearly pulled her into the water. Startled, Emoli quickly wrapped one arm around Lilith and tightly gripped her rod with the other. Whoa, a big one. Brother Emoli, let me handle it. Don't break the line. Zhang Xiao took the rod from Emoli's hand and began to reel it in. Zhang Xiao indeed had extensive fishing experience. His rod handling movements showed professionalism. Unfortunately, the fish was too large, and the fishing line on the rod clearly couldn't hold out much longer. Before long, a catfish over a meter long surfaced, then dove back into the depths. Emoli looked at the massive chunk of meat, then at the thin fishing line. With a determined expression, he pulled out a pistol from his pocket, released the safety, and aimed at the fish. Bang! Thanks to the silencer, the gunshot was not too loud. The struggling catfish immediately went still, blood spreading. Zhang Xiao stood dumbfounded, staring at Emoli, who was still holding the pistol. Isn't that a bit much, brother? 1 bullet kills a zombie, and 1 bullet gets you this big hunk of meat. Which would you choose? That's totally worth it, brother. After taking the bullet, Zhang Xiao easily hauled the meter-long catfish onto the boat. Such a big fish would be enough for everyone on board to eat for several days. Well worth a single bullet. Xiao Kai Liang circled the big fish, meowing as she went. Brother Emoli, how about we eat this fish tonight? Of course we can't let it go bad. Then leave it to Zashine. Her family runs a restaurant, and she's a great cook. I'm fine with that. Emoli smiled. His cooking skills weren't outstanding, just enough to cook ingredients through, so it was better to leave it to someone more professional. Then he'll go help Zashine with the prep. Brother only just sit here and wait for dinner. He'll be looking forward to it. Seeing Emoli agree, Zhang Xiao snapped his fingers, slung the catfish over his shoulder, and walked with Luzashine toward the kitchen. Emoli watched Zhang Xiao and the girl, whose eyes were always on him, and let out a sigh. So it was true. Lively boys like that were the ones girls liked. Thinking back, it was no wonder he wasn't popular at school. Though his face was somewhat handsome, his poor grades and frequent fights kept girls from approaching him. Deep down, Mo Lee still wanted to experience a relationship. Wasn't that a normal need for any guy? With that thought, Mo Lee looked at Lilith in his arms. Every time Mo Lee's gaze landed on her, Lilith would sense it and meet his eyes. Lilith tilted her head and looked up at Mo Lee, and from this angle Mo Lee could just see the faint rise and fall of her chest through the gap in her white shirt. Mo Lee cleared his throat awkwardly and turned his face away. He should find some proper clothes for Lilith. This adult-sized shirt was far too unsafe for her. In the kitchen, Zhang Xiao helped by cutting the fish. Since the head spoils fastest, tonight's dish would start with the fish head. A catfish head makes a delicious steamed fish head with chopped chili peppers, but this fish was so large that it had to be chopped into pieces to absorb the flavor. As for the body and tail, Zhang Xiao salted them and hung them up. There was no refrigerator now, so the fish meat would spoil in a day. They couldn't eat it for several days in a row, so it was best to process it quickly. The big pot in the kitchen bubbled with steam, releasing an enticing fish aroma. Xiao Kailiang sat nearby, not meowing around the pot, but behaving very well, watching Lu Zexin's cooking steps with curiosity, wondering how she turned food into such a fragrant dish. The fish chunks rolling in the big pot made her colorful eyes flicker slightly. Lu Zexin also noticed the well-behaved kitten. Using chopsticks, she picked up a piece of fish that was cooked through, placed it on a plate, and set it before the little white cat. Xiao Kailiang sniffed the aroma of the fish on the plate, then began to nibble at it. Lu Zexin crouched down and stroked the kitten's head. I never thought Brother Mo Lee would carry such a little cat with him in a situation like this. He must be a very kind person. Definitely. Otherwise would both be dead by now. He saved us once at the convenience store and again on the road. If I could, I wish he wouldn't go to that safe zone. It'd be great if he stayed with us. You're just thinking of latching onto him. Huh. Caught off guard by Lu Zexin's remark, Zhang Xiao scratched his head awkwardly. Watching him chuckle foolishly, Lu Zexin's eyes flickered. So back then, were you really not afraid of dying? Hearing her words, Zhang Xiao was momentarily stunned. He knew what she was referring to, his act of shielding her from being bitten. I just wanted to protect you. I didn't think about it much. If I won't go out with you anymore from now on, so I don't become a burden. No, I didn't mean that. Zhang Xiao tried to explain further, but Lu Zexin had already turned around and continued cooking. Zhang Xiao didn't know why Lu Zexin was angry, but he figured he should just go along with her. With that thought, he went back to helping her with the cooking. Steamed fish head with chopped chili peppers definitely required chopped chili, but unfortunately more than a week had passed since the apocalypse broke out. The original ingredients on the boat had mostly rotted, leaving only some garlic and ginger that could be stored. Using more of these two ingredients could still make the dish work, covering up the catfish's fishy smell. In the lounge, Mo Lee held Lilith in his arms, counting the bullets in his bag by the dim light of a candle. Of the more than 200 rounds that Tan Yaling had given him, he had expended quite a few along the way, leaving him with a total of 163. Fortunately, he had boarded this vessel, which would carry them along the Zhang River all the way to Shanghai City, so he likely wouldn't need to use many more. Mo Lee loaded a magazine, inserted it into his pistol, and swiftly racked the slide to chamber a round, aiming into the distance. Recalling Tan Yaling's marksmanship, where every shot was a perfect headshot, he shook his head. He still needed practice. Lilith nestled in his arms, watched his every move, her two large crimson eyes brimming with curiosity. Mo Lee smiled at Lilith's expression. He ejected the magazine, pressed the slide release with his thumb to eject the chambered round, and then handed the now-safe pistol to Lilith. The little girl gripped the firearm with both small hands, yet her tiny fingers couldn't even fully wrap around the grip. This is the trigger. Just point the gun at the bad guys, pull this, and you can scare them away. What? The girl tilted her head at Mo Lee, a look of confusion on her face. Mo Lee's forehead creased with exasperation. Well, this little one couldn't understand him. Before long, Zhang Xiao carried up a large pot filled to the brim with chopped pepper fish head, and everyone gathered around the steaming pot to eat. Mo Lee used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish, watching the savory juices drip from it. He swallowed hard before bringing it to his mouth to savor the taste. The fish was silky and tender, cooked to absolute perfection. The aroma of garlic and ginger masked any hint of fishiness, and even without the chili peppers, it was exceptionally delicious. Fresh, tender, and refreshing. Mo Lee ate voraciously. This dish was on an entirely different level compared to the grilled fish he made himself. It was clear that a chef's existence was justified. They could elevate food to another plane and soothe the human soul. Voila! Lilith and Mo Lee's arms tugged at his clothes. Lu Zexin watched the two siblings and chuckled, reaching out her hands towards Lilith. Your brother is starving. Let me feed you instead. Lilith turned to look at Lu Zexin, hesitated for a moment, then buried her head back into the safety of Mo Lee's embrace. No. Well, this little one is quite shy with strangers. They'll feed her. After eating a few pieces of fish, Mo Lee had somewhat appeased his hunger and began feeding Lilith with the same bowl and chopsticks he had used. Lilith didn't mind in the slightest, thoroughly enjoying being fed by Mo Lee. Zhang Xiao watched the pair. Come to think of it, he had never seen Lilith stand up, she was always curled up in Mo Li's arms. Brother Mo Li, is this little girl unable to stand? Lilith has been disabled in both legs since she was young and cannot walk. Is that so? Zhang Xiao was momentarily stunned. If it were him, he probably wouldn't have that kind of resolve. After all, in the current situation, being unable to walk was practically no different from being a useless burden. She's not heavy, and I genuinely like her. At least she gives me a reason to keep living. You must have one too, right? A reason? Zhang Xiao looked at the boat beneath his feet, then glanced over at Lu Zixin. Noticing Zhang Xiao's gaze, Lu Zixin blushed and lowered her head. Their interaction didn't escape Mo Li's notice, earning them a look of utter exasperation. He could practically smell the cloying scent of young love in the air. Hey, you two, stop being all lovey-dovey and eat. Ahem. Zhang Xiao coughed, embarrassed. As the saying goes, true friendship is forged in times of crisis. When Zhang Xiao was nearly overwhelmed by the zombie horde, it was Lu Zixin who pulled him up to safety on the second floor using a curtain. And Zhang Xiao had saved Lu Zixin's life on more than one occasion since. Two young, unattached people who had been through such harrowing experiences together rarely remained just friends. Even someone as dense as Mo Li could see they were on the verge of crossing that line. To break the awkward tension, Zhang Xiao pulled out a bottle of liquor from behind him. No more talk, brother Mo Li. Let me toast to you. Is it okay to drink while piloting the boat? I've been running around all day. Oh, I'm definitely going to sleep. Besides, who pilots a boat this late at night? True enough. Huh. The two men began to feast on fish and drink together. The liquor was a potent white spirit, and before long Mo Li's head started to feel fuzzy, allowing him to temporarily forget the pressures of survival that had plagued him over the past few days. Compared to Mo Li, Zhang Xiao's tolerance for alcohol was far lower, and he was already feeling quite tipsy. Brother Mo Li, let me tell you, back in the day at the Shaolin Temple, the abbot praised me as a promising talent. He said I would achieve great things and make a contribution to society. But look at me now. Contribution, my ass. These man-eating monsters are everywhere. No matter where you go, all that studying is useless. I'd rather be a wandering hero doing good deeds and vanishing without a trace, leaving no name behind. You've read too many wuxia novels. Focus on surviving first. I don't care. One day, you'll become a legendary master just like you. My battle axe will shake the heavens and earth. Before Zhang Xiao could finish his sentence, he drunkenly toppled over sideways. Lu Zixin quickly caught him. Ugh. And then he'll marry and have kids. Roam the Jianghu freely. Hearing Zhang Xiao's mumbled words, Lu Zixin's face flushed instantly. She looked at Mo Li. You should help him down to rest. Don't worry about me. Sorry for the trouble, brother Mo Li. No need to be so formal. Just call me Mo Li. Lu Zixin nodded and helped Zhang Xiao towards the captain's quarters. Mo Li, meanwhile, turned his attention to Lilith, who was kneeling beside him. Watching her clumsily try to use chopsticks, he picked up a piece of meat with his own and brought it to her lips. Meow. At that moment, the nauseated Xiao Kaoyang padded over, rubbing against Mo Li before leaping into his lap and curling up into a ball. Seeing her spot taken, Lilith's cheeks puffed up slightly, a flicker of displeasure stirring within her, though she did not show it. Mo Li gazed at the kitten in his arms, a warm smile spreading across his face as he gently stroked Xiao Kaoyang's fur. A soft meow escaped the kitten, who wagged her tail and purred the rumbling sound, sending Mo Li into a state of bliss. Indeed, a cat's purr was utterly intoxicating. As Mo Li was lost in the joy of petting the cat, a sudden thud came from nearby. He saw Lilith lying on the floor and moved to help her up, but she pushed him away desperately, trying to climb back up with her small hands, her legs failing to find any strength. Sobs escaped her lips. Lilith. Mo Li fell silent, watching her struggle. Having been disabled in the legs since childhood must be incredibly painful for her. He couldn't just stand by. Walking over, he gently but firmly scooped her into his arms, holding on tight despite her small hands beating against his chest. Let me go. The girl's clumsy Chinese words were muffled. Enough, Mo Li said, keeping her close. After a moment, she began to calm down. A curious meow came from Xiao Caoyang, who had padded over to them. Lilith looked at him with a hint of defiance in her eyes, and Mo Li tilted his head in confusion. With the mood broken, he no longer felt like playing with the cat. It was getting late. He carried Lilith to the bed and pulled the covers over them both. Holding the little one breathing in her faint floral scent, Mo Li's eyes slowly drifted shut. Xiao Kaoyang leaped onto the blanket, curled up into a ball, and went to sleep. Lilith, no longer showing any displeasure, gripped Mo Li's shirt with her small hands and gradually fell into a deep slumber. Elsewhere, Lu Zixin helped Zhang Xiao into the captain's quarters. She had just laid him on the bed and was about to leave when he grabbed her hand, acting like a child. Zixin, don't go. Turning to face the boy holding her hand, she looked at the tipsy Zhang Xiao, bit her lip, and mustering her courage leaned in and kissed him. The kiss startled Zhang Xiao, sobering him up considerably as he stared at the girl before him. Zixin, Zhang Xiao, you know what? I was so scared, I really was. Do you know what I was thinking when you shielded me today? I'm afraid of dying, but I'm even more afraid of losing you. Zhang Xiao was at a loss for words, watching the tears stream down the girl's face. You big dummy, you know I like you, right? I don't have any experience with this, I don't know how to handle it. Zhang Xiao scratched his head, but the girl before him slowly began to unbutton her collar, the fabric slipping from her shoulders. She looked at the stunned Zhang Xiao and pushed him down. Zhang Xiao stared at the girl, watching a lock of hair slide from her shoulder, and swallowed hard. Lu Zixin spoke softly. In this world we never know if we'll live to see tomorrow. I don't want to have any regrets. As long as I'm here, I won't let you die. Zhang Xiao grabbed her shoulders and flipped her over beneath him. Lu Zixin looked at him with a seductive charm he had never seen before. You know I prefer men of action over words. Her words snapped the last thread of his restraint. Looking at the girl he had always loved beneath him, he gave in completely. Meanwhile, Mo Li, who was almost asleep, was startled awake by a commotion. He wasn't naive. At over 20 years old, though had never had a girlfriend, he wasn't unfamiliar with such matters and knew well what was happening. It could only be those two. Couldn't they be a bit more discreet? Did they think they were the only ones on the ship? He had a child with him after all. Listening to their rhythmic exertions, Mo Li's face darkened. Just then he noticed a pair of large red eyes staring up at him from his arms. Seeing Lilith's confused expression, Mo Li smiled and patted her head. Are they fighting? The girl's small hands tightened on his chest as she asked in her clumsy Chinese. Yeah, they're fighting. Then, will you fight, Lilith? Her question left him stumped. Looking into her innocent eyes, he just smiled and continued to gently stroke her head. No, I've never hit a girl. Then, will you hit boys? Damn, that's weird. Mo Li cleared his throat. Lilith probably couldn't understand that kind of fighting yet, so she must have meant actual physical fighting. Yes. If anyone provokes me or bullies, you will fight them. Who are you? Protecting Lilith. Hee, I'm always protecting you. You have to grow up healthy and strong. Okay, Mo Li chuckled and tapped her little nose. Lilith squinted her eyes and nuzzled his finger with her head. The sounds of their fight from the next room grew even more intense, making Mo Li feel deeply awkward. Aren't you going to stop them? No, you'll see them make up by tomorrow. Now go to sleep. Oh, GD night. Gunaida. The English phrase sounded familiar, but Mo Li couldn't quite place it. Still he repeated it back to her. Hearing him speak her language, Lilith giggled softly and rested her head on his chest, her eyes slowly closing. Mo Li gently stroked her hair, a faint smile touching his lips. She had been so quiet the whole journey. This was the most they had ever talked. Mo Li tried his best to ignore the noises from the next room, hugging Lilith close as he drifted off to sleep. Unlike them, Xiao Kaoyang had long been attracted by the sound. She sat by their door watching the two of them with wide, curious eyes. Ugh, Zhang Xiao, that cat is watching us. Don't worry, it's just a little kitten. Ugh, you stupid blockhead, be gentler. The next morning, waking naturally, Mo Li slowly opened his eyes. Gazing at the golden-haired girl still asleep in his arms, he gently released her. Just as he slipped on his jacket and stepped out of the room, he saw Zhang Xiao fishing nearby. Brother Mo Li, you're glowing, kid. Enjoy yourself last night. Zhang Xiao scratched his head sheepishly, though both were grown men who understood these matters without needing to dwell on them. Sorry, did I disturb your rest? I don't mind, but did you take precautions? This situation isn't suitable for having a child. Hearing Mo Li's words, Zhang Xiao froze momentarily. Reading the expression on his face, Mo Li already knew the answer. Well, this kid had better pray he didn't hit the mark on the first try. Where's Lu Zixin? Still sleeping. Oh, alright brother Mo Li, let's drop this. Come fish with me. Not continuing on. We have to wait for the thick fog to clear. If we hit the shore and the boat leaks, we're done for. Makes sense. Mo Li returned to the rest area, retrieved the fishing rod and folding chair head found, and sat down beside Zhang Xiao to fish alongside him. While fishing, Mo Li fiddled with the police walkie-talkie head discovered in the staff passage at the highway rest area. Static. No matter how he switched channels, the walkie-talkie remained silent. Brother Mo Li, doesn't the heavy fog mess with walkie-talkie signals? Is that so? Mo Li was momentarily taken aback, then disappointedly stowed the device away. Zhang Xiao, are you familiar with Shanghai City? Do you know where the main police headquarters is? When I was a kid, I'd go out on boats with my dad. I know some dock stops, but not much else. I see. Mo Li took a deep breath. Knowing the police station had set up a safe zone was useless without knowing its location. Shanghai City, a second-tier metropolis, thriving on its port economy, was considerably larger than Pingshan City. Mo Li didn't want to arrive in Shanghai City completely blind, reenacting his chase scenes with zombies like he had in Pingshan. Not knowing the roads was a death sentence. It wasn't like he could just stop and ask a zombie for directions. He rubbed his forehead in frustration. Seeing Mo Li's troubled expression, Zhang Xiao sighed and pursed his lips. Brother Mo Li, I hate to burst your bubble, but before we can reach Shanghai City, we need to solve one problem first. What problem? On our sailing route, there's a hydroelectric power station. Normally we could pass through the ship lock without issue, but now you're worried that since everyone's turned into zombies, there's no one to operate the lock for our boat to pass. Yeah. Can you operate the lock? I only know how to drive the boat. Hiss. Exhale. We'll deal with it when we get there. No point overthinking now. True. Zhang Xiao nodded, and the two continued fishing in silence. Hours later the fog finally lifted. Zhang Xiao fueled the boat with specialized diesel and steered it downstream. Emily hadn't seen Lu Zixin all morning, likely worn out from last night's activities or perhaps simply too embarrassed to show her face. Emily didn't dwell on it. He returned to the crew rest area to keep Lilith company. Silent, and still Lilith remained kneeling on the bed, only turning her head when Emily entered. Normally he'd be constantly holding her while fleeing those damn zombies. Now with sudden idleness he found himself at a loss for what to do. Maybe he should find some children's toys for the little one. Watching Lilith stare at him, Emily scratched his head and walked over to sit beside her. Bored. What's that? It's Emily racked his brain, but couldn't recall how to explain the concept. In short, is there anything you want to do? Hearing his words, Lilith blinked, then reached out both hands toward him. Hug. Smiling at the girl's gesture, Emily supported her slender waist and pulled her into his embrace. Where are we going? Lilith asked, her small hand resting against his chest. Somewhere safe. Safe. Place. Yes, once we get there we won't have to deal with those dangerous bad guys who keep chasing us. Bad guys? Lilith tilted her head. Exactly. Never let those bad guys catch you. They'll eat you. Are we tasty? Why do those bad guys want to eat us? Well, Emily recalled the frenzied sight of zombies throwing themselves at the living, even leaping from buildings, and rubbed his nose. To them, probably pretty tasty. Then, can Lilith eat them too? Hearing her response, Emily froze. Staring into Lilith's blood-red pupils, eerily similar to a zombie's, an inexplicable unease stirred within him. No, you can't eat them. If you do, you'll become just like those bad guys. Oh, then, Lilith will listen to you. Good girl. Emily affectionately rubbed his cheek against Lilith's head. Lilith remained docile, letting him snuggle, while suppressing another thought that lingered in her mind. Savoring the soft, fragrant scent of Lilith, Emily found it almost addictive, though he was too embarrassed to linger too long. He wouldn't want her to grow to dislike him. The river vessel's cruising speed, even on this slowest of cargo ships, averaged 22 to 27 kilometers per hour, and without the constant threat of zombies, it was far faster than traveling on foot. Around 3 p.m., the boat finally arrived at the hydroelectric power station Zhang Xiao had mentioned. Situated on the Zhang River near Shanghai City, this station supplied 1/6 of the city's electricity and was by no means small in scale. Seeing the unlit signal lights at the ship lock, Zhang Xiao's worst fears were realized. The station was shut down, devoid of people and power. Compounding the crisis, Emily spotted figures wandering atop the dam. Judging by their staggering gait, these were certainly no ordinary pedestrians out for a stroll. Trouble. Emily frowned. Brother Emily, what do we do? Want to come ashore with me to check it out? Maybe there are still survivors inside. Zhang Xiao watched Emily draw his pistol, then nodded. On the deck, after Zhang Xiao laid the floating boards across the water, Lu Zixin, who had awakened, learned of their plan and clung tightly to Zhang Xiao. Once Brother Emily and I go ashore, you pull these float boards back in. The zombies can't swim. You must be careful. You absolutely have to come back alive. If you don't, I'll go with you. Don't say such unlucky things. Emily watched the lovebirds clinging to each other, feeling a bit exasperated, and set Lilith back down in her seat. Stay here and be good. Lilith wants to go with you. Why? Carrying you would hamper me in a fight. Stay here, okay? Okay. Seeing Lilith obediently agree, Emily gently patted her head, grabbed his axe and pot, and turned to leave with Zhang Xiao. As Emily and Zhang Xiao stepped onto the edge of the dam, they immediately drew the attention of some wandering zombies above. These slow-moving common zombies, gathering in 2s and 3s along the dam's edge, shambled toward them. After this period of adaptation, as long as they weren't facing more than a dozen in an open area, Emily and Zhang Xiao had no fear of such zombies. Zhang Xiao wielded a threaded steel bar, each thrust precisely piercing a zombie's skull. Emily's axe, however, couldn't deliver a one-hit kill against these creatures. To conserve energy, he simply kicked the sluggish beings into the water. Since zombies couldn't swim, they would either drown or bloat, posing no further threat. Before long, the dozen or so zombies on the dam were cleared. Emily gazed at the power plant in the middle of the dam, exchanged a glance with Zhang Xiao, and they nodded, advancing cautiously toward it. The iron door of the plant was locked and locked from the inside. Peering through the gap, they saw nothing but idle turbine generators. Emily tried knocking on the iron door with the axe handle. Anyone there? Hello? Receiving no response, he climbed to the window on the outer side of the plant, careful not to fall from the dam top, and observed the interior. At that moment, Emily vaguely caught sight of a foot protruding from behind a turbine generator, as if a person was leaning against it motionless. He tapped the window, but the figure still showed no reaction. If it were a zombie, it would have risen to greet him by now. Either it was a corpse or a living person. Emily returned to the iron door and looked at Zhang Xiao. Let's try to pry this door open. I think I saw someone unconscious inside. Zhang Xiao inserted the steel bar into the door frame and pried with force. The slightly rusted iron door gave way under the lever principle, the frame bending. He then smashed the lock with the bar, which clattered to the ground. Roar! Emily faintly heard growls as Zhang Xiao's noise attracted attention. 2 sprinting zombies leaped over the roof and lunged at them. Emily blocked one sprinting zombie with a walk, and with Zhang Xiao's coordination they dispatched it, instantly tossing the corpse off the dam. The remaining sprinting zombie had its shoulder cleaved by Emily's axe, then was kicked from the dam top into the downstream. Emily looked at the blood-stained water, flicked the blood off his axe, and paid little heed to the incident. His focus returned to the broken iron door. Opening it, he checked for any hidden threats, then entered with Zhang Xiao. Inside the plant, rows of idle hydro generators lined the space. Emily headed straight toward the direction of the figure he had seen, soon reaching the person. A man not too old with delicate features and a slender build, wearing a safety helmet and a life jacket, leaned weakly against a generator. Though pale, he was not a zombie. Emily knelt down, reached out to check the young man's breath. Faint but present. They carried him back to the boat and entrusted him to Lu Zexin's care. After over an hour, the man finally awoke, staring around in confusion until his eyes met a pair of blood-red pupils. Zombie. Woof, hey. Lilith blinked, burying her head into Emily's embrace. This little one isn't a zombie. Don't be afraid. You're safe now, Emily said, stroking Lilith's head. Where am I? On a boat. We were heading downstream on the Zhang River, but we got stuck at this dam. Then we found you unconscious in the power plant. I see. Thank you. Do you have any food? I've been starving for days. Emily glanced at Zhang Xiao, who nodded and placed a few bags of bread beside the man. Seeing the food by his pillow, the gaunt man's eyes lit up. He grabbed the bread, tore open the packaging, and devoured it ravenously. Emily, he's Zhang Xiao, and that's Lu Zixin. You haven't told us your name yet. Ugh. Wu Xiaoxin, a worker at this hydro plant. After swallowing a mouthful of bread with difficulty, he addressed the group. Are you the only survivor in this power station? Emily asked. If I recall correctly, I'm the only one left. Everyone else turned into zombies. His eyes grew vacant at the memory. I see. We're facing a problem. The boat is trapped here, the lock chamber won't open, and we can't reach the downstream. Do you have any ideas? The lock chamber. It's simple. In the lock operator. We just need electricity. Electricity. The generators are all idle. Is there any power? Restarting the generators would provide power, but I doubt it's possible. What's the problem? Emily pressed. I can get 2 idle generators running again. If the power and voltage are sufficient, we can reactivate the lock chamber's controls. But the main issue is the control room. What about it? A former colleague of mine, big, strong, and even stronger as a zombie, broke down the iron fence around the plant. That's how we got overrun. Now that thing roams around the control room. A big, strong zombie. Emily looked at Zhang Xiao, who returned the gaze. Both recalled the one they encountered at the highway rest area. Thick-skinned, incredibly strong. Let's call it a brood zombie for now. We can handle that kind of zombie, Emily replied. Brood zombies, though immensely strong, had stiff movements. As long as you stayed focused, you could easily dodge their attacks. You? Are you sure? Wu Xiaoxin eyed them doubtfully. To reach the safe zone, we have no choice. Safe zone? Wu Xiaoxin was taken aback. You don't know? Not really. After the outbreak, we lost signal and contact with the outside. 3 days ago, the plant was completely overrun. I know nothing. So you're from Shanghai City. Do you know the roads? No, I live in a nearby town. I've only been to Shanghai City Center a few times. All right. Emily was disappointed, having hoped to find a local. Although I'm not familiar with the roads, if you need to get to the main switch room, you can look in the office drawer by the entrance. If I remember correctly, there should be a rough city power grid map there. It's not detailed, but major power zones and traffic routes are marked, which can barely serve as a map of Shanghai City. Really? That's a huge help. Emily's face lit up with joy. The difference between having a map and not having one was immense. That feeling of being utterly lost in unfamiliar terrain was agonizing, especially in a city teeming with zombies. One more thing I forgot to mention. In the nearby town, there are many monsters with slender limbs covered in purple veins that crawl very fast. If you make too much noise, you might attract them. Crawlers. Are there many? Not sure. Anyway, the slow-moving undead in the town have almost all been eaten by them. Listening to Wu Xiaoxin's words, Emily frowned deeply. If they could devour all the zombies in a town, there must be a crawler nest nearby. One piece of bad news after another. Why are these damn things everywhere? How long does it take to pass through the ship lock? Going through the lock requires descending step by step through the levels. Given the height of this dam, it usually takes over an hour. Over an hour. Emily was stunned. An hour would be more than enough time for those crawlers to digest them completely. There was no way that would work. Actually, we could use the ship lift. It only takes 5 minutes, but it's much, much louder than the lock. 5 minutes. How far is that town from here? Emily began to consider the feasibility of this option. Just over a kilometer. Upon hearing this distance, Emily narrowed his eyes, stroking his chin, and continued to ask. The sound of the lock's pumps shouldn't travel that far, right? Indeed it shouldn't. I'm just warning you. When you deal with that big guy, try not to make too much noise. With that, Wu Shaoxin glanced at the pistol at Mo Li's waist. If that thing is what you're relying on to handle him, don't worry about that. Mo Li picked up the pistol and tapped the military suppressor on the muzzle. Let's just take the shiplock normally. It might take longer, but safety first. Whatever you say. Wu Shaoxin nodded. It's already afternoon. We don't have much time left. Should we wait until tomorrow? Zhang Xiao, who was nearby, asked. Let's get this done as soon as possible. During the nights I was trapped in the power plant, I often saw those things you call crawlers wandering on the shore. They've already found this place. If they discover us, it'll be terrible. I just want to leave this godforsaken place as soon as possible. Wu Shaoxin said with a firm gaze. Alright, let's move out now. Wu Shaoxin, you're responsible for getting the generators running. Zhang Xiao and I will head to the main switch room to deal with the big guy. The security measures at the main switch room are very strong. You can't get in without the key. Wu Shaoxin reminded. The key, where is it? It should be in the pocket of that big guy if he's still wearing his work uniform. Got it. Let's go. Mo Li nodded, ending the conversation. The men discussed things quickly and efficiently, hitting all the key points, leaving Lu Liuxin watching in awe. Lilith, however, couldn't understand a word. She yawned, covering her small mouth, and looked over at Xiao Caoyang, who was snoring on the bed. The three left the boat and walked onto the dam. It wasn't long before they reached the power plant building. Mo Li and the others exchanged a nod with Wu Shaoxin. Wu Shaoxin then stayed behind, found tools from a nearby shelf, and began tinkering with the stalled hydrogenerators. Mo Li and Zhang Xiao meanwhile untied the chains wrapped around the door handles of another entrance and headed towards the power station's office building. As they moved away from their starting point, zombies began to appear sporadically on the dam crest ahead. Fortunately, most were ordinary zombies. Runners appeared only one or two at a time. Moreover, the view from the dam was open, allowing them to spot the zombies coming from the opposite direction from afar. Occasionally, these zombies would even knock the slower ones off the dam, saving Mo Li and Zhang Xiao some effort. Without much trouble, they reached the front of the power station's office building. In the plaza before the building, over a dozen zombies in anti-electric shock work uniforms wandered, some still wearing safety helmets. The two could immediately see the smashed iron gate lying on the ground, and beneath its twisted bars pools of dried blackened blood and scattered bone fragments, painting a grim picture of the violence that had occurred there. Mo Li surveyed the chaotic ground, scanning the surroundings for the location of the main switch room. At that moment, some of the zombies noticed them, turned, and staggered towards them. Zhang Xiao, you handle these ordinary zombies. No problem. Leave it to me. Let me show you the might of Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Hiya. Heh. Be careful. After speaking, Mo Li, holding an axe in his left hand and a pistol in his right, cautiously followed the signs on the wall towards the main power switch room. Zhang Xiao stayed behind to deal with the ordinary zombies. Hey, come taste your grandpa's spear, you scum. The commotion instantly drew the attention of all the zombies, and none noticed Mo Li slipping away from the side. After circling around two buildings, Mo Li finally arrived near the main switch room. And there at the entrance, he saw the big guy Wu Shaoxin had mentioned. A hulking zombie, nearly 2 meters tall, wearing a safety helmet and work uniform, was crouched on the ground eating something. Mo Li looked closer. Although it was already half-eaten and headless, he could tell from the remaining claws that the big guy was feasting on a crawler's corpse. Do all these zombies, regardless of type, have a tendency to devour their own kind? Staring at this brute zombie gnawing on the crawler, Mo Li felt a sense of unease creeping into his heart. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly raised his pistol and aimed at its head. The skulls of brute zombies seemed quite sturdy. Last time he had emptied a whole magazine without killing one, and only managed to finish it off by severing the spinal cord in its neck with his axe. So Mo Li planned to shoot out its eyes first. Once he blinded both eyes, the rest would be easy. Without hesitation, he aimed at one of its eyes and pulled the trigger. As it was a stationary target, his surprise attack succeeded, blinding the zombie's left eye instantly. Roar! The zombie roared in pain, rising to its feet, its remaining eye locking onto Mo Li in the distance. Mo Li watched the zombie's gaze fixed on him, and the feeling of unease grew stronger. This zombie's eyes were different from the brute zombie he had encountered at the rest stop. Unlike that one's dull stare, Mo Li gazed at the kitten wedged in the crevice. Though its multicolored eyes were visible under the flashlight's beam, the feline showed no aggression. And if it could be chased into hiding by a pair of ordinary zombies, the hulking brute zombie fixed its unblinking gaze upon Mo Li, casually tearing a steel bar from the adjacent chain-link fence and slamming it against the ground with brute force. Mo Li, observing the creature's ferocious visage, cautiously retreated step by step. Intelligence meant combat tactics. This one's attacks would not be as stiff and predictable as the previous brute zombies. Unlike this thick-skinned monstrosity, Mo Li knew that a single hit from that steel pipe as thick as his own arm would be the end of him. Without understanding its attack patterns, he dared not act rashly. Seeing Mo Li retreat, the brute zombie let out a guttural roar, saliva flying from its maw, and charged. Emoli didn't hesitate. He turned and ran. He hadn't gotten far when he heard the whoosh of a swing behind him. He ducked and rolled to the side, glancing back at the iron bar smashing down where had just been, then scrambled further back with another roll. The thing's fast. Emoli gritted his teeth, got up and sprinted again, soon reaching Zhang Xiao's vicinity. Zhang Xiao was still dealing with the regular zombies, but immediately noticed the commotion from Emoli's direction. The brute zombie gave chase, swinging its iron bar at Emoli once more. Emoli sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blow, then raised his gun and fired. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, punching bloody holes into the creature's torso. However, the bullets only served to enrage the brute zombie further, doing nothing to impede its advance. It gripped the pipe with both hands and swung it horizontally at Emoli. Emoli ducked, and the iron bar crashed into a nearby vehicle, denting the door with a deafening clang. Emoli shielded his face from the shower of glass shards and rolled aside. Seizing the opportunity, he raised his gun and fired 3 more shots at the brute's head. The zombie, now aware of the weapon's danger, raised its arm to shield its face. The bullets thudded into its thick limb, failing to hit a vital spot. The brute zombie shook the blood from its arm and roared at Emoli again. Grara, tisk. Emoli clicked his tongue in annoyance. Just then he noticed a set of keys hanging from the zombie's belt. That's the key to the main switch room. Emoli didn't plan on shooting for the keys. Hitting them was a gamble, and destroying them was a risk he couldn't take. Zhang Xiao. On it. Zhang Xiao replied, pulling his rebar from a zombie's skull. They'll keep this big guy busy. You find a way to get those keys off his belt. Got it. Zhang Xiao glanced at the 7 or 8 remaining regular zombies, decided they weren't a priority, took a deep breath, and sprinted toward Emoli. Emoli was constantly evading the brute's attacks. In the past, had been beaten to a pulp by now, but for some reason his focus and combat instincts were sharper than ever. The brute's attacks were relentless, yet Emoli always managed to find an opening to slip through. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiao had circled behind the brute zombie, gripping his rebar and waiting for an opening. The creature was over 2 meters tall with broad shoulders, making it difficult to strike its head from below with any real force. Forget the head, just get the keys. Emoli reminded him. Right. Zhang Xiao focused on the keychain jangling at the zombie's belt and drove his rebar straight into it. The belt tore through the rebar, sinking into the creature's flesh, and the keys clattered to the ground. Rawr! Enraged by the sneak attack, the brute spun around and swung its pipe. Zhang Xiao had no room to dodge at this distance. He could only raise his rebar to block the blow. Boom. The result was inevitable. Zhang Xiao was sent flying, crashing hard against a wall. The bent rebar spun through the air and embedded itself in the ground beside him. Ugh! What? He spat out blood, staring at his split hands and twisted wrist. Zhang Xiao. Emoli's pupils contracted. Seeing the brute still facing away, he swung the axe in his other hand with all his might at the back of its neck. Blood sprayed as the sharp blade carved a deep gash, exposing bone. Gror! The brute zombie howled in pain, one hand clutching its neck, the other swinging the deformed pipe at Emoli. Anticipating this, Emoli jumped back, avoiding the blow. He rolled, glanced at Zhang Xiao slumped against the wall, then at the enraged brute. Gritting his teeth, he turned and sprinted out of the iron gate. Rawr! The brute zombie, furious at this one who had wounded him, repeatedly roared and chased after Emoli. By the wall, Zhang Xiao coughed up blood, his body numb, an aching feeling as if had been hit by a truck. He couldn't muster an ounce of strength. Ugh! Damn, that hurts. As Zhang Xiao groaned in pain, he saw the 7 or 8 remaining zombies slowly shambling towards him. He gritted his teeth, trying desperately to stand, but his body wouldn't obey. Cough. Damn it. Is this where I die, eh? Just as despair set in, a thin, wiry man in a hard hat and work clothes stepped in front of him, wielding a crowbar. Wu Xiaoxin. Zhang Xiao looked at the man shielding him and noticed his trembling legs. Don't worry, these things are slow. Just aim for the head and watch out for their grabs. I understand. Wu Xiaoxin's breath was ragged. Had never fought these things before. That's why had been hiding in the dam's power plant. They'll fucking kill you all. He stared at the approaching horde, mustered his courage, and charged with a yell. As long as one has courage, a few regular zombies aren't much of a challenge. It wasn't long before they all lay dead at the feet of Wu Xiaoxin and his crowbar. Drenched in sweat, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air amidst the corpses. Where's Emoli? He led the big one away. Forget about that for now. Grab those keys on the ground and get to the main switch room. Pull the switch. Oh, but what about you? The switch is more important. You can help me when you get back. All right. Outside the power station, Emoli sprinted down the highway with the brute zombie hot on his heels. Being tall had its advantages in a chase. The brute nearly caught him several times, but Emoli always managed to create distance with a quick turn or a burst of speed. Emoli frowned at the behemoth behind him. He wasn't running aimlessly. He remembered the crawler the brute had devoured and recalled Wu Xiaoxin's mention of a crawler nest in the town. He had no other way to deal with this raging, agile giant. His only gamble was to see if the crawlers would take notice of this big meal. The town was closed, and Mo-Lee reached its edge in no time. Spotting a low building, he scrambled up, vaulting over a security window grating as if it were second nature. The brood zombie roared in frustration below, trying to climb up after him. But its immense weight and strength only tore the security grating from its frame. It couldn't match Mo-Lee's agility and was left to howl furiously beneath the building. "Keep snarling, you big brute." Mo-Lee sat on the edge of the rooftop, catching his breath as he watched the hulking zombie below. But no sooner had he taunted it than a steel pipe came flying up at him, forcing him to roll aside in a panic. Staring at the cracked concrete edge where he had just been sitting, Mo-Lee swallowed hard. Though the concrete of these rural houses wasn't particularly sturdy, a crack that deep was still alarming. And he certainly didn't fancy testing whether his bones were tougher than it. "Your turn's over, isn't it?" "Roar. Now it's mine." Mo-Lee pulled back the slide, glimpsing the single bullet left in the chamber. He twisted the muzzle and unscrewed the military-grade suppressor. To be safe, he took advantage of the brief lull to fish spare rounds from his pocket and reload. Since the chambered round didn't count toward the magazine capacity, he didn't need to cycle the action again. Just clicked the full mag into the grip, raised the pistol skyward, and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The gunshot exploded like a firecracker beside his ear, leaving it ringing. Now Mo-Lee understood just how deafening this thing was without its suppressor. Anyone within a kilometer could probably hear it, a veritable dinner bell for every zombie in the area. After the shot, Mo-Lee glanced down at the brute zombie below. It hadn't fled. It seemed that even with some awareness, its intellect wasn't sharp enough to grasp what Mo-Lee was doing. His plan was to lure out the crawlers, let them occupy the brute, and make his own escape while they were distracted. Not long after the gunshot, Mo-Lee, who had retreated to the rooftop and reattached the suppressor, heard shrill screeches echoing from all directions. Crawlers poured out of every nook and cranny, immediately locking onto the massive figure at the base of the building. Eyeing his bulging muscles, they licked their lips with long tongues and lunged at him with piercing cries. As the first crawler leaped at him, the brute caught it and ripped it clean in half. Another lunged from behind, raking its claws across his back and leaving deep gouges, only to be slammed into the ground by a single devastating punch. The two types of zombies were in completely different leagues, but the crawlers made up for it in sheer numbers. Watching the chaotic brawl unfold below, Mo-Lee felt a rare fondness for these creatures, though that feeling wouldn't last long. More and more crawlers emerged from every corner. From his vantage point, Mo-Lee estimated at least dozens of them converging from the direction of the town. There really are nests everywhere around here. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Before any of them noticed him, he leaped onto a nearby tree and scrambled down to the ground in a few swift moves. But the moment his feet touched the ground, a screech erupted from the bushes. A crawler burst out and lunged at him. Startled, Mo-Lee fired instinctively, the bullet tearing through its open maw and piercing its brain. There were simply too many crawlers. Most had been drawn to the brood zombie, but some had noticed Mo-Lee. Facing the shrieking creatures, Mo-Lee turned and sprinted toward the hydroelectric station. Listening to the screeches behind him, Mo-Lee felt a pang of exasperation. Fleeing for his life had become routine. Whatever. As long as the mountain stands, there's firewood to be had. He only had one life, and it wasn't worth trading blows with these things. He just hoped Zhang Xiao had already handled his end. Recalling Zhang Xiao's condition, worry gnawed at Mo-Lee. When he'd been injured, there were still several zombies lurking nearby. If he returned to the power station only to find them feasting on Zhang Xiao's corpse, he had no idea how he'd ever explain it to Lu Zixin. Thankfully, his worst fear didn't come to pass. When he reached the station, the spot where Zhang Xiao had been leaning was now littered with fresh zombie corpses, but no sign of Zhang Xiao himself. Hearing the sharp screeches closing in behind him, Mo-Lee didn't hesitate and bolted toward the dam. The fresh zombie corpses slowed down a few of the crawlers, but most still preferred live human flesh and kept chasing Mo-Lee. Meanwhile, in the control room, Wu Shaoxin had just opened the ship lock gate when he spotted Mo-Lee on the distant dam, with dozens of crawlers hot on his heels. His face went pale in an instant. "Hurry, use the ship lift." The ship lift? In the wheelhouse, Lu Zixin fumbled around in a panic, glancing desperately at Zhang Xiao, whose hands were injured. "Relax. It's just like driving. Turn the wheel, hit the throttle, and steer the boat into the next berth." "All right." Lu Zixin struggled to control the vessel. After Mo-Lee dashed through the power plant building on the dam, he slammed the iron door shut and wedged a steel bar through the handle before turning to flee again. But the iron door was no match for the crawlers. They didn't bother breaking it down, simply scaling the walls and climbing over the roof to continue their pursuit. The power plant building in the middle of the dam had only bought him a dozen or so seconds. Watching the ship slowly creep toward the lift behind him and the dozen crawlers charging ahead, Mo-Lee raised his pistol. Bang! A single bullet pierced a crawler's skull, but the others simply trampled over its corpse and pressed on, utterly fearless. Bang! 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 After emptying his magazine, Mo-Lee gripped his axe tightly as the endless tide of crawlers surged forward. He swung it at the leading one, cleaving into it before kicking its body off the dam. He then sidestepped another's lunge and shoved it over the edge with his shoulder. Ugh, hurry up. I can't hold them off much longer. Emoli fought with everything he had. The narrow walkway of the dam gave him some advantage, but he was only one man. He couldn't possibly hold back this endless flood alone. Exhausted beyond measure, Emoli could barely focus, and a lack of focus meant mistakes. He had just shoved one crawler away when another, using its fallen brethren as a springboard, leaped at him from above. With his feet planted awkwardly, Emoli had no leverage to dodge. As he stared into the fanged maw hurtling toward him, a blur flashed past. A vine seemingly from nowhere pierced straight through the crawler's head, then coiled around its skull and hurled the body off the dam. Damn human, one day they'll eat you, you troublesome thing. A crisp, girlish voice suddenly echoed in Emily's mind. Staring at the vine, he swallowed hard and slowly backed away. Emoli listened to the sudden voice in his head, watching the vine as he slowly backed away. The vine paid him no mind, casually lashing out to knock a crawler off the dam. Seizing the moment while the creature held back the horde, Emoli turned and leapt onto the approaching riverboat. On the boat, Lilith sat by the water's edge, a vine from beneath her skirt submerged in the river unnoticed by the others. Kai Liang sat nearby, staring at Lilith in terror. Lilith simply raised a finger to her lips, winking playfully at her. On the dam, the crawlers surged forward relentlessly, but could not break through the vine's web-like defense. Emoli stood at the boat's railing, watching the vine on the shore with wary eyes. He didn't know what it was, but at least it was holding back the dangerous crawlers. Lu Rengxin's boat bumped and scraped, but slowly made its way into the ship lift. Once the vessel was fully inside, Wu Shaoxin in the control room slammed the start button. The lift groaned with tremendous noise, slowly descending with the boat. As the entrance to the lift closed, the vine retracted. The crawlers on the dam, seeing the descending boat and hearing the deafening noise, leaped off the top, without hesitation plunging toward the vessel. Suddenly the vine emerged again from the water, whipping through the air to swat away the crawlers that landed on the boat. Wu Shaoxin, get down here now, Emoli shouted at the man still in the control room. But Wu Shaoxin dared not answer. He didn't even turn on the lights, fearing he'd attract the attention of the crawlers across from the lift. Fortunately, the indicator lights still worked. With years of experience operating this machinery, he could manage even in pitch blackness. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave. He had to stay and see the lift through its entire descent. If something malfunctioned, Emoli and the others would be trapped. There was another, more critical reason: he refused to let the lift be damaged. This dam was the only way for boats to pass through its locks and ship lift. If both were destroyed, they could never be repaired under current circumstances. The only alternative would be to blow up the dam itself. But this hydroelectric plant generated over 20 billion watts of power annually. Destroying it would mean losing that forever. This dam was humanity's hope for the future. Despite his cowardice, he had his own sense of duty and conviction. He would never let it come to that. Wu Shaoxin meticulously checked every parameter on the instruments, ensuring the lift carrying Emoli's group descended smoothly. But even with his caution, a few crawlers noticed the activity and began moving toward the control room. The room had only one observation window facing the lift and locks, everything else was sealed. Still hearing the skittering and shrill hissing outside the door, cold sweat poured down Wu Shaoxin's back. He fought to keep his composure. 5 minutes felt like an eternity to Wu Shaoxin. After some time, the lift descended to a certain depth. The crawlers on the dam's edge, seeing how far down the boat was, no longer dared to jump. They could only snarl in frustration at Emoli's vessel. The vine slipped back into the water. Emoli watched them disappear, then turned his gaze toward the control room, his brow furrowed deeply. That damn kid. A few minutes later, the lift finally settled at the bottom. The gates opened and Lu Rengxin piloted the boat out into the middle of the river. What do we do now? Zhang Xiao, injured, looked at Emoli's worried face. We wait. Darkness was beginning to fall. Emoli had no way to go back and rescue Wu Shaoxin. He knew his own limits. Dealing with the crawlers in daylight was already a struggle, and night belonged to the zombies. Wu Shaoxin had stayed behind alone in the control room just to get them through the dam. Emoli would never abandon him. He couldn't bear to feel that helplessness again, not like when he lost Hen Yaling. Let's look at your wound first. Emoli shook his head, examining the injury on Zhang Xiao. The split on his hand had been bandaged, but his wrist was still twisted at an odd angle. Looked like a severe fracture. Emoli took Zhang Xiao's hand, looking at him. I know a bit about bone setting. You afraid of pain? Go ahead. Zhang Xiao felt the pain in his wrist, cold sweat beading on his forehead, but he let Emoli work. Crack. Oh. Zhang Xiao's face went pale, his body trembling as he lay on the deck. Taking advantage of the moment, Emoli quickly snapped the other hand back into place. Zhang Xiao's screams startled Lu Rengxin out of the captain's cabin. He rushed over to steady him. Rest for a few days. Don't move your wrist. We can't cast it in this situation, but maybe tomorrow we can find some splints. Zhang Xiao was in too much pain to respond, only able to nod weakly. Lu Rengxin, take care of your husband. He'll take the night watch. Even anchored in the middle of the Zhang River, Emoli couldn't let his guard down after the horde they'd just encountered. Okay. Hearing Emily call Zhang Xiao, her husband Lu Renxin blushed and quietly helped Zhang Xiao into the cabin. After watching them leave, Emily began scanning the boat looking for the one he was concerned about. Then he spotted Lilith perched by the water's edge, her small frame supported by her arms. "You little brat. Get away from the edge. What if you fall in?" Emily grumbled as he walked over and scooped her up. Lilith just stared blankly at his anxious face, saying nothing. Emily carried her to the center of the deck and sat down watching the sky darken around them. He let out a sigh, thinking back on their brush with death. Without that vine, they'd all be dead now. What the hell was that vine anyway? That wasn't even a zombie, was it? Could there be plant-type zombies? Emily was full of questions. Every zombie had seen so far was a human infected, not a single zombie dog or anything like in the movies. Just then, Emily spotted Kai Liang cowering not far away. He reached out a hand. "Here, kitty." Kai Liang ignored him, shrinking into a corner, trembling as it stared at Lilith in Emily's arms. Seeing he couldn't coax the cat over, Emily rubbed his nose in exasperation. "This darn cat just won't warm up to me. Fine, I'll just cuddle Lilith instead." With that thought, he hugged the little one closer, gently stroking her head and soft golden hair. Emily, sensing Lilith's presence, felt reluctant to let her go, then heaved a heavy sigh. When would this life ever end? He truly didn't want to spend his days fleeing and hiding. Compared to this, his previous miserable life delivering takeout was like heaven. How could this be? Where did these zombies come from? No matter how you look at it, the sudden collapse of human society is too abrupt. Hundreds of crawlers, that conscious riot zombie, the moving vines of unknown origin, and the voice of a girl suddenly appearing in his mind. All of it was overturning Emily's worldview. The apocalypse had only erupted for a few days, and already so many monsters had appeared. Could the future really be any good? Lilith looked at Emily, whose breath was slightly disordered, and reached out her small hand to touch his head. Feeling the girl's hand, Emily tightly hugged Lilith and leaned his head close. As a familiar floral fragrance filled his nostrils, Emily's tense spirit eased somewhat. Since even monsters made of vines could appear, it meant other creatures might also exist, and the sea was no longer safe. Emily had already decided that he would not go with Zhang Xiao and the others. He had to find a stable, safe zone with Lilith. No matter the time, humans only had a greater chance of survival when they banded together. He could also learn more unknown information about the apocalypse from others, such as why human bodies were being enhanced. Night watch was always long and boring. Lilith lay in Emily's arms, adjusted to a comfortable angle, then rested on his chest and slowly closed her eyes. Emily gently stroked Lilith's head, waiting for dawn to arrive. Throughout the night, Emily could hear the howls of crawlers from the dam. He estimated that these creatures had already occupied the entire hydropower station, and he wondered if it would become their new nest. The long-awaited dawn arrived. Emily gazed at the distant whitening sky and looked toward the direction of the ship lift control room on the dam top. Seeing crawlers still crawling in twos and threes, Emily frowned. At that moment, he suddenly heard an alarm from the dam top and perked up. The crawlers on the dam were all attracted by the warning sound, and Emily saw a figure hurriedly descending the stairs at the edge of the dam. Squinting, he recognized it as Wu Xiaoxin. Wu Xiaoxin looked at the boat still waiting for him downstream, quickened his pace, and desperately went down the stairs while the crawlers were all attracted by the alarm. The height of over 90 meters could be quickly descended via the employee stairs, but as more and more crawlers were attracted, some of them noticed the human running down the stairs toward the dam base. Howling, they grabbed the walls and railings and chased after him. "Hurry!" Emily put down Lilith and began to load bullets into his pistol. Lu Zixin was also drawn out by the commotion outside and looked toward Wu Xiaoxin's direction. At the stairway, Wu Xiaoxin, who had just descended, heard the howls getting closer behind him and was already desperately running toward the boat Emily and the others were on, but he was gradually being caught up by the agile crawlers. "Get down!" Hearing Emily's voice, Wu Xiaoxin didn't think twice and covered his head, lying flat on the ground. Bullets flew over his head, directly crippling the two crawlers chasing at the front. "Quick, run over and jump into the water. These beasts can't swim." "Oh!" Wu Xiaoxin scrambled and tumbled desperately, making his way to the water's edge, then leaped into the water. The crawlers that followed closely stood at the water's edge, howling incessantly at the swimming Wu Xiaoxin. Seeing Wu Xiaoxin swimming over, Emily grabbed his collar and dragged him onto the boat. Looking at the deck around him and Emily beside him, Wu Xiaoxin gasped heavily, then burst out laughing, a joy of escaping death. "Woohoo, exciting!" After catching his breath, Wu Xiaoxin stood up, patted his butt at the crawlers howling on the bank. "Suckers, come bite your daddy. Roar!" Emily was amused by Wu Xiaoxin's actions, then looked at Lu Zixin. "Hurry up and drive the boat away. This place is not suitable for staying long." Lu Zixin turned and walked into the captain's cabin, starting the engine. The riverboat slowly left the area, heading downstream of the Zhang River. "Oh my god!" After his arrogance, Wu Xiaoxin plopped down on the deck again, looked at the distant whitening sky, and took a deep breath. "I was trapped in the dam, really thought I was done for. Good thing I met you guys. Without you, we couldn't have crossed this dam." Emily smiled. Come on, I just pressed a few buttons. But you bro, you're really amazing. Not only did you take down my big colleague, but you also held off so many crawlers on the dam. Are you some retired soldier king? How old do you think I am? Air. Wu Xiaoxin looked at Mo Li's somewhat handsome face and thought for a moment. 22. Pretty accurate guess, but have you ever seen a 22-year-old retired soldier king? Isn't that how it's written in novels? They can even go to high school and show off. Goddamn novels. Mo Li was speechless then replied. I'm just a delivery guy. As for why I'm so good at fighting, it's probably because I used to fight a lot as a kid. Oh, but I'm still curious, how did you take down that big guy? Guess where these crawlers came from. Okay, got it. Wu Xiaoxin made an okay gesture. Looking at this guy, Mo Li curled his lips. At that moment, Wu Xiaoxin finally noticed Lilith beside him. Wow, such a cute little blonde girl. Where did you kidnap her from? Wow, red eyes. Wu Xiaoxin was still quite calm, not mistaking Lilith for a zombie at first glance, because the zombies he usually saw were half-rotten. Such a cute zombie simply didn't exist, right? What do you mean kidnap? She's my friend's sister. A pistol with a silencer and a foreign friend. And you still say you're not a soldier king? Air. This is a bit complicated to explain. Mo Li picked up Lilith and scratched his head. Alright, I'll hear it later. So where are we headed now? Zhang Xiao and the others are planning to find a safe island to live on while I want to go to the police headquarters in Shanghai City. I heard they've set up a safe zone there. No wonder you wanted to find someone familiar with Shanghai. That's right. Mo Li nodded, then immediately realized. Oh no, the map. Don't worry. Wu Xiaoxin pulled out a map from the inner lining of his jacket, which he had found in the desk drawer of the main gate room, and waved it at Mo Li. The riverboat glided slowly across the water heading downstream. The sun gradually rose from the mountaintops, its light casting a glow upon the mist lingering along the riverbank, creating a picturesque vista. It would have been even more beautiful if not for the groans of zombies echoing from the shore. Mo Li stifled a yawn as he gazed at the distant sunrise. After a full day of fighting and fleeing yesterday, compounded by a sleepless night, he was utterly exhausted, his eyelids constantly drooping. Mo Li glanced at Wu Xiaoxin beside him. I'm going to get some sleep. You didn't get any rest last night, either, did you? Yeah, Wu Xiaoxin replied. I just want to find a place to lie down and sleep until the world ends, until the seas run dry and the rocks crumble, until the sun and moon lose their light. Well, there are a few beds in the staff break room. Pick whichever one you like, just don't sleep on mine or Lilith's. Huh, you two sleep together. Wu Xiaoxin looked at Mo Li, who was holding Lilith, and asked in confusion. Lilith has had trouble with her legs since she was young. I need to be by her side to take care of her. Oh, I thought you just liked sleeping with a girl. Could you not say things that might give the police the wrong idea? Ha ha ha. Mo Li looked at the grinning Wu Xiaoxin and felt a faint pang of guilt. While taking care of Lilith was one reason, he also had a selfish motive. The primary reason was that the floral scent emanating from Lilith helped soothe his emotions, allowing him to sleep soundly. What are you grinning at? Get lost and go to sleep. On my way. Watching Wu Xiaoxin disappear into the staff break room, Mo Li sighed, then carried Lilith towards the captain's cabin. Zhang Xiao leaned against the side of the bed, watching Lu Ruxin pilot the riverboat. Brother Mo Li, Zhang Xiao greeted upon seeing him enter. Mo Li nodded in response. I didn't know Lu Ruxin could drive the boat. I thought you were the only one who knew how. I taught her a bit. Actually, driving a boat is pretty simple, especially now that there's no other traffic on the river to yield to. You just manage the throttle and steer clear of the banks. Is it that easy? I almost want to learn myself. Heh, I can teach you once my wounds heal. Probably won't get the chance. Say we're almost at Shanghai City, right? It's only a few dozen kilometers. We should arrive by this evening at the latest. Brother Mo Li, are you still set on leaving? Why don't you all just come with me? Mo Li made another attempt to persuade them. Brother Mo Li, I believe I've already told you my thoughts on this. I know, but you saw the scenes yesterday. The towering zombies, the ubiquitous crawlers, and that eerie vine. Maybe the other side of the sea isn't as safe as you think. Safe? After the apocalypse broke out, I think there's no absolutely safe place left in the world. Honestly, Brother Mo Li, the creatures we encountered yesterday didn't shock me as much as those zombies with red flowers growing from their heads. You know, many soldiers armed with heavy weapons faced that slowly advancing crimson tide. But before they could even fire, they were struck down by some unseen force, collapsing unconscious. They were left to be trampled by those flower-headed zombies, emitting red dust, becoming part of that sea of flowers themselves. I'll never forget that image for as long as I live. The crimson tide. Mo Li had witnessed it. Recalling the attack he suffered on the overpass, a chill still ran down his spine. That inexplicable attack was terrifying, impossible to defend against. Who knew what the hell it was? Brother Mo Li, do you think the safe zone you mentioned can really hold back the crimson tide? I don't know. Maybe they have a way to deal with it. In any case, I never want to encounter those terrifying things again. I just want to get as far from the shore as possible. I'd rather be devoured by a monster than fall inexplicably without knowing what hit me. Hearing the resolve in Zhang Xiao's tone, Mo Li knew further persuasion was futile. Alright, Since you're set on finding an island, I wish you the best. But first focus on healing your wounds. Definitely. For Rux and Sake, I can't afford to die. Hearing Zhang Xiao's words, Lu Ruxin turned her head to look at him, the affection in her eyes almost tangible. Great, just great. Being force-fed dog food again. Mo Li's brow twitched in exasperation. Deciding not to disturb the couple, he turned and walked away with Lilith in his arms. As soon as he returned to the staff break room, Mo Li was greeted by thunderous snoring. Wu Xiaoxin lay sprawled on the bed like an octopus, sleeping soundly, without even a blanket. Mo Li rolled his eyes and grabbed a blanket, tossing it over him, covering his face. The sudden covering caused the sleeping Wu Xiaoxin to smack his lips, clutch the blanket, and roll onto his side, finally ceasing the snoring. With that taken care of, Mo Li sat down on the bed with Lilith and began fiddling with the walkie-talkie. They were getting closer to Shanghai City now, and with the fog not being as thick today, the signal should be better. With this thought, Mo Li fought off his drowsiness and started adjusting the frequencies. Lilith tilted her head, watching Mo Li's actions with curiosity. But finding it boring after a while, she rested her tiny hands on her chin, lying on Mo Li's lap, and slowly drifted off to sleep. After patting Lilith's head, Mo Li continued his fiddling for over half an hour before finally connecting to a channel. Static. Hello? Is anyone there? Can you hear me? Please respond. Receiving you. This is the Shanghai City General Police Station. A crisp, efficient female voice came through the walkie-talkie. Hearing this voice, Mo Li was overjoyed. I am a survivor. A survivor. I was expecting reinforcements. Where did you find a walkie-talkie that can connect to this channel? I found it on the body of a policeman on the road. There was a long silence on the other end before the voice responded again. Where are you now? I'm on a boat on the Zhang River. I should reach Shanghai City by this evening. Is the police station far from the river? It's a bit of a distance. If you can make it to the Shanghai Sports Center before dark, we can send someone to meet you there. How many people are with you? Some people on the boat don't want to come with me. For now, it's just me and one girl. Do you have compatibility? I guess you could say I do. Emoli scratched his head. That's good enough. We have many things to attend to here, so I'll get off this channel. Contact me again once you reach the agreed-upon location. Okay. The moment Mo Li agreed, the connection was cut off from the other end. Staring at the crackling walkie-talkie, he switched it off and tucked it away. He then unfolded the damp map Wu Xiaoxin had brought, laid it on the table by the bed, and began to study the routes marked upon it. Shanghai Stadium. There it is. Mo Li quickly located the agreed-upon meeting point. Shanghai City was vast at scale and comparable to that of Pingxiang. The mere expanse of the planned districts and suburbs stretched for over a dozen kilometers, let alone the bustling core area. Shanghai Stadium sat in the middle ground between the suburbs and the urban area, a full 6 kilometers from the riverbank. The police headquarters in turn was located roughly 3 kilometers further into the city from the stadium. All in all, the journey ahead was no shorter than the one he had undertaken in Pingxiang. So it's still a journey after all. But the route to the stadium is mostly through the suburbs with fewer people around. Should be easier than Pingxiang. As for the rest, the woman on the phone said to contact them once I arrive, and they'll send someone to pick me up. Let's hope that holds true. With one concern settled, Mo Li felt a wave of drowsiness beginning to wash over him. Using the walkie-talkie to pin the map down on the table, Mo Li yawned, drew the petite form of Lilith into his arms, and slowly drifted into a deep sleep. After Mo Li had fallen asleep, the small white cat that had been hiding under the bed crept out quietly. It looked at Lilith in Mo Li's arms, then curiously poked its head forward, peering beneath her skirt. What are you looking at, you stupid cat? Look again, and I'll eat you. At that moment, a crisp, girlish voice echoed in Xiao Keiliang's mind. Hiss. The cat's fur stood on end instantly. Startled, it scurried back under the bed. Lowly creature. A vine slowly slithered out from the gap in the clothing, surveying its surroundings. Damn it, I'm starving. I need meat. Fresh flesh. The vine was visibly agitated. It turned its attention to Mo Li, who was holding Lilith, and lashed out directly. Then for some unknown reason, it suddenly froze midair. Lilith in Mo Li's arms opened her eyes. Her crimson pupils glowed with an eerie light, fixed intently on the vine. Lilith is not a bad child. TSK. Fine, I get it. I won't touch this one. The vine felt helpless. It shifted its target to Wu Xiaoxin, who was snoring loudly nearby, but was stopped by Lilith again. Mo Li said, Lilith must not eat strange things. Arg. Why do you care so much about this wretched human? MMPH. Lilith puffed out her cheeks, glaring at the vine. In the end, the vine conceded defeat and retreated, slinking back into Lilith's clothes. The exchange between Lilith and the vine had been silent, so Mo Li, sleeping soundly, remained completely unaware that he had nearly been drained of blood. Time drifted into the evening. Mo Li, having slept his fill, woke up. He looked at the darkening sky, stretched, and felt refreshed. Just then a savory aroma of meat wafted to his nose. He glanced toward the kitchen, where a wisp of smoke was rising, and figured Lu Zixin was at the stove. After gently tucking the sleeping Lilith under a blanket, Mo Li put on his jacket and stepped out onto the deck. To his slight confusion, Zhang Xiao, whose hands were temporarily useless, was still sitting by the water's edge, holding a fishing rod steady with his knees. You really like fishing that much? Emily grabbed a folding stool and sat down beside him at a loss for words. A fisherman's heart is a fisherman's soul. Better than being idle. Got legs that work, so why not use them? Catch more, and we save a meal. Can you even eat all that? There are 2 big bags of salt in the hold. If we can't eat them, we'll pickle them. Impressive. Emoli chuckled, then turned his gaze to the buildings on the shore. As the boat slowly sailed downstream, the river suddenly widened. The riverboat, now anchored in the middle of the water, was over 1,000 meters from either bank, far too distant for any zombie to swim across. Where are we now? I'm not sure either. The nearest landmark I know of is Shunan Pier. I'm not familiar with Zhanghai City. That's the only place I remember. Shunan Pier. Emoli walked back inside, picked up the now-dried map from the table, and returned to Zhang Xiao's side. Their current location wasn't the closest point on the shore to Zhanghai Stadium. They would need to travel another 2 kilometers downstream. However, the banks over there were lined with bustling commercial and tourist districts. Coming ashore there would likely mean a very enthusiastic welcome from the local residents, and he'd be lucky if they left any bones of him behind. This spot, however, was in the suburbs, sparsely populated. While it was farther from the stadium, it was certainly safer. Perfect, they'll go ashore here. What time is it? 2:30 p.m. They'll head to the shore and see if I can find a public bicycle or something. It should still be doable. So you're still leaving, brother, Emoli. Sorry, but I have to get Lilith to a safe place. Alright, I won't try to stop you. But at least stay for one last meal. You need a full stomach before you hit the road. No, I didn't mean it like that. I mean a smooth road. A safe journey. Heh, I know. Thank you for your kindness. Lu Zixin had prepared a feast. Emoli had saved both their lives, and this meal was the best, most lavish spread she could manage. Besides the catfish Emoli had caught the day before, there was canned soup and cold noodles with vermicelli. It was everything edible they had on the boat, though sadly there were no fresh vegetables or fruits. Emoli didn't eat right away. He focused on feeding Lilith. Oddly enough, after 2 bowls of rice, some fish, and fish soup, Lilith still wanted more, looking famished. Emoli wasn't surprised. At her age, she should be growing, yet she was as light as a paper doll on his back. He wished she would eat even more. Unlike Lilith's slow and careful eating, Wu Xiaoxin was a desert storm. He shoveled food into his mouth with rapid, frantic movements, his cheeks bulging. The man had been truly starving for days, having passed out from hunger in the power plant waiting to die. The bread had eaten earlier was hardly enough to recover. This is so good. It's like eating at a restaurant. What a miserable life I was living before. Brother, slow down. Don't choke, Zhang Xiao advised. Can't slow down. Life is short. I gotta enjoy every bit of good fortune I can. Watching Wu Xiaoxin wolf down his food, Emoli hesitated for a moment before speaking. Xiaoxin, do you want to come with me? Go? Where? To the safe zone in Zhanghai City. Safe zone? Isn't this boat safe enough? Even if it's safe, we can't hide here forever. I need to learn more about the zombies before new kinds of monsters show up. That safe zone is in the middle of the city, and it's still standing. There must be a reason. Hearing Emoli's words, Wu Xiaoxin, whose mind often wandered, finally calmed down. He put down his bowl and chopsticks. Sorry, but I don't want to go. I just want to stay on this boat. I see. Emoli nodded. It was the answer he had expected. He felt a pang of helplessness, but could understand. A meal wouldn't take long, and they still had to hit the road. Emoli wasn't a big eater. After feeding Lilith, he grabbed a quick bite and began packing his things. By a riverside railing, Wu Xiaoxin tossed a float board onto the water's surface. It's still a bit high from here. Can you make it up? Emoli tugged at the safety harness on Lilith, making sure it was secure, then gave a thumbs up to the people on the boat. Grabbing the drain pipe, he scrambled up with ease. Whoa, he's like a monkey. Wu Xiaoxin's quip nearly made Emoli lose his grip and fall back. Once over the railing, Emoli shot Wu Xiaoxin a glare, then raised a fist to the trio. We'll meet again. Take care, brother, Emoli. By the river, Emoli leaned against the railing, watching the boat drift into the distance. He sighed, then turned and crouched down to unfold his map. Emoli's current location was in Zhanghai City's newly planned expansion zone, built to accommodate the influx of trading conglomerates and workers drawn by the booming maritime economy. The area was mostly construction sites and vacant wasteland, dotted with a few small villages. After pinpointing his position, Emoli opened his backpack to take stock of his supplies. No sooner had he unzipped it than a kitten poked its head out, meowing at him. Emoli smiled softly at the little cat and gently rubbed her head. He had intended to leave the kitten on the boat, but she had snuck into his pack while he was packing and stubbornly refused to come out. You're that determined to come with me, eh? Emoli extended a finger to scratch under her chin. Meow. Then you have to be a good girl. Meowed. Heh. Get back in. After checking his supplies, Emoli let the white kitten crawl back inside, leaving the zipper slightly open so she wouldn't suffocate. Afterwards, Emoli inspected his pistol, racking the slide. He had fired quite a few rounds at the dam, leaving him with about 130 rounds. He recalled the model number on the ammo box. This Type 92 police pistol used the common 9mm caliber rounds which he saw frequently in games. He hoped to scavenge for more along the way, though he didn't hold out much hope. Dragon Nation had extremely strict gun control, so finding firearms on patrol cars was out of the question. Some patrol officers in busy districts might be armed to guard against violent criminals, but those areas were now death traps. Thinking about the 130 rounds in his pack, Lee suddenly felt it was far too few. There's still a long way to the stadium. He'll have to conserve them unless it's absolutely necessary. Lee engaged the safety, tucked the pistol into his pocket, folded the map, and pulled out the axe slung on his back. He began to move cautiously along the weed-choked road. After 7 p.m., the zombies would become active and start roaming. He had about 4 hours to cross this zone and reach the stadium. With detours, it would be a 7 or 8 kilometer trek. For hours to cover 7 or 8 kilometers was normally no problem, but with zombies everywhere, even if the population here wasn't as dense as the city center, running into special infected would be a hassle. Besides the annoying runners, he still vividly remembered those little brat zombies with their inflamed throats that would let out screeches, attracting every zombie in the vicinity. A grimace twisted Lee's face. He truly loathed those particular zombies. Staring at the wide empty road, he took a deep breath and quickened his pace. Thanks to the open sight lines and the zombies' tendency to cluster, Lee could spot hordes from a distance and avoid them in time. Stray zombies he encountered were easily dispatched with a few swings of his axe. Focused solely on fleeing and covering ground, he paid little attention to scavenging, which made his journey surprisingly smooth. Before long, he slipped into the forest park near the stadium. The park was eerily silent, with abandoned luggage scattered here and there, suggesting others had fled through here too. Fortunately, there were no visible bloodstains or remains, otherwise he would have had to stay alert, wary of some new kind of zombie lurking in the park. Lee trod carefully along the forest path. A breeze rustled through the bushes and startled birds took flight, adding a layer of dread to the already dim woods. Gripping his axe tightly, he advanced slowly until he came to a lake within the park. He unfolded the map to confirm his bearings. Heading north, he would exit the forest park and find the sports complex. Lee put the map away with a sigh of relief. The dangers on this route were indeed fewer than those he'd faced in Pingxiang City. He could barely believe he had made it here safely. There was still over an hour until nightfall. He needed to get into the stadium quickly and contact that woman. Just as he was stowing the map, a breeze carried an overpowering stench. Lee clapped a hand over his nose and mouth. It was a foul, putrid smell of decay, like rotten flesh stewing in a sewer. Lee froze, then turned to look. The light had been dim, and he hadn't paid much attention, but now he saw clearly. The lake's surface was littered with corpses, hundreds of them. The water itself had turned a murky dark color, and flies swarmed everywhere. The stench made Lee's face pale. He hastily pulled gas masks from his pack for himself and Lilith. Why are there so many corpses here? As he wondered, he spotted a buoy at the lake's center to which a black rectangular object and a large loudspeaker seemed to be attached. A sound lure, Lee realized with a start. That's why the forest park was devoid of zombies. They had all been attracted here and drowned. These creatures truly had no intelligence. Even the crawlers feared water, but these common zombies just marched straight in at the sound. What struck him as odd was that he didn't see any of those bloated undead zombies had encountered in Pingxiang City floating in the lake. Lee shook his head. A lake full of rotting flesh was nothing worth gazing at. It was time to leave this foul place. Lee turned and headed towards the stadium, soon leaving the forest park behind and approaching the main gate. The apocalypse had broken out on a workday with no major events, so there were few people around. He only saw a few petite zombies in middle school uniforms, likely students from a nearby school. Most of them had become runners, about 4 or 5 in total. In the past, those numbers might have sent him running. But now Lee wasn't worried. He simply climbed a large tree and the runners would queue up beneath it, easy pickings for his axe. No skill involved, just pure terrain advantage. It seemed these runners weren't all that bright either. After clearing the zombies at the entrance, Lee vaulted over the closed gate of the sports complex and headed inside. While scanning the empty surroundings, Lee pulled out his walkie-talkie and tuned to the frequency he'd noted down yesterday. Soon the woman's voice crackled through. There was a brief pause on the other end before she spoke. You've arrived? Haven't run into any dangerous zombies, have you? No, just a park lake full of corpses. So the trap worked. Since you're there, mind checking the stadium for any other threats. Are you using me as cannon fodder? Lee frowned at the voice from the walkie-talkie. This stadium is the initial site of our safe zone. We moved our camp into the city due to a lack of supplies. It should be safe, we just wanted you to confirm the situation. All right. Lee sighed. The stadium gates were shut tight, and there were barely any bloodstains or remains around, suggesting the woman was telling the truth. Lee meticulously inspected the badminton courts, basketball courts, and the largest football field, finding no zombies nor any survivors. After confirming the area was secure, he reconnected his walkie-talkie. It's safe here. It's getting dark and I can't check everywhere alone. I've done a rough sweep of most buildings and found nothing out of the ordinary, not even a single zombie. That's good to hear. You should be able to get a good night's sleep there. Our people will come to rendezvous with you early tomorrow morning. All right. Hearing they would send someone, Emily breathed a sigh of relief. The city's layout was complex and unpredictable. Who knew if had run into a horde of aggressive sprinters around the next corner? The fact that this group dared to establish a safe zone within the city meant they must have secure routes and the strength to back it up. Being guided by them was far better than wandering aimlessly on his own. Just as Emily relaxed, preparing to find a place to stay for the night, Lilith nestled in his arms, tightly grasped the fabric of his chest with her tiny hands, her gaze fixed on a building in the distance. What's wrong? Emily followed Lilith's gaze and noticed a building he hadn't inspected. The swimming pool. He frowned, pulling the axe from behind his back. To ensure safety, he had to check that building too. As he pushed open the doors to the swimming pool, Emily saw a flash of red light drift through the air. Wearing a gas mask, he couldn't rub his eyes, so he shook his head only to find the red light had vanished, as if it were a hallucination. Rockabye, rockabye, to the bridge by the bay, he. At that moment, a faint, distorted female voice echoed from within the pool area. Is someone in there? Emily called out tentatively. Rockabye, but the voice just repeated the same eerie tune. Could it be some woman who's lost her mind and is hiding in here? It was the only explanation Emily could think of. Sure enough, upon entering the main hall, he saw a slender girl in athletic swimwear kneeling by the poolside singing softly. In the vast, echoing swimming hall, a girl in a swimsuit sat alone, bathed in dim light. The scene was unnerving, especially now. Emily squinted slowly, drawing his pistol from his pocket and aiming it at the girl. Who are you? Why are you here? Emily had always been an atheist. He didn't believe in ghosts or spirits. At that moment, the girl seemed to notice him, letting out a soft chuckle as she staggered to her feet, slowly turning her head. Emily's pupils contracted sharply at the sight of her face. Her face was completely rotted, her brain exposed, with vibrant red flowers like spider lilies blooming from the flesh. Tide. The realization hit him just as a shockwave slammed into his mind, followed by the sound of shattering glass. Emily collapsed to the ground, his head ringing, but he didn't lose consciousness like last time. Reacting quickly, he raised his pistol and fired at the red tide. Bang! The bullet pierced its skull. The girl let out a piercing shriek before collapsing lifelessly, blood seeping from her long hair. At that moment, the red fluorescent glow in Lilith's eyes faded back to normal. Emily didn't notice Lilith's oddity. Instead, he tightened his grip on the pistol, stood up, and cautiously approached the zombie's corpse, keeping it in his sights. Dead. Emily swallowed hard, nudging the girl's body with his foot. Still uneasy, he fired another shot into her head. Bang! Only after confirming the thing was completely finished did he slowly crouch down to examine the corpse closely. This type of zombie was the nightmare had been having since his encounter on the overpass. Just touching one felt like a blow to the head, impossible to defend against. What the hell are these things? Why do they exist? Had never seen anything like this in the zombie movies he watched. As Emily crouched to inspect the body, Lilith suddenly tore off her mask, reached out her tiny hand, and plucked a flower from the zombie's head. Lilith. Before Emily could react, Lilith had already put the flower's stem to her lips. You can't eat that. He was terrified and lunged to snatch the flower from her mouth, but Lilith kept dodging him. Ow! It hurts. Emily tried to pull her arm away but froze at her cry of pain. Seeing that he wouldn't take it, Lilith held the flower and began licking it. Emily couldn't understand why Lilith would want to eat something like that. A flower that grew from a red tide's head. Looking at the bewildered Emily, Lilith licked the stem a few more times, and after confirming it was safe, she offered the flower to him. I'm not eating that. Emily frowned. This is good stuff, sweet. Eat a little more. Then you won't be afraid of the bad guys covered in flowers. Bad guys covered in flowers. Was Lilith talking about the red tide? Looking at the flower in Lilith's tiny hand, Emily swore he wouldn't eat it. Are you kidding? How could something grown from a zombie be edible? And how does Lilith know about this? Normally he'd dismiss it as a childish prank. But looking into Lilith's pure, untainted crimson eyes, Emily inexplicably found himself taking it. Emily looked at the flower in his hand, then at Lilith, who was staring at him with eager anticipation. The red tide. These zombies' attack patterns were too bizarre, utterly defying any countermeasure. Moreover, these red tide zombies with flowers growing from their heads seemed to be merely ordinary zombies, but who knew if more dangerous variants would emerge later. For instance, crawlers with flowers sprouting from their heads, or brute zombies with the same grotesque adornment. When that time came, would he truly be able to escape as he had before? The answer was slim. If what Lilith said was true, that consuming this flower could grant immunity to the red tide, then the blossom in his hand was indeed a treasure. Since Lilith has already licked it, and seemed fine, it should be safe for me to eat, right? Emily hesitated for a moment, then suppressing his unease, placed the flower stem into his mouth, and gently sucked the nectar. It was sweet with a faint floral fragrance. A few seconds after he finished, a surge of energy rushed straight to his head. His vision suddenly turned crimson and blurred while a persistent buzzing filled his ears, a series of unpleasant bodily sensations converging upon him. The discomfort lasted only a few seconds. Then Emily felt a sense of release and relaxation in his skull. All the unpleasant sensations vanished instantly, leaving him remarkably clear-headed, his surroundings even sharper than before. Hiss! Exhale, he shook his head, and a refreshing wave washed over him, soothing his nerves. Looking at the flower whose nectar had been drained, Emily felt a flicker of surprise. He was now incredibly alert, his mental state excellent. Could this thing actually be effective? With that thought, he no longer felt any aversion toward the flowers on the girl zombie's head. He reached out directly to pluck them. Lilith, however, quickly grabbed his fingers with both her small hands and shook her head. What's wrong? Lilith must taste it first. Then you can eat. Huh? Emily was puzzled. Why did Lilith need to taste it before he could? Did she also need to eat these flowers? Though he didn't know how Lilith had come by this knowledge, at least her words proved true. If Lilith wanted to eat, he would certainly provide her with the flowers. Armed with this information, he could simply kill another solitary red tide next time. Yet still a doubt lingered in Emily's mind. When the red tide had attacked him earlier, he had heard a sound of glass shattering in his head, but all the windows and glass doors around were intact. Could I have misheard? No, that shattering noise was too loud. It couldn't have been an illusion. Had something shielded me from the attack? Emily lowered his gaze to Lilith, who had a flower in her mouth. Lilith tilted her head, her pale golden hair cascading down her round, lovely face. Nothing. Seeing Lilith holding the flower in her mouth, Emily's face flushed, and he turned his head away. All right. You can eat now. After ensuring it was safe, Lilith took the flower from her mouth and handed it to Emily. Emily cleared his throat and accepted it with some embarrassment. After all, a flower that had been in someone's mouth was a bit. Well, what was he thinking? Lilith didn't understand such things. He shook his head, dispelling the tangled thoughts, then began to suck the nectar, experiencing the same sensation as before. After a brief wave of agony, the refreshing feeling returned. However, these flowers were not small, and even though the red tide girl's head was covered with them, there were only 5 in total. Emily devoured them all. After consuming the last one, he suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, followed by an intense headache, as if hands were tearing at his brain. Excruciating. Cough. What's happening? Ugh. Emily knelt on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath. Lilith sat beside him, watching with concern. Fortunately, this hellish torment did not last long. After a dozen seconds, Emily gradually recovered, slowly opening his eyes. A faint red glow flickered in his brown pupils. Emily blinked, suddenly perceiving the world around him transformed. He could see many things clearly, including the dust particles floating in the air. More importantly, although the surroundings were pitch black, his eyes could see everything vividly. Had he acquired night vision? Emily was somewhat skeptical. He relaxed his mind, and the darkness returned. When he concentrated again, a faint red light emanated from his pupils, and the surroundings became clear once more, the drifting dust coming into focus. At that moment, a pair of small hands suddenly reached out and waved before his face. Emily paused, then looked down at Lilith, who was staring at him with a worried expression. I'm fine. In fact, I feel absolutely amazing. Huh? Lilith looked confused, not understanding what Emily meant. But Emily didn't care whether she understood or not. He picked her up and spun her around repeatedly, trying to release the surge of excitement within him. These flowers really work. I feel like my mental power has grown significantly. Lilith, how did you know about this? Whoa. Lilith, pale-faced, flailed her small hands helplessly as Emily spun her around. Woo, flower. TSK. Hearing Lilith's plea, a vine extended from her clothes and lashed onto Emily's neck, pulling sharply. Gag. Cough. Emily knelt down, clutching Lilith, his sanity returning. Seeing Lilith's tear-streaked face, he recalled his earlier actions and scratched his head apologetically. Sorry. I scared you. I was just too excited. Emily rubbed his neck, then concentrated his gaze around him, sensing no danger. Strange. Something just pulled my neck. Was it a seatbelt? Your seatbelt. The creature Lilith called Flower was furious at Emily's words and wanted to teach him a lesson, but Lilith pressed it back under her skirt with her small hand. Emily turned around, having glimpsed the movement of Lilith's skirt, but quickly averted his eyes under her tearful gaze. Emily picked up Lilith and used his night vision to survey the surroundings. It's getting late. Let's find a place to rest. The gymnasium had many spots to stay, but none were very warm. Emily knew how harsh the night temperatures could be. Even if he could endure it, he had to consider Lilith. It wouldn't do if the little one caught a cold. Eventually, Emily found a medical room. After entering, he locked the door and looked around. All the supplies had been cleared out, but at least there was a bed with bedding, and the room was small enough to retain warmth. Smelling the unfamiliar disinfectant, Emily placed his backpack on a counter. As soon as he set it down, a kitten's head poked out, its colorful eyes blinking at him, meowing incessantly. Emily smiled and rubbed Shout Salyang's head, then gently placed Lilith on the bed. Seeing the girl's still moist eyes, he felt a pang of guilt. Lilith, who had been disabled from childhood and unable to walk felt insecure easily. It was natural that being spun around like that had frightened her. I'm sorry. Emily pressed his palms together begging for the little one's forgiveness. Lilith rubbed her eyes then reached out both hands toward him. This was a request for a hug. Though she said nothing, Emily understood that she had forgiven him. Emily smiled, took off his shoes, sat beside Lilith, and held her. He gently supported her hair as she laid down to avoid pulling it, then covered them both with the blanket. Night had officially fallen, and the zombies were becoming active with roars of various sizes echoing from outside. Inside the medical room, Emily felt the warmth of Lilith's small, delicate body and breathed in the reassuring scent of flowers. He slowly closed his eyes. Xiao Kaoyang crawled out of the backpack, jumped onto the blanket, kneaded it into a cozy nest, curled up, and drifted into sleep. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Emily woke up at his usual biological clock and instinctively reached for his pillow. Realizing his phone wasn't there, he remembered, almost forgot. No more deliveries to make. A mix of loss and gain washed over him, but as he looked at the little darling sleeping soundly in his arms, a smile uncontrollably curled at the corners of his mouth. He reached out and poked the girl's cheek. Lilith frowned, slightly unwilling to wake up. Little Sleepy had time to get up. Hearing Emily's voice, Lilith rubbed her eyes, opening them to reveal her crimson pupils, then nestled back into his chest and continued sleeping. Unable to wake her, he let it go. Little Lizzie could sleep as long as she wanted since she was always strapped to him anyway. After getting dressed, Emily secured the sleeping Lilith to his body with a seatbelt and called out to little Kaoyang on the bed to crawl into his backpack. With Kaoyang in tow, Emily slung on his backpack and walked out the door. That woman said someone would come to pick him up early this morning, so he decided to wait at the gymnasium entrance. With that thought, Emily, carrying Lilith, headed to the sports complex gate to keep watch. As time passed, Emily stroked the head of the deeply sleeping Lilith in his arms and gazed at the sky. Feeling the sunlight on his body, he let out a puff of white breath. It's a rare sunny day, so why does it still feel so cold? Emily grumbled as he waited, but after nearly half an hour with no one showing up, he had no choice but to sit by the door and pull out some snacks from his bag to recharge. Catching the scent of food, the long-hungry Kaoyang circled around, Emily meowing incessantly. Emily smiled, feeding her while eating himself. He always had endless patience for his beloved cats. Just as he was feeding Kaoyang, several figures approached from the distance. Judging by their walking postures, Emily immediately realized they were humans. Before long, 5 young men stood before Emily. Yo-ho, pretty cozy, huh? Still keeping a cat at a time like this. Emily looked at the man who spoke first. He was short with a crew-cut gold earrings, several gold chains around his neck, and his hands covered in gold bracelets, making one wonder if he'd robbed a jewelry store. Though gold probably wasn't worth much these days. Aside from that, he carried a baseball bat studded with large nails on his back, still stained with blood, likely used against zombies. Meeting this hostile-looking fellow, Emily stood up. You're the ones here to pick me up. Yep. The man rolled his eyes, staring impatiently at the sleeping Lilith in Emily's arms, and muttered under his breath. Damn. Another one dragging a burden along. What? Nothing. Come with us, and make it quick. Our time's precious. Emily watched the backs of these young men, frowned, called Kaoyang into his backpack, and followed them. Keep your voice down, and watch that brat in your arms. This route cost us several lives to figure out. If you ruin it, no amount of compensation would be enough. The group dashed straight toward the city center, easily vaulting over balconies to rooftops, looking down at Emily from above with complete disregard. Fortunately, Emily was in good shape. Even with Lilith in his arms, he scaled up in a few quick moves. It'll be careful. Seeing Emily without even a hint of heavy breathing, the men exchanged glances. You've got some skill. Follow us. They leapt nimbly across the rooftops, and the occasional ordinary zombie was bashed dead with a single strike of their clubs tossed down to the streets below, triggering frantic scrambles among the other zombies. Gazing at the zombie-packed street below, Emily swallowed hard. It stretched endlessly, probably over 1,000 of them. Scared shitless. At that moment, the man with gold chains and a crew cut squatted on an air vent, grinning teasingly at Emily. Not really, just didn't expect this many zombies here. There's plenty more. This crappy city never ran out of people, and now it never runs out of zombies. Say, can we get acquainted? Long Dan. Long Dan. That's an odd name. It's what I gave myself after the zombie virus broke out. How about it? PSSH, cool, right? The man named Long Dan whistled at Emily. Emily, your pre-apocalypse name. How about picking a new one? No need. You used to run with a crew before all this, right? I can tell. Just a lousy delivery guy? Anyway, aren't you in a hurry? Long Dan waved at the men behind him, then grinned and leaned close to Emily, staring into his eyes. You've got guts. I like you. Hope you can still talk that tough in a bit. The group exchanged knowing smiles and turned to leave. Emily watched the man with the gaudy gold chain, the one called Long Dan, and felt a twinge of exasperation. He hadn't been acting cocky at all. The guy had nearly kissed him just moments ago. Not throwing a punch was already a courtesy. Emily took a deep breath and followed them, but they soon arrived at the rooftop of a building lining a street. The building was tall, over a dozen stories high, and the structure across the street towered even higher. A gap of 4 or 5 meters separated the two edifices above the roadway below. Without a moment's hesitation, the men leaped across the chasm, landing deftly on the balcony of the opposite building's lower floor. They turned back, smirking at Emily. There used to be a safer route, but it's blocked by the horde for now. This is the only way across. You got the guts to jump. Long Dan flashed a grin at Emily. Emily stared at the dizzying height dozens of meters above the ground and frowned. The distance itself was manageable, but the sheer drop. He exhaled, set down his backpack, and hurled it across first. Then he backed up a few paces, broke into a run, and launched himself over the void. Carrying Lilith made the jump a struggle, but Emily managed to clear the gap. His landing on the balcony, however, was far from graceful. He curled his body around Lilith, tumbling into the room with a heavy thud. Ugh! The impact jolted Lilith awake, and she clung to him in a fright, burying herself in his chest. It's okay, Emily soothed, stroking her head. Just then Long Dan walked up and extended a hand. Not bad. You've got some spine. You're not like those other weaklings. Emily regarded the offered hand. Not wanting to make an enemy, he took it, and let Long Dan pull him to his feet. Emily retrieved his backpack and checked inside. Xiao Caoyang, startled by the rough landing, was curled up, motionless within. Upon seeing Emily, she began to meow. After confirming she was unharmed, he shouldered the pack once more. Let's go. The path ahead is easier. Long Dan took the lead, and Emily followed closely. Along the way, Emily noticed that all the rooftop doors were bound shut with iron chains. As long as they didn't attract the horde's attention, zombies were unlikely to reach this height. These safe routes were clearly constructed by human hands. However, Emily observed that his guides moved with remarkable agility. They could scale walls and leap across rooftops with ease using any handhold, just like members of a parkour club. Seeing that his own skills were comparable, doubt crept into his mind. Had they also been affected by something? Emily followed them, lost in thought. With Long Dan and his crew leading the way, the journey was remarkably smooth. They didn't encounter a single zombie. Before long, they leapt from a rooftop, landed on a shipping container atop a parked truck, and used it to vault over a very high wall. The wall was imposing, standing over 4 meters tall, with barbed wire coiled along its top. Emily, bringing up the rear, watched the others drop down effortlessly. He walked to the edge of the truck and peered over. Below, a stack of soft mattresses cushioned the landing. That's why they dared to jump. Come on. You jumped off that balcony, don't tell me you're scared of this. Long Dan called up from beside the mattresses. Emily wasn't one to be baited. Only after he was certain it was safe did he leap down, holding Lilith securely. After Emily landed, Long Dan exchanged high-fives with his men, and they dispersed. Welcome to the safe zone. Follow me. Our dear Captain Sue wants to see you. Long Dan stretched out the word dear, with a hint of mockery. As Emily followed Long Dan, he surveyed his surroundings. People in tattered clothes poked their heads out from the buildings, eyeing him and the golden-haired Lilith in his arms with curiosity. The attention made Emily uneasy. This must be the city's main police headquarters, but it felt heavy with gloom. Still, in times like these, being alive was a blessing. Who could find joy in such circumstances? Along the way, Emily saw many people, all survivors. He counted at least 100 just from what he could see. He also spotted armed police officers patrolling, rifles in hand, maintaining order. Emily's eyes lingered on their Type 95 rifles with deep envy. Over the past days, had come to understand the power of human firearms. Even the fiercest zombie couldn't withstand a hail of rifle bullets. If he could get his hands on one of those rifles, his chances of survival would skyrocket. Stop staring. They're not yours. Only the soldiers who follow orders get to hold those. Folks like us, we're just here to be cannon fodder. Long Dawn words snapped Emily back to reality, and he continued following. After a few minutes, they arrived at a central main building. Inside, armed police officers stood guard at regular intervals, their presence offering a sense of security. Yet dark stains that hadn't been cleaned away hinted at past conflicts within these walls. Soon Long Dan led Emily to an office door and knocked. Captain, I've brought the person you wanted to see. Come in. The door opened, revealing a tall, handsome man in a detective's uniform. Emily was slightly taken aback. The man didn't look old, around his mid-30s, with striking features and an innate commanding presence that demanded respect. Good work. If there's nothing else, I'll head down and rest. Long Dan, who had been so brash moments before, suddenly became meek in this man's presence. All right, you're dismissed. With a nod, Long Dan turned and left, leaving Emily alone with the captain. After Long Dan left, the man's gaze fell upon Emily. His expression softened when he noticed the young girl in Emily's arms. Welcome, comrade, to the Shanghai City Police Headquarters Safe Zone. How should I address you? My name is Su Lu. You can call me Captain Su. I'm currently in charge of this safe zone. Captain Su, my name is Emily. Emily. Good, I'll remember that. I called you here because I learned about your situation from Deputy Lin. Tell me, you came from Pingxiang City. That's right. What's the situation at the safe zone there? We've lost all communication with them for days. It's gone. When I got there, the entire place was overrun with those flower-headed zombies. I see. Sulu rubbed his brow and let out a weary sigh. Looking at the sighing man, Mo couldn't help but ask, his voice tinged with a glimmer of hope. Is help coming from above? What do you think? Sulu countered. Recalling Tan Yaling's words, Mo shook his head. A police friend told me this outbreak is global. No place has been spared. Most regions are struggling just to survive. Since you already have your answer, there's no need to ask me. As things stand, we can only rely on ourselves. Of course, if you're willing to contribute to the safe zone, we'll take care of you. I'll do my best. I can handle a zombie or two. Good. However, this girl in your arms. She looks like a foreigner. My police friend entrusted her to me before he died. If it weren't for her, neither I nor this little one would have made it here alive. He was a good comrade. Captain Su, I have some questions about the zombies. Mo started, but Sulu raised a hand to stop him. Apologies, but I have urgent matters to attend to. If you have questions, you can ask Deputy Lin. Sulu then picked up his walkie-talkie. Deputy Lin, the contact you mentioned has arrived. He's here with me. Come arrange a place for him to stay. Over. Sulu put down the walkie-talkie and looked at Mo. You can wait here for a moment. With that, he returned to his desk and resumed his paperwork, ignoring Mo's presence. Observing the bustling man, Mo, feeling somewhat out of place, found a chair and sat down, taking in the office environment. It was very tidy and clean, evidently maintained frequently. Just then, Mo suddenly noticed a small head peeking out from beneath Sulu's desk. It was a very adorable girl with chestnut hair tied in 2 braids. The girl blinked her big eyes, looking curiously at Mo and Lilith in his arms. Daddy. Hearing the girl's call, the man's face softened with a tender expression. Go on, don't cause any trouble for others. Okay. Receiving her father's consent, the girl hopped over to Mo. Big brother, is that a doll you're holding? Looking at the girl's cute demeanor, Mo smiled gently. It's not a doll, she's a foreigner. Finally meeting someone of Lilith's age, Mo adjusted Lilith's legs, hoping she would greet the girl, but Lilith kept her head buried in his chest, motionless. Wah. Doesn't she like Ching Ching? The girl looked a bit sad. No, she's just a little shy. By the way, your name is Ching Ching. Yes. Su Ching Ching. Ching as in clear sky. Daddy said it was a bright sunny day when Mama gave birth to me, so he named me Ching Ching. The girl spread her arms wide, gesturing happily. Mo, infected by her cheerful spirit, smiled. Is that so? That's a lovely name. Then what's your name, brother? Mo, and she's Lilith. Mo. Lilith. Okay. Ching Ching will remember. Sulu, while handling paperwork, watched his daughter's interaction with the 2 newcomers, a slight smile curling on his lips. Just then a knock came from the door. Come in. After Sulu's response, the door opened and a girl in a police uniform wearing glasses with an impressively curvaceous figure walked in. Captain, take this young comrade to arrange lodging. Since this young man managed to bring a girl all the way from Pingxiang to here, he must be quite skilled. He might even become our comrade in arms someday. Don't treat him shabbily. Yes. The girl saluted, then looked at Mo. Follow me. Okay. Mo nodded and followed the girl. Goodbye, Sister Ching Ching. Goodbye, Brother Mo. Goodbye, Sister Lilith. The woman who had been all business broke into a smile at Ching Ching's words and waved at her. Goodbye, little Ching Ching. They'll come play with you tonight. Okay, goodbye. Mo also waved, his movements a bit stiff. After the farewell, Ching Ching closed the door for her father. Looking at the closed door, the female officer sighed. I really can't figure out how that blockhead captain produced such an adorable daughter. No sooner had she said this than she realized Mo was still beside her. Blushing, she cleared her throat. Don't you dare tell the captain what I just said. I'm not that annoying. Good. Lin Ching Ching, nice to meet you. The female officer extended her hand. Mo. They shook hands as a friendly greeting. Mo. A good name. Who gave it to you? I gave it to myself. You gave it to yourself? I grew up in an orphanage. Oh, I'm sorry. It's fine. Let's not dwell on that. Follow me, I'll take you to your quarters. Lin Ching Ching led Mo towards the building's exit. Could you arrange for a more secure place for me? The little one in my arms can't walk. Mo asked. Given the circumstances, he had to be cautious. He still remembered how Lilith was once abducted by Tang Lingling. Lilith was so cute and defenseless. Who knows if there were any ill-intentioned people in this safe zone. Can't walk. You carried a disabled little girl all the way from Pingxiang City to here. Impressive. Su Ching Ching was astonished. Huh. Mo scratched his head. Actually, he wanted to say had traveled most of the way by boat, but to earn their trust and respect, he chose to remain silent. All right, I'll arrange for you to stay in this building. Captain Zhu's office is right below. How's that? Safe enough. Huh. That's fine. But you're just letting me stay here. I just arrived. It's not that we fully trust you, but Captain Su is the strongest evolver here. If you can beat him, then it doesn't matter where you stay. Evolver. It was the first time Mo had heard the term. Let's talk as we walk. All right. They walked through the corridor and up the stairs, chatting. After the zombie virus outbreak, did you notice any increase in your physical capabilities? More stamina, more agility, and so on? Yes, I felt that. This virus infection seemed to have lain dormant for a long time, erupting without any warning, knocking everyone unconscious. As you can see, a small fraction of those who woke up early didn't turn into zombies. They managed to resist the first wave of the virus. Those who woke up later, however, completely transformed into flesh-eating monsters. Those who woke up late. Emily frowned. He himself had been unconscious for 5 days. What did that make him? Unaware of Emily's thoughts, Lin Qingqing continued. Those of us who survived the first outbreak, meaning us, all experienced varying degrees of physical enhancement. And among us the most exceptional are called evolvers. Do you understand my explanation? So, Long Dan and the others are all evolvers? Emily asked. That's right, they're part of the observation team, tasked with gathering intel from the nearby urban areas. They were originally parkour enthusiasts. No wonder they're so agile. By the way, I forgot to mention our safe zone takes in survivors, but given the current situation and the scarcity of supplies, everyone must contribute their share. You can choose to be a regular civilian doing the chores we assign. It's mostly odd jobs with no real danger, but in return we only provide the bare minimum for survival and basic necessities. Alternatively, you can join the supply corps responsible for collecting and transporting goods. Our combat squads will always ensure your safety. We offer extra perks for the supply corps like better meals, cigarettes, and alcohol. Are there any other options? Emily asked. He had confidence in his own skills from the journey here, but more importantly, Lilith was a picky eater who would rather starve than eat something she disliked. Being a civilian wouldn't allow him to properly care for her. You could also join the recon team led by that Long Dan guy. They're responsible for gathering intel on the urban areas near the safe zone, scouting for supplies, and mapping out zombie distributions. Recalling Long Dawn demeanor, Emily's eye twitched. He really didn't want to deal with that guy. Forget it, he'll just join the combat squad. Are you sure? The combat squad is directly led by Captain Su Lu and myself. We handle high-risk operations, eliminating zombies, guarding the camp, and protecting the supply corps. The benefits are obvious too. We issue standard equipment and provide extra daily meals. Given the intense physical demands, there's plenty of vegetables and meat. No need to say more, men. With so many benefits, not joining would be a waste of his skills. Besides, Mo Lee intentionally sought to temper himself, gain combat experience against zombies, and having comrades would offer better protection. Beyond that, Mo Lee had another crucial reason. He was incredibly envious of the Type 95 rifles the patrolling police carried. Who wouldn't feel secure seeing that caliber? Oh, Lin Qingqing was somewhat surprised by Mo Lee's choice. Although she didn't fully trust him, yet anyone who could travel all the way from Pingxiang City while steadfastly carrying a disabled little girl surely couldn't have a malicious heart. You can join, but there are conditions. Conditions? It's not an entry fee or something, is it? No, nothing like that. You just need to answer one question. What question? Mo Lee had barely finished speaking when he saw Lin Qingqing drive her knee towards him. He lowered his body to block it with his hand, then ducked to dodge an incoming elbow. After her surprise attack failed, Lin Qingqing didn't slow her assault, spinning into a roundhouse kick. Instead of dodging, Mo Lee surged forward, grabbing her extended knee and pushing her back. Facing the man holding her leg, Lin Qingqing's expression turned fierce as she swung her fist at him. Mo Lee held her leg with one hand, caught her fist with the other, and shoved her against the wall. Pinning her foot with his knee, he swiftly drew the axe from his back, pressing it against her neck before she could make another move. Ugh, what are you doing? Mo Lee stared at the woman before him with a cold expression. Looking at the boy's face, so close to hers, Lin Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly, but she gritted her teeth. Just an initiation test. Their current posture felt rather awkward, but one look at Mo Lee's murderous gaze made it clear he wasn't thinking about that. This guy isn't as dense as the captain is he. If he doesn't get the joke and actually slits my throat, that would be a huge loss. Feeling the chilling touch of the axe on her neck, Lin Qingqing's embarrassment vanished, instantly replaced by an awkward smile. Can you let me go now? Mo Lee slowly released her and tucked the axe back behind him. The reason for his intense killing intent was that if he hadn't blocked her knee, it would have struck Lilith directly. He could take a hit himself, but he would never allow Lilith to be harmed. I came here seeking shelter, wanting the little one in my arms to live a peaceful, carefree life. Seeing Mo Lee's cold expression, Lin Qingqing realized her attack had been rash without noticing Lilith in his arms. Sorry, I just wanted to test your reflexes. I had no intention of hurting the girl. So did I pass, Vice Officer Lin? Ahem. You passed. Lin Qingqing cleared her throat, pulled a card from her pocket, signed her name, and looked at Mo Lee. Mo Lee, right? MM. Lin Qingqing nodded, wrote his name, added the number 370, and stamped it with her seal. All right, with this card you can get your meals at the cafeteria daily. Don't forget to head to the equipment room later to pick up your gear. Look at you wearing that delivery uniform, tattered like a beggar. Where's the equipment room? Ask around yourself. You're here now, so get familiar with the place. But remember, joining the combat squad has many perks, yet there's one thing you must always obey: follow orders. Understood. By the way, can the little one in my arms get a supply ration too? Besides Xiao Qingqing, there are no other children in our camp, so I'm not sure. No other children. Children seem to be extremely vulnerable to the zombie virus. Aside from Ching Ching, we haven't found any other surviving kids so far. Perhaps it's because Ching Ching is an evolver. That little girl with braids is an evolver too. And compared to us evolvers, her ability is quite special. Special how? Recalling the flowers Lilith had fed him, Lee asked. Well, I'm not at liberty to say. You can ask the captain yourself when you have time. It's getting late. This room has bedding and a bed, so make yourself at home. He'll leave you to it. Oh hey, race the key. With that, Lin Ching Ching tossed the key to Lee. Our camp values people's privacy. You can do whatever you want in your room as long as you don't hide any dangerous items. We reserve the right to inspect. Lee thought of the silenced pistol he carried falling silent. It was given to him by Tan Yaling, and he had no intention of handing it over. I'm off. Seeing Lee's silence, Lin Ching Ching didn't press further and turned to leave. Lee looked at the key in his hand and suddenly realized Lin Ching Ching hadn't answered his question about whether Lilith could get a ration. He glanced at Lilith still huddled in his arms and sighed. Fine, I'll just share my portion with her. It's not like she eats much anyway. Lee patted Lilith's head, opened the door, and stepped inside. It was a modest room, probably only about 20 square meters, furnished with just a bed and a small table. He set down his backpack, unzipped it, and Xiao Kaoyang hopped out, curiously inspecting the unfamiliar surroundings. Lee smiled and stroked the kitten's head, then carried Lilith to the bedside. He unbuckled her safety harness and gently laid her on the bed. Lilith seemed a bit off, her tiny hands clenched tightly. Once out of his arms, she looked up at him with a pleading expression. What's wrong? Ugh. Lilith's red eyes trembled as she looked at Lee, then she quickly shook her head, curled up on the bed with her back to him, her whole body trembling slightly. Seeing her like this, Lee's face filled with concern. He reached out to feel her forehead, checking for a fever. You go away, Lilith said weakly. Huh. Lee scratched his head, not understanding English. Still worried, he carefully checked her over again, but she seemed to be in no immediate danger. Lilith lay on the bed, hugging her knees, eyes tightly shut, utterly, still showing no reaction to his touch. Thinking back, ever since she had woken up startled this morning, Lilith had kept her face buried in his chest. Maybe she's just sleepy. Lee pulled the blanket over her, then kicked his backpack under the bed and looked at Xiao Kaoyang. Stay here and be good, okay? I'm going out for a bit. Meow. Xiao Kaoyang flicked her tail, watching him leave. Lee took one last look at Lilith still motionless on the bed and slowly closed the door behind him. The moment the door shut, Xiao Kaoyang spotted a vine slithering out from under Lilith's clothes. Startled, her fur stood on end, and she darted into a corner to hide. Lee, clad in a tattered delivery uniform, walked through the safe zone. The helmet of his delivery outfit had been discarded after being smashed by a zombie. Observing his surroundings, he noted that it was already afternoon, with people bustling about everywhere in the zone. Besides residents chatting on the steps, there were patrolling officers and survivors practicing swinging motions. Though their movements were clumsy, at least they had the courage to take up arms. Lee found a patrol officer and inquired about the location of the police logistics office that Lin Ching Ching had mentioned. Before long, he arrived at a building in a corner of the safe zone. Several officers in uniform were on duty, led by a tall, burly man. Lee eyed the man's stature, tall and robust, at least over 1.9 meters. If he turned into a zombie, he'd definitely be a brute. Lee shook his head, dispelling those random thoughts. You look unfamiliar. The officer on duty inquired as Lee approached. I just joined the camp today. Lin Ching Ching told me I could collect equipment here. Joined and already in a combat team. Were you in the military? No. Hearing Lee's answer, the men perked up. They were originally from the Armed Police Detachment, all having served in the Army, strong in combat and awareness. Since the outbreak, this was the first time a civilian had joined them. Do you have a certificate from Deputy Lin? The burly leader asked. This, Lee pulled out a card and handed it over. Indeed, Deputy Lin's signature and seal. How welcome to the combat team. We're comrades now. The big man smiled and returned the card to Lee. Follow me. Lee nodded and followed. Zhang Eru. Just call me Eru. I'm the squad leader of the combat team. Besides Captain Su and Deputy Lin, you'll take orders from me. Understood. Say Roger. Roger. Since you're now in the combat team, we'll hold you to military standards. You can relax during downtime, but during work hours I expect the right attitude. Roger. Huh. Good. Zhang Eru led Lee to the police logistics office and began searching for supplies. What size do you wear? I'm 1.75 meters tall, average build. Lee had never paid much attention to clothing sizes, though as long as it fit he was fine. Let me find something. By the way, what are you better at, defense or offense? What's the difference? Defense means drawing the zombie's attention, while offense means finding an opportunity to land a fatal blow. We work together to deal with zombies. Offense, I guess. Not bad, kid. I'm starting to look forward to seeing your skills. I'm curious how you passed Deputy Lin's test. You can ask her yourself. Recalling Lin Ching Ching's flushed face, Lee felt it better not to say more. Huh. Alright. Zhang Eru laughed heartily, then handed Mo-Li the equipment. He had found a set of police combat uniform, a lightweight bulletproof vest, and a military dagger. Mo-Li stared at the items, momentarily stunned. No gun. What are you thinking? We're in the city. Firing a gun is like ringing the dinner bell for zombies. But I saw those patrol officers. In this situation, every bullet counts. Our firearms are used to protect the camp's safety. Only the guard squad has them. Unless there's a special need, the combat team doesn't carry guns when going out. Is that so? Mo-Li felt a bit disappointed at not being able to get his hands on those large-caliber rifles. Zhang Eru noticed his expression and patted his shoulder with a smile. Don't overthink it. Even with guns, you can't wipe out all the zombies in the city. The guard squad's members are Captain Zu's most trusted people. If you really want to handle a gun, try earning Captain Zu's trust. Maybe you'll join the guard squad. But fair warning, the guard squad only patrols and maintains order, no other duties. Their treatment isn't as good as our combat teams. Think it over. I see. I just got here, so I won't consider that for now. He still had to take care of Lilith. As for large-caliber rifles, he could think about that later. Listening to Mo-Li's words, Zhang Eru laughed and leaned his elbow onto the other's shoulder. Kid, you haven't told me your name yet. Mo-Li. Mo-Li. Quite a refined name. But remember this, since you've joined the combat squad, no matter when, the moment you hear the whistle, you must come downstairs and assemble immediately. Got it? Yes, sir. Haha, let's go. Zhang Eru patted Mo-Li on the shoulder and led him away. After collecting his gear, Mo-Li headed toward his own room. Along the way, he drew many gazes once again. After all, the tattered, blood-stained delivery uniform Mo-Li wore, coupled with the black combat suit in his hands, was too conspicuous. During the walk, a few people in police uniforms greeted Mo-Li, all curious about the newcomer who had just joined the combat team. But Mo-Li wasn't one for socializing. He could only respond to the officers' greetings with a nod. Fortunately, the distance wasn't far, and Mo-Li quickly returned to his room. The moment he opened the door, he saw a small white cat trembling in the corner. Meow. Meow. What's wrong? Mo-Li was startled, then looked at the motionless Lilith and walked over. On the bed, Lilith was curled up into a ball, her whole body shivering. Mo-Li sat on the edge of the bed and reached out to stroke her head. Are you feeling unwell? Whimper. In response to Mo-Li's question, Lilith said nothing, merely fixing her blood-red eyes on him. Wait for me to change clothes, and he'll take you to see a doctor. With that, Mo-Li began to take off his shirt, revealing an upper body with defined muscles. Lilith watched Mo-Li's sturdy arms, a faint blush creeping onto her face. She sat up, clutching the blanket over her face with her small hands, and slowly retreated to the corner. Mo-Li. Hearing Lilith's soft, gentle voice, Mo-Li turned around only to see her collapsing weakly. Without even having time to put his shirt back on, Mo-Li rushed forward and caught her. Lilith's tiny hands rested against his chest, her face pale as she gasped for breath. Huff. Huff. Mo-Li looked at her current state, his face full of anxiety. What's wrong with you? It hurts so much. Where does it hurt? Blood. Blood. Staring at Lilith, Mo-Li suddenly noticed her pupils seemed even more scarlet than usual, almost identical to the sentient, brutal zombie he had encountered at the hydroelectric station. At that moment, a troubling thought began to form in Mo-Li's mind. Lilith, do you want to drink my blood? I'm sorry. Lilith promised you she wouldn't eat anything strange, but it really hurts so much. As she spoke, tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Mo-Li. Hearing the sobs in Lilith's voice, Mo-Li was stunned. He recalled the moments they had shared along the way, the memory of Lilith holding his head and singing to comfort him during his moments of despair and rage. If Lilith truly was what he suspected, she should have devoured him like other zombies. Don't hate Lilith. Lilith will be a good girl. Don't leave Lilith alone like Papa did. Hearing her words, the scene of his first encounter with Lilith flashed in Mo-Li's mind. The little girl who sat motionless in front of her father's corpse, who had taken his own life. Looking at the weeping, helpless Lilith, Mo-Li's heart ached. He pulled her into an embrace, his broad palm stroking her soft golden hair in a gentle, soothing manner. I won't leave Lilith behind. Really? The little girl lifted her head, her moist, trembling eyes fixed on Mo-Li. Gazing into her glistening, expectant eyes, Mo-Li's heart skipped a beat. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, he leaned and brushed aside her hair and planted a kiss on her forehead. Really? Lilith's blood-red eyes widened instantly as she stared blankly at Mo-Li, whose face was also slightly flushed. Mo-Li cleared his throat and continued to stroke her head in comfort. You want to drink blood, is that it? Mo-Li looked at the silent little one in his arms, then reached out and picked up a military dagger from the table beside him. He made a cut on his own wrist, and blood began to seep out continuously. Catching the scent of Mo-Li's blood, a faint glimmer flickered in Lilith's blood-red pupils as she swallowed hard. Go ahead and eat if you want. Seeing Mo-Li's consent, Lilith immediately grabbed his arm with her small hands, pressed her head against it, and lashed her mouth onto the wound, eagerly drinking the blood. She truly seemed as if she hadn't eaten properly in a long time. From now on, if you want anything, just tell me. Lilith is Lilith, and I will never hate you. but you can't tell anyone else about your craving for human blood. Good girl. Emily looked at Lilith lying in his arms drinking blood and reached out his other hand to gently stroke her head. Meanwhile, Lilith's face was flushed red, savoring the human blood she had craved for so long, while feeling the comfort of Emily's broad palm. Huh, what are you two doing? At that moment, a small head poked in from outside the door, blinking curiously at the scene inside the room. Emily's heart tightened. Damn it. He had been so focused on Lilith when he came in that he must have forgotten to close the door. He turned his head to look at the little girl outside, inwardly groaning. Ching, Captain Z's daughter, what was she doing here? Huh. Big brother, why are you holding Sister Lilith without a shirt on? I was just changing, and then Sister Lilith had a nightmare about monsters and woke up scared. I was comforting her. Thinking on his feet, Emily quickly fabricated a plausible excuse, one that wouldn't get him mistaken for some kind of weirdo. I see. She must have run into those bad guys who like to bite people. Ching has nightmares about those bad guys all the time too. Huh. Emily let out an awkward laugh. The bad guys Ching mentioned must be the zombies, right? After all, at her age, she probably couldn't grasp what a zombie truly was. No sooner had Ching finished speaking than she ran straight and boldly took off her little leather shoes, climbed onto the bed, and looked at Lilith in Emily's arms. Lilith remained latched onto Emily's arm, drinking blood, and refused to let go even with Ching's arrival. Since waking up, Lilith hadn't had a proper meal that suited her. The food Emily gave her barely provided any sustenance. Human blood was far more satisfying. Emily looked at the still feeding Lilith in his arms, then turned his head stiffly towards Ching. Little Ching, what brings you here? Daddy went out to do some work, and Ching was bored all alone, so she came to find Sister Lilith. Is that so? Emily nodded. Lin Ching had mentioned that children had very poor resistance to the zombie virus, and Ching was the only child in the entire camp who had survived. Having finally found someone her own age, it was only natural she'd want to come and play with Lilith. However, Emily didn't want others in the safe zone to know about Lilith's condition. He didn't want her to be treated as an outcast. Fortunately, Lilith had kept her head buried in his chest with her eyes closed ever since entering the safe zone. No one should have noticed her blood-red pupils. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. He needed to handle Ching first. She was Captain Z's daughter, and if she discovered Lilith's secret and told her father, it would spell trouble. Is Sister Lilith still scared? Don't be. Ching didn't notice Lilith was drinking blood. She moved closer and reached out a small hand to pat Lilith's head. Emily could clearly feel Lilith's body stiffen. It was obvious she disliked being touched by anyone other than him. Ching, your big brother just got here, and you come alone. Aren't you afraid I might be a bad guy? Not afraid. Because Ching's daddy is a super cop who catches bad guys. Ching put her hands on her hips, puffed out her chest, and looked proud, her two pigtails swaying gently behind her head. Besides, Ching believes that big brother is not a bad guy. Emily continued to stroke Lilith's head while chatting with Ching, but gradually felt a heaviness in his head. Lilith had drunk too much blood. He was starting to feel the effects of low blood pressure. Fortunately, her small stomach couldn't hold much. Just as Emily began to feel faint from blood loss, she released his arm and licked the wound on his hand with her small tongue. Emily looked at Lilith with a slightly flushed face while she simply squinted her eyes and smiled back at him. Sister Lilith, what are you doing? Gazing at the curious Ching beside her, Lilith furrowed her brow and shrank into Emily's embrace, staring at her warily. Don't be afraid. Ching is a good person, she won't eat you. Sister Lilith, your eyes. Seeing Ching freeze in place, Emily sensed trouble. If Ching kept trying to play with Lilith, the color of Lilith's eyes couldn't be hidden forever. Why? Do Sister Lilith's eyes look the same as those biting monsters? So red. So scary. Her eyes were injured, and they've stayed like that ever since. Ching, can you keep this a secret? Lilith is very well behaved. I don't want others to think she's a biting monster. How pitiful. Ching understands. Ching won't tell anyone. Looking at the naive Ching, Emily wore an expression of a successful scheme. An easy kid to handle. But why was Sister licking brother's hand? Ching, like a curious little baby, kept asking questions. Well, because I'm injured. Licking the wound helps it heal faster. Woo. That looks so painful. Can Ching help too? No need. Looking at Ching, who was sticking out her tongue, Emily quickly refused. If her father found out he was doing anything strange with Ching, he'd really end up in jail. Hey Lilith, why don't you say hello to Ching? Emily looked at Lilith, who was curled up in his arms, and smiled. Woo. Does Sister not like Ching? Ching is obedient, very well behaved, and never bullies anyone. Seeing Lilith ignore her, Ching pouted, tears welling up in her eyes, as if she was about to cry. Ching, Lilith is a foreigner. It's normal that she doesn't understand Chinese. Don't cry. But Ching doesn't know how to speak foreign languages. Ching knows one phrase. Ching wiped her tears and looked at Lilith expectantly. Hello? Lilith blinked curiously at Ching, who was speaking her native language. Hello? After speaking, she buried her head back into Emily's arms. Huh. Sister isn't speaking a foreign language either. Brother, you tricked Ching Ching. I didn't. Emily looked at Lilith in his arms and helplessly covered his face. This little one really gave him no face at all. Lilith, you play with Ching Ching for a bit. I'm going to get dressed. Emily took out a bandage from his backpack, wrapped it around his hand a few times, and left it at that. With his current recovery ability, the cut on his hand would heal in a day or two. The most urgent thing was to get dressed. If someone came in and saw him shirtless on the bed with the two little girls, he'd never be able to explain it. Lilith knelt on the bed, feeling uneasy after leaving Emily's embrace, and stared warily at the little Dragon Kingdom girl in front of her. Ching Ching, however, looked at Lilith and became even more excited upon closer inspection. Wow, sister, you're so beautiful. You're just like a doll. But why are you only wearing an adult's clothes? Don't you have a dress? Woo. Is sister not very good at speaking our language? That's okay. Ching Ching will teach you. Hello. Hell. Lo. He. Sister, can you be Ching Ching's friend? Hearing Ching Ching's words, Lilith looked at Emily in the distance, who was pleading with his hands clasped together, and slowly spoke. Okay. Yay? Ching Ching has a good friend to play with now. Sister, wait a moment. Ching Ching will go get her toys so we can play together. With that, Ching Ching jumped off the bed, put on her little leather shoes, and hopped out of the room. Emily sighed in relief when he saw Ching Ching leave, then began to change his pants. Lilith, watching Emily in his underwear, blushed and pulled the blanket over her pretty face, frowning slightly. Why is he so bold only in front of me? After Emily put on his combat police uniform, he felt the material, then assumed a fighting stance, threw a few punches, and followed up with a spinning back kick. It was very light and didn't restrict movement. The material felt tough, as if it could even resist knife stabs. If it could stop a knife, it could certainly stop zombie bites and scratches. This was far better than his delivery uniform. With this gear, he could face zombies with more peace of mind. Then Emily picked up the military dagger and tossed it lightly, hearing the sharp whistle of the blade slicing through the air. The entire dagger from handle to tip was nearly 20 centimeters long. It had a slight weight to it and felt very comfortable to grip. It truly was a military dagger, far better than the one he had lost. With this, he wouldn't need to waste effort chopping zombies with an axe. A single stab to the head would solve the problem. Joining the combat squad was definitely the right decision. After Emily finished dressing, Ching Ching happened to walk in carrying a box of toys. She set it on the table and began placing the toys on the bed one by one. These colorful little trinkets sparked curiosity in Lilith's eyes. This is a doll, this is a toy car, and these are cooking tools. Sister Lilith, do you know how to play house? To Ching Ching's question, Lilith shook her head. It's okay, Ching Ching will teach you. Watching the two little girls play together, Emily felt a sense of relief. Lilith usually curled up in his arms, rarely speaking, and he never knew how to make her happy. Emily had grown up in an orphanage and was isolated for certain reasons. He understood the feeling of loneliness and having no one to talk to. Now having a peer willing to play with Lilith was a good thing. With this in mind, Emily took out 2 candies from his backpack and handed them to Ching Ching. Ching Ching's eyes sparkled at the candies in Emily's hand. She took them with her small hands, unwrapped one, and put it in her mouth, clenching her fist with a blissful expression. Delicious. Ching Ching laughed happily, then looked at Lilith, who was staring at her, and unwrapped the other candy. Sister Lilith opened wide, Seeing Ching Ching's attempt to feed her, Lilith blushed and hesitated, but faced with Ching Ching's bright smile, she opened her mouth and accepted the candy. Little Ching Ching, you and Lilith play here for a bit. I need to go out. By the way, do you remember what you promised me earlier? I remember. I won't tell anyone about Sister Lilith's red eyes. Don't worry, brother. Emily, Ching Ching will take good care of Sister Lilith. I'm counting on you. Emily ruffled Ching Ching's hair, and she squinted her eyes and giggled, enjoying the gesture. Why didn't I ever meet a girl as cute and kind as Ching Ching when I was little? Emily grumbled inwardly before turning to leave. Watching the closed door, Ching Ching jumped off the bed, ran over, locked it, and then climbed back onto the bed. Sister Lilith, let's play house. Do you want to be the dad or the mom? Sister Lilith is kind of like a dad, quiet and doesn't talk much. But it's okay, the mom, like Ching Ching, always makes the dad laugh. Mom. Hearing Ching Ching's words, a flash of a vicious-looking blonde woman biting her neck followed by a gunshot through her forehead crossed Lilith's mind. Hey, what's wrong? Seeing Lilith's pale face, Ching Ching moved closer, her expression full of concern. Did your mommy disappear too? Lilith doesn't know. Can't remember much. Mommy, gone. Is that so? I haven't seen my mom in a long time too. Dad said he would find her, but he never has. Ching Ching's expression turned sad, but looking at the silent Lilith, she reached out, wrapped her small arms around Lilith's head, and gently rubbed her cheek against it. It's okay. Ching Ching believes Dad will find Mom eventually, and Brother Emily will find Sister Lilith's mom one day too. For now, let Ching Ching be the mom. Ching Ching means for the game, hee. Feeling the warm, soft embrace of the human girl, Lilith slowly closed her crimson eyes, gradually accepting this lively little one. Back at the camp, Emily was still familiarizing himself with the area. The entire police headquarters wasn't vast, roughly the size of 8 football fields, but its buildings were tall, capable of housing several hundred people. Emily noticed some survivors had even cultivated farmland in the open spaces, suggesting they planned to stay long-term. While exploring, he ran into Zhang Eru, whom he had met earlier. Seeing Emily in his police uniform, Zhang Eru grinned and walked over, clapping him on the shoulder. "Not bad. Who knew you'd look so sharp in that uniform?" And Zhang Eru gave Emily back a firm pat. "You seem pretty solid. You trained before." "I got into a lot of fights in high school, then I just delivered food until now. Just some rough and ready moves. No need for modesty. Not many in the combat team can beat Deputy Lin. I just want to see her," and asked how you passed the test. Her face turned bright red. "Huh, she just underestimated me. Alright, being too modest is just being fake. We don't do that here. Fancy a spar sometime?" "Sure," Emily nodded. Sparring with someone to hone his combat skills was a no-brainer. "How about now?" "Hey, don't rush. It's mealtime. You can't fight on an empty stomach. Let's head to the cafeteria." "Okay, let's go then." Zhang Eru led the way, and soon they arrived at the lobby on the first floor of a building. The hall was crowded but not noisy, with many people eating together and chatting in hushed tones. "Emily, you've got the card Deputy Lin gave you, right?" "Yes, I have it." "Good. Don't lose it. Without it you can't get supplies. And if you try to get a new one, Deputy Lin will probably starve you for a few days. Our combat team is strict. It's the punishment for being careless." "Understood." Emily nodded and followed Zhang Eru to the food counter. "I'm here to collect today's dinner ration." Zhang Eru handed his card to the woman behind the counter. After a quick glance, she passed it to a young man in a police uniform who noted down the number on the card in his logbook. Once that was done, the woman returned the card to Zhang Eru and began serving the food. The meal was fixed. You ate whatever was prepared for the day. In times like these, having food at all was a luxury, so pickiness wasn't an option. "Not bad today. A sausage, 2 slices of lettuce, and braised pork." Zhang Eru chuckled, holding his tray, and patted Emily's shoulder. "I'm going to sit over there. Come find me if you have any questions." "Okay." After a while, Emily also used his card to get a combat team meal and sat down next to Zhang Eru. The aroma from the tray made Emily swallow hard, and he began to eat ravenously. Hot food with a balance of meat and vegetables was indeed a rarity these days. As he ate, he watched the meals of the ordinary residents in the distance, which consisted of just a bowl of rice and some vegetables. Far worse than theirs. "Are supplies in the camp that scarce?" Emily asked between bites. "Not really, but we need to ration them carefully, or we won't last long. Don't we send people out to gather supplies? We're in the city, shouldn't there be plenty of food?" "Well, since the outbreak started, we've been taking in survivors. There are over 500 people in this safe zone, but not many are tasked with gathering supplies. Most survivors are ordinary citizens. Faced with those man-eating zombies, they don't have the courage to go out. And after some recent accidents and deaths, even fewer are willing to join the search parties. We can't force them out, and sending untrained civilians out would be sending them to their deaths." "I see." Emily nodded. The fear of death was natural. He himself had to steel his resolve to leave the apartment complex, and had nearly died several times on the way. Not everyone had his luck. Having witnessed the horrifying sight of people being torn apart and devoured by zombies, while screaming in terror, how many people born in an era of peace could find the courage to face that? "Since we've confirmed there's no support coming at this rate, this camp will soon run into trouble." Emily frowned, voicing his concerns. "If you can think of it, so can we all, but in the end it's up to Captain Sue to decide. Cowards don't deserve to survive the apocalypse." Remembering how he was bullied as a child until he fought back with his fists and no one dared to mess with him anymore, Emily said this. "That's a bit extreme of you. Are you saying ordinary people should just die? The weak need the strong to protect them, and what we need to do is lead, so even the timid can muster the courage to play their part. After all, unity is a great strength of humanity, huh?" Emily looked at Zhang Eru in front of him, pondering his words, then recalled Ching Ching and Lilith playing in her room, a slight smile curling on his lips. "You're right. I was too extreme. Don't overthink it. It's not time for despair yet. Eat well." Zhang Eru patted Emily on the shoulder and continued eating. Emily followed suit and began to eat as well. As they were halfway through their meal, Emily suddenly heard a commotion not far away. "Damn it, what is this stuff we're eating?" A tray crashed to the ground, rice splattering everywhere. "I lead my brothers out every day, risking our lives to map out safe zones for you to collect food, and this is what we get." Pig slopped. Long Dan tugged at the gold chain around his neck, spitting on the overturned tray. "What do you think you're doing?" Hearing the commotion, Lin Ching approached with a cold expression, staring at Long Dan. "We're climbing and scrambling every day. The least you could do is provide us with more meat, right? Can't climb without meat. These are special times, please understand." Lin Ching looked at the agitated Long Dan and explained patiently. "Special times? You mean feeding these good-for-nothings who are too scared to even leave the door?" Long Dan pointed directly at the ordinary survivors. "Officer, I'm not like you. My brothers from the parkour club and I have no obligation to take care of these city folk who look down on us to risk our lives for them. Yesterday, 2 more people from our scouting team died. How much longer is this going to last? Until we're all dead, eh? Lin Qingqing was at a loss for words in the face of Long Dan accusations. Just then a stern-faced man stepped forward looking at Long Dan. If you're not satisfied, you can leave. Captain Su. Seeing the man's face, Long Dan arrogance instantly deflated. Captain Su, don't be like that. Please understand our difficulties. There's a shortage of supplies, plain and simple. The power's been out for days, all the stored meat in the city has rotted, and there are no animals to be found. No matter how much you crave meat, we don't have any to spare. Captain Su, it's not just about the meat. It's about those people. What's the point of keeping so many useless mouths that do nothing but eat for free? Everyone is contributing in their own way, and everyone has the right to live. As for these specific issues, you don't need to worry about them. Tisk. Long Dan stared at Su Lu's stern face, unconvinced. These city folks had always looked down on him. Now that had finally become an evolver and wanted to be king, these suddenly appearing cops were getting in his way. Fine. Captain Su is truly a qualified people-serving good cop. My apologies. Any other objections? No. Long Dan yanked his gold necklace in frustration and left the cafeteria with a few members of his scouting team. Captain. Lin Qingqing sidled up to Su Lu. Do your job. But. Long Dan and his men. Just venting. You know their type. My guard squad is all special forces graduates. When it comes to cross-country running, we can outmatch those thugs any day. You've heard about his past deeds. I wouldn't use him if I weren't short on people, and I wouldn't even let them join the camp. Any factor that threatens the camp must be dealt with decisively. Don't forget the responsibility on our shoulders. I understand. Seeing that Lin Qingqing had taken his words to heart, Su Lu nodded and turned to leave. Not far away, Mo Li watched the departing man and took a deep breath. So, Captain Zus got quite the presence right. Scared, Zhang Eru nudged Mo Li's shoulder with his elbow. A little. Hey, you haven't seen Captain Su fight yet. You know about evolvers, right? Captain Su is the strongest here. He can slice a riot zombie clean in half with one strike, and his speed and agility are insane. I've never even landed a hit on him in our sparring matches. That badass. Mo Li was stunned. Absolutely badass. Long Dan no slouch either, about on par with me. Before joining the camp, he used his skills to bully some survivors. But he couldn't last 2 rounds against Captain Su before he was beaten to the ground. Evolvers. Remembering how Lilith's imported flower granted him night vision, Mo Li lowered his head and thought. Since he possessed the ability of night vision, could it be that other evolvers also possessed other special abilities? Brother Eru, when you say evolver, do you mean they are born with some kind of special ability? Special ability. I'm not too clear on that. It's more like a strengthening of a certain physical attribute rather than an ability. For example, my strength has increased greatly, while Deputy Officer Lin's perception has been enhanced. As for Captain Su, before the apocalypse, he was the ace of our unit and an instructor for the special forces. After evolving, he's even more unfathomable. I've also sparred with Captain Su. No matter how I attack, he can always find the blind spot and dodge easily, as if he can predict the opponent's moves. Predict. Does that count as a special ability? Mo Li continued to ponder. After eating the flower given by Lilith, Mo Li could clearly feel his vision and observational skills had improved. That Captain Su can predict others' movements and even cut a brute zombie in half with one slash. Could it be that both his body and perception have been strengthened? Remembering his own embarrassing escape from a brute zombie not long ago. Damn, he envied Captain Zus' abilities. Brother Eru, I have a very specific question to ask you. Go ahead. Have you ever seen those zombies with flowers growing out of their heads? After hearing Mo Li's words, Zhang Eru's expression instantly turned grave. Yes, I have. Do you know about their bizarre attack method? We've lost several brothers to those zombies. One look at them, and you'd bleed from all 7 orifices and drop dead. Even Captain Su nearly fell to one. Why have you seen one of these zombies? Yes, many times. Fortunately, I managed to dodge and survive each time. Then you're quite lucky. So what exactly is the attack method of these zombies? It's impossible to defend against. Mo Li continued as he feared these zombies the most and needed to understand them thoroughly. How should I put it? Have you heard of spiritual attacks? Spiritual attacks. Yes, it directly attacks your brain's consciousness, killing you on a spiritual level. Isn't that a bit too sci-fi? I know it sounds far-fetched, but it's the only reasonable explanation. Their attack has no sound, no shape, and can even ignore sturdy bulletproof helmets, directly damaging the brain. Other than a spiritual attack, I can't think of anything else. Listening to Zhang Eru's words, Mo Li recalled the scenes of his encounters with the Red Tides. The first encounter was on the overpass. He was knocked unconscious by the attack. Although his head throbbed with pain, he didn't bleed from his orifices as Zhang Eru described. Strangely, he survived after passing out and wasn't eaten by the zombies. The few Red Tides were also gone. The second time was in the swimming pool within the sports park. he encountered a lone red tide. He was attacked again, but unlike last time, he heard a crisp sound like shattering glass in his head. He wasn't knocked out and immediately raised his gun to kill the red tide. Could it be that I also have some special ability? Emoli stroked his chin. Maybe he should find another red tide to test it out. Recalling the piercing shrill cry of those zombies, Emoli got goosebumps. Better not risk it. Even someone as capable as Captain Sue nearly died. Emoli didn't think he was any stronger. With that in mind, Emoli continued asking, is there a way to defend against this attack? Not yet. However, those flower-headed zombies need to get within a certain distance to attack. Before that, we can use rifles to snipe them from afar. So that's how you kill them. Emoli breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was a way to deal with them, he wouldn't die so easily. We've only seen a flower-headed zombie once here in Zhanghai City. You've seen them several times. Aren't you a local? Zhang Eru asked. I came from Pingxiang City. When I arrived at the safe zone at the land transport hub, the entire place had turned into a sea of flowers filled with zombies whose heads were covered in red blooms, just like the red tides. What? That place has fallen too. Emoli asked, puzzled. By the way, does the captain know about this? Zhang Eru changed the subject. As soon as I entered the safe zone, he called me in for a talk. He knows about it. Good, as long as Captain Sue knows. But to avoid causing panic, you'd better keep this to yourself and not let it out, understand? Looking at Zhang Eru's serious expression, Emoli nodded. From Zhang Eru's reaction, it seemed most of the camps they could contact had fallen. Could this safe zone be the only remaining human settlement nearby? Thinking about this, Emoli's expression turned grim. He hoped Zhang Xiao and the others wouldn't run into any danger. Seeing Emoli's expression, Zhang Eru thought he was worried about the safety of the place and smiled, patting him on the shoulder. We have plenty of ammunition here, and with Captain Zu's skills, even if those red tides you mentioned come, there's no need to worry too much. Let's finish our meal. The two quickly finished their meal, and as they had just mentioned sparring, they headed to the training ground. There are plenty of weapons here. Pick one that suits you. Emoli looked at the items on the table, all training equipment with little lethality. Emoli picked up a plastic dagger model and tossed it a few times, finding its weight similar to a real dagger. Zhang Eru watched Emoli's choice, smiled, and picked up a riot shield and a wooden baton. Although it's a spar, we need some rules to decide the winner. If you can stab me with that plastic dagger, I lose. Similarly, you can think of this wooden baton as a stun baton. If I touch you with it, you lose. How about it? Emoli looked at the dagger in his hand and nodded. Their stance immediately drew the attention of others at the training ground, especially members of other combat teams, who curiously watched Emoli. What was this newcomer to their combat division capable of? Zhang Eru raised his riot shield, squinting at Emoli. So as long as the weapon in hand touches the opponent, it's a win, right? Emoli asked again. Yes. And there are no other rules. Zombies won't play by the rules with you. I understand. Emoli nodded. Zhang Eru meant there were no rules of victory, was simply touching the opponent with his weapon. With that in mind, Emoli took the initiative and charged straight at Zhang Eru. Seeing Emoli rushing in, Zhang Eru raised his shield and charged forward to meet him. Seeing Zhang Eru's massive 1.9-meter frame, Emoli knew better than to clash head-on. He sidestepped to dodge, but was immediately met with a swinging wooden baton. Fortunately, Emoli reacted quickly, ducking his head and rolling to evade Zhang Eru's strike. Seeing Zhang Eru's baton swing miss, Emoli reversed his grip on the dagger, using his other hand to push the base of the handle and thrust towards Zhang Eru's waist in the opening. However, he met Zhang Eru's knee as he turned to defend. Seeing the incoming knee, Emoli knew he would be kicked away before he could stab, so he abandoned the attack and used his arm to block the knee strike. Zhang Eru's strength had increased greatly after becoming an evolver. Emoli was sent flying several meters back, tumbling on the ground. He knelt on one knee, shaking his numb and painful arm. He had taken a solid hit, and the wound from feeding Lilith his blood was throbbing with pain. Fortunately, he was used to fighting through pain from his past brawls. He could endure it. After confirming he could still move his arm, Emoli looked at Zhang Eru with a serious expression. Were those initial openings deliberately exposed? Still able to move, huh? Zhang Eru chuckled, twirling the baton in his hand, then lowered his stance and faced Emoli in a defensive posture. The match isn't over yet. Emoli smiled, subtly grabbing a handful of dirt from the ground with one hand, while gripping the dagger tightly with the other, then charged at Zhang Eru. Watching Emoli attack again, Zhang Eru tightened his grip on the shield, carefully observing Emoli's movements. Seeing Zhang Eru's impenetrable defense, Emoli leaped into the air, thrusting his dagger towards him. Zhang Eru frowned. Emoli jumping into the air left him with no leverage to dodge, making it easy for him to hit him. Is this kid giving up? Jumping into the air like that? Could this be another deliberate opening? To be safe, Zhang Eru charged forward with his shield, intending to knock the airborne Emoli to the ground. Once he was down, he could easily touch him with the baton before he got up. Meanwhile, Emoli frowned as he saw Zhang Eru charge with his shield. His plan was to expose an opening and see if Zhang Eru would strike with his baton. After all, he was a sitting duck in the air, and his dagger was shorter than the baton. Unfortunately, Mo Lee had underestimated Zhang Eru. He was too cautious. But for Mo Lee, the outcome would be similar either way. Midair, Mo Lee threw the dirt he had gathered in his other hand towards Zhang Eru's face. As Zhang Eru's vision was obscured, unable to judge distance or timing, Mo Lee planted his foot on the charging shield, used the edge for leverage, and flipped over Zhang Eru's shoulder, landing behind him. The whole sequence took less than 2 seconds. Before anyone could react, Mo Lee had the dagger at Zhang Eru's throat. Did I win? Huh. Mo Lee panted, holding onto Zhang Eru's neck. Huh. You win. Zhang Eru let out a wry laugh and lowered his shield and baton. Mo Lee jumped down from his back. Hope you don't mind my tricks. Mo Lee rubbed his sore arm and sheathed the dagger. He was referring to the dirt trick. It was a move he often used in fights, and it always worked. There are no tricks in a life-or-death struggle. If it can kill the enemy, it's a good technique. I guess I underestimated. No, I was careless. But seriously, kid, you've got some skills. Zhang Eru laughed and gave Mo Lee a playful punch on the shoulder, sending him stumbling. It's all right. Mo Lee gritted his teeth, rubbing his sore shoulder. Zhang Eru was incredibly strong. Mo Lee was certain he had pulled his punch earlier, or else his arm would have been broken. Remembering that he had only won using a dirty trick, Mo Lee felt a pang of defeat. It's just a spar, don't take it to heart. Zhang Eru saw Mo Lee's mood and patted his shoulder. Maybe we can practice again sometime. We could, but I'd suggest you find someone more aggressive to practice with. After all, our enemies are zombies. It's unlikely a zombie will come at you with a shield and baton like me, haha. You never know. Mo Lee recalled the zombie he encountered in the residential complex, the one that stared at him while holding an axe. Let's call it a day. It's getting late. Go get some rest, we have a mission tomorrow. With that, Zhang Eru pulled a small medicine bottle from his pocket and tossed it to Mo Lee. Mo Lee caught it and looked at the potion in his hand, stunned. You didn't tell me your arm was hurt. Winning like this wouldn't have been honorable. Do zombies show mercy just because you're injured? Mo Lee retorted. Zhang Eru was taken aback by Mo Lee's words, then suddenly burst out laughing. Haha, good kid. I like your style. Do you smoke? My treat. Zhang Eru pulled out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from his pocket. I don't smoke. Tisk, a man who doesn't smoke has lived half a life in vain. With that, Zhang Eru took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, lit it, took a deep drag, and exhaled the smoke to the side. When you're stressed, try having one. It helps you relax. They'll try it sometime. Well, I should head back and tend to my wound. See you tomorrow. After bidding farewell to Zhang Eru, Mo Lee turned and walked towards the main building. Arriving at his room, Mo Lee tried the doorknob and found it locked from the inside. He took out the key Lin Xingxing had given him and unlocked the door. Inside, the two little ones were still there. Xingxing seemed to have fallen asleep from playing, while Lilith was kneeling silently by the bed, staring at Mo Lee as he entered, blinking her blood-red eyes. Mo Lee, did you have fun playing with little Xingxing? The girl remained silent, not answering Mo Lee's question. Mo Lee was used to this. Unless she was angry, Lilith usually ignored him. Mo Lee sat on the edge of the bed, unbuttoned his cuff, and rolled up his sleeve, revealing the blood-soaked bandage. Hiss. He gritted his teeth as he unwound the bandage, exposing the wound with its skin turned outward. Mo Lee. Seeing the wound on Mo Lee's arm, Lilith crawled over to his side, grabbing his arm with her small hands, a worried expression on her face. The wound hadn't looked this bad when he was feeding her his blood. It's fine, it'll heal in a few days. Seeing Lilith's worried expression, Mo Lee felt a sense of warmth. Looks like this little girl does care about him after all. Just as he was thinking this, he felt a cool, slightly numbing sensation coming from his wound. Looking down at the small head nuzzling against his arm, Mo Lee was stunned. Feeling the softness brushing against his arm, Mo Lee stared blankly at the little creature licking his wound. Lilith. Embarrassed by Lilith's actions, Mo Lee tried to pull his arm back. Don't move. Lilith, however, clung tightly to Mo Lee's arm, with both small hands, the concern in her eyes unmistakably genuine. Gazing at her worried expression, Mo Lee could only blush and turn his head away. Having never relied on anyone since childhood, this was the first time he had ever felt such care from another, though the method of care was rather peculiar. Stop that, Lilith, I still need to apply medicine. Lilith can heal. With that, she pressed her head against the wound, once more lapping at it, as that cool, tingling sensation washed over him again. Watching the girl tending to his wound with such devotion, Mo Lee reached out with his other hand to gently ruffle her hair, pulling Lilith into his embrace. It was safe here. No zombies would suddenly appear, and the faint, reassuring scent of flowers emanating from Lilith allowed Mo Lee to relax completely. But Lilith was fine for now, yet in 2 years, when she bloomed into a graceful young lady, he probably wouldn't be able to hold her so casually anymore. At that thought, Mo Lee felt a pang of unease. No. What am I even thinking? Mo Lee shook his head. He harbored no strange intentions toward Lilith. He merely found himself dependent on that reassuring floral fragrance and her gentleness. As he watched Lilith still tending to his wound, Mo Lee was about to wrap his arms around her slender waist and draw her closer when a sudden knock at the door made his hair stand on end. "Comrade Emily." It was Sulu's voice. Emily tried to let go of Lilith, but she stubbornly held onto his hand. Helpless, Emily shifted his position, turning so that Lilith's back faced the door. "I'm here, Captain Su." The door's unlocked. The moment Emily finished speaking, Sulu turned the doorknob and stepped inside. Upon seeing Ching Ching asleep on the bed, a relieved expression spread across his face. "I knew this girl would come here." As Sulu drew closer, he noticed Lilith clinging tightly to Emily's chest, her head bobbing back and forth. What's wrong with this little one?" "Oh, she misses her mother and was crying. I was just comforting her." "I see." Sulu nodded, then turned to look at Ching Ching sleeping soundly nearby, a wave of guilt washing over him. "And her mother?" In response to Sulu's inquiry, Emily stroked Lilith's head and shook his own, signaling him not to bring it up in front of her. Sulu nodded, showing his understanding. "This catastrophe truly has taken so many of our loved ones." "So, Ching Ching, it's exactly as you think." Ching Ching survived the first wave of the virus outbreak and didn't turn into a zombie like the other children. That alone makes me incredibly fortunate. By the way, are you the only one left in your family? "I've been an orphan since childhood, no real family. But now, I suppose I have a little sister." As he spoke, Emily gently rubbed the head of the girl in his arms. "She seems very attached to you. You two must have suffered a lot on the road, haven't you? We were lucky to survive. It's safe here. He'll take Ching Ching and leave you two alone. Get some proper rest." With that, Sulu lifted Ching Ching into his arms. Half awake, she caught the scent of her father and leaned her head against his shoulder, looking at ease. Just as Sulu was about to leave with Ching Ching, he paused and turned back with a hint of confusion. "I think I smell blood." "Are you injured?" "I was sparring with squad leader Eru at the training ground earlier and got a bit careless. It's just a minor scratch." "I see. We don't have the same quality medical care as before the apocalypse, and fresh blood can attract the attention of zombies. As a member of the combat squad, you need to be extra careful. Sorry, I'll be more mindful." Captain Su nodded, said nothing more, and turned to leave with Ching Ching in his arms. Click. Watching the door close, Emily let out a heavy sigh of relief. Although Sulu had been quite amiable, just now Emily had no intention of letting him discover Lilith's crimson eyes or her need to consume human blood. As the head of this camp, Sulu placed great importance on its safety. Any factor that threatened the camp's security would be swiftly dealt with. If Lilith were mistaken for a zombie and expelled, it would be disastrous. After Sulu left, Lilith had mostly finished tending to Emily's wound. Once Lilith released his arm, Emily looked down at the wound that had been licked clean. The bleeding had stopped, and miraculously there was no pain at all, only a slight numbing sensation. Could it really have been healed? Recalling how the exotic flower Lilith had fed him granted him night vision, and trusting her completely, Emily skipped any further treatment and simply wrapped the wound in bandages. Lilith raised her head, blinked her large crimson eyes, and looked up at Emily expectantly, wearing an expression that begged for praise. Emily smiled and ruffled Lilith's soft golden hair, praising her. "Lilith is amazing." Lilith shook her head, brushing his hand away, then pouted and stared at him with a look of displeasure. What's wrong?" Thank you." Fortunately, Emily was quick-witted and said the words Lilith had been waiting to hear. Hearing his thanks, Lilith immediately leaned in and wrapped her arms around Emily's neck, pressing her forehead against his nose. So close. A faint floral fragrance wafted over, making Emily's heart race slightly. "Lilith, you seem really happy." "Because Lilith made a friend." "A friend? Is it Ching Ching?" I'm glad you made a friend. Be sure to get along well with her from now on." The girl clung to Emily's neck once more. Lilith was only wearing a single shirt, and it wasn't right for her to stay in that one outfit. Emily had planned to ask Ching Ching if she had any spare clothes after the meal, but recalling it now, Ching Ching seemed a bit shorter than Lilith. Even if she had some, they probably wouldn't fit well. He decided he'd find a set for Lilith when he went out himself. "Lilith, what kind of clothes do you like?" A dress. A pretty dress. Okay, I'll find one for you when I get the chance to go out." "Then, thank you." "Hey, you're welcome. It's getting late. Are you hungry?" Lilith shook her head. "Then let's sleep. You've traveled such a long way, you deserve a good restful sleep." Emily held Lilith with one arm, moved aside the toys Ching Ching had left on the bed, and gently guided her shoulders down to lie. He carefully smoothed out her long golden hair so it wouldn't get pressed underneath. But Lilith kept her arms wrapped around his neck the whole time, as if she didn't want to let go of him at all. Compared to usual, she seemed much more attached to him. Was it because of what had just happened? Recalling the tearful, helpless look on Lilith's face earlier, Emily gently rubbed his cheek against her forehead. That tickles." Lilith giggled, her cheeks flushing. "Go to sleep now. Then, a goodnight kiss." Emily scratched the side of his forehead at her request. Is it not okay?" Lilith lifted her head, her crimson eyes trembling slightly as she gazed at Emily. A sweet scent washed over him again, making his heartbeat quicken. A goodnight kiss is pretty common in foreign countries. There's no need for him to be embarrassed, right? With that thought, Emily gently kissed Lilith on the forehead. Good night. Good night. After saying their goodnights, Lilith nestled against Emily's chest, slowly closed her eyes, and her breathing became steady. Emily pulled the blanket over them, held Lilith's small, delicate form, and breathed in the reassuring, faint floral scent as he drifted into a deep sleep. That night, he slept peacefully, no longer feeling the loneliness of lying in bed scrolling through his phone after work like he used to. Early the next morning, Emily left the still sleeping Lilith in the room, got dressed, and took his car to get breakfast. The battle team's breakfast wasn't bad: 2 steamed buns, a pack of pickled vegetables, a fried egg, and a cup of instant coffee. Emily actually preferred soy milk, but in this situation, he should be grateful for what he had and not be picky. Emily brought his breakfast over to Zhang Eru. How did you sleep last night? Soundly, and I felt safe. It's the most peaceful sleep I've had since the apocalypse broke out. That's the benefit of a safe zone. Everyone helps each other and withstands the disasters. So do we have any missions today? The residents all have work to do. We can't just stay idle while we're eating well, can we? Of course. Many operations within the camp are proceeding in an orderly fashion. According to our plan, we aim to achieve self-sufficiency within 3 months, but before that we need to solve the food problem for the first 3 months. Farming. It's still too dangerous in the city center. Have you considered moving out? Not everyone has the skills of the scout team to scale walls and traverse the city. If we move around too frequently, we might attract the attention of the crawlers. These zombies, which move in groups and at high speed, are too great a threat to ordinary people. Although the city is dangerous, as long as we don't provoke a horde, Captain Sue and I can protect this place. Well, the key is Captain Sue. Captain Sue. Is he really that strong? He can take on a Ripper alone. Ripper? Emily frowned. A very powerful type of zombie. You can think of it as a combination of a crawler and a brute. It has immense strength and speed and can scale walls with ease. It's a terrifying zombie. No one in the camp except the captain can handle it. Rippers. Are there many of them? No, they're lone wolves and only come out at night. As long as you don't go out of your way to provoke them and keep your distance to avoid being noticed, it should be fine. I see. Emily thought about the brute he had encountered at the hydroelectric station. It was hard enough to deal with on its own. If it had the advantages of a crawler as well, then even climbing onto a roof wouldn't save him. There would be nowhere to escape. He'd have to avoid them at all costs from now on. Understood. So, Brother Eru, have you come across any other special types of zombies? Let me think. There are the runners and those child zombies with swollen throats that scream to attract attention when they see living people. Then there are the crawlers, the brutes, the rippers, and finally the red tide you mentioned. Emily nodded, a headache forming just thinking about all these types of zombies. Not one of them was pleasant. If any other strange zombies showed up, he really wouldn't be able to handle it. Getting back to the topic, we're short on food now, right? What's the plan? The supermarkets and shops near the safe zone have been cleaned out. Only some residential buildings remain. Recently, our battle team's job has been to clear out the zombies in the nearby residential buildings so the search teams can safely look for supplies and bring them back to camp. But there are over 500 adults here and they consume a lot of food every day. The supplies scavenged from the residential buildings are just a drop in the bucket. So we have a plan. What plan? 500 meters north of the police headquarters, there's a large supermarket chain. If we can secure it, the camp won't have to worry about food for at least a month. What's the catch? Emily asked. The scout team went there to check it out 2 days ago and lost 2 members. According to the survivor, there's a medium-sized crawler nest there. A medium-sized crawler nest. Yeah, nearly 100 of them. And it's close to the camp, so it's a considerable threat. Is there no way to deal with it? Our battle team only has a little over 30 people. We can handle them on our own, but if we face a group of crawlers that outnumbers us, a heated confrontation would definitely lead to casualties. We lost a lot of officers when we established the safe zone. We can't afford to lose any more people now. Can't Captain Sue handle it? No matter how skilled you are, you're no match for a knife. Getting scratched by a zombie is a death sentence. No matter how strong Captain Sue is, he can't face a swarm of crawlers. True. Emily nodded, remembering the brute that had been overwhelmed by the crawlers. So we're racking our brains trying to figure out how to deal with the crawlers there. Fire. The idea immediately popped into Emily's head. That would be a good idea if you ignore the resources in the supermarket and the risk of the fire spreading through the city. What if we lure the crawlers out one by one and kill them? Crawlers hunt in packs. The ones that wander alone are usually the old, weak, or sick that the pack has cast out. Against a full pack, we don't stand a chance. But we have guns, don't we? We've cleared out the buildings near the safe zone. Firing within the zone is fine, but out in the city, gunfire would draw too much unpredictable trouble. After absorbing the information Zhang Eru provided, Emily fell back into deep thought. Perhaps we could send one person to draw the crawlers' attention and lead them towards the safe zone, where the rest of you could take them out with gunfire. That's a plan, but who would go? I could do it. I've encountered crawlers many times before, I know how to handle them. You? No, I can't decide that on my own. Let's discuss it with Captain Sue in a meeting. First, let's eat. Emily nodded. After breakfast, all the major management personnel of the camp gathered in the meeting room. Sulu sat at the head of the table with a stern expression, a stark contrast to the man Emily had seen privately the day before. Emily looked around. Beside Sulu, Adjutant Lin stood beside him. Across from Eru, Long Dan sat with his hands on his hips looking impatient. Emily could tell he was struggling to resist the urge to cross his legs. Further down the table sat a middle-aged man with a square face and two elderly women with kind countenances. As for himself, Zhang Eru had brought him here to stand behind them. Sulu saw that everyone had arrived and slowly began to speak. I called you all here today not just for the usual reports, but also to discuss some matters. Let's start with the problems each department is facing. Aunt Huang, how are things on your end? Well, the transport team brings in new supplies every day, but our food stores are still dwindling. At this rate, we'll be facing a severe food shortage within a week at most. If we ration, we might stretch it out another 4 or 5 days. After hearing the food report, Sulu furrowed his brow. Rationing wasn't an option. The camp was already thick with a suffocating tension, something even he as the main person in charge could feel. The ordinary residents were already receiving the bare minimum of rations needed to sustain basic physical activity. They were the ones handling the fundamental tasks of reinforcing defenses and moving supplies. Cutting their food further would severely dampen morale and hinder the safe zone's construction progress. Sister Lu, what about your side? Sulu turned to the other woman. We've had people cultivate plots of land within the safe zone. We've covered the rooftops and balconies with soil. The seeds are just planted. Even the fastest growing greens won't be ready for at least a month. And with winter approaching, many crops can't be grown at all. A month. Sulu stroked his chin, then looked towards Long Dan. Long Dan, did your scouting team notice anything unusual when checking the camp's perimeter this morning? No, all clear. Just a couple of ordinary zombies shambled into the warning zone. Any civilian could have dealt with them using a brick. And what about that large supermarket you scouted a couple of days ago? Like I said, that place is a dead end. There's a crawler nest there. How are we supposed to deal with nearly 100 of them? March into the city and start blasting. Those police officers on the combat team are so skilled, maybe they should go handle it instead. With that, Long Dan looked over at Zhang Eru. Impossible. A pack of crawlers is far too dangerous, and since we can't use firearms, we'd definitely suffer casualties in a direct confrontation. I can't stand by and watch my brothers go to their deaths. So my men just died for nothing then. Long Dan slammed his hand on the table, glaring angrily at everyone. The scout team members are all from my parkour club. We joined you hoping for a safe, decent life. So what's the deal now? My people die, and when it's your turn to step up, you get cold feet. That's no reason to throw lives away. We're dealing with real people here, not expendable supplies or pawns. So my 2 brothers deserve to die, then is that it? Enough. We're here to solve problems, not to argue. Seeing Sulu cut and Long Dan let out a cold snort and fell silent. That supermarket is our only way out of this current predicament. We need to deal with that crawler nest. Does anyone have any ideas? Sulu looked around the room asking. The people exchanged glances, but no one could offer a viable solution. These crawlers were agile, had strength comparable to an average human, and possessed sharp claws that could tear through ordinary clothing. A single scratch was enough to cause infection and zombification. Even one was hard to handle, let alone a whole group. And most importantly, they were intelligent. They wouldn't just line up and climb to their deaths like regular zombies if you held a good position. Although the safe zone had guns, firing them would only attract the surrounding horde, making it even harder to retrieve the supplies from the supermarket. Era, do you have any ideas? I actually discussed this with Brother Emoli. His idea is to send someone to lure the crawlers towards the safe zone, where we can shoot them down. Huh. Easier said than done. The streets are clogged with abandoned cars from the city folks. You can't even ride a motorcycle through. 600 meters is the straight line distance, but navigating those winding street corners would mean running over a kilometer all while dodging those face-slamming zombies. Who the hell can outrun a crawler? Sulu frowned at the proposal, then looked at Zhang Eru. Captain Su, we're good at fighting, but none of my combat team members are suited for this task. Sulu sighed and turned his gaze to Long Dan. Don't even think about it, Captain Su. We can't spare anyone. The 2 who died a few days ago were among the best in my scout team. The one who barely escaped is still trembling in his room. Don't expect me to send more people to their deaths. Since none of you have a suitable person, then I'll go myself. As soon as Sulu finished speaking, Lin Qingqing beside him quickly urged. Absolutely not. Captain, you're our pillar. This safe zone was built under your leadership and protection. Everyone feels safe here because of you. If anything happened to you, morale would collapse. But is there any other solution at this point? Isn't it simple? Just kick out those useless freeloaders. No sooner had Long Dan spoken than he met Sulu's murderous glare. Long Dan flinched, lowering his head slightly. I will not abandon anyone who wants to live. If I hear talk like that again, I'll consider removing those who don't want to be human. Seeing the tension in the room, Emoli slowly stepped forward. Since this was my idea, let me be the one to lure them. Emoli. Sulu looked at the young man who had just joined the camp with some surprise. Are you sure you're up for it? I escaped from Pingxiang City. I encountered crawlers several times along the way and got away from all of them. I have the experience. Leave it to me. They'll bring them back here. Alright, we're counting on you. Just make it back alive. Don't worry too much about the outcome. I will. Long Dan watched Mo Li agree, wanting to say something, but upon recalling Su Lu's murderous glare from earlier, he swallowed his words. After confirming Mo Li's decision, Su Lu turned to the rest of the group. If there's nothing else, we're adjourned. Go attend to your duties. After the meeting, only Su Lu, Lin, Qingqing, Zhang Eru, and Mo Li remained in the room. Mo Li, you must be careful when you go out. They'll lead the guard squad to hold the camp's main gate, waiting for you to lure all those crawlers here. With that, Su Lu drew the pistol from his belt and handed it to Mo Li. Staring at the pistol devoid of a suppressor, Mo Li voiced the question in his mind. Captain Su, you're from the military, aren't you? Why don't you have suppressors? In the city, only the armed police are equipped with suppressors in large numbers. This is the police headquarters, and the few suppressors we had were used up when we established the safe zone. I see. Mo Li nodded. The pistol Tang Yaling had given him was fitted with a professional military suppressor capable of compressing the sound of gunfire to an extremely minimal range. Unfortunately, its lifespan was only a few hundred rounds. Mo Li had already fired over 100, and by the time he used up the ammunition in his bag, it would likely be nearly worn out, but at least it still worked for now. However, for a boy who would ever complain about having too many guns, Mo Li took the pistol from Su Lu and weighed it in his hand. He couldn't identify the model, but it was much lighter than the one Tang Yaling had given him. It's the Type 06, officially designated the QSW-06 suppressed pistol, developed from the Type 92 police pistol and primarily used by special forces. It's been with me for quite some time. Mo Li caressed the firearm in his hands, reluctant to let go. Captain Su, if I complete the mission, can you give me this pistol as a gift? Looking into Mo Li's expectant eyes, Su Lu chuckled. Alright, if you really manage to lure those crawlers to the camp, this pistol is yours. They'll even throw in an extra 50 rounds of ammunition. Heh, deal. Mo Li nodded, silently griping to himself. Tang Yaling had given him over 200 rounds, so why was Su Lu only offering 50? Were they that short on bullets? After giving the pistol a few more affectionate strokes, Mo Li tucked it away. Captain Su, will head back to my room to prepare. Go ahead. Watching Mo Li leave, Lin Qingqing sidled up to Su Lu. Captain, Mo Li only joined the camp yesterday. We don't know his character or his background. You trust him that easily. What if he runs off with your gun? My judgment of people has never been wrong. And because of a promise to his savior, he brought a little girl with disabled legs all the way from Pingxiang City without abandoning her. Do you think he'd just run away and leave her behind? Sometimes you shouldn't be so suspicious. It's just a handy pistol. Hey, I heard that when you sparred with that kid, you even tried to ambush him and still lost. Is that true or not? That. I was being careless. Who would have thought a civilian could have such quick reflexes and skills? Well, that kid Mo Li certainly has some skills. If we can win him over with this pistol and make him feel a sense of belonging to this safe zone, then it's a worthwhile trade, don't you think? Captain, you're truly farsighted. Lin Qingqing hummed in a flat tone. On his way back, Mo Li toyed with the pistol Su Lu had just given him as he walked towards his room. Suddenly, at a turn on the staircase, he ran into Long Dan. Long Dan eyed the firearm in Mo Li's hand, a flash of jealousy passing through his gaze. His reconnaissance team had done so much for the camp, and he himself had asked Su Lu countless times, but Su Lu stubbornly refused to give them a single gun. Yet this kid who just arrived yesterday gets one handed to him, just like that. Mo Li noticed Long Dan, but pretended not to see him. As he tried to walk past, Long Dan blocked his path. Something wrong. Mo Li stowed the pistol and looked at him. Kid's so eager to play hero. I've been chased by zombies all the way here, living in constant fear. Now that I've finally found a safe place, of course I want to do my part. Have fine, do your part, you say? You'd better not be overestimating yourself. That's none of your concern. Mo Li pushed past Long Dan's shoulder and headed up the stairs. Kid, I'm only warning you because I took a liking to you. Since we've become evolvers, we're the chosen ones of heaven. There's no need to care so much about those ordinary people. Losing your life for these ordinary folks. Think it through. If you die, do you really think these people will take good care of that crippled little girl you brought along? Hearing Long Dan mention Lilith, Mo Li turned to look at him. Thanks for your concern, but I will definitely come back alive. Staring into Mo Li's resolute and confident eyes, Long Dan was taken aback. Recovering, he immediately spat on the ground. TSK. Fine. Stubborn as a mule. Good luck to you then. With that, Long Dan, knowing he couldn't dissuade, Mo Li turned and left without looking back. Watching Long Dan departing figure, Mo Li scratched his head and continued towards his room. As soon as he unlocked the door with his key, Mo Li saw Lilith kneeling on the bed crying. Mo Li. Mo Li. Seeing Mo Li, Lilith reached out her arms towards him, her eyes brimming with tears. What's wrong? What's wrong? Mo Li hurried over and embraced Lilith. Don't go. Aren't I right here? Wah. Don't leave Lilith alone like Papa did. Lilith lay in Mo Lee's arms, her small hands tightly gripping his waist, sobbing uncontrollably, her delicate frame trembling. Mo Lee gently lifted her by the knees and settled her onto his lap, softly stroking her silky hair. Recalling how Lilith had knelt days before her father's suicide corpse, Mo Lee's heart ached. Had a nightmare? It's alright, I'm here. After Mo Lee comforted Lilith for a while, she finally calmed down, lying motionless in his arms. Gazing at the little girl clinging to him so tightly, Mo Lee's heart felt heavy. He was no longer the solitary Mo Lee who had been alone his whole life. Now he was cared for and relied upon by someone else. After Mo Lee comforted Lilith for a while, she finally calmed down, lying motionless in his arms. Gazing at the little girl clinging to him so tightly, Mo Lee's heart felt heavy. He was no longer the solitary Mo Lee who had, if only he had been stronger back then, if only he could have taken Tanyalan with him, even if she couldn't be saved, she could have at least had a proper burial, not left to be pecked at by birds and scorched by the sun. After experiencing all this, an urgent restlessness always burned within Mo Lee, persisting even within the safe zone. Along the way, Mo Lee transformed from an ordinary person who was nearly bitten by zombies into a survivor who dared to face a horde of crawlers heathen. It was all thanks to those life and death experiences. Seeking a certain status within the safe zone was one thing, but what Mo Lee feared more was that without the pressure of life and death, he would relax, grow complacent, and fail to protect Lilith when danger truly struck. He didn't want to experience that feeling of helplessness again. He wanted to become stronger. Mo Lee, what's wrong? Your heart is beating so fast. Hearing Lilith's words, Mo Lee took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and revealed a gentle expression. Lilith, I need to go out for a while. This room is very safe. You stay here obediently and wait for me to come back, okay? But Lilith wants to be with Mo Lee. Be good. What I have to do is dangerous, and I can't take you with me. Dangerous? Seeing Lilith freeze, Mo Lee mentally scolded himself. Anyway, just stay here and wait for me, alright? He'll go ask Ching Ching to come over and play with you, so you won't be scared. Lilith said nothing, her expression still uneasy. Mo Lee looked at the silent girl, planted a kiss on her forehead, then released her, and began to gather his gear. Lilith kept her eyes fixed on Mo Lee's retreating back, her crimson pupils flickering, slightly lost in thought. Nearby, Mo Lee picked up a military knife, slid it out of its sheath for a quick check, and clipped it onto his belt. Then he pulled the Type 92 police pistol from his backpack. This police pistol was quite different from the Type 06 pistol Su Lu had given him. The police pistol's magazine could only hold 9 rounds, whereas the Type 06 pistol Su Lu provided could hold a full 15 rounds. Moreover, possibly due to some polymer material, its weight was significantly lighter than the Type 92's. Mo Lee picked up the Type 06 pistol, swiftly removed the magazine to check the ammo count, reinserted it, pulled the slide to chamber a round, and raised it to aim, all in one fluid motion. It did feel much better than the Type 92, and both pistols used 9mm rounds. The only real downside was that their magazines weren't interchangeable, so Mo Lee couldn't just do a quick reload. He removed the suppressor from the police pistol and attached it to the muzzle of the 06, and then, after engaging the safety, tucked the gun into his coat pocket. When he went to lure the crawlers later, this pistol, with its 15 rounds, could very well save his life. Meow. Just as Mo Lee finished prepping his gear, a cat's meow echoed from under the bed. Little Kaoyong timidly crawled out, looking up at Mo Lee with pitiful eyes. Meow. Seeing the cat's colorful pupils, Mo Lee suddenly realized he hadn't fed her all day. Mimi. He crouched down, scratched the little white cat under her chin, and began rummaging through his bag. When he had left Zhang Xiao's boat, he had grabbed quite a few cans, mostly meat. Mo Lee opened one at random and poured it onto a piece of cardboard. The little white cat caught the scent and immediately pounced, wolfing down the food, while her tail swished back and forth happily. Mo Lee took this opportunity to give the cat a good petting session. After feeding Saoyong, Mo Lee stood up and saw Lilith staring at him with a look of longing. Mo Lee. This. Lilith suddenly produced a green fruit-like object from behind her back and offered it to him. Mo Lee took the green fruit, a puzzled expression on his face. Looking at its stripes and cracks, it seemed less like a fruit and more like an unopened flower bud. What is this? A flower's seed. If you're in danger, throw it at the bad guys. It can protect you. Huh? What do you mean a flower seed? This little thing can protect me. Mo Lee looked at the bud in his hand with skepticism, then turned a confused gaze to Lilith. Weren't you in the room the whole time? Where did you get this? Hearing his question, Lilith's face flushed red. She clenched her small hands, brought them to her chest, and lowered her head, unsure how to answer. Seeing Lilith's troubled look, Mo Lee paused, decided not to press further, and put the seed away. He'll remember this. Thanks, little Lilith. He leaned in and gently stroked her head, and Lilith, her cheeks still rosy, allowed the caress. It's safe here. There are no man-eating monsters. Don't be scared. They'll go get Ching Ching to come play with you. After comforting Lilith, Mo Lee turned and left the room. The moment the door clicked shut, a vine slithered out from beneath Lilith's clothes. Meowed. Saoyang, who was eating nearby, saw the vine emerge, and her fur stood on end. She scrambled into a corner, trembling and staring at the tendril. TCH, lowly creature. Lilith, just let me eat her already. No. Why? Are you afraid that human will get angry? Maybe this cat just doesn't want to be cooped up in here and ran away. That human wouldn't even care. Bring this up again, and Lilith will ignore you. Ugh. Fine, I want to eat her. But that human scent is definitely different from others. His blood smells delicious too. Next time, little Lilith, you should suck a bit more. I'm still hungry. Emoli was unaware of what was happening in the room. He had just descended the stairs when he saw Qingqing walking over from the direction of the office. Qingqing, brother Emoli, I need to go out for a bit. Lilith is a little scared. Could you keep her company? Okay. Qingqing raised her little hand, her smile as bright as a little sun. Emoli ruffled her hair and led her back to the room, opening the door. Sister Lilith, Qingqing's here to play again. As soon as the door opened, Qingqing darted inside. Seeing Qingqing's enthusiasm, Lilith looked at Emoli, who gave her a reassuring glance before slowly closing the door. Once she was sure Emoli was gone, Lilith hugged her knees, a look of loneliness on her face. Is Sister Lilith unhappy? Emoli is going to do something very dangerous. Lilith is very scared. Oh, is brother Emoli going to fight the bad guys? Don't be scared. My daddy is super strong. He will definitely protect brother Emoli. Seeing that Lilith was still sad, Qingqing scratched her head. I know. My mom taught me how to do embroidery. He'll make you a doll of brother Emoli. That way when he's not here you can hug the doll that looks just like him, and you won't be scared anymore. All the toys Qingqing had brought yesterday were packed away in a box by Emoli. Qingqing rummaged through the toy box and found a small container. Inside were needles, thread, and a colorful assortment of pretty buttons, which piqued Lilith's curiosity. At the safe zone's entrance, Emoli could see from a distance a squad of armed personnel standing in formation at the gate. Su Lu at the front nodded at Emoli as a form of greeting. Emoli here. Su Lu handed him a piece of paper. Long Dan and his recon team just want to check the route for you. This map marks the supermarket's location, the building layouts along the way, streets, obstacles, and so on. Take a good look, and it's best to memorize it. You won't have much time to check a map when crawlers are chasing you. Alright. Emoli glanced at it a few times before pocketing the map. Looking at it now wasn't very effective anyway. This map was drawn by Long Dawn team, and Emoli wasn't about to stake his life on it so easily. He'd be better off checking it against the actual terrain on the way to the supermarket. I'm heading out, Captain Su. Safe travels. They'll have my guard squad here to support you. Emoli nodded, then easily vaulted over the wall using the stairs built into its interior. Emoli jumped down from the wall, directly landing in the less than safe outer perimeter zone, and took a deep breath. A moment of danger now ensures a longer period of safety later. To give Lilith a safe environment to grow up, and someone has to take these risks. With that thought, Emoli didn't look back and started walking down the street towards the outer areas. The area about 300 meters outside the camp was a warning zone. At certain intersections, people from the camp would block the roads with obstacles to prevent zombie hordes from wandering near the safe zone. These hordes were not only numerous and useless to kill, but if they surrounded the camp, they'd greatly increase the risk. It was best not to provoke them. Emoli climbed over an obstacle and stared at the dense sea of zombies on the street opposite, swallowing hard. Following the route marked on the map, he ascended to a rooftop via a stairwell. From the roof, the stench of decay hit him, and he froze at the scene on the streets below. Zombies. Zombies everywhere. Under cars and shops, among the roadside greenery. They were everywhere. Occasionally, he could see more agile figures climbing up and down. Those were the annoying runners. Fortunately, he was high enough up that the runners didn't notice him. And this was just one corner of the city. It was hard to imagine how much effort Su Lu and the others must have put in to establish a safe zone here. Emoli didn't dwell on it for long. He jumped across a gap between rooftops and headed towards his destination. Meanwhile, on a rooftop across the street, some runners spotted Emoli and in their pursuit leaped off the building. Man, Mamba, given the height of over a dozen stories those runners splattered upon impact. The blood and gore attracted the attention of nearby normal zombies who all swarmed over to feast on the remains. Before long, a few of the normal zombies feeding on the runners twitched violently. Their murky eyes suddenly sharpened, their movements became swifter, and they leaped onto car roofs, scanning their surroundings. Emoli witnessed all of this. Normal zombies can turn into runners. Don't tell me these zombies can evolve. A sense of unease crept into Emoli's heart. He vaulted over a railing and continued forward. The journey was smooth with no more suicidal runners. Although he was in the city, this was an old residential area. The buildings were close together, and some distant rooftops were connected by steel bars and wooden planks. Man-made bridges, likely the work of the recon team. With these paths, he could avoid the zombie hordes on the streets, unlike the sparse neighborhoods back in Pingxiang City, where getting spotted meant a desperate foot race. As Emoli leaped over another eave, he suddenly heard a terrifying roar from the city center, so loud it nearly made him lose his grip. Holding onto the railing of a building over a dozen stories high, Lee stared at the skyscrapers in the city center, frowning. What kind of thing could make a roar that loud? The city center of Shanghai, once the most prosperous area, had a very high population density. Everyone had wanted to be there. Now the number of zombies there would be immense, no different from a demon's lair. Lee already knew these zombies could evolve by devouring their own kind. He couldn't imagine what kind of monsters were being born in the city center. And that roar earlier sounded less like a threat and more like a scream of agony. Could there be more than one of those things? And what kind of terrifying existence could make such a monster scream? The more Lee thought, the more frightened he became. Although the city center was over 10 kilometers away, he should report this to Captain Su and the others when he got back. With that in mind, Lee leaped over another eave and landed on a building's balcony. Suddenly a runner burst out from the balcony door, lunging at him. Lee sidestepped, kicking the runner's back as it flew past, sending it tumbling over the railing to splatter on the ground below. Lee pulled out the map and checked his destination, a low, large building located at a crossroads in the distance. It was a large supermarket, but its main business was wholesale, so it was stocked with abundant supplies. If they could secure it, the camp situation would greatly improve. Lee looked at the distant building, took a deep breath, vaulted over the guardrail, and jumped onto another resident's balcony. He made his way down the fire escape stairs, slowly pulling the pistol from his coat pocket as he descended. The area around the supermarket was pristine, naturally, meaning not a single zombie in sight. Outside a side window, piles of torn clothing, bones, and unidentifiable mixtures were heaped, emanating a foul stench detectable from afar, a nauseating blend of urine, feces, and rotting flesh. The odor was so overpowering that Lee felt his breakfast threatening to come back up. The repulsive smell made Lee deeply uncomfortable, and he genuinely yearned to torch this nest of creatures. However, summoning the fire department within the city was no longer an option, so he reluctantly dismissed the thought. They'll go back and let Lilith soothe me. And a hot bath would be even better. With that in mind, Lee pressed on toward the supermarket. He pondered the best method to draw the attention of these crawlers. Lee pulled out his map, once more retracing the route in his mind. It was flawless. Long Dan might have a sour attitude, but when it came to matters crucial for the camp's survival, he wouldn't dare pull any tricks. After confirming everything was in order, Lee surveyed his surroundings. In just over a week, without the sanitation workers' care, the streets had become filthy and chaotic, littered with garbage, fallen leaves, and scattered bone fragments. He casually picked up an empty liquor bottle and hurled it toward the supermarket's window. Smash! The shattering bottle produced a crisp sound, and from the pitch-black window on the supermarket side came a hoarse, yet piercing shriek, utterly grating to the ears. In an instant, Lee spotted several crawlers that had leaped out upon hearing the noise. They had elongated limbs, blood-red pupils, and smooth-skinned bodies riddled with purple veins, a grotesque hybrid of human and canine. Without hesitation, Lee grabbed another bottle and hurled it directly at one crawler's head. Cough, hiss. Idiots, come get your daddy. Lee threw yet another bottle, striking another crawler squarely in the skull. Roar. At the enraged cries of their kin, crawlers poured out of the window one after another, and within moments over a dozen had emerged. Gazing at the dozen or so crawlers charging toward him, Lee felt an unexpected calm. Back in the small town near the hydropower station, he had witnessed hundreds of crawlers surging forth. This paltry dozen was merely a minor scene to him. Though small in number, their individual strength was undeniable, each one akin to a rabid wild dog. Overwhelming force could take down even a master. A single scratch would spell certain death, so any thoughts of an unknown fight were out of the question. Watching the crawlers close in, Lee turned and bolted, vaulting over vehicles before scrambling up the fire escape of a nearby building, desperately ascending. During his escape, Lee could hear frequent metallic clangs behind him, the sounds of the crawlers' claws striking steel. Judging solely by the noise, he estimated they were dangerously close, merely 3 or 4 floors behind. So when it comes to climbing, even evolved humans are no match for crawlers. After reaching the rooftop, Lee finally had a chance to glance down. Crawlers densely covered the fire escape on all sides, front, left, and right, and from his vantage point an accurate count was impossible. From the swaying of the fire escape, Lee deduced there were at least 50 of them. Eyeing the rusty, loosened screws along the edge, he tested them with a few kicks, wondering if he could send the entire structure, crawlers included, crashing down to the street below. The aged fire escape then showcased its remarkable reliability. Though it swayed considerably under the crawler's weight, it remained firmly anchored to the building's exterior. Tisk! Lee clicked his tongue in frustration, then pivoted and leaped toward the adjacent building, sprinting with all his might. Landing on the side building's balcony, he scrambled up the high-rise safety railing. He was running at full speed, yet the hissing shrieks behind him grew ever closer. Before long, he reached the spot where steel bars met wooden planks, and glancing back, he spotted a crawler mid-leap, lunging straight at him. Lee kicked the airborne crawler squarely, sending it plummeting to the ground, while simultaneously drawing the short axe from his back. The kicked crawler crashed down below, instantly swallowed by the surging tide of corpses drawn by the commotion. The other crawlers exchanged glances, then scattered, scaling the building from other angles to reach him. Watching the crawlers clawing their way up the window guards below, Lee realized the terrain advantage was lost. Switching the axe to his other hand, he pulled out the Type 06 pistol from his pocket and unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the crawlers across the wooden planks. Bang, bang, bang. These crawlers had never witnessed the power of firearms. They merely opened their maws wide, brandishing their slender tongues in threatening hisses, only to have bullets pierce through their mouths and out their throats, sending them writhing on the ground, clutching at their necks with clawed hands. The unlucky ones had their brains blown out, their lifeless bodies tumbling helplessly from the rooftop. Lee was careful not to empty his magazine. Once the crawlers were sufficiently intimidated, he turned and sprinted off once more. Watching their prey flee, the crawlers first glanced at their wounded kin, then let out a chorus of furious roars. These creatures dared to hunt even brutes, yet they had been cowed by a single human, a humiliation that burned with rage. One after another they hurled themselves onto the opposite rooftop, pursuing Lee relentlessly. Roar! Unfamiliar with the terrain, Lee vaulted over a rusty water tank and caught his palm on a protruding piece of metal, tearing a deep gash that gushed blood. Catching the scent of fresh human blood ahead, the crawlers grew even more frenzied. It was a scent they had never encountered, blood imbued with the essence of evolution. Lee cast a brief glance at his wound, then, without hesitation, gripped the railing with his injured hand and pressed on across the roof. The primal will to survive surged adrenaline through Lee's veins, and the pain in his hand was temporarily numbed by his brain. As long as the tendons weren't severed, he would push it to the limit. Along the way, he left a trail of blood smeared across the obstacles, its sweet scent drawing the crawlers ever closer. Watching the crawlers behind him, so frantic that some lost their grip and tumbled off the building, Lee was taken aback. Was the allure of his blood truly that potent? The very next moment his suspicion was confirmed. Down on the street below, a towering zombie with elongated slender limbs and a powerfully built frame smashed through a shop's entrance, bursting forth and sniffing the air. It caught a trace of blood in the putrid air that its body craved desperately and let out an earth-shaking roar. It barreled through the zombies in its path, dug its claws into the concrete wall, and shot straight toward Lee's position. Lee's attention was drawn to the commotion below. Looking down, he saw a hulking ashen-skinned crawler clinging to the wall, racing toward him. What in the hell is that? His face twisted in shock as a zombie-type Zhang Eru had once mentioned flashed through his mind. Ripper. Isn't this thing supposed to come out only at night? Did I make too much noise? I fitted a silencer on my pistol, didn't I? Lee frowned deeply, never suspecting his own blood. Roar! A powerful, vigorous roar echoed, and the crawlers on the road were all knocked aside by the giant creature. Some crawlers were even grabbed by the Ripper and thrown downstairs merely because they were chasing its prey. The other crawlers, witnessing this, fearfully retreated a bit, yet they still continued their pursuit, hoping to snatch a share. Even a single bone would suffice, if they eventually caught Lee. Lee glanced back at the wall-climbing tank, raised his pistol, and fired at its face. Several blood holes instantly appeared on the Ripper's face, but it only slowed the monster's movements, slightly followed by an even more enraged roar. The monster tore off a nearby air duct with its bare hands, gripping it with its massive claws and hurling it at Lee. Bang! Amid the sound of bolts snapping, Lee dodged, narrowly breaking into a cold sweat as he saw the cracked eaves behind him where the air duct had struck. A Ripper, so close to the camp, and the intelligence didn't mention this. The 15-round magazine was quickly emptied. Lee holstered his empty pistol and focused solely on fleeing. During his escape, the axe strapped to his back came loose, and with a twist of his body flew off and tumbled down the stairs. Lee couldn't retrieve it now. Hearing the thunderous sounds behind him, he vaulted over another railing to dodge another air duct. This evasive maneuver shortened the distance between him and the Ripper to just over 30 meters. If he dared to slow down for even 5 or 6 seconds, the massive creature would seize him, tearing him into pieces just like its namesake and devouring him. This can't go on. Lee gritted his teeth, suddenly recalling the item Lilith had given him before he left. He pulled a seed from his pocket. The moment it touched the blood on his hand, it began to stir restlessly. Sensing the seed's agitation, Lee flung it directly at the Ripper's face. The tiny seed struck the monster's hideous visage, burst open, and released a cloud of pink smoke. The Ripper shook its head, a momentary daze flickering in its eyes, then it shook off the effect and roared, resuming its pursuit. Lee could sense that its movements had slowed considerably. At that moment, the memory of Lilith licking his wound flashed through his mind, the tingling sensation, but only for an instant. Though the Ripper was terrifying, the pink smoke's anesthetic effect had reduced its speed enough to match Lee's fleeing pace. Yet now Lee was filled with worry. Could the camp handle a Ripper? He had fired several shots into the monster's head, and it seemed unfazed. Lee continued dodging the Ripper's throws, leaping over obstacles and running for his life. A distance of over 1,000 meters would normally be trivial for him, but now it felt like hell. His intense concentration, non-stop climbing and vaulting coupled with the blood steadily draining from his arm were all slowly consuming his body. After Lilith had drained him yesterday, he was already hypotensive. Now with so much blood lost, his vision was growing dim. However, to avoid falling into the monster's grasp, his mind relentlessly pushed his body to its limits. Panting heavily, Emily jumped onto a barrier and caught his breath, eyeing the street ahead. It was the warning zone's obstacle. Once past it, another 300 meters straight would bring him to the camp gate. He scrambled down the anti-theft window grating, reached an external fire escape, and descended wearily, clutching his chest. Behind him, the Ripper also grabbed the external fire escape. The enormous weight of its body combined with the more than a dozen crawlers following tore the entire structure from the wall, sending it, along with the horde of zombies, crashing down. The collapse also swept Emily off his feet. Seeing the fire escape collapse, Emily eyed the third-floor height and leaped onto a van. This wasn't Heron City, who jumping onto a van would leave him unscathed. After landing, he rolled to absorb the impact, hitting the ground dizzy and disoriented. Yet he forced himself up and sprinted desperately forward. The Ripper was also badly shaken, but upon seeing the crawlers chasing Emily, it rose in fury, clawing at the ground and charging in the direction of his escape. On ground level, the Ripper's speed increased significantly, and the anesthetic effect gradually wore off. It crashed through the crawlers ahead and slowly closed in on Emily. At the camp, people felt the tremors from afar and stared in shock at the towering figure on the street. A Ripper. While Air, who was stunned, Sulu remained calm. Guard squad, load and aim, await my command. Sulu's words had barely left his mouth when the guard squad members raised their Type 95 rifles in unison, chambering rounds. Cough. Spotting the camp, hope surged within Emily. He drained the last ounce of his strength, racing toward it. When he was still 100 meters away, Sulu bellowed at him, "Get down." Emily, without a second thought, threw himself to the ground. Open fire. At Sulu's command, the dozen or so guards pulled their triggers, unleashing a torrent of bullets that spat from the muzzles. Stray rounds flew over Emily, dropping crawlers one after another, blood splattering. The rifle's caliber was vastly different from Emily's pistol rounds. Most of the creatures died on the spot. The Ripper, leading the charge, shielded its face with its thick arms, letting out enraged roars as its body became riddled with holes. Unless a vital spot, the brain, was struck, pain seemed only to enrage the zombies further. Cease fire. Knowing bullets were useless against this creature, Sulu drew a meter-long tang saber from his back and charged outside the camp. After blocking the hail of bullets, the Ripper was about to grab Emily, who was scrambling to his feet, when a flash of blade light streaked through the air. Swish! A deep gash exposing bone appeared on the Ripper's hand, blood gushing forth. Roar! The Ripper howled in agony and swung its other claw at Sulu, but Sulu, anticipating the move, ducked and then raised his tang saber to block the monster's bite. The Ripper's tiger-like fangs scraped against Sulu's saber, sending sparks flying. Emily stared blankly at the man, locked in stalemate with the Ripper. That creature could easily tear off an air duct and hurl it dozens of meters. It was hard to imagine a human possessing such immense strength. The Ripper possessed immense strength, firmly biting onto the tang knife in Sulu's hand. Sulu used both hands to fend off the Ripper's bites, and as he observed its claws reaching for him, he decisively released the tang knife and sidestepped to avoid the Ripper's claw strike. Immediately grasping the tang knife clamped in the Ripper's mouth, Sulu leveraged the momentum to flip over and positioned himself behind the Ripper, drawing out the military dagger from his thigh and driving it fiercely towards the Ripper's head. The Ripper's skull appeared exceedingly tough as the nearly 20-centimeter dagger barely penetrated halfway, failing to harm its brain, which was well protected. With a grunt of pain, the Ripper howled wildly, clawing at its back. However, Sulu seemed to intuitively understand the Ripper's attack range, ducking or sidestepping each time, narrowly evading the Ripper's onslaught. Their skirmish lasted only a few seconds before Zhang Eru arrived in time. The Ripper's attention was entirely focused on Sulu, providing Zhang Eru the opportunity to rush and holding a riot shield and crashing heavily into the Ripper. The impact staggered the Ripper, allowing Sulu to jump down. After confirming that Sulu would not be hurt, Zhang Eru swiftly pulled out a shotgun from behind and, taking advantage of the Ripper's momentary daze, aimed directly at its head and pulled the trigger. Bang! Blood sprayed as the sturdy Ripper's head was blasted open, blood gushing forth. The Ripper howled in pain, and seizing the opportunity, Sulu grabbed the tang knife that fell from its mouth, executed a slide to evade the creature's lunge, then clutched the Ripper's neck and climbed onto its back again, thrusting the long knife into the gaping wound on the Ripper's head. The sharp tang knife pierced through the already shattered skull, plunging directly into the Ripper's brain. As Sulu tightened his grip and twisted the handle, he crushed the brain, causing the Ripper to let out a mournful wail before its massive body fell powerlessly to the ground, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Breathing heavily, Sulu stood atop the Ripper's corpse, taking a deep breath. Su team cold weapons are effective, but in critical moments we still need this thing. Zhang Eru proudly shook the shotgun in his hand. We still haven't regained our production capacity, so let's use bullets sparingly. Su Lu shook the blood off the tang knife, rotating it before skillfully sheathing it behind him. Emily stared at Su Lu in a daze, replaying the image of him fighting the Ripper in his mind. So strong. Such agility and strength are beyond what a street thug like me can compare to, and Emily faintly sensed that Su Lu had not even fought with his full strength. What are you dazed about? Su Lu smiled at the stunned Emily, extending his hand to him. As Emily reached out with his right hand, he noticed the Ripper's blood on Su Lu's hand and his own wounds, quickly switching to his other hand to let Su Lu pull him up. Su Lu turned to look at the piles of corpses not far behind the Ripper, all of which were Rippers shot dead by rifles. So these are the Rippers from those big supermarkets. They seem fewer than what Long Dan described. I killed a few on the way, and this Ripper appeared halfway through, so I'm not sure if I've drawn them all out. Well, that's a relief. If they were just Rippers it wouldn't be too bad, but this Ripper that suddenly charged out nearly took my life. Why are such dangerous creatures so close to our camp? Emily complained. These creatures act alone with no fixed nests. They mostly sleep during the day and only become active at night. Did you make any noise that attracted its attention? I'm sure I didn't. I see. Su Lu narrowed his eyes as he looked at Emily's wound. You should go to the medical room and let Vice Officer Lin handle your wound. He'll take care of the rest. We should be able to get good food from the supermarket tonight. With so many zombies on the way, how will you transport it? The route Long Dan provided has mostly been destroyed by the Ripper. As long as there are no intelligent Rippers obstructing us, we can handle these dazed, ordinary zombies and lead them away. Oh well. Recalling the traps by the lake and the forest park, Emily nodded, realizing that others had more experience in such matters and his task was already complete. Emily steadied his slightly dizzy head. He'll go rest now, Team Lu. Go ahead. Su Lu patted Emily's shoulder with satisfaction and nodded at him. Emily said nothing more and turned to walk towards the camp. Zhang Eru approached Su Lu, watching Emily's back and whispering, Su team, didn't you always want to take on a disciple? I think this kid is quite good. Hearing Zhang Eru's words, Su Lu glanced at the massive corpse of the Ripper on the ground, narrowing his eyes slightly. I still don't know the exact type of Emily's evolution. He has speed and agility, though his strength is somewhat lacking, and of course, there's the most important standard for me, spiritual power. Captain, what exactly is this spiritual power you speak of? I can't sense it at all. It means exactly what it says. Go find those zombies with flowers growing on their heads to try it out. You should be able to feel it. Let's skip that. Remembering those mysteriously dead companions, Zhang Eru quickly shook his head. Inside the camp, Emily with his injured hand immediately drew attention and was taken to Vice Officer Lin. In the medical room of the building, Vice Officer Lin, wearing a white coat over her police uniform, stared at the injured Emily in surprise. Emily, you're back. Wait, how did you get hurt? Did a zombie bite you? If I'd even bitten, I would have asked Team Su for a quick, and why would I come here? Hearing Emily's words, Lin Qingqing adjusted her glasses and smiled. That's true. Come in quickly, we'll help you treat it. Evolvers have strong physiques, but proper treatment will help them heal faster. Okay. Emily nodded and sat on the table, placing his injured hand on it. Lin Qingqing examined the large wound on Emily's hand and hurriedly searched for medicine and bandages to treat him. After cleaning the blood with clear water, Lin Qingqing nodded at Emily's injury. The cut is clean and the wound is averted. It looks serious. Can you endure the pain? I can. Just as Emily finished answering, Lin Qingqing picked up a bottle and poured it directly over the wound. The icy disinfectant iodine touched the wound, causing Emily to grit his teeth and turn pale. Since you returned safely, does that mean the mission was accomplished? To distract Emily and lessen the pain, Lin Qingqing asked. Not really, I tripped on the way and it hurt too much, so I came back. Emily had just finished speaking when he felt a jab at his wound. Hiss. I just heard the guards firing in rapid succession. Did you really think I was that easy to fool? Lin Qingqing shot Emily a glare. Since you still have the energy to joke, I won't consider your feelings anymore. With that, Lin Qingqing began to focus on treating Emily's wound. After a dozen minutes, Emily looked at the well-bandaged wound astonished. The treatment was excellent, far more professional than simply wrapping it in rags. You have severe hypotension, likely due to blood loss. You shouldn't take on any tasks for the next few days. Stay in the camp to rest. I still have to take care of other patients, so I won't be attending to you further. Other patients? With over 500 people in the camp, do you expect everyone to be perfectly healthy? Aren't you the only doctor here? When the zombie virus broke out, guess where those bitten by zombies like to go? The hospital. Correct. In our camp, there are only 2 doctors, me and Lugia. Fortunately, there aren't any major illnesses here, and since this is the police headquarters, we have an abundance of medical supplies, so for now, we don't have to worry about medical resources. By the way, the weather has turned cold recently. I remember to take care of that little sister you brought along, so she doesn't catch a cold. Do we have any clothes for kids here? Pretty dresses or something? Emily inquired. Besides Ching, there are no other children in our camp, and children's clothing isn't on our resource collection list. If you want to find some, there's a clothing store about 100 meters straight down the right side of the quarantine area. Our combat team patrols the quarantine area every day, so it's relatively safe. You can find some time to look. Thank you. You're welcome. After leaving the medical room, Mo Lee let out a tired sigh. Throughout his escape, Mo Lee had rolled and crawled looking quite disheveled. His pants and clothes were riddled with rips resembling a beggar. Looking at his dirty self, Mo Lee chuckled wryly and headed towards his room. Upon reaching his door, he opened it and immediately spotted Ching and Lilith sitting on the bed playing house. Oh, brother, Mo Lee looks so dirty. Did those bad guys do this? Haha, yes, I suppose. Mo Lee laughed as he walked in, noticing Lilith's worried gaze and shaking his head with a smile. Brother Mo Lee, we're playing house. Do you want to join? No thanks, I need to rest a bit. Exhausted, Mo Lee slumped into a chair. Okay. Ching sewed a doll that looks like brother Mo Lee. We were just using the doll to replace dad. What? Is this me? Yes. How does it look? Isn't it handsome? Ching beamed proudly, holding the doll, clearly very satisfied with her creation. Mo Lee scratched his head, feeling it was quite novel to have a little girl make a doll of him, given that he seldom socialized. Is this me? Yes. How does it look? Isn't it handsome? Ching beamed proudly, holding the doll, clearly very satisfied with her creation. Mo Lee scratched his head, feeling it was quite novel to have a little girl make a doll of him, given that he seldom socialized. Since brother Mo Lee isn't playing, then Ching and Lilith will continue. With that, Ching took hold of Mo Lee's doll and dragged it from afar. Mom made a lot of delicious food. After dad gets off work, Mom gave him a loving hug and a kiss. After saying that, Ching looked up at Lilith, who was in a daze, unsure of what to do. Oh dear sister Lilith, is the mom, you have to give dad a kiss and hug. With that, Ching pushed the doll resembling Mo Lee into Lilith's arms. Lilith gazed at the doll that resembled Mo Lee, blinking her crimson eyes hesitantly. Hurry up, hurry up. After mom and dad finish their kisses, we can eat. Under Ching's urging, Lilith picked up Mo Lee's doll and gently touched its nose with her small lips before biting her lip, burying her face into the doll, cautiously glancing towards Mo Lee. Watching Lilith's shy gaze, Mo Lee felt a flush rise to his cheeks, awkwardly turning his head to the side. How strange. It's just ordinary kids playing house. Why should he feel embarrassed? To ease the awkwardness, Mo Lee began to search for Xiao Kai Liang around the room. The little white cat often liked to hide under the bed for some unknown reason, but upon seeing Mo Lee, it happily ran out and meowed at him. The sound of its meows instantly caught Ching's attention. Wow, brother Mo Lee, do you have a pet too? As Ching spoke, she climbed down from the bed, put on her little shoes, and approached Mo Lee, her big eyes curiously fixed on the little cat in his arms. I found it on the way, so I brought it back. Can I hold it? Hearing Ching's request, Mo Lee hesitated, glancing at the little white cat in his arms. Xiao Kai is very shy. That's fine. Oh, Ching is very gentle kitty. With that, Ching extended her small hand and gently stroked Xiao Kai Liang's head a few times. At first, Xiao Kai Liang was a bit apprehensive, but upon sensing the gentle spiritual waves radiating from Ching, it blinked its colorful eyes and allowed her to hold it. Good kitty. Ching affectionately rubbed her face against the little cat's head. Meow. Mo Lee looked at Ching in surprise. Xiao Kai Liang usually wouldn't let anyone but him hold it, yet it was so familiar with Ching. Ching, you just said I have a pet. Do you have one too? Yes. I have a super big police dog at home. It's dark, so I named him Mo. Hearing Ching's words, Mo Lee pondered. On the way, aside from the peculiar vine that saved his life at the power station, he hadn't encountered any zombie animals. It seemed that the zombie virus only affected humans, but Mo Lee didn't think Xiao Kai Liang's colorful eyes were natural. They must have been somewhat influenced, just not to the extent of becoming a zombie. Could it be that animals evolved like humans into similar species? Thinking of this, Mo Lee looked at Ching. Ching, does the big dog you have any special abilities? Special abilities. Ching tapped her lips with her finger, then smiled and replied yes. Mo runs super fast. Like the wind. Really? Upon hearing this answer, Mo Lee looked at the little Kai Liang in Ching's arms, gazing into its colorful pupils. Xiao Kai Liang, meow. Do you have any special abilities? Meow. Watching the little Kai Liang meow joyfully, Mo Lee suddenly felt that his previous behavior was a bit. Ching looked at the weariness in Mo Lee's eyes, then turned her gaze toward Lilith. Sister Lilith, brother Mo Lee seems really tired. We shouldn't bother him. But, with your eyes, I can't take you out to play either. Let's stop here for today. He'll come back to play with you tomorrow. Seeing Lilith agree, Ching smiled and obediently put away all the toys, placing them in the box by the bedside. Brother Mo Lee, you go to sleep. Ching is leaving now. Oh, can Ching take the kitty out to play? Mo Lee was momentarily stunned as he looked into Xiao Kai Liang's colorful pupils. Since Ching's big dog already had extraordinary abilities, a small cat with colorful eyes shouldn't be a problem either. Even if someone else saw her, it probably wouldn't cause any trouble. Keeping her cooped up inside all the time isn't good for her either. Ching takes Xiao Kai Liang out for a stroll. Having thought it over, Emily said, "Okay, thank you, Brother Emily. Goodbye, Brother Emily. Goodbye." Watching the lively and adorable Ching Ching, Emily curled his lips into a smile and bid her farewell. As Ching Ching walked away holding Shout Salyang, the little cat poked her head out and let out a meow toward Emily. Emily simply smiled softly, watching as Ching Ching closed the door behind her. After Ching Ching left the room, fell silent, leaving only the two of them. Emily looked at Lilith, who was still hugging his plush toy, scratched his head, walked over to the bedside, sat down, stripped off his filthy clothes, and lay down wearily on the bed. The moment he laid down, the side effects of having pushed his body beyond its limits during the escape earlier came crashing down upon him. His entire body ached, his bones feeling as though they were about to snap. "Lilith, I'm going to sleep. Do you want to come over?" Lying on the bed, Emily reached out a hand toward Lilith. She stared at his open arms but buried her head into the plush toy and shook her head. "Not sleepy, huh? That's fine. Wake me up if someone knocks on the door." Emily smiled. In the past few days he had been fleeing while holding Lilith in his arms. Only when he caught the scent of flowers on her could he temporarily forget the danger and get a restful sleep. Usually he was the one who would proactively snuggle up to Lilith. But this time, when he actually asked for her opinion, her sudden refusal left him feeling somewhat dejected. Emily let out a sigh. He wasn't a child anymore. He had been alone his whole life. Since Lilith had refused him, he couldn't force it, and he certainly wouldn't resort to acting spoiled or anything like that. Emily touched his nose, feeling a pang of loneliness as he buried his face into the pillow and pulled the blanket over himself, slowly closing his eyes. Just then he suddenly heard a crawling sound. Lilith, clutching a plush toy that resembled him, crawled over and planted a gentle kiss on his forehead. A goodnight kiss. Emily looked at Lilith, whose face was flushed with shyness, and was taken aback for a moment. So he wasn't disliked by the little one after all. Lilith was just feeling a bit embarrassed from playing house earlier. Given that Lilith was a bit older than Ching Ching, it was understandable that she had some vague notions about matters between men and women. As long as she didn't dislike him, everything else was fine. Good night. After uttering these words, Emily could no longer hold on and sank into a deep, heavy sleep. Lilith, watching the sleeping Emily from the side, then glanced at the ugly, cute plush toy in her hands. She recalled waking up in the middle of the night to get a drink of water and catching a glimpse through the crack in the door of her parents doing that kind of thing. She also thought about the role she had just played while playing house with Ching Ching, and her little face flushed red. Was Lilith, a mother, supposed to do that kind of thing too? "Oh, little Lily, why is your heart beating so fast? Are you feeling unwell?" "I am fine." As Lilith responded, a vine suddenly extended from within her clothes, looking around cautiously. "Oh, so this stupid human actually made it back alive. Come on, Lilith, let's give this guy a good draining again. I'm starving." The vine was just about to lunge toward Emily when Lilith's small hand grabbed it firmly. "Flower, you're not allowed to bully him." "Huh, it's just a low-level human. What's the big deal? If you're hungry, then drink Lilith's blood instead." Hearing Lilith's words, Flower was stunned for a moment, then looked at her. "Are you serious? Don't forget, this guy is just a low-level human. If he finds out you're a mother-class zombie, do you think he'll still treat you kindly?" Lilith doesn't want to be alone anymore. "You're a real oddity. Is it the memories from your past life messing with you? At this rate, you'll fall behind the other mother-class zombies. Don't blame me if you end up getting devoured. If you don't want to stay with Lilith anymore, you can leave." Flower was utterly shocked by Lilith's words. "Arg, so now that you have this human, you're starting to despise me, are you? You are me and I am you. You want me to leave? Where am I supposed to go?" Looking at the silent Lilith, Flower felt completely deflated. "Fine. It's not worth fighting with you over this human. The genes in this human's blood have a high compatibility with the virus in your body. With him as a supplement, your evolution speed won't be too slow. If possible, have this human collect more blood from special zombies." "Flower, why don't you tell Emily this yourself?" "Tell him myself. I'm afraid you'd get exposed, you little fool. This is the human race's main stronghold. Do you think you're a flesh-type zombie? Your weak little body can't even withstand a single bullet. Woo. Forget it, I'm not going to argue with you. I'm going to sleep." With that, the vine retracted back into Lilith's clothes as if it had never appeared at all. Lilith, meanwhile, looked at the sleeping Emily, then crawled into a corner, clutching the plush toy that resembled him, a hint of melancholy in her brow, lost in her own thoughts. In the crowded cafeteria of a middle school, a tray clattered to the floor amidst the dense flow of people. A group encircled a frail, skinny boy, their leader stepping onto the boy's chair, sneering down at him with contempt. "Hey kid, I'm talking to you. Always so cold and silent, playing the aloof act. Did you hear me? Are you deaf?" Seeing the boy remain silent, the leader drove a kick into him, sending him sprawling to the ground. The commotion drew a crowd of onlookers. Then a lackey whispered into the leader's ear. After hearing it, the leader let out a derisive snort. Always so icy, not even a word after a few kicks. Thought you had some nerve, but you're just a wild bastard with no parents to raise you, ha ha ha. How did trash like you even get into this school? Scram back to your orphanage. Did I do something to provoke you?" Mo Lee's hoarse voice rasped from the floor. No, I just plain don't like your face. What got a problem? Gonna run home and tattle to your mommy and daddy. Ha ha. The leader and his cronies burst into laughter. Mo Lee, however, showed no reaction to their mockery. He silently got up, picked up his tray, gathered the scattered buns and meat pieces from the floor, and turned to leave. Seeing Mo Lee's indifferent expression, the leader felt like he had punched cotton. Annoyed by the surrounding stares, he stormed over and kicked Mo Lee down again. I'm talking to you, damn it. With that, he signaled his friends to join in, and they began raining punches and kicks on Mo Lee. Mo Lee shielded his head, enduring the blows. He had been bullied his whole life. Resistance would only bring harsher retaliation, and no one would ever stand up for him. This is fine. This is fine. As for crying, Mo Lee had long grown numb to it. As long as he satisfied these bullies' egos, he could have his meal in peace. The group continued their assault, but seeing him lie there motionless without a single plea for mercy, they felt their efforts were wasted. When they finally stopped, Mo Lee crawled, trying to reach a nearby bun. The leader, spotting a new way to provoke him, walked over and stomped on the bun, grinding it into the floor. Mo Lee's pupils contracted at the sight of the crushed bun, and he turned his head, glaring coldly at the leader. Ha, getting angry. Thought you were just a wooden doll. Wanna bite your daddy? Oh right, you don't have one. How about I be your daddy? Come on boy, let's hear a bark. He and the others roared with laughter again. Mo Lee looked at the crushed bun on the floor, then at the laughing face before him. His clenched fists trembled. The anger he had suppressed for so long erupted. He lunged, sinking his teeth into the leader's ear, tearing and pulling with savage fury as blood flowed. The leader screamed in terror. After tearing off a chunk of flesh, Mo Lee gripped his throat tightly. The kids who had been bullying him were stunned. They had never seen anything like this. They were utterly terrified. A security guard, pale with fright, rushed over and pulled Mo Lee away, fearing for his job if the young master got hurt. After being pulled off, Mo Lee spat the piece of ear onto the ground, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at his tormentor. Yeah, I've got nothing, but I still have my life. You want to bet yours against mine? Huh. The boy whose ear was bitten off stared at Mo Lee in sheer terror. Just you wait. They'll get my dad to kill you. After his threat, he was escorted by the guard to the infirmary. Seeing no one else would bother him, Mo Lee turned to look at the students around him. They all stared back as if he were a madman or a monster. So scary. That's what happens when you have no parents. Stay away from him. He's messed with the wrong guy. His life's gonna be hell from now on. Overhearing the whispers, Mo Lee lowered his head. He had hoped middle school might bring friends he could talk to, but that seemed impossible now. Whatever. He had always been alone. As long as he survived, he could face whatever came. He glanced at the ruined food on the ground, his eyes darkening, and turned to walk away. Just then a familiar floral scent drifted to him. Mo Lee opened his eyes to find himself lying on Lilith's lap. She gently stroked his forehead, her delicate face full of concern. Mo Lee, did you have a nightmare? Smelling the familiar fragrance and feeling her touch, his nose tingled, and he turned, burying his face against her slender waist. Lilith blushed, but continued to softly pat his head. Mo Lee held her tightly, wiping his tears on her stomach, saying nothing. There. Lilith is here with you. It was the first time she had seen him like this, and she comforted him gently. But her comfort only made it worse. He had been alone his whole life, and this was the first time he felt held and consoled, especially at his most vulnerable moment. The grievances and sorrow he had buried deep for years surged out like a flood, overwhelming him. Mo Lee, feeling his tight embrace and the tears soaking her belly, all her shyness vanished. She wrapped her arms around his head and held him quietly, just as he had held her before. After more than half an hour, Mo Lee reluctantly let go, unable to meet her eyes as he wiped his face with the blanket. A big guy like him comforted by this little one. How embarrassing. Want another hug? Lilith blinked her large crimson eyes, asking him. Seeing her unconcerned expression, Mo Lee realized his embarrassment was pointless. He had cried, and there was no hiding it. No, it's fine. Thanks. You're welcome. Seeing her smile with closed crescent-shaped eyes, Mo Lee suddenly leaned in, pulling her into his arms. Lilith rested against his chest, looking up at him with a puzzled blink of her crimson eyes. Sorry. Did I scare you? No. Feeling his nervous heartbeat, Lilith pressed her cheek against his chest. Lilith doesn't dislike it. Breathing in her floral scent and feeling her warmth, Mo Lee felt a deep sense of peace. They had only known each other for a little over a week, but Mo Lee felt that meeting Lilith was the greatest fortune of his life. He couldn't imagine being without her now. When she grew up, could he? A dangerous thought crossed his mind, and he quickly suppressed it. What was he even thinking? A knock at the door shattered the moment. Mo Lee reluctantly released Lilith. As he went to answer it, Lilith played along, lying back and closing her eyes, pretending to be asleep to hide her identity as a zombie from the humans. The one who came to find Mo Lee was Lin Qingqing. Lin Qingqing looked at Lilith's eye, who was sleeping on the bed inside the room, then turned to Mo Lee. Why are your eyes so red? Just too tired, I just woke up. I see. Well, thanks to you we successfully obtained a large amount of supplies from the supermarket. So fast. I remember there were quite a few zombies on the road. Emily was somewhat surprised. It's almost dark. How is that fast? Don't you know you've slept the whole afternoon? Emily looked at the pitch-black sky and realized. Is it already this late? Looking at Emily scratching his head, Lin Qingqing smiled and stated her purpose. The cold storage in the big supermarket has been closed since the virus outbreak. Because of the large amount of ice, keeping it fresh, the meat inside is still edible. After opening it to prevent the meat from spoiling, the cafeteria cooked it all at once. Tonight, we can have our fill of meat. Hurry up and bring your little sister along. Really? Upon hearing there was meat to eat, Emily's eyes lit up, and he turned to look at Lilith sleeping on the bed. You go ahead, he'll be right there. Hurry up, as the number one hero, you can't be absent. Haha. After getting dressed, Emily looked at the girl who had gotten up and was watching him. Lilith. Noticing the question in Emily's eyes, Lilith shook her head and hugged tighter the doll that looked like Emily. Lilith has this. Lilith is not afraid anymore. Don't worry about Lilith. Looking at the girl who was so well-behaved that it was almost heartbreaking, Emily patted her head. I see. He'll bring you something delicious when I come back. Reluctantly letting go of Lilith's soft hair, Emily put on his clothes, turned around, and left, closing the door behind him. The dark room fell silent once again. Lilith holding the doll that looked like Emily curled up in the corner. Hua. She wanted to chat with Hua, but it seemed Hua was still angry and didn't respond to Lilith's calls. Woo. Lilith could only hug the doll, tightly, feeling a bit down. Emily soon arrived at the cafeteria. The cafeteria was bustling with activity. Many people were eating their portions of braised pork rice, and there were even drinks. Happy smiles lit up their faces. Being able to eat enough and eat well was incredibly rare nowadays. The usual oppressive atmosphere in the camp had eased a lot. Thinking that he was the one who brought these smiles to people's faces, Emily felt a vague sense of satisfaction, but something seemed missing. Right. The laughter of children. Remembering that children had poor resistance to the zombie virus, Emily sighed. In such a large camp, only Qingqing had survived. It seemed Lilith was also lucky to have made it through the first wave of the virus outbreak. However, those blood-red eyes that resembled the zombies were still a problem. Lilith couldn't hide in her room forever. His actions today should have earned him considerable trust in the camp. Later he would find an opportunity to talk to Sulu, let everyone know about Lilith's situation, and have them accept her. Then Lilith could grow up healthy in a safe and normal environment. As for the craving for human blood, and such, it was enough for him alone to know. Emily didn't want Lilith to suffer the discriminatory gaze of others. He understood that feeling all too well. From the beginning to the end, Emily never doubted Lilith's identity. To him, Lilith was the first person with whom he could mutually rely on and accompany. Recalling Lilith's adorable and gentle face when she hugged him to comfort him, and the reassuring floral scent emanating from her small warm body, Emily's face reddened slightly. Just as he was lost in thought, a hand patted his shoulder. What are you thinking about, so absorbed? Lin Qingqing stood behind him, smiling. Looking at the police uniform Lin Qingqing was wearing, and then recalling the image that had just appeared in his mind, Emily felt inexplicably guilty. My, that expression, did you do something bad? No. Seeing Emily shaking his head, Lin Qingqing narrowed her eyes. Suspicious. Officer, didn't you say there was delicious food waiting for me? I saw it. Those braised pork pieces look delicious. Let's go eat quickly. Emily changed the subject. Oh, you remind me, I almost forgot. We're not eating with these residents. As the number one hero tonight, Aunt Wong is cooking specially for us leaders. Once you taste her cooking, you'll never forget it. Aunt Wong. I haven't introduced her to you yet. Aunt Wong is in charge of the cafeteria's cooking. Her dishes aren't as luxurious as those in five-star hotels, but they always have a taste of home. A taste of home. Emily didn't understand what Lin Qingqing meant. To him, being able to eat enough was already a blessing. How could a dish taste like home? Under Lin Qingqing's guidance, Emily walked toward the second floor of the cafeteria. Hey, Officer Lin. Good evening. Thanks to the police comrades, everyone finally gets to have a decent meal. We're so grateful to you. I heard that a brave young police officer lured those terrifying crawlers here and killed them so we could move things from the supermarket. That couldn't be you, could it? Many people looked at Mo.Lee and his dirty combat suit, asking. It wasn't me. I don't have that ability. Huh. Hearing Mo.Lee's answer, Lin Qingqing turned to look at him with confusion, while Mo.Lee gave her a meaningful glance. He just wanted to stay quietly with Lilith, not become a well-known hero. That kind of admiration was too foreign to him, who had grown up accustomed to loneliness. He didn't need it, nor did he want it. Seeing that Mo.Lee had no intention of revealing himself, Lin Qingqing helped smooth things over. With great power comes great responsibility. Everyone who has survived until now, all departments and all of you, are heroes in their own right. That comrade doesn't want to be treated differently, so let's not pry. Yes, Officer Lin is right. Everyone, let's toast to our survival. Cheers. Along the way, many people greeted Lin Qingqing with smiles, and she responded with smiles in return. Soon they arrived at a hall on the second floor. Opening the door, the people he had seen in the meeting room this morning were all seated here. Su Lu Long Dan Zhang Eru the square-faced man along with Aunt Huang in charge of resource management and Aunt Lu in charge of livelihood work. Brother Emoli, you're here. Zhang Eru greeted with a smile. Emoli nodded in response. There's an empty seat next to Brother Guiqiang. Sit there. Following Lin Qingqing's gaze, Emoli walked over and sat down next to the square-faced man. The square-faced man said to Emoli with a straight face. We should have met once this morning. Emoli Guiqiang, the head of the supply collection team, will likely have many opportunities to cooperate in the future. Hello. Seeing Emoli's somewhat reserved demeanor, Aunt Lu patted Li Guoqiang's shoulder. Don't be so formal during a meal. Hey, looking up close today, I realize Brother Mo is quite handsome. If my daughter were still alive, I'd definitely set you two up. Hearing Aunt Lu mention her deceased daughter, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Oh, look at my mouth. We're finally having such a good time. Oh, let's not think about these sad things. They'll punish myself with 3 cups. With that, Aunt Lu picked up the wine, poured it into her bowl, and drank it down. Everyone else smiled, ready to let the matter pass. This apocalypse had taken away many people's loved ones. Even establishing this safe zone had cost the lives of many comrades. On such days they should carry on their hopes and live happily for them. The food hadn't arrived yet. The table only had some cups, wine bottles, and packaged desserts. Come, comrade Emoli, I toast to you. Emoli took the wine from Zhang Eru, hesitating. He couldn't drink. Just as he hesitated, Lin Qingqing angrily snatched the cup from his hand and glared at Zhang Eru. Emoli lost too much blood. He's still hypotensive. Are you trying to kill him by making him drink? Oh, look at my brain. Then let's wait for the food. I've been missing Aunt Wang's cooking. Let's eat more meat to replenish iron. Okay. Emoli responded with a smile, then looked around and asked Su Lu his question. Where's Qingqing? That little cutie had brought her cat out at noon. Hopefully it hadn't run away. Qingqing is helping Aunt Wang pick vegetables in the kitchen. She'll come eat with us in a little while. Lin Qingqing smiled and answered for Su Lu. In the kitchen, the meals for the residents had been finished, and Aunt Wang was now preparing dinner for Su Lu and the others. She couldn't afford to be careless with the camp's pillars, so she cooked with great care, pulling out her best culinary tricks. Qingqing was washing vegetables nearby, while Zai sat not far from the stove watching Aunt Wang's cooking movements and the ingredients tumbling in the pot with rapt attention. Zai was deeply curious about this method of cooking food with heat. Seeing the well-behaved kitten Qingqing had brought looking so curious, Aunt Wang smiled, scooped up a piece of meat, placed it in a small bowl, and pushed it toward her. Zai sniffed the meat in the bowl, her ears perking up instantly. Ignoring the scalding heat, she wolfed it down, then gazed at Aunt Wang with admiration. Meow. This kitten of yours is quite smart with such expressive looks. Qingqing, where did you catch this cat? It's Brother Emoli's cat. Emoli, the young man who just joined the camp yesterday. Brother Emoli also brought a child about my size, a foreigner too. Qingqing has been going to play with Sister Lilith lately, a child who survived. That's wonderful. We have enough materials from the supermarket that the transport team brought today. They'll find time to make you some cookies. Yay? Long live Aunt Wang. Watching the delighted Qingqing, Aunt Wang affectionately patted her head and let out a deep sigh. Surviving children were rare. Qingqing was the only one in the entire camp. Even her own daughter-in-law, heavy with child, hadn't made it. She wondered what the future held for people. But let's first see if they could even survive until then. With that thought, Aunt Wang plated the freshly cooked dish and began preparing the next one. Zai watched the busy Aunt Wang, then turned her gaze to the spatula in the pot, her colorful pupils faintly glowing. Under Zai intense focus, the spatula in the pot eerily began to float, wobbling unsteadily in the air. Meow. Eventually Zai lost control, and the spatula clattered back into the pot, the sound catching Aunt Wang's attention. Seeing the little white cat resting in place, and the spatula that weighed far more than the cat, Aunt Wang assumed she had misheard and went back to seasoning the next dish. Kitty, what's wrong? Are you sleepy? Qingqing, having finished washing the vegetables, came over and hugged the drowsy Zai, stroking her. Meow. Before long, Aunt Wang finished the last dish, placed it on a serving plate, then picked up a small bowl, filled it with some meat pieces, and set it on the floor. Qingqing put the kitten down and let her eat here. Help me carry this plate of fried peanuts to your dad. Okay. Qingqing gently placed Zai down and softly patted her head. Be good, little kitty. Eat here, and Qingqing will come back for you soon. With that, Qingqing set Zai down in front of the small bowl filled with meat. The aroma from the bowl invigorated Zai, who pounced on it, shaking her little head as she devoured the food. Watching Zai eat so heartily, Qingqing patted her own stomach, then helped Aunt Wang carry the dishes to the room where Li and the others were. The small bowl couldn't hold much meat, and Zai petite kitten body couldn't eat much either. After finishing the meat, Zai regained some energy, hopped back onto the stove, and began practicing with the spatula again. When she had first met Li, she was on the verge of starvation. His grilled fish was the most delicious food she had ever tasted. She wanted to make delicious food to repay him, but her abilities were limited. Her weak mental strength could barely even lift the spatula. If only her mental strength were stronger. Thinking of this, Zai remembered the flowers Lilith had fed to Mo Li and licked her lips. But she was no match for those zombies called Red Tide. A wave of disappointment washed over her, but she quickly pulled herself together and continued manipulating the spatula. Unbeknownst to Zai, all her efforts were being watched by a pair of large eyes from a corner. Woof woof. A big black dog suddenly burst out, startling Zai so much she immediately darted into a corner. The big black dog panted with its tongue out, wagging its tail incessantly, tilting its head curiously at the little white cat. Zai stared in terror at the dog's big face, her fur standing on end. She lashed out with her weak mental energy. Yelp. The big black dog felt as if a needle had pierced its head and ran off howling in pain. Meow. Stupid dog. Watching the fleeing dog, the little white cat puffed out her chest with pride. Ching, and Aunt Wong quickly brought the dishes to the table. Including the plate of peanuts from Ching and the dishes from Aunt Wong's tray, there were 7 dishes and 3 soups, all in generous portions, enough for everyone at the table. Hey, Mo Li Gidge. Ching put down the peanuts and ran over to Mo Li with a smile, looking up at him with adoration. Uncle Eru told Ching that the reason we get to eat so much delicious food tonight is all thanks to Mo Li Gidge. Cough cough, why do you call me uncle, but call him Gidge? Zhang Eru, who was nearby, interrupted with a question. Because Mo Li Gidge is handsome, unlike Uncle Eru, who is an old man. Zhang Eru scratched his head and looked at Lin Qingqing beside him. Do I really look that old? How old are you? 33. Then isn't it normal for Qingqing to call you uncle? Why care about that? Lin Qingqing rolled her eyes. What man admits to being old? By the way, Mo Li, how old are you? Oh, I'm 20. See, any more complaints? No. Since brother Mo is younger than me, he'll call you Mo Lao Di from now on, alright? Zhang Eru laughed heartily. Then I'll have to call you Eru Ji. That's great. With that, Eru Ji, if anyone in the camp bullies you, come to me, I've got your back. Hey, don't start forming cliques. Our camp is united as one, right? Longdan Ji, hearing Lin Qingqing's high-pitched call, Longdan stopped drinking alone and took a deep breath, looking at everyone present. With the supplies from the big supermarket, the situation in the camp improved significantly. Combined with the newly sprouted seeds and the leadership of a righteous and capable person like Captain Su, this place might indeed become a very stable, safe zone in the future. He and his brothers only needed to handle some reconnaissance work, no fighting required. Given the current situation, it was no longer appropriate to cause trouble or worsen relationships with others. If he and his brothers wanted to stay here, they had to let go of their pride. Huff, you're right. My past actions were indeed inappropriate. As long as it's good for me and my brothers, I will contribute my share to this camp. From now on, leave all reconnaissance work to us. After speaking, Longdan turned to look at Mo Li. Brother Mo Li, when we first met, I was disrespectful to you in many ways. This drink is my apology to you. Alright. Mo Li wasn't experienced in socializing and didn't know how to make polite speeches, so he simply responded briefly. Longdan didn't mind and patted Mo Li on the shoulder with a smile. The atmosphere at the dinner table instantly became harmonious. Oh my, let's eat quickly, the food is getting cold. Aunt Wong, who was holding a tray nearby, urged. Aunt Wong, come and eat with us. Su Lu said with a smile. Oh my, I'm so embarrassed. Thank you all for your hard work these days, Captain Su. If it weren't for you diligent police officers, we'd still be shivering in our apartments. Thank you for giving us this safe place to stay. Aunt Wong, don't say so much. Including you, there are only 9 of us. Come and eat together. Lin Qingqing smiled, grabbed Aunt Wong's shoulders, and dragged her to the table. Well then, I'll shamelessly join you leaders for a meal. We're not leaders, we're just people in charge. Alright, people in charge. You're right, Qingqing. Once everyone was seated, Su Lu looked at Qingqing, who was still clinging to Mo Li, and smiled. Qingqing, come over here and eat. Don't disturb Mo Li. Qingqing wants to eat with Mo Li Gidge, can I? Since when did you get so close to Mo Li? Su Lu was stunned. Mo Li Gidge is a good person. He shared candy with me and Sister Lilith. I want to eat with Mo Li Gidge, can I, Papa? Su Lu looked at Mo Li, then said. Mo Li, this little girl Qingqing, since she was young, she can't eat without someone holding her. Are your injuries okay? I'm fine. Mo Li smiled. Qingqing, a little son like her, was sensible and enthusiastic. It was hard not to like her. Yay. Mo Li Gidge is the best. Qingqing giggled, held her little skirt, and climbed directly into Mo Li's arms, sitting on his lap, swinging her little feet. Mo Li Gidge, I want to eat that braised pork. Oh. Hearing Qingqing's words, Mo Li quickly picked some up for her. And those ribs. Okay. Meanwhile, Zhang Eru watched the two and nudged Su Lu with his elbow. Captain Su, any thoughts? What thoughts could I have? Take him as an apprentice. My eye for people is always good. That Mo Li kid might be quiet, but his character is definitely solid. Character is fine, but his physical fitness hasn't met my requirements yet. Once he recovers from his injuries, he'll find a chance to test him. What are you 2 men whispering about? Lin Qingqing leaned and noticing the 2 men talking quietly. Men's business, women should stay out of it. Hey Eri, you think you're so tough, huh? Don't come to me for bandaging next time you're hurt. Hiss. Ow. You crazy woman, stop pinching. Hey, I'm wrong. Huh. Everyone at the table burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Mo Li watched the lively table, the delicious food, and the happy little Ching Ching in his arms, and was momentarily stunned. Compared to his usual solitary meals of cold takeout in his room, this felt different. It was a feeling he had never experienced before. Mo Li, Gidge, would you like a drink? Ching Ching opened a can of Wangzai milk and handed it to Mo Li. Thanks. Mo Li took it with a smile. Ching Ching likes this the most. Since Ching Ching likes it, he'll bring you some more whenever I see it while I'm out beating up bad guys. Yay. Mo Li, Gidge is the best. The meal lasted for over half an hour. After finishing, Mo Li waved goodbye to Ching Ching, who was now sleepy and lying in Su Lu's arms, and said farewell to the others. Carrying some packed braised pork, he went downstairs. Just then a meow came. Xiao Kaoyang suddenly ran out from a corner, jumped onto Mo Li's shoulder, and meowed incessantly. Where have you been? I asked Ching Ching, and she said you were in the kitchen. I was about to go find you. Meow, want some? Mo Li shook the wrapped braised pork in his hand. But the kitten simply let out a burp. Looks like you ate plenty in the kitchen. Then I'll give this portion to Lilith. Meow. Mo Li passed by the nearby cafeteria. The civilians had finished their meal and left, leaving only a few guard members changing shifts. These members had seen Mo Li during the day and nodded at him. Mo Li nodded back. He was quite curious about this fire team directly led by Su Lu. He had heard they were all special forces soldiers under Su Lu, but he didn't know how skilled they were. However, since they were responsible for guarding the camp, their strength couldn't be too bad. He felt they were probably all evolvers. Evolvers, huh? Thinking this, Mo Li walked out of the cafeteria. It was already late at night. Except for the lights at the checkpoints on the camp's perimeter, all lights inside the camp were off, leaving it pitch black. At that moment, Mo Li clenched his fist, concentrated, and a faint red glow emanated from his pupils. The surrounding vision instantly became bright, almost like daytime. Recalling how Su Lu had directly blocked a Ripper's attack with his blade, and his agility that matched his strength, his own ability still felt somewhat useless. Night was the active period for zombies. Going out was no different from seeking death. His ability probably wouldn't be of much use. Perhaps if he ate more of that red tide nectar Lilith imported, he might undergo other changes. It's just, that red tide thing is too dangerous. Shooting it from a distance with a gun was also a good choice, provided he could find a lone red tide. As for mental attacks, he heard from Eru that Captain Su had some insights. He should find time to talk to Captain Su about this strange ability. He still knew too little about it. Arriving at the room, he pushed open the door himself, and the interior was pitch black. Activating his night vision, Mo Li immediately saw Lilith staring at him expectantly right by the entrance. Mo Li, I'm back. Mo Li stepped inside and closed the door, and Xiao Kailiang also immediately jumped off his shoulder and scurried under the bed. Mo Li looked at the little white cat, which seemed to be hiding from something, somewhat puzzled, but not overly concerned. Holding the braised pork he had brought, he sat down beside Lilith. I brought you some braised pork. Want me to feed it to you? Lilith looked at the food in Mo Li's hand and nodded listlessly. Ever since drinking Mo Li's blood, she had lost all interest in human food. Mo Li opened the container and fed her piece by piece, but Lilith remained utterly dispirited. Seeing her like this, Mo Li gently stroked her head. Don't you like it? Recalling how Lilith had voraciously gulped down his blood earlier that day, Mo Li fell silent for a moment. He then put down the braised pork, gathered Lilith into his arms, and rolled up his sleeve. Need more blood? Hearing Mo Li's words, Lilith perked up a little, lifting her head to look at him and blinking her large crimson eyes. But when she saw his pale complexion and weary expression, she quickly shook her head and lowered it again. Lilith isn't hungry. Doesn't want to eat. Although Lilith lowered her head quickly, Mo Li still caught the flicker of worry in her eyes. His current state truly wasn't suitable for drawing more blood. Was this little girl worried about him? At that thought, Mo Li smiled and pulled Lilith's legs, drawing her closer into his embrace. Her petite, soft body, slightly warmer than his own, carried a familiar floral fragrance that brought him a sense of peace. Since Lilith didn't mind, there was no harm in being a bit more intimate, right? Regarding his quickened heartbeat, Mo Li reasoned with himself, then ruffled Lilith's hair. What do you want to eat? Other people's blood. Hearing Mo Li's question, Lilith shook her head. Lilith doesn't want to be seen as a freak. What's there to fear? I'm a freak too. Huh? Lilith raised her head to look at Mo Li, utterly confused. Is Mo Li a freak too? So Lilith can tell me anything she wants. But Lilith is afraid that if she says it, Mo Li will come to hate her. No matter what happens, I will never hate Lilith. Hearing Mo Li's answer, Lilith's blood-red pupils trembled uncontrollably. Even if Lilith is a freak, even if Mo Li will be hated by others, then we'll be freaks together and be hated by others together. Mo Li's tone now wasn't just a reply, or it was more like a vow. Lilith lay on Mo Li's chest, her small hands clutching his clothes tightly, and finally voiced what she desired. Some blood from the zombie's brains. And then, the stronger the zombie, the better. As long as Lilith eats enough, she can become stronger and protect you even better. Hearing the words protect you from Lilith, Mo Li's heart trembled. He recalled the time on the overpass when he was attacked by the red tide, and fell unconscious yet emerged unharmed. And that time at the gymnasium, when the red tide launched a psychic attack, he heard a sound of glass shattering in his mind, as if something had shielded him. Coupled with the fact that Lilith had picked the flower from that red tide and given it to him to eat, granting him night vision. Connecting all these events, Lee looked at Lilith in his arms, of vague suspicion forming in his mind. But Lilith dared not meet his gaze, her pretty face buried in his chest, her small hands gripping his clothes tightly, refusing to let go. She was afraid that if she let go, Lee would push her away with a look of disgust and never be with her again. However, seeing the nervous Lilith, Lee merely smiled. He held her as he lay down on the bed, pulling the covers over the both of them. Under the blanket, Lilith still clung tightly to Lee's chest, lying motionless. Lee rubbed her head and whispered soothingly, "I'll do my best to find those things for you. Don't overthink it. It's getting late. Let's sleep first." Hearing his answer, Lilith lifted her head, her moist, large eyes filled with an indescribable emotion. Lee has accepted who she is. Then, good night kiss. Mua. Without hesitation, Lee brushed aside her soft hair and planted a kiss on her forehead. Good night. Good night. That night, the two freaks, completely devoid of that subtle barrier between them, held each other tightly and fell into a deep sleep. This foolish human. You know what's good for you. At that moment, a certain zombie thought silently to herself. Early in the morning, Lee slowly opened his eyes from a pleasant slumber. Gazing at the sleeping beauty in his arms, he gently laid her on the pillow beside him. As she left Lee's embrace, Lilith slightly furrowed her brows, but didn't open her eyes, continuing to sleep. Lee watched Lilith's sleeping face, smiled, kissed her forehead, then got up to dress himself. He walked to the window and drew the curtain. Bright light streamed in. Lee looked at the weather outside in surprise. Ever since he had awakened from his coma, the sky had been overcast with only occasional rays of sunlight piercing the thick clouds. This was the first time he had seen such a clear day. Lee took a deep breath, and a faint stench of decay filled his nostrils. "I knew I wouldn't get any good smell in this city," he muttered, his face darkening. Turning around, he looked at Lilith still sleeping and put on his filthy combat uniform. Meow. At that moment, Xiao Kalian crawled out from under the bed and meowed at Lee. Lee noticed the fear in the white cat's eyes and could roughly guess what she was afraid of. But since she had been alone with Lilith for so long without incident, it meant Lilith wouldn't harm Xiao Kalian. But this couldn't go on forever. Looking at the cold floor under the bed, Lee rubbed Xiao Kaliang's head. "We'll go out and find some stuff today, and also look for a cardboard box to make you a nest. That way you won't have to sleep on the floor all the time." Meow. I'm off. Lee picked up the doll that looked like him from the bedside, placed it beside Lilith, and then walked out of the room. As he strolled, Lee pondered whether Captain Su and the team had any tasks for him today. If not, he would go to the clothing store Lin Qingqing had mentioned to find some clothes for Lilith. He couldn't let Lilith keep wearing only a thin shirt. He could feel the curves of her body just by holding her casually. Lee didn't dislike that soft touch, but he sincerely wanted to respect Lilith. Before long, Lee arrived at the training ground. There were quite a few people at the training ground. Some were running to build stamina, some were honing close combat skills against zombies, and others were practicing climbing and escaping. Zhang Eru spotted Lee from afar and waved him over. "Brother Lee, how did you sleep?" "Not bad. Any tasks today?" "Just some work, clearing out zombies hiding in residential areas of the alert zone. At most 1 or 2 runners, which the combat squad can handle." "What do I need to do?" "You should focus on recovering from your injuries first. Take care of your health." "So I'm off today. You can do whatever you want. We'll notify you if something comes up." Zhang Eru patted his shoulder with a smile. "I'm going to the alert zone to find some clothes for my sister. Is that okay?" "Sure. Do you want me to come with you? You still need to train these residents and team members, so I won't trouble you." "All right, but be careful when you go out. After all, it's the alert zone. There's no guarantee of absolute safety. There might be hidden zombies." That said, Zhang Eru still escorted Lee to the gate and notified the guards. According to camp regulations, anyone from other departments who wanted to go out had to get approval except for patrol teams. Lee was an exception. Captain Su had informed them that morning that Lee could go out without applying. This young man had indeed earned the camp's respect with his life. To deal with sudden zombie hordes, the gate was usually tightly locked. Going out was only possible by rope, and the gate was opened only under Su Lu's supervision when supplies were brought back. It was a bit troublesome, but it was all for the safety of the residents. Most residents weren't skilled at dealing with runners, so a zombie horde entering the camp would be like wolves among sheep. After climbing over the wall with the rope, Lee landed outside the gate and looked around. The bodies of the crawlers had all been moved somewhere, but the Ripper's corpse was too large to have been dealt with yet and remained in place. Lee walked over to inspect it. Although it had only been dead for a day, flies had already gathered around the corpse, buzzing incessantly. The massive body emitted a strong stench, clearly beginning to rot. Lee frowned at the smell of decay. He had wanted to see if he could extract some cerebrospinal fluid for Lilith, but it seemed impossible now. Powerful zombies. Emily thought. As far as he knew, there were only two kinds of zombies that could be called powerful. Red tied the zombie with flowers growing from its head, and the Ripper lying on the ground. He couldn't defeat either of them. To get special zombie blood for Lilith, he would have to plan carefully. With that thought, Emily ignored the corpse and turned to leave. The streets in the alert zone weren't much different from the outside. Since no one maintained them, the roads were covered with fallen leaves, and some trash cans had been overturned during the initial chaos of the zombie outbreak. It was extremely dirty and messy. The biggest difference from outside was the absence of rotting corpses and zombies everywhere. Emily wondered where Captain Sue had disposed of all the zombie bodies. Emily walked along the street in the direction Lin Qingqing had mentioned, passing by a clinic. He went inside. Since it was so close to the camp, naturally almost all the supplies had been taken, not even leaving a hospital bed. Fortunately, Emily found some medical syringes and glass bottles in the cabinet. But there was no disinfectant. Emily figured he couldn't use the same container to collect blood from one zombie for Lilith and then directly use it for another zombie. People wash their bowls after eating, let alone cerebrospinal fluid from special zombies. Regular cleaning was essential. He would see if he could get some disinfectant from Lin Qingqing. As for whether using sterilized containers to hold zombie blood would affect the properties of the blood, Emily wasn't worried. If disinfectants and antibiotics had any effect on the zombie virus, people in the camp wouldn't be so afraid of being scratched. Sulu alone with his blade could take out a nest of crawlers. The combatability of evolved humans wasn't much worse than those crazed zombies. The hardest part was coming out unscathed. Thinking of this, Emily sighed deeply. He wasn't a biologist, so dwelling on this was useless. As for Lilith's identity, Emily didn't care at all. He only recognized Lilith. Since Lilith needed special zombie blood, he would find it. Simple as that. Leaving the clinic, Emily soon reached the clothing store Lin Qingqing had mentioned. Like the clinic, it had been looted, but some flashy clothes without protective value had been left behind. Emily began rummaging through the store. He had never bought clothes for a little girl before and had no idea what size Lilith wore. Fortunately, when he had carried Qingqing to dinner yesterday, he had noticed the clothing size on the inside of her collar. Lilith was a bit taller than Qingqing, so he just needed to pick something slightly larger. Qingqing's size seems to be 120, so he'll get a 130 for Lilith. Emily continued searching and quickly gathered what he needed. A jacket, a pure white nightgown, and a set of children's sailor uniforms. Emily looked at the sailor uniform, coughed to clear his throat as his face reddened, then folded the clothes and tucked them into his satchel. Appearance mattered, but so did practicality. As the weather had turned colder recently, Emily also grabbed several pairs of leggings and jeans, stuffing his satchel to the brim. Finally, he picked out two panda-shaped hoods, planning to give one to Qingqing. Emily stared at the panda hood in his hand. Even though he wasn't picking clothes for himself, he felt an inexplicable joy. The feeling was too strange. He looked toward the unmanned counter. Could it be because he didn't have to pay? Emily shrugged, put away the clothes, and after confirming there was nothing else worth collecting in the store, he walked out. His luck was somewhat poor. As soon as he stepped out, he spotted an ordinary zombie crawling out from the alley entrance. Emily instinctively reached behind his back, but found no axe. He then slapped his own head. When he was being chased by the crawler yesterday, he must have thrown the axe away onto the street. He had found it quite handy. He hoped someone from the camp had picked it up while luring the zombies away. But Emily felt it was uncertain. Even among ordinary zombies, some possessed a slight degree of intelligence and could use weapons. Axes, being tools etched into humanity's primal genes, might very well be taken by a zombie. Zombie, this is mine now. Emily shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts, and as he faced the ordinary zombie approaching slowly, he lashed out with a kick, sending it tumbling to the ground. Before the zombie could get up, Emily stomped on its neck with his heel and twisted sharply. Thanks to his evolution, his strength had increased significantly compared to before the virus outbreak. With a crisp crack, the nerve snapped, and the zombie's struggling body collapsed limply. But the zombie's head still kept opening and closing its mouth, letting out low guttural growls, and a spurt of stagnant blood splattered onto Emily's clothes. Frowning at the sight, Emily thought, even with a broken neck, these things still live. It seems the only way to truly kill them is to destroy the brain. Recalling how the Ripper had raised its arm to block bullets, even enduring rifle shots, and that only damaging their brains could finish them off, Emily felt a wave of pessimism. Compared to that, humans were sentenced to death with just a single scratch from a zombie. It was utterly unfair. Moreover, the zombies were still evolving. The terrifying howls he had heard from the city center were a warning. He had to become stronger as quickly as possible. Ignoring the half-dead zombie on the ground, Emily turned and headed back to camp with his loot. The route back to camp was the same as always. Leaping from the rooftop onto the shipping container on the truck, climbing over the wall, and jumping down onto the mattresses inside the camp. Shortly after entering the camp, Emily ran into Lin Qingqing. She frowned upon seeing his satchel and the combat police uniform stained with fresh blood. Did you go out to kill zombies? Don't you know you're not fit for combat in your current state? What if something happened? No, I just went to that clothing store in the restricted zone you told me about to find clothes for my sister. I happened to run into an ordinary zombie on the way and got splattered while dealing with it. Oh, I see. You scared me. Lin Qingqing patted her chest, and the noticeable jiggle made Emily instinctively avert his gaze. Ahem, by the way, is there a place to shower in the camp? There is, but it's a public bathhouse. Are they separated by gender? Of course. What are you thinking? Lin Qingqing covered her chest, looking at him warily. I was just asking if I could take a shower. I haven't bathed in a while and I reek of sweat and blood. The water supply in the city hasn't had any major issues. Just go ahead and wash. You can also hand your police uniform to the aunties in the logistics department to clean. As for a change of clothes, you should have some right. No. Emily recalled his tattered delivery uniform and shook his head. Then go wash up first. They'll bring you some clothes later. By the way, what size do you wear? I'm 175. Got it, I'll remember that. Thanks. Also, my sister is disabled and can't move her legs. How would she shower? Well, you can't go into the women's bathhouse. If you don't mind, I can take your sister to wash. Hearing her suggestion, Emily remembered Lilith's blood-red pupils and shook his head. My sister. She's traumatized by zombies. She's terrified of anyone holding her except me. That probably won't work. I see. Your room is pretty close to the cafeteria. You could ask Aunt Wong to boil a pot of water for you, and you can carry it to your room to wash your sister yourself. Thank you. Relieved that he could bathe Lilith himself, Emily breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, Aunt Wong is usually quite busy. This is a special case for you. If you have the time, you can just boil the water yourself. Okay. Emily walked along asking for directions and soon arrived at the bathhouse. It was around 8 or 9 in the morning, so there was no one else there. He had the entire spacious bathhouse to himself. Fortunately, the bathhouse attendant auntie was still on duty. After Emily told her he was a newly assigned police officer to the combat squad, she looked at his filthy, blood-stained uniform and didn't suspect a thing. She handed him a towel and a small bottle of body wash. Young man, put your clothes in the basket in the changing room when you shower. He'll wash them for you. I'm really sorry for the trouble. What's there to be sorry about? You youngsters go out every day to deal with those terrifying monsters. We old folks can't just sit around and do nothing. We have to contribute what we can. They'll have them washed in no time, and you can hang them up yourself. Thank you. In the partitioned shower stall, Emily stripped off his clothes and turned on the faucet. Warm water immediately sprayed out from the shower head. Feeling the perfect temperature, he braced his hands against the wall and watched the droplets slide down his face, relaxing completely. In an apocalypse teeming with zombies, having a safe place to take a hot shower was truly wonderful. How long had it been since he last bathed? Probably 4 or 5 days. He had been running around all day slaying zombies, so he must smell awful. At night, he even felt embarrassed to hold the soft, fragrant Lilith while sleeping. After a relaxing bath, Emily didn't take long. Once he finished washing, he walked out of the bathroom and into the changing room, where he ran into Lin Qingqing, who had just arrived. Lin Qingqing looked at Emily's figure, resting her chin on her hand as she began to admire him. A bit thin, but with some visible muscle definition and quite a few old scars on your body. Your body fat percentage could be better if you can try to eat a bit more. Emily, completely naked, felt a little awkward under Lin Qingqing's unabashed gaze and rubbed his nose. I am a pretty girl staring right at you, and you don't even flinch. Aren't you embarrassed? Didn't you say no members of the opposite sex were allowed in the bathhouse? I didn't go into the bathhouse. I only stepped into the changing room. Here are your clothes. Lin Qingqing tossed a few casual outfits at Emily, then resumed her unapologetic inspection of him. Under her gaze, Emily was speechless. Shouldn't she be the one embarrassed? Why did he feel like he was the one being taken advantage of? Don't mind me. I'm a military doctor. I've seen all kinds of male bodies, so no ulterior motives. I'm just curious why you have so many old scars. I used to get into fights a lot during school. That's how. Emily didn't hide anything. Fights during school. The scars on you seem to be from different times. Were you some kind of delinquent back then? I guess you could say that. Emily smiled slightly. He had only fought to protect himself, but there was no point in explaining all that. He didn't want to be looked at with pity. All right, then I'll leave you to it. Change into your clothes. Thanks. Lin Qingqing said nothing more to Emily's gratitude, smiled, and turned to leave the changing room. Emily looked at the casual clothes she had handed him, dried himself off with a towel, put them on, and walked over to the mirror. A striped shirt over a white short sleeve paired with beige casual pants. The reflection in the mirror made Emily look almost like a campus heartthrob, a fresh-faced pretty boy. But his skin, tanned from years of delivering food under the sun, carried the weariness of the world, stripping away much of his youthful naivety, making him appear more mature and reliable than his actual age. Emily nodded at his reflection. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. Lin Qingqing really knew how to pick out outfits. He hadn't realized he could look this handsome. Was it just a post-bath illusion? With that thought, Emily found himself looking forward to seeing Lilith in the clothes he had chosen for her. As soon as Emily stepped out of the bathhouse, the auntie handed back his washed clothes. Young man, I've washed them all and spun them dry. Just hang them up when you get back. Thanks, Annie. Oh dear, I'm already in my 50s, no need to call me Annie, he. Despite her words, her face lit up with a wide smile. After all, who wouldn't be happy to be complimented by a handsome young man? Feel free to bring any clothes to me in the future. I guarantee a fast and thorough wash. I will. Emily gave the enthusiastic auntie a gentle smile, and carrying his satchel and the spun-dry clothes headed back to his room. As luck would have it, he spotted a cardboard box in a corner by the roadside, just the right size to serve as a nest for Xiao Kaoya. Back in his room, he opened the door and immediately saw Lilith, who had woken up kneeling on the bed clutching a doll that looked like him, waiting for his return. Meeting Lilith's gaze, Emily smiled gently and set his luggage down by the bed. Let me hang up the clothes first. After draping the clothes the auntie had washed over the drying rack, he sat down beside Lilith with his satchel. I brought you lots of pretty clothes. Want to try them on? Emily pulled out a sailor uniform, stockings, and other items from his satchel, laying them all out on the edge of the bed. Lilith looked at the clothes Emily had brought, her big blood-red eyes brimming with curiosity. She immediately took a liking to the fluffy white nightgown, picking it up with her small hands to examine it. This? Pretty. Lilith likes it. If you like it, go ahead and try it on. Lilith had just agreed when she turned to look at Emily, her cute face suddenly flushing a soft red. Emily immediately caught on to what Lilith was thinking and turned around on his own accord. Behind him came the soft rustling of fabric. Hearing the sound, Emily breathed in the faint floral fragrance that filled the room, feeling a strange stirring in his chest, his breath growing tense. What's wrong with me? It's just a change of clothes. I didn't feel anything when I helped her change before. Why am I getting shy now? Huff. Emily tried to steady his racing heart. Maybe it was just anticipation, nothing more. Nothing else crossed his mind. Emily. I'm dressed. Just as Emily was enduring the awkward wait, a small hand tapped his shoulder. Emily turned around. Well. How do I look? The moment Emily saw Lilith in the nightgown, he froze. Sunlight from the window shone upon her petite frame, and the pure white dress, her golden lustrous hair gently drifting as she turned. Lilith held the hem of her skirt, her innocent crimson eyes looking at Emily with anticipation. Accompanied by that faint floral scent, she seemed like an ethereal elf that could never exist in the real world. Emily was completely stunned. Seeing Emily's intense stare, Lilith's cheeks flushed as she grew shy. Then suddenly her legs gave way, and her small body uncontrollably tumbled forward. Emily snapped back to reality just in time to catch her. Lilith curled up in Emily's arms, looking at her smooth knees beneath the white dress with a bitter smile. Standing up is still a bit tough. Seeing her bitter smile, Emily gently touched her knees, a flicker of pain flashing in his eyes. She's never been able to walk since she was little. That must be hard for anyone to bear. On top of that, the zombie virus outbreak took away all her family. It's no wonder Lilith lacks a sense of security. Now she truly only has him left. It's okay. You'll definitely be able to stand on your own one day. Really? Lilith looked at Emily with hopeful eyes. Really? I've even got night vision now. As long as I find you more delicious zombie blood, standing up is just a matter of time. When Lilith heard him mention zombie blood, her eyes dimmed slightly. Emily knew the girl was overthinking again. He held her slender waist and gently nudged her head with his chin. Feeling his affectionate gesture, Lilith blushed softly but didn't resist. She placed her small hands over her chest and naturally savored Emily's closeness. Just then the door was suddenly pushed open and Ching walked right in on Emily and Lilith in that intimate moment. Brother Emily, what are you two doing? Lilith and Emily both froze, looking at the curious Ching with awkward expressions. Luckily, Ching's attention wasn't on their affectionate pose. Sister Lilith changed into such a pretty dress. Ching ran up excitedly, hopping and bouncing as she admired the pure white nightgown on Lilith. Even her two chestnut braids bounced along with her, looking utterly adorable. Lilith felt shy under Ching's admiring gaze, and Emily set her back down on the bed. Brother Emily, did you find new clothes for Sister Lilith? Just went out to look for them. Emily scratched his head, watching Ching's eyes sparkle. Wow, Sister Lilith looks so beautiful, like a doll. If you like, I'll bring some for you too when I go out. No need. Daddy brings me plenty of clothes, but I'm sure none would look as good on me as they do on Sister Lilith. With that, the anticipation in Ching's eyes faded into disappointment. Kids' moods change so fast. Emily looked at her, smiled, and gently patted her head. Ching is beautiful too. Really? Really? This remark came from the bottom of Emily's heart, for Ching's father Su Lu had a handsome face, so his wife could not possibly be unattractive. Even now, Ching's delicate young face was already beginning to show her charm. Large bright eyes, a round soft visage, and gentle contours. Once she grew into her features, she would undoubtedly become a gentle goddess-like beauty. Brother Emily isn't just trying to comfort Ching, is he? Ching can ask Lilith. After hearing Emily's words, Ching quickly scurried over to sit beside Lilith, looking up at her with an expectant expression. Then Sister Lilith, do you think Ching is pretty? Very pretty. Upon hearing Lilith's praise, Ching immediately pounced into Lilith's arms, nuzzling her head against Lilith's chest. Sister Lilith smells so nice. Just like mommy. Lilith was a bit flustered by Qingqing's intimate gesture, but she still gently cradled Qingqing's head and softly stroked her hair. And just as gentle as mommy too. At that, Qingqing's voice began to waver with a hint of tears. She released. Lilith sat up, wiped her eyes with her little hands, and then grasped Lilith's hand. Sister Lilith, let's play house. Brother Emoli, will you join us? Qingqing turned her head to look at Emoli. No need, you two go ahead and play. I have some matters to attend to. Oh, seeing that Emoli wasn't joining, Qingqing's face fell slightly. In the past, her father would often play with her, and her mother too. But then a bunch of bad guys had suddenly appeared, her mother had vanished, and her father had never played house with her again. At least she still had Sister Lilith. With that thought, Qingqing once again burrowed into Lilith's embrace, greedily inhaling the reassuring fragrance of flowers that clung to Lilith. Emoli watched the two of them playing together and smiled softly. He turned and picked up a cardboard box he had found on the way, then walked over to the bed and peered underneath. In the darkness beneath the bed, the little white cat was staring out cautiously. Upon seeing it was Emoli, it immediately darted out and leaped into his arms. Meow! Xiao Kaoyang continuously nudged the back of her head against Emoli, purring loudly. Emoli held the kitten close as she eagerly pressed her face against his, licking his nose. Stop that. Emoli chuckled, carried the kitten over to the cardboard box, and set her down inside. Xiao Kaoyang looked at the box with curiosity, sniffed it, and then crawled inside. She patted the cardboard floor with her little paws, testing it, before meowing up at Emoli a few times. Emoli reached out and scratched the kitten's chin, smiling gently. They'll get you some blankets later. Wait, don't I also need to get some cat litter? I've never owned a cat before. Meow. Xiao Kaoyang clearly understood what cat litter meant. She puffed up indignantly, jumped out of the box, and pounced into Emoli's arms, batting at his chest with her small paws. Huh, you don't like it? Emoli was baffled by the kitten's displeasure. Of course she didn't like it. She wasn't some ordinary stupid cat. Using cat litter was just too degrading. Meow meow meow. Meow meow. Fine, if you don't like it, that's okay. Just don't do your business inside the house. Meow meow. Emoli couldn't understand the feline language, but he could tell that Xiao Kaoyang truly disliked the idea. Throughout their journey, he had never seen her relieve herself, so she must have been finding her own spots to handle it. Thinking about this, Emoli glanced at the open window, then a sudden thought struck him. He looked over at Lilith, who was playing with Qingqing. Come to think of it, he had been with Lilith for quite some time, but he had never once seen her use the restroom. Wasn't that a bit strange? However, recalling Lilith's true identity, Emoli decided not to dwell on it further. After the zombie virus outbreak, many things had changed. Rippers that could scale walls, the bizarre abilities of the Red Tide, chaotic psychic attacks, and even he himself had gained night vision. So there was no point in getting hung up on whether a beautiful girl needed to use the bathroom. Emoli put down Xiao Kaoyang and looked at Qingqing and Lilith, who were having a wonderful time, not wanting to disturb them. Adults hovering nearby would only make the kids feel restrained, or so he believed. You two stay in the room and play. I need to go out and take care of some things. Okay, bye-bye, brother Emoli. Qingqing waved enthusiastically, while Lilith watched Emoli with a look of deep reluctance in her eyes. Emoli looked at Lilith and gave her a reassuring glance. He placed the kitten in the box, ruffled her head, and then headed for the door. As the door clicked shut, a look of loneliness crept onto Lilith's face. Qingqing waved a little hand in front of her eyes, snapping Lilith out of her daze. Sister Lilith seems to really like brother Emoli. Like? Is it? Much. Looking at Lilith, whose cheeks were slightly flushed, Qingqing was puzzled. Qingqing likes Daddy a lot too, because Daddy is amazing and always protects Qingqing. Brother Emoli must be the same, always protecting Sister Lilith, right? Listening to Qingqing's explanation, Lilith hugged the doll that resembled Emoli tightly. Though she didn't quite understand it, her feelings of fondness were probably a little different from Qingqing's. It was already noon when Emoli stepped out again. After enjoying a well-balanced meal at the cafeteria, he decided to take a stroll to aid digestion. He was now dressed in ordinary casual wear, far less conspicuous than his police combat uniform. Yet the camp was only so large with little to explore. Apart from the newly cultivated fields, the training ground was the only other place worth visiting. By the training ground, Zhang Eru recognized Emoli at a glance. He walked over with a grin and nudged his shoulder with an elbow. Yo kids, all dressed up. Not a bad foundation. Got your eye on some girl in camp. This casual outfit was given to me by Deputy Officer Lin Qingqing. I'm not really good at dressing up. Deputy Lin. She does have good taste. But judging by your getup, you're probably not here to train, are you? Nothing to do, just wandering around the camp. After speaking, Emoli's gaze drifted into the training ground. Zhang Eru could afford to slack off and chat with Emoli only because a new instructor had appeared inside. And who else could it be but Su Lu? At that moment, Su Lu was patiently guiding the residents through basic martial arts moves when he noticed the two of them chatting. So idle, huh? How about a 5-kilometer loaded march around the camp? Captain Su, have mercy. It's my day off. The only work I can do is train these folks. If you're here, I've got nothing left to do. Oh, I finished all my work and came to help you, and now you're blaming me. No, Captain Su, do as you please. This big guy Zhang Eru was as timid as a zoo tiger in front of Su Lu. Listening to their exchange, Mo Li recalled the lonely expression on Qingqing's face when he had refused to play house with her. He hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke up. Captain Su, if you have time, you should spend more time with Qingqing. Su Lu was silent for a moment after Mo Li spoke, then finally shook his head with a wry smile. I do owe that child too much. He'll take your advice. Looking at Su Lu, Mo Li sensed a hint of reluctance in his tone, though he couldn't fathom the reason. Feeling the atmosphere stiffen, Mo Li changed the subject. Captain Su, I have another question. Do you know what mental energy is? And what is a mental attack? Oh, you're asking me that. Su Lu stroked his chin, raising an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. I've been attacked by a red tide, so I understand that feeling of your head suddenly being slammed. You survived an attack from a red tide. Su Lu stared at Mo Li in astonishment. Got lucky. Another zombie interfered midway, and I barely managed to escape. Mo Li smiled, but didn't reveal that Lilith had shielded him from the mental attack. That was indeed lucky. Su Lu picked up a training wooden staff about the length of his own long blade, and tossed it to Mo Li. Explaining directly is a bit complicated. First let's spar a bit. Mo Li caught the staff, staring blankly at Su Lu. Him attack Su Lu. Was this a joke? Su Lu seemed to read his mind and chuckled. Don't worry, I'm not using you as a punching bag. Just attack me with all your might. I won't fight back. Hearing this, Mo Li tightened his grip on the staff, squinting slightly. Since Su Lu wouldn't fight back, this spar wouldn't be a one-sided beatdown. Su Lu intended to explain his earlier question through combat, a method that suited Mo Li perfectly. Alright, I'm starting, Captain Su. Go ahead. Use every attack method you can think of. Don't hold back. Hearing don't hold back, Mo Li's expression turned serious. He didn't know any staff techniques, but he had combat skills. In a street brawl, if he got his hands on a stick, he could easily take on 5 guys. The two stood in the training ground, drawing the attention of others, as Su Lu was always a magnet for eyes. Incoming, Captain Su. Come on. Su Lu, empty-handed, raised his fists into a military boxing stance. Hiya. Mo Li immediately raised the staff and swung it fiercely at Su Lu, who dodged it with ease. Mo Li then flicked the staff and pulled it back, but Su Lu tilted his head, slightly evading the attack again and hopping back 2 steps. Seeing Su Lu retreat, Mo Li pressed the advantage. While Su Lu was still airborne with no leverage, Mo Li thrust the staff forward, but Su Lu, anticipating this, kicked it away. The moment Su Lu landed, Mo Li scuffed sand with his foot, flinging it towards his face. Su Lu raised one hand to shield his eyes while grabbing Mo Li's incoming fist with the other. Mo Li, seeing his attack caught again, threw his other fist, which Su Lu also caught. With both fists trapped, Mo Li began using his arm strength to push Su Lu backward. Logically, Mo Li's strength shouldn't have been able to move him, but Su Lu played along, stepping back. In this close-quarters standoff, Mo Li suddenly noticed a faint silver glimmer in Su Lu's pupils. Noting the surprise in Mo Li's eyes, Su Lu smiled slightly and pulled him back a step. Oh no. Mo Li suddenly realized what was happening and tried to break free, but Su Lu held his fists tightly. The wooden staff, which was supposed to hit Su Lu's head, came crashing down on Mo Li's own. Only then did Su Lu release him, leaving Mo Li rubbing the lump forming on his head. SSS. Mo Li rubbed his head and looked at Su Lu, puzzled. He had kept his eyes on Su Lu the whole time. After Su Lu blocked the sand with his arm, how did he know where the thrown staff would land without seeing it? As if reading his confusion, Su Lu began to explain. It's not a special ability. I used my mental energy to observe your attack. Used mental energy. So what exactly is mental energy? Have you ever played video games? You can think of it as a mana bar we got after surviving the first wave of the zombie virus outbreak. Every thinking being has this mana bar. Controlling bodily nerves also requires mental energy, so ordinary zombies have it too. Our ability to think is also tied to mental energy. It's like fuel for our brains. If our mental energy is completely depleted, we can't even maintain basic brain function and will fall into a coma. So a mental attack is, Mo Li continued, a special way of using mental energy like a skill. It involves driving a small portion of your mental energy, condensing it into a specific impactful form, locking onto the target's mind to strike. If you can deplete their mana bar, their mental energy, you can knock them unconscious. If the target's mental energy is far weaker than your attack and their resistance is low, you could even directly shatter their mana bar, killing their mind and causing them to die in a way other than physical destruction. Red tides are like that, right? Exactly. So can we use mental attacks too? Mo Li pressed on. Theoretically, yes, but it depends on the individual. I've never seen a human who can launch a mental attack. I do know of one person with mental defense. Qingqing. Mo Li ventured. Yes. When Qingqing is scared, she uses her mental energy to form a mental barrier around herself, which greatly mitigates mental attacks. Of course, it consumes mental energy. It's an ability she has as an evolver. So, is mental energy useless for us? Just a health bar against mental attacks. How could it be? Remember when I compared mental energy to a mana bar in a game? A mental attack is just a skill. We don't have that particular skill, but we have others. Take me for example. Can you guess what my skill is? Predicting the future. Emily recalled Zhang Eru telling him that Captain Su seemed to know where attacks from all sides would come from, always dodging with minimal effort. It's not that impressive. My mental energy is just exceptionally high. Mental energy isn't only for using skills. When your mental energy is high enough, focusing your attention enhances your perception and thinking speed. In that state, your attacks are like slow motion to me. That's how I could defend against all your attacks, including the stick. I see. Emily recalled how when he activated his night vision, he could even see dust particles floating in the air. He nodded in agreement. Su Lu continued his explanation. Strictly speaking, I don't have any skills. Just proper combat techniques and experience, plus my physical strength was significantly enhanced when I became an evolver. That's where my current strength comes from. With this explanation, do you understand what mental energy is? I completely understand. Mental energy is another health bar besides our physical body. Using abilities or focusing mental energy depletes this bar. When it's exhausted or directly broken, we fall into a coma or die. It's the same for zombies. Looks like you catch on quickly. Unlike Eru over there, I explained it to him for ages, and all he did was scratch his head. Eru, hearing this, scratched his head sheepishly. I don't play games, so I don't really get your metaphors, Captain. Just take it literally. Like how we get sleepy without mental energy. It affects every aspect of our bodies. Finished. Su Lu looked at Emoli. Emoli, what aspect of you was enhanced when you became an evolver? I think it's agility. From my senses, your mental energy is impressive. Besides Ching Ching and Deputy Lin, you have the highest mental energy I've seen. Both Ching Ching and Deputy Lin have special ways of using mental energy. Are you like me, an evolver without any skills? You can sense that. If your mental energy is high enough, or you have a special ability, you can perceive the mental strength of others. Back to the topic, you must have some other special abilities, right? Facing Su Lu's inquiry, Emoli saw no reason to hide it. He began to focus his mental energy, his pupils emitting a faint glow. When I concentrate my mental energy, besides seeing dust clearly, I also have strong night vision. But I don't think it's very useful. It's far inferior to Ching Ching's mental defense. I'd still be dead if a red tide caught me off guard. Red tides were truly Emoli's psychological shadow. Without a quick long-range counter relying solely on his mana bar, he couldn't block a single mental attack without Lilith. Even his night vision ability was a gift from Lilith's imported flowers. Emoli knew he wasn't some chosen one. Seeing Emoli's dejection, Su Lu patted his shoulder seriously. Emoli, let me ask you something. If a Ripper faced a red tide, who do you think would win? The red tide. Emoli answered without a second thought. Exactly. That's the wonder of mental energy. Even someone without a skill like me can become this strong using it. So how could you, someone with a skill, possibly be inferior? For us in our current situation, mental energy is both a challenge and an opportunity. You have such high mental energy, already a step ahead of everyone else. Don't underestimate yourself. Use your head more. Don't let so-called talent limit your thoughts and ideas. Perhaps it was the inferiority complex from growing up without support that made Emoli instinctively feel he was lesser than others. But after hearing Su Lu's words, he felt a sudden clarity. Right, even people with poor learning abilities could improve themselves through hard work and other strengths. Mental energy wasn't just about talent. By diligently analyzing its essence and usage, it could definitely become a powerful tool for combat or survival. Not to mention he had Lilith as his cheat. By killing more red tides and consuming Lilith's imported nectar, he could significantly enhance his mental energy and perhaps even develop other abilities. Captain Su, thank you. This thanks came from the bottom of Emoli's heart, like meeting a mentor on his path of learning. Su Lu had directly enlightened him. For what? I'm glad you understand so quickly. I look forward to your future performance. I might even teach you some combat techniques, maybe even some swordsmanship. Looking at Su Lu's expression, Emoli knew he might have to pass some trials, but these trials were all pathways to making him stronger. As long as he got stronger, he could protect those around him in this increasingly dangerous apocalypse. Therefore, Emoli would never refuse. I'm counting on you, Captain Su. Perhaps you could use a different title. Master. Haha. As the group chatted, Lin Qingqing walked in from the training ground. Hey, good afternoon, Deputy Lin. Facing Zhang Era's cheeky grin, Lin Qingqing rolled her eyes, then turned her gaze to Emoli. How's your recovery going? Not bad, at least the world isn't spinning anymore. A few more days of rest should do it. Evolvers have strong constitutions. After speaking, Lin Qingqing narrowed her eyes slightly, looking at Emoli's clothes. Looking sharp, huh? Emoli, flattered, scratched his head sheepishly. Hey, I've been your colleague for a long time, yet you treat this kid so well, and just roll your eyes at me. I may be big and burly, but I'm sensitive too, you know. You're hurting my feelings. Show me how you'd hurt. Captain Su, Zhang Eru, who usually seemed quite serious, suddenly called out to Su Lu in a whiny voice. Alright, enough fun. Deputy Lin, is there something you came to see me about? Yes, Captain. There's a problem with the task you assigned me. What problem? The radio signal is down. It might be a problem with the signal tower. Is it one in the camp? No, I've checked those, they're fine. It must be at another station. Perhaps the backup batteries have run out. Hearing this news, Sulu let out a heavy sigh. Is it serious? Emily asked, looking at Lin Qingqing. How do you think you made contact with this place in the first place? If the signal base station fails, we lose all contact with the outside world. We still have contact with the outside world. Emily was taken aback. He thought this was the only safe zone in the city. There's another safe camp on the other side of Shanghai City comparable in size to ours. It's the Customs Armed Police Battalion about 18 kilometers from here with the city center between us. We usually report to each other via radio. Most importantly, they have a satellite phone. That's our only link to information from the outside world. If the signal station is down, can't we just fix it? Sulu asked. The problem is we don't know which station is down. We can only check them one by one. Shanghai City, as a booming second-tier metropolis, has a dense information network. But the only signal route connecting us to the Armed Police Battalion has 5 signal stations, and it cuts right across the city center. The most critical one is on top of the World Trade Tower downtown. Hearing across the city center, Sulu hesitated. The situation in the city center was no different from a demon's den, let alone the World Trade Tower. The 2 nearest stations should be on the city's edge, right? Yes. Lin Qingqing replied. Contact Long Dan. Have the scout team check if those 2 towers are the problem. Yes. After dispatching Lin Qingqing, Sulu turned to Mo Li, remembering his skills that rivaled the scouts, and asked, I know you haven't fully recovered, but could you accompany Long Dan team to check? The scouts' combat ability is generally low except for Long Dan. It'd be good for you two to watch each other's backs. Mo Li tried clenching his fists, found he still had his strength, and nodded to Sulu. It can't be more dangerous than when I lured crawlers and ended up with a ripper on my tail. Leave it to me. I'm counting on you. Having understood the basics, Mo Li returned to his room to prepare. The 2 little ones were still playing house on the bed, but Xiao Kaiyong was nowhere to be seen. Qingqing watched Mo Li gear up, a puzzled look on her face. Brother Mo Li, are you going out again? I'm just going to check a signal station. It's not dangerous. You two be good. Okay, come back soon, brother Mo Li. I will. Seeing the worry in Lilith's eyes, Mo Li gave her a reassuring look. He tucked a military knife behind his back and packed some syringes and medicine bottles into his pouch. This was also one of his reasons for wanting to go out. Since zombies fought among themselves, he figured he might get lucky and scavenge some special zombie blood for Lilith. He couldn't let the little one go hungry forever. Mo Li arrived at the camp gate and found Lin Qingqing and Long Dan waiting for him. Right on time. Lin Qingqing handed a city map to Mo Li. Your task is simple. Check the 2 signal base stations nearest the camp and see if their indicator lights are on. Just the 2 of us? Mo Li asked, looking at Long Dan. It's just a checkup, not a picnic. The smaller the target, the better. But why did Captain Su send you? What? You don't like me yet? Aren't you still injured? Instead of staying put in camp, you're itching to go out and take risks. Is life too boring for you? Or do you just feel sick if you're not playing the hero? Mo Li listened to Long Dan's words, unsure if he was expressing concern or being sarcastic. I'm just doing what I can. As for my injury, I'm not that delicate. I'm more than capable of handling this task. Alright, you both know what you need to do, right? Lin Qingqing asked, but Long Dan had already snatched the map from Mo Li's hand to look at it. He frowned at the marked locations. These 2 spots. One's the district municipal center, the other's a department store. You want us to go to these places to check that damn signal station? Are you serious? I know it's dangerous, but this is about our connection to the outside world. If you run into a situation you can't handle, you can head straight back to camp. Safety comes first. We'll figure out other plans based on the intel you bring back. That's more like it. Long Dan pocketed the map and looked at Mo Li. Let's go, kid. Don't slow me down. With that, Long Dan climbed up the stairs and rappelled down the wall with a rope. Mo Li followed suit. Mo Li. Hearing Lin Qingqing call his name, Mo Li turned around. Stay safe. Outside the safe zone on the rooftop, Long Dan swiftly jumped over obstacles, leaping over the railing to run forward effortlessly, clearing the 2-meter-wide alley ahead, rolling on the ground to dissipate inertia with Mo Li closely following behind. The 2 exchanged no words as they quickly left the alert zone and reached the urban area. Long Dan gazed at the leisure square across the road below and found a spot to sit down. After a stretch of running over obstacles, Mo Li, out of breath, sat down not far from Long Dan to rest, looking towards the leisure square in the distance. The square was a scene of carnage, littered with the remains of corpses, as 2 rippers about the size of small cars were tearing at each other in the center of the square. I didn't expect there to be a good show here, Long Dan chuckled. Aren't they the same kind? Do the same kind also attack each other? Mo Li asked. Even dogs have territory, let alone these beasts. Do rippers also consume their own kind? Mo Li observed the 2 entangled rippers fiddling with the syringe in his pocket while inquiring about it from Long Dan. Why wouldn't they? Do you think these zombies would waste free meat? Those crawlers even eat the corpses of their own young. Of just thinking about it is disgusting. Is that so? Emily was somewhat disappointed, having hoped to score some of the Ripper's brain blood. The two continued to watch the Rippers fight for a while before Long Dan stood up. Why wouldn't they? Do you think these zombies would waste free meat? Those crawlers even eat the corpses of their own young. Of just thinking about it is disgusting. Is that so? Emily was somewhat disappointed, having hoped to score some of the Ripper's brain blood. The two continued to watch the Rippers fight for a while before Long Dan stood up. Catching up. The rooftops were relatively safe. Ordinary zombies could basically be ignored, and the occasional runner they encountered was easily dealt with by the two experienced fighters. Before long they arrived at the municipal center. As the administrative district of Shanghai City, this area was not small, featuring separate buildings surrounded by wide roads, making it impossible to jump over from other rooftops unless one could leap over 10 meters. Long Dan peered into the administrative district from the rooftop. Fortunately, there aren't many zombies in that government building, and it appears they are all ordinary zombies. Let's go. As the two made their way down the safe passage to the street, some ordinary zombies detected them and began to drag their decaying bodies towards them. The two ignored the ordinary zombies and dashed across the street, using the lampposts to leap onto the low wall of the administrative district, climbing over into the interior. Behind the municipal buildings, Long Dan frowned at the dozens of ordinary zombies in front. How do we get to the rooftop to check the signal station? Do we go inside? Emily asked. We still don't know the situation inside the building, and there are still dozens of zombies in front. If we end up trapped in a dead end, it would be game over. Plus we have this thing, so there's no need to take that risk. After finishing his words, Long Dan looked at the smooth flat wall, pulled out a rope and grapple from his back, and tossed it upwards. The grapple caught onto the railing above the rooftop, and Long Dan tested it by tugging. It was very sturdy. Let's go up from here. To highlight the architectural design, the main municipal building was flanked by two shorter buildings, making it necessary for Emily and the others to climb twice. This posed no challenge to the two, and they smoothly reached the rooftop of the municipal building, finding the signal base station. Long Dan half-kneeled, gazing at the indicator lights on the base station, and sighed. Damn it, this thing is still operational. Oh, it's not here. Let's go to the department store. The two descended via the grapple, and Emily was initially puzzled about how Long Dan would retrieve the grapple. To his surprise, Long Dan simply grabbed the rope and gave it a hard shake, causing the grapple to fall off. Without a certain level of skill, it would be quite difficult. Want to learn? Long Dan smiled at Emily, who was looking at him. Will you teach me? If you give me a medium-sized flower, I might consider it. Do you know how much a medium flower costs? Now you don't need money to buy it. Just take whatever you want when you see it. To be honest, I quite like the apocalypse. Emily remained silent, looking at the smiling Long Dan. Along the way, he had witnessed many tragedies. The roommates and neighbors turned zombies, Tan Yaling's death, the mutual harm between Tang Lingling and her classmates, and the fallen safe zone. Just thinking about these made it impossible for him to smile. People like me who are unencumbered simply cannot understand. Long Dan snorted coldly, noticing Emily's silence. He hung the rope on the railing again and climbed down the last few levels. Reaching the ground, the two moved towards the wall, when suddenly, due to the clear weather, a ray of sunlight reflected into Long Dan's eyes. Long Dan noticed a zombie in a luxurious suit not far away and spotted the reflective object in its hand, his eyes flickering slightly. Emily, wait for me a moment. What are you going to do? To get something good. Without further explanation, Long Dan walked towards the suited zombie, pulling out a baseball bat with a long spike attached to it, and swung it directly at the zombie's head. The sharp spike instantly pierced through the zombie's forehead, and the zombie let out a wail before collapsing, dark blood oozing out. At that moment, Long Dan suddenly heard an angry roar from around the corner. A tall figure in a security uniform wielding a baton had heard the commotion and turned towards Long Dan, locking eyes with him. What the hell is this thing? Roar. Seeing the approaching brute zombie, Long Dan desperately tugged at the item in the suited zombie's hand. Just as the brute zombie raised its baton to strike him, Long Dan finally yanked the desired object free and rolled aside. The body of the suited zombie was crushed by the brute zombie, blood splattering everywhere. Long Dan, who had rolled aside, did not spare a glance at the brute zombie and just ran off. The brute zombie roared in rage at the fleeing human, quickly closing the distance, moving at a speed that was undoubtedly faster than the stronger brute zombies Emily encountered at the hydropower station. As the brute zombie was about to catch up to Long Dan and raise its baton, several bullets struck its face, slowing its momentum. Emily, sitting on the wall, watched Long Dan approach and retracted his pistol, extending his hand. Grab my hand. Long Dan threw the baseball bat over the wall, directly leaping onto the wall and grabbing Emily's hand, allowing Emily to pull him up. Emily, noticing the approaching brute zombie, pulled with all his might, finally managing to pull Long Dan up just in time, and both of them tumbled over the wall and fell to the ground. Outside the wall, Long Dan chuckled at the furious and helpless roars of the brute zombie coming from within the wall. Still laughing. You almost lost your life. Look what I got. Long Dan proudly raised the item in his hand for Emily to see. It was a very beautiful gold watch. Huh. I tell you, this watch used to be worth at least several $100,000. I really hit the jackpot. You went through all that for this thing, Emily glared at the gold watch and Long Dan hand, his anger boiling. He couldn't understand what use this worthless item could possibly have. Was it more important than life? You don't understand. I understand your mother. Emily exploded in anger. I have no mother and no father. Alright, consider it my debt to you. Look, those ordinary zombies are closing in. We should leave first. After saying that, Long Dan picked up the baseball bat from the ground and stood up to leave. Emily realized that cursing this guy was of no use now, so he followed him, climbing up to the rooftop of a nearby residential building. Although Long Dan was annoyingly greedy, his guidance was still reliable, making Emily wonder if the guy had once been a thief or something in this area, given how familiar he was with the rooftop routes. As he kicked a runner zombie off the building, Emily turned to look at Long Dan. Are we there? Just ahead. Emily walked over to Long Dan, slowly crouched down, and stared at the massive building across the road. The department store. There should be plenty of resources inside, right? Emily asked. Even if there are, so what? This department store is 4 or 5 kilometers from our camp. Without vehicles, we can't transport the supplies, and the streets are all blocked by abandoned cars and the zombie horde. With just a few people in our camp, can we clear them out? I see. Emily sighed, gazing at the dense swarm of zombies in front of the department store. Then how do we get in? In response to Emily's question, Long Dan looked around, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Can you fight zombies? A whole bunch of them. Don't expect me to take on the horde alone. I can handle a few runners, but that's it. Fine, follow me. Emily followed Long Dan down to the street. As soon as they reached the street, a few nearby normal zombies noticed them. Ignore them, keep moving. Emily followed Long Dan to the middle of the street where an ambulance was parked. Long Dan smashed the window with a baseball bat, opened the door handle, and climbed inside. What are you doing? Hold off these zombies and give me some time. I'm going to make a big noise. Emily didn't know what Long Dan was fiddling with in the driver's seat, but the surrounding zombies had clearly noticed them. Normal zombies kept closing in, and among them were several fast-moving figures, the runner zombies. TCH. Emily gripped a dagger in one hand and pulled out a pistol with the other. His eyes emitted a faint red glow as he focused and aimed at the heads of the leading runners. The muffled pistol shots spat out silent bullets, one after another, piercing through the runners' foreheads. Blood splattered, and the runners fell to the ground instantly, becoming a meal for the surrounding normal zombies. After emptying the magazine, only 2 runners remained. As one runner lunged at him, Emily ducked, then turned and kicked another runner, charging at him from the side. After knocking that runner to the ground, Emily turned to the one that had missed its leap and was still getting up. He rushed over, stomped on its back, and twisted its neck with his foot. With all the runners dealt with, Emily looked at the zombie horde pressing in from all directions, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Are you done yet? Give me a bit more time. I'm trying to get this bitch started. Long Dan held 2 wires, striking them together, sending sparks flying as he hotwired the vehicle. Emily watched the approaching horde, rushed forward and kicked over the nearest zombie, but the others just stepped over it and kept coming. Against the tide-like horde, Emily had little recourse. The area was too open, there was no way to hold them back. Emily was forced back step by step until he reached the door of the ambulance. Just then, as Long Dan touched the wires again, the vehicle let out a low rumble. Got it. Get in. Hearing Long Dan shout, Emily quickly climbed into the ambulance and slammed the door shut. Before Emily could even sit down, Long Dan floored the accelerator. The ambulance shot forward, plowing through the zombies on the road and breaking out of the horde. Which button is that big speaker? Oh, there it is. As Long Dan pressed a button, the lights on the ambulance roof began to flash and a piercing siren blared. The deafening noise instantly drew the attention of every zombie nearby, and they all surged toward the direction of Emily and Long Dan. After driving a short distance away from the horde, Long Dan parked the still wailing ambulance next to a residential building. Get out quick, before the crawlers and runners notice us. The 2 quickly leaped out of the vehicle and headed toward an alley entrance. But a dozen or so runners, attracted by the noise, ran straight into Emily and the others. In the distance, the ambulance was already surrounded by a mass of zombies, and Emily and Long Dan couldn't handle a dozen runners at once. The alley they were in had become a dead end. Fortunately, Long Dan pulled out a grappling hook from behind him and tossed it upward, hooking it onto the roof. Long Dan quickly climbed up, Missouri close behind, but the runners also started climbing the rope. Feeling the violent shaking of the rope, Long Dan knew it couldn't support the weight of a dozen people. He shouted to Emily, "Cut the rope below you, or we'll both fall, and feed the zombies." Hearing Long Dan words, Emily pulled out his military knife and began sawing at the rope in front of him. The sharp blade hadn't fully cut through when the rope snapped under the weight of the runners below. Several runners on the rope tumbled down, crashing into the ones beneath them in a mess. Emily held onto the rope with one hand and looked down. The wall was too smooth to find any foothold, so many of the runners could only stare at Emily dangling in midair, roaring in impotent fury. Emily put away his knife, gripping the broken end of the rope with both hands. Without any foothold, he struggled to hold on. Hold on tight. He'll pull you up. Long Dan, now on the roof, called to Emily. With great effort, Long Dan managed to haul Emily up. Both of them sat on the ground, gasping for breath. The desperate climb had taken a massive toll on their stamina. Huff. This is no place to rest. Let's move, Long Dan said, gathering the badly damaged rope and running toward the roof of another building. The ambulance in the distance kept blaring its siren. Even on the rooftops, Emily and Long Dan encountered many runners drawn by the sound and heading their way. Fortunately, the rooftops offered plenty of advantageous positions. The mindless runners simply charged straight at them, allowing Emily and Long Dan to use the terrain to take them down and kick them off the building. After a while, the two finally reached a relatively safe spot, hiding behind a water tank and watching the distant horde streaming toward the siren. Haha. Seeing his plan succeed, Long Dan let out a laugh. How about that? Perfect, right? I hope the ambulance siren holds out long enough to lure all the zombies near the department store over there. Perfect. Emily stared at Long Dan, still grinning, and felt a surge of anger. You call me reckless. You're even worse. If just one thing had gone wrong back there, we'd both be dead. Not even bones left. Every effective plan carries some risk, but the payoff is high. Look, isn't the parking lot in front of the department store almost empty now? Emily gazed at the empty plaza and sighed. Next time you want to pull something like this, tell me in advance. I was afraid you'd chicken out. At least give me some mental preparation. Alright, enough talk. While the zombies are lured away, let's move into the building quickly, through the side fire escape. Watching Long Dan take off on his own again, Emily reluctantly followed, loading bullets into his pistol magazine as he walked. The bullets were running low, and it pained Emily to see them dwindle. By the way, Sulu still owed him 50 rounds. With the zombies in the vicinity drawn away by the noise, the two of them made their way to the side of the department store with little obstruction. However, the fire escape door was tightly shut. Long Dan tried kicking it several times without success, though he managed to force a gap wide enough to see that the door handle on the other side was firmly secured by a crowbar. Which son of a bitch locked the fire escape? Long Dan cursed. Emily dispatched two runners approaching from a distance with his pistol, then turned his gaze to Long Dan. Is there another way in? It's not like a poor bastard like me ever set foot in a place like this, so I don't know the building's layout. We don't have time to waste here. Can we use the main entrance? This building's too big. The zombies inside probably haven't all come out yet. It's too dangerous. Then let's just ram this door open, Emily suggested. There's a crowbar jamming it. We can't worry about that now. We'll just have to bet that the handle's strong enough. No sooner had Emily spoken than he holstered his pistol and threw his shoulder against the door. Long Dan could only join him, and together they slammed into the fire escape door, blow after blow. Thud, thud, thud. As evolvers, their strength had grown far beyond what it once was. Not as monstrous as Sulu's, but undeniably enhanced. Fortunately, Emily's gamble paid off. The screws holding the door handle on the other side were sent flying, the crowbar clattering to the ground with a sharp ring. Emily cast a wary glance around, and seeing no zombies drawn to the noise, stepped inside. Staring into the pitch-black stairwell, the two instinctively pulled out small flashlights, sweeping their beams across the surroundings. A thick, putrid stench hung in the air, stirring a sense of unease. There wouldn't be a crawler nest up there, would there? Emily said with concern. Don't overthink it. Areas around crawler nests are usually stripped of zombies. They've been devoured. There's no way that horde we just saw would still be gathered out front. It must be something else. So do we still go up? We came all this way. If we back out now, all that effort's for nothing. Don't worry, even if there's something dangerous, the sirens from earlier would have lured it away. Yeah. Emily nodded. Long dawn reasoning did hold some weight. They then began climbing the stairwell. The department store stood 20 stories tall, and aside from a few ordinary zombies wandering aimlessly, they encountered not a single runner. With remarkable ease, they reached the rooftop. Long Dan walked over to the signal tower housing the base station, glanced up at the blinking indicator light, and promptly dropped onto his back, sprawling his limbs out as he stared at the sky, gasping for breath. God damn it, this signal tower's fine too. It's the other towers that have the problem. A wave of frustration washed over Long Dan. If just one of the two stations they'd checked had a fault, at least it'd be something they could fix. But with both towers working fine, the malfunctioning one had to be somewhere in the city center, a place no one could possibly reach. All their effort had been for nothing. Hearing Long Dawn complaints, Emily walked over and sat down beside him to rest. The guy's personality was grating, sure, but in certain ways he was surprisingly dependable, a passable companion at least. From their vantage point, they could see the endless sea stretching into the distance. The hour had grown late, and the crimson sunset cast its glow across the water, dyeing the surface a vivid red. Ha ha. Hey. Long Dan, who had been fuming just moments ago, suddenly burst into laughter. It's beautiful. Back home I used to lie on the hillside letting the sea breeze wash over me as I watched the ocean. You're home. Emily turned to look at him. Yeah, I'm not from Shanghai originally. I'm what they call a country boy, a lousy laborer beggar in their eyes. Emily fell silent at Long Dawn words. Discrimination existed everywhere across every age group. Those born with silver spoons loved to revel in their superiority by looking down on others. It was unrealistic to expect everyone to treat others with kindness and equality. Emily had grown up in Pingxiang, where had met plenty of bad people, but also a few good ones. People were complicated. That was a lesson he knew all too well. You said you've got no parents. Are you an orphan too? Emily studied Long Dan, wondering if his story was similar to his own. Orphan? Yeah, I guess you could say that. When I was a kid, my bastard of a father was always drinking, and he loved beating me and my mom. One time, he nearly choked her to death. She killed him with a pair of scissors to the throat. After that, my mom hanged herself too. Left me all alone. Emily stared at Long Dan stunned. Had never imagined the man carried such a past. Long Dan seemed pleased with Emily's reaction and continued. My dad never got along with the villagers, and my mom was bought with his money as a bride. Within months of burying them, my relatives swooped in and took over our land and house. Could give a damn about a stray like me. To survive, I had to steal food in the village, and eventually they kicked me out. I wandered all the way to Shanghai. And what did I find here? Same damn story. Treated like a dog, looked down on just the same. Sometimes I'm actually grateful for this disaster. Those city folk who looked down on me, they've all turned into those god-awful monsters. And the country boy they mocked. He's still standing, and now he's an evolver above them all. Long Dan glanced at the gold watch on his wrist. Now I've got money, I've got strength, and I've got a crew of brothers following me. No one dares look down on me anymore. Emily, I'm being serious. I've taken a real liking to you. If we get the chance, let's go solo together. Round up some survivors, rule like kings. How about it? I'm not interested. I just want to take care of my sister. That blonde little girl's a foreigner. She's not even your real sister. Why do you care so much? She's my life. Gazing at the silent Long Dan, Emily spoke again. I have no interest in power. I only want to live a peaceful life with Lilith. What you've told me today will remain between us, but don't try to persuade me again in the future. Compared to the camp Sulu manages, you can't offer me what I desire. Long Dan stared quietly at Emily, then took a deep breath. I'm not ready to leave the camp yet, or perhaps the time isn't right. If you ever change your mind, you know where to find me. My door is always open. Emily didn't answer. Instead, he turned to watch the sun sinking below the horizon. It's getting dark. We should hurry back. If we don't make it to camp before nightfall, we'll be in for a rough time. Watching Emily walk away, Long Dan picked up his baseball bat from the ground and followed him. The two made their way down the emergency stairwell. The distant sirens had fallen silent by now, likely destroyed by the zombies. Fortunately, the hordes were only attracted to sound, and not many zombies had wandered back to the parking lot in front of the department store. As they passed by the parking lot, Long Dan, with his sharp eyes, spotted something valuable. He nudged Emily. Emily, look at that. What are you eyeing? Another gold watch? I'm not sticking around for that. Emily said with annoyance. No, look over there. Emily followed his gaze. In a corner of the parking lot sat a conspicuous military jeep. Should we check it out? Long Dan asked. Yeah. Emily nodded, and they walked over. It was a towering military jeep, windows tightly shut and completely sealed off. With its bulletproof reflective glass, it was impossible to see inside. Long Dan inspected the vehicle's condition, a grin spreading across his face. Damn, I just checked the chassis. This beauty is not only sturdy, but also has four-wheel drive. If we can get this bad boy back to base and trick it out, we won't have to fear any zombie horde again. We can just plow right through them. So how do we start it? Hearing Emily's question, Long Dan began checking the surrounding wreckage, but didn't find any broken SWAT uniforms and naturally no keys. Then Long Dan walked to the rear window, raised his baseball bat studded with thumbtacks, and slammed it hard against the glass. Thud. The powerful blow only left a white scratch on the window. This thing's pretty tough. Might not get in without keys. But just watch me. After saying that, Long Dan pulled out a set of lockpicking tools from his pocket, leaving Emily dumbfounded. Could this be his actual profession? Emily didn't want to pry, but as he looked at the darkening eastern sky, a sense of unease crept into his heart. Stop picking. It'll be dark by the time you get it open. Let's head back to camp. Just give me a little more time. A bit more. I'm almost there. This is a military jeep. Don't tell me you've stolen from the army before. No, I usually just hit up phone stores and corners and stuff. Then what the hell are you picking for? Hey, it's worth a shot. What if I actually get it open? If there's a military rifle in there, we'd be set. And even if not, this jeep is a great find. Can you even drive it back? We can come back for it another time, right? Can we come back and try to pick the lock another time? Shoo, I'm listening to the pins. Long Dan patiently inserted the two tools into the keyhole, turning them gently, listening to the faint clicks from the lock cylinder. After more than 10 minutes, Long Dan pulled the tools out in frustration. This thing uses a 3-pin system. It's pretty complex. If you can't get it, let's go. Hold on, there's still the trunk. Let me try that. Try again. The crawlers and rippers will be out soon. Long Dan ignored Mo-Lee and moved to the back of the Jeep to start picking the trunk lock. Mo-Lee watched him frowning. He wasn't familiar with this area, and without Long Dawn Rope being alone would be dangerous if he ran into trouble. But even that was better than being out here after dark. At night, zombie activity would increase dramatically. Mo-Lee had already had a rough time being chased by crawlers and rippers during the day. The last thing he wanted was a night chase. Just as Mo-Lee was about to give up on Long Dan and leave on his own, Long Dan called out to him. PSSSD. Mo-Lee, look what I found. Long Dan pulled a black briefcase out of the now open trunk of the military Jeep and held it up for Mo-Lee to see. Mo-Lee's footsteps halted instantly. Despite his wariness of army property, curiosity got the better of him, and he went over to take a look. Long Dan placed the briefcase on the ground, flipped the latches, and slowly opened it. Inside, neatly arranged in rows, lay 10 black grenades with yellow stripes. Mo-Lee and Long Dan looked at each other, eyes wide. I play those shooting games at the internet cafe all the time. I don't know the exact model, but these look like some kind of fragmentation grenade. We've hit the jackpot, Mo-Lee. Shouldn't we hand these over to the camp? Mo-Lee frowned at the grenades. Hand them over. Why? We found them, so they're ours. Long Dan deliberately emphasized the word ours. Why would you want to carry something this dangerous around? Mo-Lee looked at Long Dan with some caution. Having these in his hands was unsettling. You might not use them, but it's good to have them. A person needs a way to protect themselves. With some aces up your sleeve, you can better protect yourself and your sister, right? Listen to me, Mo-Lee. Don't tell anyone at camp about the grenades. We split them 5 each. Deal? Mo-Lee looked at the 10 grenades in the briefcase, hesitated for a moment, then recalled those terrifying rippers. He silently nodded. As Long Dan said, he couldn't rely entirely on others. He needed some means of self-protection. I agree. 5 each. But let me make one thing clear, if you ever use these to harm the camp, I won't go easy on you. I'm not thrilled with the camp's current situation, but I'm not that short-sighted. Killing people brings me no benefit. I just want some protection for myself, just like you. After speaking, Long Dan picked out a grenade from the briefcase and tossed it to Mo-Lee, who scrambled to catch it. Here, take them. All 5. Keep them safe. Mo-Lee silently accepted the grenades one by one and put them into his satchel. The sun's already set. It'll be fully dark in less than an hour. We need to hurry. You're telling me. Long Dan and Mo-Lee headed back along the path they came. As the sky darkened, the sharp howls of crawlers echoed from the city. The entire city was falling into gloom, and they still had a considerable distance to cover to reach the camp. Soon they arrived at the leisure plaza where the 2 rippers had been fighting. No time. It's completely dark now. Let's find a house to hide in. Long Dan suggested. Mo-Lee nodded. The camp was still nearly 2 kilometers away, but they didn't have enough time to cover that distance. Although Mo-Lee could activate his night vision, Long Dan didn't have that ability. Moreover, zombies became extremely active at night. If a crawler spotted them and called out to its companions, they wouldn't survive unless they could fly. Long Dan vaulted onto the balcony of a nearby house, turned on his small flashlight, and quickly pried open the balcony door, stepping inside. Mo-Lee followed, closing and locking the door behind them, then drawing the curtains. Not bad. We'll rest here for the night. Long Dan chuckled. Are you sure this is okay? As long as we stay quiet, those damn crawlers usually won't find us. Let's find a corner and get some sleep. We'll continue our journey tomorrow morning when zombie activity is at its lowest. Yeah. Mo-Lee nodded, but a sense of unease lingered. Would Lilith be too scared to sleep without him? Listening to the cacophony of zombie howls across the city, Mo-Lee gently parted the balcony curtain and looked out over the leisure plaza where the 2 rippers had been fighting earlier that day. The 2 rippers were gone, having either moved elsewhere or stopped fighting. Either way, Mo-Lee could forget about getting any of their blood. Hi-dear zombies. They were too difficult to deal with. He could ask Captain Sue for help, but how would he explain why he needed the blood of a high-tier zombie? That Lilith needed to drink the brain blood of zombies. Or maybe he could try luring some rippers back to the camp. Mo-Lee shook his head at the thought. That plan wasn't feasible at all. Forget about whether he could safely lead a ripper back to camp. Even if he did, and they killed it, what about the next time? He couldn't keep using that method to feed Lilith. After much deliberation, only one type of special zombie seemed suitable for him to hunt. Red Tide. Although their psychic attacks were terrifying, he just needed to spot them before they noticed him and take them out quickly with his pistol. Just as Mo-Lee was thinking this, he caught a glimpse of a strange, eerie red glow from the dark leisure plaza. He blinked, focused his mind to activate his night vision, and peered deeper into the plaza. When Mo-Lee activated his night vision, he was colorblind. He couldn't tell if the red glow was a red tide. He only saw a zombie with its back to him, kneeling before a massive corpse, its head lowered as it gnawed on something. Mo-Lee squinted, observing the huge body, and realized it was a dead ripper. Only a red tide could kill a ripper so easily. At the thought, Mo-Lee's heart tightened with a mix of fear and excitement. A red tide. Had encountered one again. Something that could strengthen psychic power. Mo-Lee swallowed hard, glanced back at Long Dan resting on the sofa, and silently opened the balcony door. What are you doing? Long Dan noticed immediately. I need to do something. He'll be back soon. Don't worry about me. What the hell are you planning to do in this pitch black? Lee didn't answer. He slipped out the window using his night vision to deftly climb onto the roof looking for a way down. Soon Lee was on the street. Fortunately, zombies had a tendency to congregate, and this street was clear of any hordes, not even a lone wanderer. Seeing the safe street, Lee quickly ran towards the leisure plaza across the way. Just then he heard a sharp hiss from a corner not far away, and quickly ducked behind an abandoned vehicle. KHHSSSS. Several crawlers emerged from the street corner, their glowing red vertical pupils scanning the surroundings. They sniffed the air, catching a faint scent amidst the stench of decay, the scent of a human. KHHSSSS. After a chorus of hisses, the crawlers began to slowly move in Lee's direction. Sensing the footsteps getting closer, Lee slowly drew his pistol from his pocket. Just then a glass bottle smashed onto a vehicle in the distance. The crawlers heard the noise, immediately turned, and scurried towards the source of the sound. As Lee breathed a sigh of relief, Long Dan crouched low and crept up to him. "What are you doing here?" Lee was surprised. "I came to make sure you didn't get yourself killed. If I didn't know you my life, you think I'd give a damn about you. Anyway, what the hell are you up to?" "I have a special ability that uses psychic power, night vision. I spotted a red tide feasting on a Ripper's corpse." "A red tide? That freaky zombie with the flower on its head. What do you want with that thing?" "I need to kill it and extract a blood sample to take back for Deputy Officer Lin. See if we can develop some kind of enhancement serum. If we could even create an antidote for the zombie virus, that would be amazing." "You've been watching too many sci-fi movies, kid. You think you can just make a serum from a blood sample? Well, isn't this whole zombie apocalypse pretty sci-fi? Someone has to try. If we actually pull it off, we might just become the saviors of the world. You're always trying to be a hero and get yourself killed. Damn it. Fine, tell me what I can do to help. That red tide is focused on its meal. I'm going to take it out with my silenced pistol. Just make sure the crawlers and other zombies don't spot me." "All right." Long Dan agreed readily. Thanks. TSK. Just hurry up." With Long Dan on watch, Lee crept towards the leisure plaza, using the flower beds for cover. He crouched low, slowly making his way to a spot not far from the red tide. Lee deactivated his night vision, and the bright red color became a stark beacon in the darkness. He judged the distance and the likelihood of a hit, slowly drew his pistol and aimed it at the red tide, which was still absorbed in its grisly feast.